Lu Ran has been signing in the Xianxia world for 100,000 years, sending countless disciples to ascend. On this day, after achieving perfect completion after 100,000 years, the reward is immediate ascension. The moment Lu Ran's name appeared on the Immortal Ascension list, the spirit realm erupted in excitement. The Dihuang demon clan, the vast land of Xianxia, the 9 Nether ghosts. Countless prominent figures bowed deeply before the Ascension list, proclaiming, "We welcome our ancestors' ascension to the celestial realm." Chapter 1. Awaiting Ascension. At the peak of Wan Shan, Lu Ran leaned against a piece of azure stone, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, squinting at the sky. Above the 9 heavens, a woman clad in crimson brocade stood suspended in the void. Thunderclouds rolled ominously overhead, fierce winds howled, and the clouds accumulated, gradually darkening to a deep crimson. When the red hue resembled fresh blood, a resounding crack echoed as the thunderclouds erupted. A purple lightning bolt, as thick as a water barrel, descended like the wrath of an ancient thunder god, targeting the woman in red. "This is the final tribulation thunder," Lu Ran murmured as he spat out the grass stem from his mouth. The woman focused her energy, unleashing her spiritual power completely, casting out treasures as if they were worthless, swirling around her. With a crack, the tribulation thunder struck down, partially blocked by the treasures. The remaining portion aimed directly at the woman in red. Yet she remained unfazed. With a flick of her wrist, a jade sword materialized in her palm, and with a single strike, she shattered the remaining tribulation thunder. Satisfied, Lu Ran nodded at the peak of the mountain, saying, "Not bad, not bad. Ingrua, this girl is also about to ascend." As he spoke, a hint of melancholy crossed his face. Meanwhile, the thunderclouds began to dissipate, and a cascade of colorful light poured down. In the final moment, the woman in red turned to look at Lu Ran, tears glistening in her eyes. "Master," Lu Ran waved his hand, saying, "No need for this. I told you not to look back, go on." Tang Ingrua bit her cherry lip, witnessing the fleeting melancholy on Lu Ran's face as tears began to fall. "Master, I will wait for you in the celestial realm." With that, her body transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the clouds. Within a few breaths, the woman in red vanished into the 9 heavens, and the clouds dispersed. The blazing sun shone down anew, warming him, yet Lu Ran's heart felt a chill. Sigh, it's been 100,000 years. Lu Ran exhaled. 100,000 years ago, he had traversed into the Xianxia world, equipped with a signing-in system, blazing a trail like a comet. In merely 500 years, Lu Ran had reached the pinnacle of the crossing tribulation realm. However, he could never grasp that final thread of heavenly opportunity. Without the tribulation, ascension was impossible. He attempted for another 10,000 years, trying every method, yet no progress was made. Gradually, Lu Ran began to give up. Out of boredom, he took on disciples in his spare time, signing in daily. Over the course of 100,000 years, Lu Ran had sent countless disciples on their way to ascend. Even a large yellow dog he had once raised, along with a filthy white cat and a yellow bird he had rescued with a wounded wing, had all transformed and ascended. Tang Ingrua was a little beggar Lu Ran had found 700 years ago in Haiyang City. With remarkable talent, she too had ascended, leaving him alone at last. Slowly exhaling, Lu Ran habitually opened his system. He muttered, "I forgot to sign in today," after Ingrua ascended. On the system panel, a dense array of information appeared. Formation, great perfection, alchemical arts, great perfection, artifact refining, great perfection, body techniques, great perfection, swordsmanship, great perfection. All attributes had long since reached maximum levels through daily sign-ins. Now, signing in merely granted a bit of spiritual energy. It no longer mattered. Within Lu Ran's dantian and consciousness, spiritual energy surged like a boundless ocean, seemingly infinite. "Sign in," Lu Ran said casually. "Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cultivation reward. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for 100,000 years, granting the host the reward of crossing tribulation and ascension." What? Lu Ran sprang to his feet. After thousands of years of monotonous system prompts, today there was an additional line. 100,000 years of signing in, and he could ascend? Lu Ran swallowed hard, closing his eyes, sensing the thread of heavenly opportunity had indeed been reached. At that moment, Lu Ran was nearly moved to tears. Yet moments later, he burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha! After 100,000 years, it's finally my turn." He could distinctly feel that the day of his ascension was nigh, mere hours away. "All right, tomorrow I, Lu Ran, shall open the gates of heaven with a single sword and ascend into the sky. In the spirit realm, atop the sacred Jiuyi mountain, an elderly man with hair as white as snow was seated on a meditation mat, deeply engrossed in his cultivation. Suddenly, a disciple burst in, breathless and agitated. "Master," the disciple shouted, forcibly rousing the old man from his meditative state. Li Qinghe, somewhat irked, furrowed his brow and replied, "How many times must I reiterate? Unless the heavens collapse, do not disturb me. Have my words fallen on deaf ears?" The disciple gulped in trepidation, awkwardly stammering, "And no, it's not that the heavens have fallen. It's about the Ascension ranking list. You instructed me to keep an eye on it, and it. Upon hearing the mention of the Ascension ranking list, the old man's expression shifted dramatically. In a flash, he vanished from his spot, reappearing at the summit of the sacred mountain. He gazed toward the east. Amidst the flowing clouds and radiant hues of dawn, an ancient scroll of heavenly principles descended from the nine heavens. Names rolled across its surface: Titan Star, Chen Yunlu; Zhaoduan Star, Liu Ruoyu; Disastrous Star, Song Xue; Blue Star, Lu Ran. Upon seeing this final name, Li Qinghe's breath quickened, his face flushed with excitement. "My master is finally about to ascend." Returning to the sacred mountain, a voice like thunder resonated powerfully. "All disciples, gather at the Enlightenment platform." Not long after, a multitude of tens of thousands of disciples assembled at the vast Enlightenment platform. They were not at all surprised by the excitement of their sect leader. Since the founding of Jiuyi Mountain, every disciple had one expectation: to keep watch over the Ascension ranking list, awaiting a name. Today, that name had appeared. Li Qinghe, unable to contain his eagerness, commanded, "All disciples, descend the mountain. By dawn tomorrow, take over all the washing pools within 1,000 miles of Jiuyi Mountain. If any from Blue Star arrive, notify me immediately. I shall personally go to receive them." At the same time, in the Dihuang Yao clan, amidst the vast mountains, a nine-tailed fox radiating a moonlit glow gazed at the Ascension ranking list and let out an excited howl. In the realm of the nine nether ghosts, the Ghost King Fei Lu Tian forcibly ended his closed-door retreat. His disciples surged toward the central continent, driven by a singular purpose: to find Lu Ran. In the Daqian dynasty, Empress Zhu Xiaoyuo issued an imperial decree. Countless experts from the Daqian government mobilized to swiftly take control of all washing pools within the dynasty's borders. With the emergence of Lu Ran's name, the entire spirit realm erupted in fervor. Of course, others from different factions remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Only the fellow disciples who had ascended from Blue Star were jubilantly bouncing around the world. Meanwhile, their master Lu Ran had already packed his belongings, stowing them into his storage ring. That very night, he arrived at the peak of Kunlun, awaiting the dawn of his ascension. Chapter 2. Does this count as ascension? Early the next morning, after spending an entire night in excitement atop the peak of Kunlun, Lu Ran was still full of energy. The morning sun emerged from the horizon, only to be quickly obscured by rolling clouds. High above the firmament, countless dark clouds churned and surged. Lu Ran took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, stood up, and raised his head to look at the sky. The time had come. This scene, Lu Ran had witnessed it far too many times over the past 100,000 years. Every single disciple had been personally sent off by his own hands, relying on the countless treasures obtained through sign-ins. The divine weapons forged through artifact refinement. Not a single disciple had ever failed. And today, at long last, it was Lu Ran's turn. Rumble. As Lu Ran waited impatiently, the thunderclouds finally converged. Bolts of lightning could be seen weaving through the storm like roaming dragons. Boom! The ground beneath Lu Ran's feet exploded violently. An immense force tore straight through Mount Kunlun, shattering the entire mountain in an instant. His body shot straight into the sky, coming to a halt in midair beneath the thunderclouds. Clang! The cold sword Crimson Jade left its sheath, gripped firmly in his hand. One man, one sword, facing the heavenly Tao head-on. Soon, the tribulation lightning arrived as expected. The first bolt, thick as an arm, Lu Ran didn't even bother to dodge. He let it pierce straight through his body. A tingling, numbing sensation washed over him, utterly delightful. He narrowed his eyes in enjoyment, calmly waiting for the second bolt. Then the third, the fourth, the fifth, all the way to the ninth bolt. The same ninth tribulation lightning that Tang Yingrua had faced just yesterday slammed down upon the mortal world. At the final moment, Lu Ran swung his sword. The blade pointed toward the heavens. His sword chi, like a blazing rainbow, tore through everything in its path. It split the tribulation lightning apart, and cleaved the sky itself. As seven-colored light poured down from above, Lu Ran's eyes turned red. Then, as his body transformed into a streak of light, his consciousness gradually faded. When he finally came back to his senses, cold water reached up to his knees. Lu Ran turned his head and looked around. This place resembled a pool of water, hidden deep within a dense forest. The pool wasn't deep, nor was it very large. A circular pool roughly 10 meters in diameter. All around it were densely carved, strange-looking runes. Lu Ran frowned slightly. This doesn't look like the Immortal Realm at all. And then, near the edge of the pool, 7 or 8 people were craning their necks, staring in his direction. At the front stood a middle-aged man. "Excuse me," Lu Ran asked politely. "May I ask, is this the Immortal Realm?" "The hell it is," the middle-aged man replied with a hearty grin. "This is the Spirit Realm. Little brother, could you do us a favor and bring our young lady out?" The Spirit Realm? Lu Ran was a bit dazed. He still hadn't figured out whether this counted as Ascension or not. He glanced around again, and finally noticed a girl behind him. She was lying on her back in the water, floating up and down. Her clothes were torn in many places, some sections scorched black, and her body bore numerous wounds. However, within this pool, the wounds on the girl's body were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. This must be the young lady from his household. Lu Ran casually lifted the girl into his arms. She was clad in a gossamer garment, now tattered and soaked. In his embrace, it felt as if she were devoid of clothing. Her skin was soft and warm, akin to jade, due to her petite and slender frame. Lu Ran effortlessly wrapped one arm around her back, his hand resting on one side of her form. Instinctively, he gave a gentle squeeze, noting the pleasant sensation. Damn it! How daring! Several young men behind the middle-aged man glared fiercely. One of them shouted, "You little brat, release her at once. Otherwise, I'll have no qualms about dealing with you." Upon hearing this, Lu Ran immediately released his grip. With a splash, the girl fell back into the water, face down. The expressions of the group twisted in agitation, their eyes seemingly ready to devour Lu Ran. Yet the middle-aged man, displaying a sense of reason, chuckled and said, "Young brother, please do not take offense. We merely request that you bring our young lady out." Lu Ran rolled his eyes and retorted, "Do you really want me to take her out?" It was then he noticed that these men seemed unable to enter the confines of the pool. The middle-aged man chuckled again, saying, of course, we appreciate your assistance." Lu Ran then lifted the girl once more and stepped out of the pool, prepared to retreat back into the water should they dare to make a move. Once outside the pool's perimeter, the middle-aged man swiftly took the girl from him. At that moment, one of the young men lunged forward, ready to confront Lu Ran. "Sukiang!" The middle-aged man barked, casting a glance at Lu Ran. Ascension is not easy. He did not intend any disrespect. Let it go. Lu Ran then inquired, "Is this truly the realm of immortals?" The middle-aged man shook his head, saying, "I understand you have many questions. Those who have just ascended often feel this way. You need not doubt your success in Ascension. However, this is not the Immortal Realm, but rather the Spirit Realm. In simple terms, ascending from the lower realms does not lead one to the Immortal Realm, but instead to the Spirit Realm. That pool is the washing pool of immortals, a creation of the heavenly path, distributed across the 9 provinces. Upon ascension, one appears randomly in a washing pool, refining your physical form. Moreover, have you not sensed that the energy within you is already transforming into spiritual power?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ran promptly turned his focus inward. Indeed, the strength of his body was exponentially greater than before his ascension. The so-called energy within his dantian was undergoing transformation, albeit slowly due to the sheer volume. This was merely a nomenclature, for Lu Ran had referred to this energy as spiritual power even before his ascent. With the middle-aged man's explanation, Lu Ran began to comprehend. So, ascending to the Spirit Realm means starting anew? Lu Ran felt somewhat disheartened. This was not at all what he had envisioned for his ascension. It felt as though he had merely exchanged one world for another to begin his cultivation anew. The middle-aged man shook his head, saying, "Not entirely. The Spirit Realm has its indigenous inhabitants who must commence their cultivation from the foundational stage of chi refining. There are also many individuals of mediocre talent who are unable to embark on the path of cultivation and consequently remain as common folk. However, in this Spirit Realm, where spiritual energy is abundant, their cultivation progresses at a significantly accelerated pace. Moreover, there is no need to undergo tribulation upon achieving the pinnacle of tribulation. Their realm is directly elevated to that of a true immortal." Lu Ran felt increasingly despondent upon hearing this. Damn it. Those born in the spirit realm do not require tribulation, while he has languished in the lower realm, waiting for a sliver of heavenly opportunity for 100,000 years. And true immortal? Lu Ran understood that this was the initial realm of those who ascend, which follows the completion of the tribulation. By the way, didn't you say that ascendants emerge from random immortal pools? How do you know that your lady would appear in this particular immortal pool? Lu Ran inquired with curiosity. This is crucial, for if precise location is possible, why has none of his disciples arrived? The middle-aged man casually remarked, on our Xianxia star, we possess a unique bloodline guiding technique that cannot be learned by those from other planets. Just as he finished speaking, he seemed to recall something and asked, by the way, which star are you from? Our master has instructed us to wait around the nearby immortal pools for arrivals. Chapter 3. A comfortable life. Lu Ran pondered for a few seconds. He did not know the name of the star, but the continent was known as the Xianxia continent. Thus, he replied, I hail from the Xianxia continent. The middle-aged man nodded. I thought as much. With the vastness of the 9 provinces, it is unlikely to find the person our master seeks so fortuitously. After saying this, he looked at Lu Ran and continued, I am Mu Yunzong. If you're interested, you may join our Luo sword sect. As a disciple? Lu Ran queried. No. As a true immortal of the Ascendant realm, you can directly assume a position of authority or serve as a guest elder, Mu Yunzong stated. Very well, Lu Ran nodded. After all, he had no immediate destination. Joining the sect as an official would allow him to familiarize himself with the spirit realm before making further decisions. While also searching for his disciples, Mu Yunzong chuckled. Rest assured, our Luo sword sect master, Sui Welling, is unparalleled in the sword path, wielding the unrivaled Honyuan pounding purple sword technique, making her invincible within a radius of 1,000 miles. A truly formidable sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Ran's heart skipped a beat. Sui Welling? Onjian Punding Purple Sword Technique? Wasn't she that chubby girl with considerable sword talent from over 13,000 years ago? Even the sword technique was one he had created himself, dubbed the Honyuan Pounding Fatty Sword, meant to tease the little girl, causing her to bounce around in exasperation each time. Of course, as her swordsmanship improved, Sui Welling blossomed into a graceful beauty, no longer plump. That girl has even established her own sect. At this moment, Mu Yunzong casually tossed out a disc. The disc expanded in the wind, soon transforming into a massive grinding wheel, radiating a blue light and hovering in the void. Let us go. My lady is still in a deep slumber. Possibly injured by tribulation lightning, but it is not a serious matter, Mu Yunzong remarked. His disciples eagerly jumped onto the disc, with Lu Ran following closely behind. Then, the disc soared into the sky. Lu Ran gazed curiously at the disc beneath his feet, marveling at this remarkable object. Although he could not ascertain its precise rank, it was undoubtedly superior to all the magical artifacts he had received from signing in within the lower realm. What grade of magical artifact is this? Lu Ran inquired. It is a spiritual treasure, requiring the spiritual energy of the spirit realm to operate. Such items do not exist in the lower realm. And even here in the spirit realm, they are exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain, Mu Yunzong explained casually, his face brimming with pride. No wonder. With a thought, Lu Ran opened his system panel. All his abilities were fully intact, and he had yet to sign in today. He directly chose to sign in Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cultivation reward. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the spiritual treasure, the Qi Long armor. Indeed, signing in within the spirit realm was a different experience altogether. The cultivation reward had transformed into spiritual energy as opposed to the mere Qi from the lower realm. It even directly granted him a spiritual treasure. The system was still the system. It was taking off once again. Looking into his Qinquan bag, he discovered a black armor adorned with dragon scales. Initially, Lu Ran was uncertain whether this Su Yuling was indeed the same chubby girl from before. Although their sword techniques were highly compatible, the world was vast and full of wonders. What if it were merely a coincidence? However, the moment Mu Yunzong brought Lu Ran to the Luo sword sect, he was certain. It couldn't be mistaken. It was indeed that chubby girl. It wasn't that he had seen Su Yuling, but rather that he had laid eyes on a black stone tablet embedded in the ground before the martial arts arena. This was not merely a stone tablet. It was the celestial weapon, the measuring ruler, which Lu Ran had crafted and gifted to her just before her ascension. Memories of the past flooded back. Lu Ran reminisced about the days when that watermelon-loving chubby girl would circle around him, unable to resist. He stepped forwards to touch the measuring ruler. "Hey kid, what do you think you're doing?" Mu Yunzong exclaimed in surprise, quickly blocking Lu Ran. "What?" Lu Ran was taken aback. "Let me tell you, this item is the most beloved possession of the sect master. She visits here daily, and ordinary disciples are not permitted to touch it," Mu Yunzong admonished. "Oh." Lu Ran glanced at the measuring ruler and nodded in understanding. "Let us go. I'll arrange for your accommodation. Once my lady awakens, I will take both of you to meet the Grand Elder and arrange your positions," Mu Yunzong said, trusting him. Lu Ran responded affirmatively. Looking around, he curiously remarked, "It seems there aren't many disciples inside the sect." Mu Yunzong instantly furrowed his brow. "Are you underestimating our Luo sword sect? Currently, most disciples are out searching for people, so the number remaining is naturally few. Even the sect master has gone out." Lu Ran recalled Mu Yunzong's earlier words. "Who are they looking for?" he asked inquisitively. "It's no bother to tell you. They are searching for the Ascendant from Blue Star." Lu Ran. Mu Yunzong spoke candidly. Indeed, Lu Ran cast a glance at the Ascension list on the horizon. The middle-aged man had previously explained its significance. It was likely that Su Yueling had sent disciples to seek him out upon seeing the list. Could this blue star refer to the Xianxia continent? The hope of locating it seemed bleak, given the vastness of the 9 provinces. It was unlikely that it would fortuitously appear in this remote corner of Xiaozhou. Moreover, the blue star lacked the unique bloodline summoning techniques we possessed. Who knows where Lu Ran had ascended to? Mu Yunzong murmured. Subsequently, he took Lu Ran to arrange for accommodations. After all, being a true immortal, the lodging conditions were quite splendid. Nestled deep within a bamboo grove were several serene cottages, with a spacious clearing in front and a cliff overlooking the sea of clouds beside it. What a heavenly paradise! Lu Ran was thoroughly pleased with the location. "Rest well. My young mistress has awakened, and I shall send someone to inform you," Mu Yunzong stated before departing. Once inside the cottage, Lu Ran turned his attention inward, examining his body. His spiritual energy was still undergoing transformation, yet the countless breaths accumulated over the past 100,000 years continued to convert slowly. Intriguingly, as the transformation progressed, Lu Ran felt an accelerating elevation in his realm. The cultivation amassed over these 100 millennia is not in vain. I need not practice for the time being. Lu Ran mused with delight. Moreover, the rate of transformation was exponentially faster than conventional cultivation. Alongside his daily sign-ins, he would continue to receive spiritual energy. Just like in the lower realm, there was no need for arduous practice. Then, with a flicker of thought, Lu Ran retrieved the newly acquired Qi Long armor from his storage bag. He examined it closely, turning it over in his hands. "Indeed, this is a remarkable item," Lu Ran exclaimed joyfully. After recognizing its master, he understood its function. It could ordinarily be worn as a defensive artifact, and when necessary, it could activate the Qi Long's protective shield. Once he had thoroughly studied it, Lu Ran donned the armor and stepped outside the cottage. Reclining on a lounge chair at the cliff's edge, squinting up at the boundless azure sky, he felt a profound sense of contentment. Though the ascension differed from his expectations, the outcome was favorable. No need for cultivation, merely continuing his sign-ins, while also being able to see his disciples. Life was indeed delightful. At that very moment, a graceful figure descended from the heavens. Su Yueling had returned. Chapter 4. My master is the most remarkable within the Grand Hall of the Elder Su Mei. Mu Yunzong stood cautiously, bowing at a distance. "Two," Su Mei remarked, somewhat taken aback. Then, regaining composure, she pondered, "Yesterday, I heard that your family has a young lady ascending today. Is she one of them?" Mu Yunzong promptly nodded. "Indeed, it is my family's eldest daughter, Mu Yao." The figure before him, Su Mei, was none other than the Grand Elder of the Daluo sword sect. It was also the place where Su Yueling established her sect, and among the participants was one of her close sisters. Was the process smooth? Su Mei Gachuli Nguayev. There were no unexpected developments. It was merely a matter of lightning striking her body, injuring her meridians. "I have already administered a medicinal pill to her, and she shall awaken in a few hours," Mu Yunzong replied. Upon hearing this, Su Mei's expression brightened with hope as she asked, "And the other individual, whence do they come?" Detecting Su Mei's anticipation, Mu Yunzong could only shake his head and respond, "They do not hail for Blue Star." Naturally, disappointment washed over Su Mei, dimming her gaze, for she was acutely aware of Su Yueling's longing for Lu Ran's arrival. However, Upon reflection, the probability of Lu Ran emerging from the washing immortal pool within the confines of the Daluo sword sect was exceedingly slim. I truly envy the bloodline attraction methods of your Yuanyang star. Alas, cultivators from other stars, due to their physique and bloodline, are unable to master it. So made mentif. In truth, there were many from Yuanyang star in the 9 provinces, and their influence was considerable. This was primarily due to their bloodline attraction methods, which could swiftly draw their kin together, forming a united front. Conversely, individuals from other stars often fought their battles alone and in the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. Finding a fellow countryman relied solely on luck. At that moment, a graceful figure flickered into view, appearing a short distance from Mu Yunzong. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Mu Yunzong was taken aback and hastily clasped his hands in greeting. I pay my respects to the esteemed sect master. Su Yueling directly in Guayirth. I have heard that 2 ascenders emerged from the washing immortal pool you oversee. Seemingly aware of Su Yueling's inquiries, Mu Yunzong replied forthrightly, indeed. One of them is my young lady, brought forth by the bloodline attraction method of Yuanyang star. The other, I have ascertained, does not originate from Blue Star. He promptly dashed Su Yueling's hopes without ambiguity. Prolonging the uncertainty would only heighten her expectations, leading to greater disappointment and potential ire. As anticipated, Su Yueling's expression swiftly dimmed. Recognizing the inappropriateness of lingering, Mu Yunzong stated, "My young lady shall awaken in a few hours. Shall I bring her and the other individual to arrange their positions when the time comes?" In the past, it was Su Yueling who handled such matters. However, now she lacked the inclination. Casting a glance at Su Mei, she said, "You may handle it entirely." Su Mei offered a wry smile and nodded. "There is no rush. Mu Yunzong, your young lady has sustained injuries to her meridians. Let her rest well tonight, and we shall decide upon her fate come dawn." Mu Yunzong promptly acquiesced and departed from the Grand Hall, only then recalling that he still did not know the name of the individual who ascended alongside his young lady. That fellow from the Xian continent, still unnamed, would have to be inquired about tomorrow morning, Mu Yunzong pondered. Within the Grand Hall, only Su Yueling and Su Mei remained. Su Mei was not from Blue Star, but rather had appeared at the washing immortal pool alongside Su Yueling in the past. Due to their shared surname, Su, and their similar temperaments, as well as their mutual dedication to sword cultivation, they swiftly became close sisters. Subsequently, after a series of twists and turns, they, along with several fellow sword cultivators, established the Daluo sword sect. Su Yueling, wielding the Hunyuan Pongzi sword, ascended to the position of sect leader, while the remaining sisters took on the role of elders. Now over 10,000 years have passed. Yueling, there is no need for distress. Since your master has ascended to the spirit realm, there will surely come a time for reunion, Su Mei comforted her. But he has only just ascended and is merely at the true immortal realm. What if something were to happen? Su Yueling expressed her worries. That cannot be. Your sect is vast and unparalleled, widespread across the 9 provinces. Surely, after yesterday's celestial rankings, your fellow disciples will find him, Su Mei continued. With a slow exhale, Su Mei nodded. I hope so. In the coming days, we must enhance the patrols around the immortal washing pools within the sect. My master has endured solitude in the mortal realm for 100,000 years. I do not wish for him to ascend and still be alone. Su Mei nodded thoughtfully for a few moments before recalling something. By the way, the Esword Pavilion sent someone again a few days ago. Ignore them, Su Yueling interjected, her mind preoccupied with other matters. I understand. I've already declined their overtures. However, I fear that the Sword Emperor may not be able to contain his impatience and will provoke us again. At this critical juncture, our disciples have been dispatched to patrol the immortal washing pools. Leaving us short-handed, Su Mei expressed her concern. The Sword Emperor? Su Yueling raised an eyebrow, dismissively stating, "What a farcical title. He hardly deserves such a moniker. In terms of swordsmanship, even across the vast spirit realm, there is no one who could rival my master." Her pride and confidence were palpable, piquing Su Mei's curiosity. Just how high could the swordsmanship of Su Yueling's master be, having only just ascended to the true immortal realm? Little did she know that Lu Ran had already maximized his swordsmanship talent during his time in the mortal realm through diligent practice and dedication. Moreover, it was not merely swordsmanship. His alchemy, artifact crafting, and array skills were all at their peak. In any case, you may handle all matters within the sect for the next few days. I shall take my leave to see if any other disciples have news, Su Yueling declared. And with that, she departed the Grand Hall. At this moment, Outside the bamboo forest by the precipice, Lu Ran was reclining in a chair, savoring the pleasures of life. The sensation of lying flat here was utterly distinct from his experience atop Kunlun in the mortal realm. There, he felt trapped within a cage, unable to break free for 100,000 years. Here, however, in this boundless world, myriad wonders awaited his exploration. Of course, he also reminisced about the countless disciples he had personally sent off. Bored, he continued to study the system. During his 100,000 years in the mortal realm, the initial system sign-in granted random talent points, cultivation levels, elixirs, and magical artifacts. Yet, as Lu Ran's abilities reached their zenith, he found himself with an overabundance of artifacts and had already attained the peak of tribulation. The system, having provided nothing further, still compelled the cultivation of Lu Ran with every attendance, leaving the energy within his dantian vast and boundless. While the typical ascendant undergoing tribulation possesses an energy akin to a mere pond, Lu Ran's energy resembled a magnificent ocean. Emerging from the immortal washing pool, his essence was swiftly converted into spiritual power by the rules of the spirit realm, elevating his realm to that of a true immortal, an end to the matter. Yet for Lu Ran, the conversion of his oceanic energy remained an uncertain endeavor, the duration of which was unknown. After lying down for several hours, Lu Ran opened the system to check his realm status. Current realm, true immortal, 6th layer. The minor subdivisions within the 6th layer appeared similar to those in the lower realms, but the speed of his ascension was remarkably swift, Lu Ran mused. How could it not be swift? The energy within him flowed ceaselessly, akin to an inexhaustible power bank, continuously transforming into spiritual force, elevating his realm without the need for cultivation. Moreover, the daily attendance granted additional spiritual power, seemingly disregarding the natural order of the heavens. Why had Mu Yunzong not yet arrived? And what of that chubby girl, Yuling? Lu Ran found himself restless. After all, he had not seen her in over 10,000 years. Perhaps a stroll outside would suffice? Chapter 5, You a Scoundrel. After wandering for several hours, Lu Ran discovered that lacking an identity made it inconvenient, restricting access to many places. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The grand sect was managed with remarkable order. He had not anticipated that the girl, Yuling, would prove adept at administration. As the sun set beyond the mountains and darkness enveloped the sky, Lu Ran arrived at the martial arts arena, pausing before the celestial measuring ruler. When he had gifted the celestial measuring ruler to Su Yuling, he had not anticipated it would become naught but scrap in the spirit realm. The ruler, once powerful in the lower realm, could hardly be considered a low-grade spiritual treasure here. Furthermore, as it required the chi from the lower realm to function, it had been rendered useless after being converted into spiritual power by the rules of the spirit realm. Su Yuling, unwilling to discard it, had left it standing in the arena. Disciples of the Diluo sword sect passed by day and night, always seeing it, as if it symbolized the very foundation of the sect. Lu Ran had already acquired one spiritual treasure and did not feel rushed. The rewards from his daily attendance were random, occasionally yielding exceptional bonuses of higher quality and greater abundance. He would obtain spiritual treasures. Everything would come in due time. A new arrival? Suddenly, a voice as clear as a spring emerged from behind him. Turning around, Lu Ran beheld an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Attired in a gown of pale yellow silk, her status within the Diluo sword sect undoubtedly esteemed. Ah, you have just ascended today, Lu Ran remarked. The other individual mentioned by Mu Yunzong must be you. I am Su Mei, the Grand Elder of the Diluo sword sect, she greeted with a smile. Oh, is this truly the Grand Elder? The one assisting Su Yuling in governing the Diluo sword sect? Lu Ran inquired, performing a respectful gesture as a form of salutation. The Ascendant, having reached the realm of true immortality, is no longer merely a disciple, but rather a guest elder, akin to a visitor or external aid. Thus, elaborate formalities are unnecessary. Initially, one may find themselves grappling with various unfamiliarities, yet with time, acclimatization will occur. Our esteemed Diluo sword sect may not claim dominion over the entirety of Xianxia, but within 1,000 miles, we certainly stand apart. You may linger here until you grow accustomed to the spirit realm. Should you wish to depart, we shall not hinder you, Su Mei remarked with an open-minded attitude. After a moment's reflection, she inquired, by the way, what is your name? Lu Ran nearly revealed his true name, but reconsidered and responded, Yinan. This name, Yinan, is not a falsehood, but rather Lu Ran's identity prior to his transmigration to the Xiantian continent. During his time on the Xiantian continent, unable to ascend, he often wandered the world and occasionally adopted the name Yinan, for Lu Ran's reputation was far too illustrious there. The reason for concealing his true name stemmed from Lu Ran's own reservations. The entire Diluo sword sect was fervently searching for him, and should he divulge his identity, the news would swiftly reach Su Yueling, thus robbing the encounter of its surprise. After over 10 millennia apart, such a mundane reunion would be rather dreary. He yearned to present himself to Su Yueling personally, to deliver a delightful surprise. This is the celestial measuring ruler, though it may not be a treasure. It holds paramount importance within our sect. As a guest elder, you possess considerable freedom, yet remember not to handle this item carelessly, for it is the most cherished possession of our sect leader, Su Mei cautioned, noticing Lu Ran's gaze fixated on the ruler. Her words ignited a flicker of joy within Lu Ran's heart. The little chubby girl still had some conscience. Rest early tonight, given your current status. Navigating the sect may prove cumbersome. Tomorrow morning, I shall announce your position as a guest elder and present you with a token, which will alleviate much of the inconvenience. Su Mei advised. You are rather amiable, Lu Ran replied with a satisfied nod, recognizing that this woman accompanying Su Yueling was indeed commendable. Subsequently, Lu Ran returned to his quarters, enjoying the gentle evening breeze by the precipice. Meanwhile, Su Mei reconvened with Su Yueling to gather reports on the disciples. The outcome was apparent. Although some disciples remained on duty at the immortal washing pool after midnight, the opportunity for many would likely vanish. Su Mei pondered the louth. Though we anticipated this result, it is still disappointing. Su Yueling nodded in agreement. It matters not. I hope our fellow brothers and sisters can successfully reunite with our master. Now that they have ascended to the spirit realm, we shall surely meet again. She could only comfort herself with these words. By the way, I just encountered the ascendant Mu Yunzong spoke of. He is quite the handsome young man, isn't he? So mate east. How handsome could he be? Is he as dashing as my master? My master is the most handsome. Su Yueling gritó ortidigirly. Su Mei found herself both amused and exasperated. Whenever the topic turned to Su Yueling's master, she felt compelled to praise him. In Su Yueling's eyes, it seemed that Lu Ran was the singular true deity among all beings across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Su Mei regarded the situation with a hint of skepticism, believing that Su Yueling exhibited a typical case of dependency on her master. The following morning, the training arena was teeming with people, still bustling despite many disciples of the Diluo sword sect being absent. Su Yueling occupied the elevated seat of the sect leader, her gaze drifting over the throngs below, her expression tinged with melancholy. The reports from the disciples on duty the previous night had returned. Yet there was still no news of Lu Ran. Although a few ascendants had been drawn in and returned, their status as guest elders rendered them temporary reinforcements, lacking permanence. Thus, Su Yueling remained indifferent to their presence. The morning assembly was a long-standing tradition of the Diluo sword sect, primarily aimed at organizing internal affairs. Occasionally, the sect leader and elders would conduct public teachings. However, today, Su Yueling appeared disinterested. After a brief address, she acknowledged the guest elders and swiftly concluded the meeting. Su Mei, standing nearby, noticed Su Yuling's lack of enthusiasm, and the other female elders shared her concern, feeling a profound sense of empathy. Alas, there was nothing to be done. The past day had passed without news, and silence spoke volumes. The Immortal Ascension rankings would not deceive. With the Diluo sword sect having taken control of all the cleansing pools within their territory, without locating anyone, it could only signify that Lu Ran's ascension point lay beyond this region. At the edge of the training arena, Lu Ran had been summoned by Mu Yunzong. Beside him stood Mu Yao, the girl from the previous day. Her injuries had healed, and she appeared vibrant and radiant, adorned in a fresh outfit and with a simple yet charming appearance. She was engaged in lively conversation with Lu Ran, who seemed somewhat distracted, squinting at the elevated seat of the sect leader. There, he spotted a familiar face, one that had remained relatively unchanged over the course of 13 millennia, though the lively spirit she once exuded had been replaced by a hint of weariness. Lu Ran felt a pang of sympathy. Back in the lower realm, the plump little girl, Su Yueling, had struggled to care for herself. After ascending to the Immortal Realm, she had persevered alone, undoubtedly enduring many hardships. Hey, Yinan, what kind of gaze is that? It's rather unsettling. She's the sect leader, you incorrigible rogue, Mu Yao chided, noticing Lu Ran's lack of response. She was quite the extrovert, brimming with energy. Lu Ran awkwardly averted his gaze. Before he could respond, Mu Yunzong interjected, "Sect leader Su Yuling is the dream goddess of countless individuals. It's only natural for you to be entranced, but when you stand before her, you must exercise restraint." Lu Ran shrugged and replied, "I shall do my best." Chapter 6. Qualified, yet not recommended. Lu Ran cast a glance at Su Yuling on the high platform. Her brows were furrowed, and she appeared decidedly unenthusiastic, occasionally lost in thought. Mu Yunzong, estimating that the time was ripe, intended to lead Lu Ran, Mu Yao, and other newly ascended beings willing to join the Luo sword sect as guest elders to the main gathering. Just then, however, a sudden interruption occurred. Above the vast azure firmament, a hearty laughter echoed. Though not overwhelmingly loud, it resonated like rolling thunder, capturing the attention of all present. On the high platform, Su Yuling, lost in thought, was startled into alertness, her delicate brows immediately knitting into a frown. The Yijian pavilion loomed above, where a magnificent sword of resplendent hues hung in the sky, its design extravagant, resembling an eternal soaring rock, poised in midair. Upon it, one could discern 7 or 8 figures, positioned slightly behind a middle-aged man. Mu Yunzong furrowed his brow and muttered, "Damn it, why is this fellow back again?" Lu Ran glanced at Mu Yunzong and inquired, "Do you know him?" With a sigh, Mu Yunzong replied, "That's the Sword Emperor, Lu Qingshan, the head of the Yijian Pavilion." After Mu Yunzong's explanation, Lu Ran grasped the situation. Over 10,000 years passed. The Luo sword sect established its roots here, and within 1,000 miles, there were no significant sections 8,000 years ago. A man claiming to be the Sword Emperor founded the Yijian Pavilion at Lishan, 100 miles from the Luo sword sect. Logically, the Luo sword sect would not permit such an occurrence. However, Su Yuling and the elders, being women, were averse to conflict and chose to ignore it. Subsequently, the Yijian Pavilion flourished. Although the two sects were expected to coexist peacefully, Lu Qingshan began to fixate on Su Yuling's profound and exquisite sword techniques. Even coveting her beauty, he intended to forge a partnership with Su Yuling as sword cultivators and merge the Yijian Pavilion with the Luo sword sect. Such audacity! Lu Ran frowned. A student's marital affairs should be their own choice. Yet according to Mu Yunzong, Su Yuling was clearly disinclined. Nevertheless, Lu Qingshan persisted, shamelessly pursuing her. Even his title of Sword Emperor was self-bestowed. In the realm of cultivation, upon reaching the immortal stage, physical appearance becomes secondary. An elder with a head of white hair could very well be younger than a youth. For instance, Lu Ran had signed in for 100,000 years, an irreplaceable antiquity. Yet, while age is not a concern, appearance certainly merits consideration. Though Su Yuling no longer bore the youthful innocence of her ascension, she could still be categorized as a mature woman. Yet Lu Qingshan, with his middle-aged, portly demeanor, was hardly a fitting match. Indeed, his lack of shame was evident. But what could be done? Lu Qingshan's prowess was formidable, and the disciples of Yijian Pavilion were combative, prompting the Luo sword sect to refrain from unnecessary conflict. Mu Yunzong remarked, and Lu Ran silently nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed Su Yuling's character. She was not merely concerned for herself, but for the countless disciples of the Luo sword sect. Conflicts between the two sects would inevitably lead to casualties. Is Lu Qingshan truly that formidable? Lu Ran pondered. Of course. It is said his cultivation has reached the 5th level of the upper immortal realm. Mu Yunzong asserted with a solemn nod. Upper immortal? What realm is that? It sounds quite impressive, Lu Ran exclaimed. After the true immortal stage comes the upper immortal, Mu Yunzong explained. Ah, Lu Ran's mouth twitched. I thought it was something extraordinary. It turns out upper immortal follows true immortal. Lu Ran introspected on his own realm. After a night's rest, his spiritual energy had naturally transformed, elevating him to the 9th level of true immortal. He was on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of true immortal. Beyond true immortal lies the realm of upper immortal. Does it not? Lu Qingshan, from 8,000 years ago, had been cultivating in the sword sect for at least 10,000 years. Yet he had only reached the 5th level of upper immortal. Moreover, according to Mu Yunzong, Lu Qingshan's realm was even above Su Yuling's. Lu Ran cast a glance at Su Yuling on the high platform. This was perplexing. Su Yuling possessed considerable talent, yet after 13,000 years, She had not attained even the 5th level of Upper Immortal. Noticing the strange expression on Lu Ran's face, Mu Yunzong's eyes widened. What is that expression? Do you think cultivating as an immortal is easy? The path before Ascension differs greatly from the realm of immortals after Ascension. With great talent, one might overcome tribulations and ascend within a few hundred years. However, after ascending, each step becomes increasingly arduous. I have been ascending for 1400 years, and I'm still at the 4th level of true immortal. The further one progresses, the greater the difficulty and the slower the pace. Do you still believe that cultivating as an immortal is simple? Lu Ran was momentarily taken aback. He began to comprehend Mu Yunzong's meaning. The realm of immortals after Ascension saw painfully slow advancements. Mu Yunzong had taken 1400 years to reach the 3rd level of true immortal. Yet Lu Ran had merely reclined in leisure for an afternoon and had already attained the 6th level. After a night's sleep, he awakened at the 9th level. For Lu Ran, the path indeed appeared effortless. Perhaps in just a couple of days, he would directly ascend to the realm of Upper Immortal. What about Sui Welling? What is her realm? Lu Ran inquired. 3rd level of Upper Immortal. Mu Yunzong replied candidly. Lu Ran couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. Sui Welling had ascended 13,000 years ago, and yet she had only reached the 3rd level of Upper Immortal. Lu Ran had ascended just yesterday, and was already on the verge of the pinnacle of true immortal today. Furthermore, those younger disciples of Sui Welling who ascended later were likely at even lower realms. At that moment, Lu Qingshan in the sky descended on his flying sword, hovering above but refusing to land, instead looking down at Sui Welling. Welling, it has been a long time. How have you been? Lu Qingshan said with a beaming smile. Are we that familiar? Sui Welling replied dismissively, not even rising to her feet. She was already agitated from not finding her master. And with Lu Qingshan's provocation at such a critical moment, it felt like he was deliberately seeking confrontation. Having been publicly rebuffed, Lu Qingshan's expression momentarily stiffened, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes, though it quickly vanished. He continued to smile amiably. No matter, I come today with no ill intent. Your Luo sword sect and my Aegean pavilion are friendly sections. I am here merely to engage in a friendly exchange of insights. Sui Welling raised an eyebrow, her tone indifferent. You wish to spar with me? Do you truly believe I fear you? Despite her lower realm compared to Lu Qingshan, she remained undaunted. Yet, within the same realm, the disparity is not substantial. Rather, the mysterious purple sword technique bestowed by the master is ample to bridge the gap in levels. No. There's little for us to spar about. The individuals beside me are disciples and guest scholars from my Aegean pavilion, who have come here to engage in a discourse. Lu Qingshan waved his hand. Suyuedin furuit herburoth. A discourse? The so-called discourse is not a competition of strength, but rather an exploration of sword intent, an understanding of the sword path's talent. Why on earth would Lu Qingshan bring his disciples here for this? Mentioning sword intent reminded Sui Welling of that day with her rather unorthodox master. In all the world, who could rival her master in terms of sword intent? At this moment, among the crowd, Lu Ran also showed interest. He turned to Mu Yunzong and inquired, say, if it's about sword intent, am I eligible to participate? Mu Yunzong cast him a glance and replied, you are a guest scholar, and thus eligible. But I wouldn't recommend it. The consequences could be dire. If your intent is shattered, your sword cultivation would reach an impasse. Upon hearing this, Lu Ran grinned widely. He was joking. While he might be slightly weaker in terms of raw power, when it comes to the sword path, his proficiency was unparalleled. Chapter 7. A bulky head and neck. Beside him, Mu Yao was also enjoying the spectacle. Hearing their exchange, she immediately shot a glance at Lu Ran and nudged him with her elbow, saying, here in the spirit realm, we are, at best, mere novices under the immortal level. Are you crazy to engage in a contest of sword intent? Lu Ran shrugged. After signing in for 100,000 years in the lower realm, he often felt weary of life. He had traversed this journey and hesitated to embrace death. However, the splendid landscapes of the spirit realm awaited his exploration, and countless disciples were eager for reunion. He had no desire to perish. Perhaps this was confidence, stemming from the assurance of the system. A discourse is far more perilous than a spar. It is fraught with dangers, as Mu Yunzong elucidated. It is, in essence, a peculiar custom of the spirit realm. In a mere spar, both parties can hold back, inflicting only minor injuries, and if things spiral out of control, there are formidable figures who can intervene. However, in a discourse, as the sword and tent intertwine, they become inseparable. A moment's carelessness could lead to the shattering of one's intent. The repercussions of a shattered sword intent are dire. Not only does one suffer injuries, but their realm is also compromised, jeopardizing their entire sword cultivation journey. This is the very foundation of a sword cultivator. Thus, under normal circumstances, few are willing to engage in a discourse. Even the most gifted prodigies fear the possibility of unforeseen accidents. Sui Welling was certainly aware of these consequences, yet she could not fathom Lu Qingshan's intentions. Was it merely to provoke? At this moment, Lu Qingshan spoke again. Although our Aegean pavilion has not been established as long as the Deluo sword sect, I am confident in our teaching capabilities. How about we make a wager today? Indeed, there was a purpose. What do you mean? How will we wager? Neither you nor I, including the elders, shall partake or intervene. Only our disciples, including the guest disciples, may compete freely. Should my disciple emerge victorious, you and I shall forge a bond as Tao partners, and the Grand Luo sword sect shall merge into my Esor pavilion. Furthermore, my Esor pavilion is willing to generously accept new disciples, offering double the current monthly stipend of your Grand Luo sword sect disciples. This latter statement seems aimed at appeasing and enticing the disciples of the Grand Luo sword sect. Undoubtedly, it proves to be effective. The Grand Luo sword sect boasts a multitude of disciples, yet not all possess a strong sense of belonging, particularly the outer sect disciples, whose mediocre talents compel them to toil daily for meager cultivation resources. If the Esor pavilion is willing to offer them double, regardless of today as wager outcome. Once Lu Qingshan departs, many disciples may very well leave the Grand Luo sword sect in favor of the Esor pavilion. In such a scenario, the overall strength of the Esor pavilion would surpass that of the Grand Luo sword sect. Even if Sui Welling does not comply, they could gradually erode its foundation. Devious. Lu Ran could not help but curse upon hearing this. After living for 100,000 years, he could easily discern Lu Qingshan's ulterior motives. Sui Welling likely grasped Lu Qingshan's intentions as well, aware that she would not easily engage in a wager. Lu Qingshan was not entirely certain he could prevail over her today. However, with a mere subtle thought, he could entice many disciples from the Grand Luo sword sect. A substantial gain. Grinding her teeth, Sui Welling, despite understanding Lu Qingshan's intentions, found herself powerless to act. Could she raise the monthly stipend of the current disciples? Impossible. The current allocation was already considerable. Doubling it would soon drain the resources of the Grand Luo sword sect. Frustrated by the inability to find a master, Sui Welling felt even more exasperated as Lu Qingshan continued to toy with her. She immediately resolved to reject his proposition and dismiss him. As for those indecisive disciples, let them stay or leave as they please. Yet before Sui Welling could voice her thoughts, a booming voice erupted from the crowd. How dare you? The master of the Grand Luo sword sect cannot be treated with such frivolity. A robust young man emerged, sword unsheathed in hand. Fan Yong, do not act impulsively. Eshu Mag Gastenschak. Fan Yong was her disciple, although he possessed commendable talent, having comprehended sword intent and reached the true Immortal Realm 3 years ago. He was still an inexperienced youth. Moreover, his stepping forward was tantamount to accepting the challenge, effectively agreeing to the wager on Sui Welling's behalf. Fool! Lu Ran sighed and shook his head. Indeed a bit impulsive, big-headed, thick-necked, and simple-minded. Mu Yao could not help but comment. Yet, Fan Yong, filled with youthful fervor, declared without looking back, rest assured, Master, our Grand Luo sword sect is not inferior to the Esor pavilion. With that, he stepped forward. Bang! The stone slab beneath his feet shattered, sinking 3 inches within a 5-meter radius. Countless azure and yellow sword energies swirled around him, and a fierce wind began to rise. It is essential to understand that this merely demonstrates the essence of the sword, without the deployment of any offensive techniques. The audacity to step forward shows that Fan Yong possesses a certain caliber. I have long heard that the esteemed Elder Su Mei of the Great Luo sword sect has an exceptionally gifted disciple who comprehended the heavenly gang sword intent during the tribulation stage. Indeed, it appears he possesses remarkable talent. Accompanied by a light chuckle, a young man clad in white brocade gracefully leaped down from behind Lu Qingshan. His movements were as light as a swallow, each step delicate. The moment he landed, a long sword appeared in his grasp, held at an angle. I am Lu Xiaoyang from the Aegean Pavilion, It is my honor to engage, he proclaimed. Without affording the great Luo sword sect a moment to reconsider, he inhaled deeply, unleashing a surge of heat infused with his own sword intent, intertwining with Fan Yong's heavenly gang sword intent. Is this Lu Xiaoyang? Mu Yunzong exclaimed in surprise. Before Lu Ran and Mu Yao could inquire further, Mu Yunzong elaborated. Lu Xiaoyang is the son of Lu Qingshan. It is said that he grasped the fire tribulation sword intent at merely 300 years of age, ascended at 400, reached the 5th level of true immortal at 800, and attained the 8th level of true immortal at 1000. He is a prodigy, with a fierce sword intent that is assertive and aggressive, rivaling Fan Yong's heavenly gang sword intent. However, Lu Ran focused on a different detail. So, Lu Qingshan has a child? He raised an eyebrow. Does he still dare to covet my little chubby girl? What a delusion. Perhaps it is from a former wife. The specifics are unclear, or she may have passed away, Mu Yunzong shrugged. Only then did Lu Ran redirect his attention to the battlefield. The sword intents of both sides intermingled as they remained stationary, their spiritual powers concealed, engaging in a pure contest of artistic conception. This had little to do with philosophical debate. It was merely a product of their competitive natures, Lu Ran muttered. It served no purpose other than to suppress others and showcase one's talent. High above in the skies, Lu Qingshan radiated confidence and assurance. On the platform, however, Sui Welling wore a furrowed brow, caught in a predicament. Setting aside the wager, the mere contest of sword intent among disciples posed a risk. Should they lose, it would surely play into Lu Qingshan's schemes. Mu Yunzong, even as a guest, was filled with concern. Though Fan Yong's realm is low, he possesses sword intent that even I have yet to comprehend. He should not lose. Beside him, Mu Yao nodded in agreement like a chick pecking at grain. Yet Lu Ran merely scoffed, saying, that Fan Yong is already finished. Chapter 8. How will you handle defeat? It is often said that the realm of artistic conception relies solely on enlightenment, elusive and indistinct. However, for Lu Ran, it is quite simple and clear. These individuals may have never reached their pinnacle, leaving them uncertain about the path ahead. Take, for instance, Lu Xiaoyang and Fan Yong before us. Their artistic conceptions intertwined, causing the surrounding disciples to withdraw a considerable distance, fearful of being harmed by the intent. Yet, they observe, unable to comprehend. It bears some resemblance to the time when Lu Ran was still on Earth, with two foreigners attempting to converse in Chinese, while the other onlookers, completely oblivious to the language, appeared utterly baffled and bewildered. However, Lu Ran possessed the remarkable ability to discern who articulated well and who faltered. Even as a master of the sword path, examining various sword techniques felt as straightforward to him as perusing a Chinese textbook with clarity and coherence. At present, Fan Yong and Lu Xiaoyang were engaged in a contest of artistic conception. Fan Yong's Tian Gang sword intent appeared impressive at first glance. Yet in terms of comprehension and quality, he still fell short of Lu Xiaoyang. Thus, Fan Yong's defeat was inevitable. The Sword Emperor, Lu Qingshan, whose understanding of sword intent was superior, easily perceived this discrepancy, exuding confidence. Upon a high platform, Su Yueling's complexion turned pale, as she too could discern the unfolding situation. Regrettably, she was unable to intervene or halt the confrontation, not due to Lu Qingshan's wager, but rather because the essence of artistic conception was such that once others engaged in a contest, outsiders could not intervene. Any forceful interruption would spell disaster for both parties involved in the discourse. Beside Lu Ran, Mu Yao cast a puzzled glance at him. Her familiarity with Lu Ran stemmed from her character, as well as the serendipitous circumstance of their meeting across different planets at the same time in the same celestial pool. She believed in fate. It seemed as though Lu Ran was her companion, yet this companion bore the demeanor of a scholarly sage. She, too, observed the duel between Fan Yong and Lu Qingshan, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. At that moment, Fan Yong's body began to tremble uncontrollably. The sword intent around him grew chaotic, and his face flushed crimson as the searing heat of the calamity, fire sword intent, seemed to scorch his very being. In stark contrast, Lu Xiaoyang remained relaxed and indifferent, even displaying a hint of ferocity. Above in the heavens, Lu Qingshan's smile deepened, while Su Yueling gripped the armrests of her chair tightly, her knuckles turning pale from the exertion. She exhaled slowly, declaring, Fan Yong has lost. In the next instant, Fan Yong suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his Tian Gang sword intent dissipating with a thunderous roar, leaving him utterly deflated as he gasped for air. Opposite him, Lu Xiaoyang chuckled, dissipating his sword intent with a casual flick. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, "I concede." These two simple words filled Fan Yong with profound humiliation, yet more so with despair. His foundational skills in swordsmanship had been utterly shattered. The promising future he once envisioned now lay abruptly truncated. Alas, I had heard of Fan Yong and anticipated a dazzling display, only to be met with such dismal fragility, Lu Qingshan remarked with a hint of sardonic glee. Barely concealing his excitement, Su Mei swiftly appeared beside Fan Yong, reaching out to assess his condition, her expression darkening further. At that moment, Fan Yong found his internal meridians severed, and his dantian was thrown into utter disarray. Master Fan Yong gazed at Su Mei with a sense of guilt. "Do not speak further. Concentrate your spirit," Su Mei instructed as she handed him a pill. Subsequently, she had someone escort Fan Yong away to rest. Su Mei lifted her eyes to look at Lu Xiaoyang, who, feeling a slight apprehension, mustered a facade of bravado and provocatively asked, "Elder, do you wish to engage in discourse?" Su Mei replied coolly, "I am inclined to, but do you dare?" Lu Xiaoyang's expression instantly froze. He was uncertain of Su Mei's mastery of sword intent, yet the sheer aura emanating from her intimidated this prodigy into silence. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Lu Qingshan interjected, "Elder, do not interfere. Let us not forget the terms of the wager. The disciples are all watching." Lu Qingshan, well aware of Su Mei's prowess, was cautious not to take unnecessary risks. Su Mei scoffed lightly before returning to her seat. Sui Welling exchanged a glance with Su Mei, as did the other elders, all furrowing their brows. Fan Yong's impulsiveness had escalated matters to this point. What could be done now? Although Lu Xiaoyang was arrogant, he indeed possessed the credentials to be so, as his comprehension of sword intent at such a young age and stage of cultivation was exceptionally rare. It was no wonder Lu Qingshan dared to provoke. Outside the arena, Mu Yunzong sighed. "That Fan Yong is exceedingly foolish. This situation is impossible to salvage, and the Deluo sword sect will undoubtedly suffer significant losses." Mu Yao, somewhat unconvinced, inquired, "Is the sword intent truly that terrifying? With so many disciples in the Deluo sword sect, is there truly no one capable of dealing with Lu Xiaoyang?" Mu Yunzong shook his head and replied, "Not exactly. It is just that the majority of our disciples have yet to reach the Immortal Realm. Among those who have, Fan Yong's Tiangang sword intent ranks within the top 3. Yet he was so easily defeated. As for the guest elders, do not even think about it. They are merely onlookers and would not risk their well-being for a fight. Moreover, intervening in their capacity as guests would be reckless and could further offend Lu Qingshan, which is quite unwise. Ultimately, it boils down to a lack of courage. Lu Xiaoyang's calamity, fire sword intent possesses considerable merit. My apologies to that senior brother. However, is discourse not meant to be like this? I cannot be blamed," Lu Xiaoyang remarked, feigning remorse while wearing an expression of provocation and satisfaction. The disciples of the Deluo sword sect were incensed, and the entire training ground erupted in commotion. Damn it, how arrogant. They completely disregard our Deluo sword sect. They have a capital to be arrogant, indeed. What the Sword Emperor mentioned about double monthly salaries must be true. The Sword Emperor does not lie. Sword Pavilion is worth considering. The uproar indicated the effectiveness of Lu Qingshan's scheme. What? No one left. I have already experienced Fan Yong's Tiangang sword intent. It is quite ordinary. Surely, he cannot be the representative of Yurda Luo sword sect's disciples. Lu Xiaoyang continued to provoke. Sui Welling and the others wore expressions of distress. Within the esteemed Deluo sword sect, aside from Sui Welling and the elders, there exist disciples whose comprehension of the Tao surpasses that of Fan Yong. Yet, most of them are unlikely to contend with Lu Xiaoyang. Are we to witness one after another being sent forth to face ruin? At this moment, Lu Qingshan proclaimed, "Since no one wishes to engage in discourse, let us proceed with our wager." However, before he could finish his statement, a voice from the crowd interrupted. "If this is indeed a wager, ought we not to discuss what happens if you triumph? Would that not be a jest? And what, pray tell, shall occur if you find yourselves vanquished?" This utterance instantly captured the attention of all present. Outside the circle, Lu Ren stepped forth from among the disciples, languidly articulating his thoughts. A sense of dread washed over Mu Yunzong and Mu Yao, who realized it was too late to restrain him. This is disastrous. This lad truly has a screw loose. "Yao Yao, you must keep your distance from him henceforth," exclaimed Mu Yunzong. In the heavens, Lu Qingshan cast a glance towards Lu Ran. Within the gathering, Lu Xiaoyang's gaze also shifted in that direction. Upon the elevated platform, Su Yueling, hearing the familiar voice, instinctively turned to look. Chapter 9. My master cannot possibly lose. In a mere glance, Su Yueling felt as though struck by lightning. She stared at Lu Ran. Her previously agitated heart, now engulfed by a tumult of ecstasy and disbelief. 13,000 years. Countless days and nights. The visage that haunted her dreams was now vividly before her. It retained its nonchalant demeanor, its languid essence. Her breath quickened, and she even questioned whether she was ensnared in a dream. Besi de her, sumei furovet herbrod in astonishment, exclaiming, Yinan? How could he? Yinan. Su Yueling paused, then quickly realized. Indeed, Yinan. That was the alias her master occasionally employed during his travels in the lower realms. Concurrently, the elders of the Diluo sword sect exchanged puzzled glances, unfamiliar with this individual. Could he be a disciple? No, that could not be. They would certainly recognize a disciple of the true Immortal Realm. If he were a guest elder, they would undoubtedly be aware of it. Yet this individual sparked no recollection. Could he be a new guest elder? Among those equally perplexed were Lu Qingshan and others, as well as Lu Xiaoyang, who stood opposite Lu Ran. Lu Qingshan's brow furrowed, and in a hushed tone, he inquired of those nearby, who is this individual? His caution was evident. Prior to their arrival, they had meticulously gathered knowledge about various guest elders and disciples within the Diluo sword sect, especially those with talent and an understanding of sword intent. This was the very reason for their confidence in engaging in discourse. Yet, who was this figure stepping forth now? Reporting to the sect master, it appears this individual was not mentioned in the materials we collected, came the awkward response from his companion. Meanwhile, countless disciples gazed curiously towards Lu Ran. Witnessing Fan Yong being subdued, his sword intent shattered and foundation destroyed, one could hardly believe that anyone would dare take such a risk. A remarkable individual indeed. Especially Mu Yunzong and Mu Yao. In their eyes, Lu Ran was nothing more than an arrogant youth, completely unaware of the vastness of the world. Indeed, in the lower realms, a formidable figure during the tribulation phase basked in glory. However, upon ascending to the spirit realm, what were the true immortals worth? At such a moment, to emerge and flaunt one's superiority was nothing short of courting disaster. Yet, the very person in question, Lu Ran, remained unfazed. Casting a glance at the stage, locking eyes with Su Yueling, he winked playfully, raising an eyebrow. The color drained from Su Yueling's face, turning crimson as she thought. After more than 10,000 years, he remains as incorrigible as ever. Then, Lu Ran turned back and continued. What was it called? Lu something mountain? Did you not hear my words? Since this is a wager, merely proclaiming your victory is rather ludicrous, is it not? What if you were to lose? What then? Lu Qingshan, came the calm correction. As for what to say in the event of losing, Lu Qingshan had not contemplated that. He had come prepared, intending to create a stir. They had previously agreed that the sect master and elders were not to intervene, believing their victory was assured. Yet, suddenly, an unknown variable had emerged. Whatever the name, it was acceptable to wager and accept defeat, but the stakes must be clearly articulated. To speak solely of your victory without addressing the consequences of losing, such disgraceful betting was unheard of. Lu Ran's words were undoubtedly blunt. The crowd, having just recovered from a shock of the prior clash of sword intents, began to murmur. Indeed, while Lu Xiaoyang had showcased formidable prowess, there were serious issues with this wager. Once Lu Ran pointed it out, whispers of agitation erupted around him. Lu Qingshan's face flushed with embarrassment. The momentum he had painstakingly built alongside Lu Xiaoyang was now diminished by a third. I almost overlooked that, but it matters not. There is still time. Since you have raised a question, pray tell, how should we address our loss? Lu Qingshan sought to amend the situation. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Ran rolled his eyes and retorted, Are you out of your mind? You came here to wager. Yet you haven't even considered the cost of losing? What are you even doing here? Lu Qingshan gritted his teeth. It was the first time anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. He could sense the other's realm was that of a true immortal. Yet he could not retaliate, for the rules of the wager were his own making. What a farce! We of the Yijian Pavilion certainly came prepared to debate, merely having forgotten to state our wager. Thus, I shall tell you, should we of the Yijian Pavilion lose this time, we shall refrain from any contact with the Diluo sword sect for 3 years. This was the conclusion Lu Qingshan had reached after careful consideration. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ran burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Lu Qingshan's brow twitched with irritation. He was truly infuriated. This sudden emergence of bravado left him no face. Lu Qingshan, head of the Yijian Pavilion, Sword Emperor Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan corrected through gritted teeth. Oh, it matters not. Lu Qingshan is merely Lu Qingshan, and the Sword Emperor can be disregarded. Are you serious about this wager? Lu Ran inquired. What do you mean? Where's the lack of seriousness? Lu Qingshan retorted. If you win, Sui Weling shall become your Dao partner, and the Daluo sword sect will merge into the E-Sword Pavilion. Is that not a significant price to pay? If you lose, you merely return to your peaceful existence for 3 years. Are you jesting with me? Lu Ran questioned bluntly. Truly, what a ridiculous proposition. To win both wealth and beauty, yet to lose and simply rest for 3 years without disturbing the Daluo sword sect? What an absurdity! With Lu Ran's sharp remarks, the surrounding disciples erupted in a chorus of jeers. The few guest elders beside Lu Qingshan turned crimson, and even Lu Xiaoyang below felt a pang of embarrassment. Listening to this, it is indeed shameless. Then what do you propose? Lu Qingshan asked, visibly agitated. A smile graced Lu Ran's lips, as he had not anticipated that this Lu Qingshan, with over 10 millennia of cultivation, would possess such a lack of composure. Is that what irks you? It is simple. Since this is a wager, all parties must bear an equal burden. If you win, as you claim, Sui Weling shall become your Dao partner, and the Daluo sword sect shall merge with your E-Sword Pavilion. However, should you lose, there shall be no merger. The E-Sword Pavilion shall simply close its doors permanently. Only then would it be fair. Upon hearing Lu Ran's words, Lu Qingshan's expression shifted slightly. This wager was becoming rather substantial. While he was confident, he was uncertain about this suddenly emerged individual. Furthermore, if he agreed and truly lost, he would find himself in an untenable position. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Qingshan felt a twinge of trepidation and sought a way out through Sui Weling. Indeed, that seems fair, and I could acquiesce. However, it appears that the head of the Daluo sword sect, Su Zongzhu, may not be in agreement. I agree. This wager suits my intentions perfectly, Sui Weling interjected, interrupting Lu Qingshan. It was no jest. Sui Weling harbored an almost blind admiration for Lu Ran. For her, it mattered not what Lu Ran was engaged in, for she believed that her master could never falter. Around her, Su Mei and the other elders exchanged startled glances, bewildered by Sui Weling's sudden change of heart. What is happening? How has she so readily altered her stance? Just moments ago, she was in a difficult position, yet now she exudes such unwavering confidence. What has instilled this belief in her? They turned their gaze toward the casually postured Yi Nan on the training ground. Could it be because of him, a true immortal who had just ascended yesterday? If this fellow were to lose, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 10. Salutations to the Master. Of course, it was not merely Sui Weling who placed her trust in Lu Ran. Lu Ran himself was exceedingly confident. With the culmination of his swordsmanship, he perceived Lu Xiaoyang's so-called calamity, fire sword intent as, how shall I put it, not trash per se, but decidedly lacking, akin to a child's plaything. Sui Weling's words once again rendered the atmosphere peculiar. It is evident to the discerning that the Daluo sword sect has been thrust into a precarious situation, akin to forcing a duck onto a perch. The prudent course of action would be to mitigate losses and evade the wager. After all, Sui Weling had not consented. It was Fan Yong who took the initiative to step forward, leaving room for rectification later. However, to everyone's astonishment, Sui Weling acknowledged the wager. Thus, it was established. Lu Qingshan himself had stated his willingness to comply. Given this circumstance, Lu Qingshan hesitated, fixing his gaze upon Lu Ran and inquiring, "Who are you?" Let it not be forgotten that the rules of this wager dictate that outsiders are not permitted to intervene. Lu Ran waved his hand, interrupting Lu Qingshan. "I am Yi Nan, a guest elder of the Daluo sword sect, here to engage in discourse." No sooner had he spoken than Lu Xiaoyang, who had been overlooked by Lu Ran, could no longer contain himself. "Huh, you are quite confident, aren't you? Do you hold me in such contempt? Very well. It seems that a fortune has been unwittingly bestowed upon my Yijian Pavilion. Come, let us debate." He laughed heartily, though a simmering anger brewed within him. Having possessed extraordinary talent in the sword arts since childhood, and having comprehended the essence of calamity, fire sword intent, he found few equals among his peers. Yet, to be so brazenly disregarded by another, who seemed to consolidate the wager with such certainty, ignited his ire. What audacity to presume he could secure a victory over me. This unspoken disdain truly infuriated Lu Xiaoyang. Without awaiting Lu Qingshan's response, the essence of calamity, fire sword intent, erupted forth. This time, it was markedly different. Surrounding Lu Xiaoyang, the very fabric of reality twisted and transformed into blooming fiery lotus flowers, each petal seemingly forged from concentrated sword energy. Anomalies. The spectators on the high platform, including Su Mei, were taken aback. It appeared that during Lu Xiaoyang's previous debate with Fan Yong, he had withheld his full comprehension of the sword path. The sword intent capable of manifesting anomalies, in certain respects, even surpassed that of Su Mei. Panic gripped the hearts of the elders and countless disciples of the Deluo sword sect. Su Mei turned a glance at Sui Welling. Strandli, Su Jueling, who had previously appeared dejected and despondent, now radiated vitality, perched on her seat as if unable to remain still. Her eyes sparkled since Yi Nan's arrival. Her gaze had not wavered in the slightest. She seemed reluctant even to blink. Welling, what does this mean? Su Mei could not help but whisper. Just watch the spectacle. Sui Welling replied with a gentle smile. Watch. Do you comprehend the implications of this wager? This Yi Nan ascended just yesterday. How can you dare? As she spoke, Su Mei suddenly faltered. No, wait. She abruptly turned to look at Lu Ran. It was evident that Lu Ran was indeed at the true Immortal Realm. Yet, the profound and substantial aura he exuded bore no resemblance to the restless energy of a newly ascended novice. Su Mei felt momentarily bewildered. Last night, when he first encountered this individual, his aura was not nearly as profound. Despite racking his brain to comprehend the situation, witnessing the catastrophe fire sword intent completely enveloping Lu Ran caused Su Mei's heart to plummet. No matter how one might attempt to conjure illusions, such theatrics pale in comparison to the clash of sword intents. It was astonishing that Lu Xiaoyang's sword intent had reached such an alarming level. On the other hand, Lu Ran appeared utterly at ease. As the catastrophe fire sword intent surged towards him, he neither flinched nor retreated, instead feeling as if he were basking in a gentle spring breeze. His robe crackled under the embrace of the fierce sword intent, resembling a solitary leaf tossed amid tumultuous winds, adrift and uncertain. Yet, this was merely the perception of onlookers. In Lu Xiaoyang's mind, his sword intent was boundless, while Yi Nan stood resolute like an unyielding anchor. Above in the heavens, Lu Qingshan observed Lu Xiaoyang unleashing his sword intent to its zenith, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. He murmured, though it arrived a tad sooner than I anticipated, it matters not. Sui Welling has already agreed to the wager. So let us seize this opportunity to decisively conquer the Deluo sword sect. However, in the next moment call me a kid? How presumptuous. Lu Ran muttered under his breath before suddenly lifting his foot and leisurely stepping through the catastrophe fire sword intent. He did not advance towards Lu Xiaoyang, but rather angled towards the measuring stick embedded in the ground. The raging catastrophe fire sword intent seemed to have no effect on him. This peculiar behavior left everyone bewildered. Meanwhile, Sui Welling on stage was quite exhilarated. The measuring stick was crafted by Lu Ran himself. Yet, it was curious that in the spirit realm, the measuring stick was ineffective. What was he up to? Just as doubts began to arise, with a swift motion, Lu Ran raised a hand, and the black stone tablet embedded in the stone slab soared into the air. It quickly transformed into a slender black piece of wood, which Lu Ran grasped in his hand. He twirled it with flair, contemplating, indeed. It feels just as adept as it did back then. After all, it was forged by his own hand. While he indulged in his own amusement, Lu Xiaoyang could no longer contain himself. He bellowed, what are you doing? If we are to discuss swordsmanship, where is your sword intent? What is its attribute? Show it. If you have not even grasped sword intent, your Deluo sword sect is destined to lose. Attributes? Such flamboyant trivialities are of no consequence. The way of the sword is not something to be trifled with, Lu Ran replied casually. He slowly raised the measuring stick, pointing it at Lu Xiaoyang. With a light step forward, just one step. Crack! Lu Xiaoyang's fearsome catastrophe fire sword intent suddenly fractured, the crack spreading outward like a spider's web. Moments latte. A thunderous roar erupted, and the entirety of the catastrophe fire sword intent shattered into oblivion. Lu Xiaoyang let out a wretched cry, his face as pale as parchment. Collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud, blood gushing from his mouth like a torrent, far worse than the earlier misfortunes of Fan Yong. Instead, Lu Ran, with a tranquil demeanor and a gentle smile, gradually retracted the measuring heaven ruler. In that moment, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. They had anticipated that Lu Xiaoyang would dominate the competition today, but unexpectedly, he was outmaneuvered by the suddenly emerging Yinan, who shattered the essence of the sword with a single step. Su Mei's heart raced, her breath nearly suspended as she witnessed this turn of events. She abruptly turned to Su Yueling, who appeared elated, as if she had foreseen this outcome, showing no signs of surprise. Xiaoyang. Lu Qingshan dared not to put on airs any longer. He leaped from the spiritual treasure, embracing Lu Xiaoyang. Upon assessing Lu Xiaoyang's condition, his expression darkened with a ferocious intensity. This was his own son, a prodigious talent in the sword arts, a rarity in a millennium at the Yijian Pavilion. Now, he had been thoroughly undermined by a mere true immortal. You seek death. Lu Qingshan seethed with fury. Suddenly, a faint purple halo shimmered behind his head, startling Lu Ran, reminiscent of a divine light illuminating the surroundings. But soon after, a graceful figure appeared before Lu Ran, gazing coldly at Lu Qingshan. It was Su Yueling. A similar halo adorned her head as well. Drawing her sword, she addressed Lu Qingshan with calm determination. Do not forget the rules you established. If you wish to fight, I shall accompany you. If you wish to continue, let us summon the higher-ups. If you concede, then let the Yijian Pavilion disband. Summon the higher-ups? Who? The remaining companions brought by Lu Qingshan exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Faced with Su Yueling, Lu Qingshan's expression fluctuated, and without uttering a word, he lifted Lu Xiaoyang and soared into the sky, riding the flamboyant spiritual sword, vanishing like a streak of light on the horizon. The elders, including Su Mei, Su Yueling, confused by the situation, Su Mei intended to inquire, but Su Yueling turned to Lu Ran, kneeling respectfully and bowing deeply. With a trembling voice, she declared, Disciple Su Yueling greets Master. We welcome your presence in the spiritual realm. Chapter 11. Ascending to Celestial Immortality. Su Mei was taken aback. Master? Su Yueling's master? Yueling, isn't your master Lu Ran? Su Mei questioned, perplexed. The surrounding disciples mirrored her confusion, while Mu Yunzhong and Mu Yao stood in stunned silence. I am indeed Lu Ran. The name Yinan is but an occasional guise, Lu Ran replied with a cheerful demeanor. Su Mei quickly pieced it together. This Yinan was none other than Lu Ran himself, the very master that Su Yueling, along with countless celestial beings across Blue Star, had longed for across the realms. With a gulp, Su Mei gazed at Lu Ran. She had heard Su Yueling boast of Lu Ran countless times, yet she had never taken it seriously. After all, it had been 100,000 years since anyone had ascended. Clearly, he lacked the requisite talent. Even if he had ascended, he would merely be a true immortal starting afresh, nothing more. Yet today, this true immortal, who ascended only yesterday, has effortlessly shattered Lu Xiaoyang's calamity, fire sword intent. Remarkably, within the span of a single night, Lu Ran's aura has grown even more formidable than it was yesterday. Furthermore, since Lu Ran is the master of Su Yueling, does this not imply, Su Mei immediately proclaimed, all disciples of the Deluo sword sect, pay your respects to our grandmaster. In an instant, countless disciples bowed in reverence, their voices resonating in unison. We pay our respects to the grandmaster. Mu Yunzong, regaining his senses, exclaimed, he is Lu Ran. Good heavens! But isn't he from the Xiantian continent? Mu Yao speculated. Perhaps the Xiantian continent is indeed Blue Star? Subsequently, Lu Ran, along with Su Yueling and others, departed from the martial arts arena. Within the hall, Lu Ran took a seat, surveying his surroundings, nodding in approval. This sect is managed quite well. I did not anticipate that you, my dear girl, possess such capability. Well done. Su Yueling obediently sat beside Lu Ran, beaming with a smile, her gaze reluctant to stray. After over 10,000 years, she had finally reunited with her master in the spirit realm, and her heart soared with unparalleled joy. The elders, including Su Mei, sat around, observing Lu Ran with curiosity. Although Lu Ran held a higher status, it bore no direct significance to them. They did not share Su Yueling's reverence and reliance on him. However, Lu Ran's demonstrated swordsmanship was indeed terrifying. Master, you have attained the true Immortal Realm, but I sense your aura is quite dense. How many levels have you reached? Su Yueling inquired with curiosity. The surrounding elders immediately turned their gazes towards him, as this was a shared query. Although the question seemed somewhat peculiar, how many levels could a true immortal who just ascended yesterday possess? Even with remarkable talent, Reaching the first level of true immortality would typically require at least 500 years, right? True immortal ninth heaven, Lu Ran casually replied. Upon hearing this, everyone present was left dumbfounded. True immortal ninth heaven. After ascending just yesterday and taking a single nap, he had achieved true immortal ninth heaven. What? Is he really treating cultivation so lightly? Sui Welling had spent 7,000 years reaching true immortal ninth heaven, while Su Mei had taken 8,000 years. The other elders were not far off either. Yet here stood Lu Ran. Despite Su Yueling's unwavering confidence in him, she was now filled with disbelief. This speed was simply astonishing. My dear girl, what is your current realm? Lu Ran asked. I am at the upper immortal realm, fourth heaven, which I attained just over a century ago. Su Yueling replied candidly. Indeed, as Mu Yunzong had mentioned, once one reaches the immortal realm in the spirit world, the subsequent pace of cultivation becomes exceedingly slow. Even if Lu Ran were to cultivate, he too would struggle to achieve rapid progress. His swift elevation in realm was entirely due to the accumulation of immense energy from 100,000 years of signing in on the lower realm. And what lies beyond the upper immortal realm? Lu Ran continued to inquire. He was not yet well acquainted with the cultivation system of the spiritual realm. The hierarchy began with the Golden Immortal, followed by the Great Luo Immortal, then the Immortal Monarch, the Immortal Emperor, and ultimately the Immortal Sovereign. However, such titles were rarely mentioned, as the journey to ascend further became exceedingly protracted, often spanning tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, or millions of years. Yet, even upon reaching the status of an immortal, one's lifespan was not exceedingly extended. While Ascension could indeed prolong life, it paled in comparison to the interminable path of cultivation, resembling a deadlock where further realms remained unattainable. Lu Ran nodded. While it was implausible for others, he had the advantage of his system, and thus had no cause for concern. After all, even during the tribulation phase, one couldn't he possibly possess a lifespan of 100,000 years, yet Lu Ran had traversed that path. Moreover, he inquired curiously, what were the circles behind your heads when you faced off against Lu Qingshan earlier? They looked rather impressive, exuding an aura of immortality. The purple chi of virtue. Su Yueling elucidateth. Upon reaching the upper immortal realm, one naturally attains it without the need for deliberate cultivation. It is the distinguishing mark that sets upper immortals apart from true immortals. Lu Ran murmured, purple chi of virtue. According to his calculations, after a night's rest, he would likely ascend to the upper immortal realm and, consequently, acquire those circles. They certainly looked splendid. Do not fret, master. Your rapid cultivation speed guarantees your ascension to the upper immortal realm, Su Yueling reassured him. After a brief pause, as if struck by a thought, she continued. The heavenly measuring ruler cannot be utilized in the spiritual realm. If you require a suitable weapon, the great Luo sword sect as treasury holds some, albeit of inferior quality. They will suffice for a short while. In truth, Lu Ran could wield the heavenly measuring ruler. His internal energy had yet to be fully converted, and as long as he possessed energy, he could activate it. However, the energy from the lower realm, when employed against spiritual treasures in this realm, rendered the ruler nearly as ineffective as paper. Hence, it remained unusable. Nonetheless, recalling the divine weapons and spiritual treasures, Lu Ran suddenly remembered that he had yet to sign in today. After all, the sign-in would yield rewards. He had been summoned early that morning by Mu Yunzong. With a casual thought, he initiated the sign-in. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for achieving a critical hit during this sign-in. Congratulations, host, for receiving a cultivation reward of 10. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the innate ancient treasure, Kong Tong Seal. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the immortal technique, one sword to exterminate immortals. Lu Ran was taken aback. A critical hit upon sign-in. It had been the same in the lower realm. Every critical hit invariably yielded exceptional rewards. Many of his cherished items had come from critical hits during sign-in, and he had received a wealth of them. The probability, however, had been somewhat low, roughly once every 1,000 years. The odds were nearly 1 in a million. To think that just a day into the spiritual realm, his second sign-in would yield a critical hit? Was it sheer luck, or had the odds improved? Just as he lamented his lack of weaponry, he had received the Kong Tong Seal. The rank of the merit is indeed a treasure of great significance. Lu Ran understood clearly that the rewards from the sign-in system, particularly the critical hits, were fundamentally of the highest caliber. Moreover, he had also been granted celestial abilities. This round of sign-in was simply perfect. Standing before him were Sui Welling, Su Mei, and several other elders, a group of ladies who appeared utterly dumbfounded. For, just as they were conversing, a soft purple halo emerged from behind Lu Ran's head. That was the aura of merit. The Lu Ran who had just ascended to the 9th heaven of true immortals had now advanced to the realm of celestials. Chapter 12. Celestial Technique. A sword to exterminate the immortals. Master, Yu Sui Welling stammered, struggling to articulate even a single word after a prolonged moment of silence. It was even more so for Su Mei and the others, who were completely taken aback. How could their master, Sui Welling, be so extraordinary, ascending yesterday and today, achieving the realm of celestials? The aura of merit had manifested. Had the realm of true immortals truly passed them by in an instant? They had toiled for thousands of years to reach the true immortal realm, and it seemed to have evaporated in the blink of an eye. What is it? Lu Ran inquired, raising his head. Master, you have reached the celestial realm? Sui Welling asked. Oh yes, I casually advanced a bit. Quite satisfying. Lu Ran nodded in approval. He had been on the verge of ascension anyway, and with the speed of spiritual energy transformation, he would have likely reached the celestial realm within days. Now, with just one sign-in and a critical hit at that, he had received a 10-fold cultivation reward. Thus, he effortlessly ascended, and Lu Ran felt quite pleased with himself. Upon hearing Lu Ran's words, Sui Welling and the others exchanged glances. Advancing to the celestial realm was a monumental event for any cultivator within the realm of immortals. Yet, for him, it seemed to be a mere casual affair. Silence enveloped them all, as only silence could convey their feelings. They were even somewhat speechless. Lu Ran, however, remained unfazed and asked, by the way, Welling, may I inquire about the classification of spiritual treasures? At this, Sui Welling regained her composure and replied, spiritual treasures themselves represent the grade of magical artifacts. In the spiritual realm, the quantity of magical artifacts is scarce, unlike in the lower realms where they can be easily refined. In the spiritual realm, the lowest grade of magical artifacts is the spiritual treasure. Yet even spiritual treasures are exceedingly difficult to obtain. This is something Mu Yunzong mentioned earlier. And what comes after spiritual treasures? Lu Ran inquired. Following spiritual treasures are celestial treasures, which are even rarer. I have had the fortune to witness them, but I have never possessed one, Sui Welling stated. Celestial treasures? Lu Ran was somewhat taken aback. It was astonishing that celestial treasures followed spiritual treasures, and that Sui Welling, having spent 13,000 years in the spiritual realm, had yet to acquire even one of the second-tier magical artifacts. What about ancient treasures? Lu Ran continued to ask. Ancient treasures are the grade that follows celestial treasures. Those are things I have only heard of. There are likely only a few in the entirety of Xiaozhou. So Yueling struck. She was rather curious about how Lu Ran, who had just ascended yesterday, knew about ancient treasures. Lu Ran pondered for a moment. The reward from the system was not just an ancient treasure. It was a primordial ancient treasure. Are innate ancient treasures simply ancient treasures? Lu Ran inquired. No. They are not the same, Sui Welling clarified. Ancient treasures were crafted at great expense by formidable beings during the primordial era, whereas innate ancient treasures are born of the heavenly Tao, extraordinary entities that seize the essence of creation. Their existence has always been shrouded in legend, and we cannot ascertain their reality. Lu Ran's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is it truly so remarkable? An item born of the heavenly Tao. Master, why do you inquire about these matters? If you seek magical artifacts, I have acquired 7 or 8 spiritual treasures over the years. You may choose from them. Sui Welling suggested, assuming Lu Ran's curiosity stemmed from a desire for these treasures. However, all she possessed were spiritual treasures, which, while immensely precious, like Mu Yunzong, who took over a millennium to obtain just one, did not impress Lu Ran. After all, he possessed a spiritual treasure himself, the Qi Long armor. No. Lu Ran shook his head. By the way, what is celestial magic? Such a concept was not mentioned in the lower realms, he continued. In the spiritual realm, there exists a means of attack distinct from martial arts, akin to the techniques of the lower realms, but far more potent, known as divine powers. Among these, celestial magic is a category that, like innate ancient treasures, is said to exist only in myth. It is reputed to embody certain principles of the heavenly Tao, rendering it immensely powerful. Sujueling elaborative. Indeed, it is also a remarkable item, Lu Ran acknowledged. Simultaneously, the celestial magic he had acquired seamlessly integrated into his soul. The system's rewards were indeed favorable. There was no need for study, as he absorbed it through inheritance, mastering it effortlessly and could wield it immediately. Lu Ran grasped the significance of the one sword to exterminate celestials. One sword to exterminate celestials. With this sword, I can obliterate golden immortals. However, it only affects golden immortals. It has no effect above that level, nor below it. Understanding its power, Lu Ran's lips twitched. If we speak of strength, then undoubtedly, it is formidable. A single strike capable of annihilating a golden immortal. Lu Ran, now at the 9th level of true immortal, or rather, having just ascended to the level of upper immortal, could still vanquish a golden immortal. According to the description, even a peak golden immortal at the 9th level could be defeated in a single stroke, provided they had not ascended to the great Luo Immortal Realm. Sui Welling was correct. This was a unique ability bestowed by the rules of the Heavenly Tao, unaffected by one's defenses, realm, or techniques. Master, from where do you acquire this knowledge? Sui Welling asked, her expression peculiar. I heard it from others. Lu Ran replied, nonchalantly, pondering the situation. Initially intent on confronting Lu Qingshan, he now realized the Kongtong seal had its merits, while the one sword to exterminate celestials was rendered virtually useless, as Lu Qingshan was at the level of upper immortal, making him immune to its effects. Lu Qingshan is indeed at the 5th level of upper immortal, correct? Lu Ran asked. Yes, Sui Welling confirmed. Su Mei and her companions immediately began to converse animatedly. The wager had concluded, and with Lu Qingshan's departure, it was clear that they had lost. According to the terms of the bet, the E-Sword Pavilion was to disband. Lu Xiaoyang, the apple of Lu Qingshan's eye and the hope for the pavilion's resurgence, had been shattered by their own hands. Lu Qingshan was likely furious enough to spit blood. Unfortunately, someone of Lu Qingshan's ilk would not adhere to the terms of the wager. The E-Sword Pavilion would not disband. At most, he would feign silence. The ladies exchanged remarks in a lively manner. Sui Welling sighed and said, There's no choice. If we truly tear our faces and engage in a fight, both sides will suffer losses, which is not worth the trouble. Hearing this, Lu Ran furrowed his brows and remarked, Child, after over 10,000 years in the spirit realm, why are you still so soft-hearted? Sui Welling awkwardly chuckled and replied, It's hard to change one's nature. However, Lu Ran insisted, that cannot be tolerated. If they dare to bully my little chubby girl, what nonsense is this about forming a partnership? If I hadn't arrived in time, who knows what might have transpired? Since he initiated the wager, he must accept the consequences. If he refuses to disband, we shall assist in his dissolution. Sui Welling's face flushed as she protested, Master, I'm not a child anymore. Why do you still call me little chubby girl? After a brief moment of astonishment, Su Mei and the others burst into laughter, their mirth causing a delightful commotion. Eager to change the subject, Sui Welling asked, Master, you mentioned helping them disband? How do we proceed? Are we really going to fight? Lu Ran waved his hand dismissively. We will fight, but there's no rush. Let us rest for a few days. After a few days of rest and sleep, once I reach the 5th level of the celestial realm or higher, combined with the Kongtong seal, victory will be nearly assured. Moreover, the rewards from the sign-ins these days can fortify us significantly. Chapter 13, The Ancestor of E-Sword Pavilion. Early the next morning, Lu Ran awakened in his cozy abode, perched on the edge of cliff. After all these years, he had yet to alter his sleeping habits. Since he had no need for cultivation, sleep was a pleasure for Lu Ran. Similarly, he had an enduring love for gourmet food, even in the realm of immortals. And despite having surpassed fasting for millennia in the lower realm, Lu Ran still relished his meals. Sitting up in bed, Lu Ran introspected his cultivation level. With a satisfied nod, he remarked, Not bad, I've reached the 3rd level of the celestial realm. This pace is much quicker than I had anticipated. After yawning, he contemplated indulging in a nap, but suddenly recalled that he had yet to sign in for the day. Thus, he promptly opted for the sign-in. Having spent 100,000 years in the lower realm, he had maintained a daily routine of sign-ins, but as time progressed, it had become a mechanical task, and Lu Ran had grown somewhat indifferent. However, now, starting anew in the spirit realm, every reward was of great significance. Sign in, Lu Ran mentally intoned. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a cultivation reward. Congratulations, host, you have received 10 Huang Long pills. Oh, no critical hit. Lu Ran muttered. After all, the probability of a critical hit was exceedingly low. He glanced at the Huanglong pill, noting its property of enhancing physical constitution. Although he was uncertain of the pill's status in the spirit realm, it was provided by the system, which generally indicated high quality. Thus, he tossed one into his mouth. As the medicinal power coursed through him, a warm sensation enveloped his entire being, bringing a delightful comfort. Seizing this invigorating momentum, Lu Ran turned over and resumed his slumber. It wasn't long before he began to snore. In the Grand Luo Hall of the sect, Su Yueling and others had already gathered. Yueling, is your master not coming to live with you? Su Mei Wayuth. He prefers that environment. Let him be. Over the next few days, we need to coordinate the sect's defenses and the protective formation. I have a nagging feeling that Lu Qingshan is still plotting something, Su Yueling replied. All right, but isn't your master coming? Su Mei continued to ask. At this hour, he is likely indulging in a lazy sleep. There's no need to worry about him. Su Yueling instinctively remarked. What? Su Mei exclaimed, bewildered. A transcendental being, a celestial of high standing, sleeping in? Su Mei had nearly forgotten what sleep felt like. As her nights were filled with cultivation, which offered a similar restorative effect, while also enhancing her prowess. Such precious time could not be squandered on slumber. However, for Su Yueling, Lu Ran's penchant for long naps was a well-accustomed reality. Meanwhile, at the Aegean Pavilion on Mount Li, which was not far from the Grand Luo Sword sect, but lacked its grandeur, the atmosphere was less than inviting. Known locally as the Yin Mountain, its western slopes were perpetually shrouded from sunlight, heavy with Yin energy. Inside the pavilion's main hall, Lu Qingshan assessed Lu Xiaoyang's injuries, his expression fluctuating. Recovery was promising. Lu Xiaoyang could move freely now. However, the damage to his meridians could be mended, but the destruction of his sword intent was irrevocable. That was the foundation of Lu Xiaoyang's swordsmanship. Unless he were to shift to a different path, he would have to start from scratch. And his aptitude for other disciplines was mediocre at best. Once the hope of the Aegean Pavilion, he had now become an ordinary individual, nearly driving Lu Qingshan to the brink of fury. At that moment, someone reported from behind. The scout's message has returned. Yesterday, Yinan was not a guest elder of the Grand Luo Sword sect. His real name is Lu Ran, the master of Su Yueling. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan was momentarily stunned. The master Lu Ran, who has been awaited by the ascenders of Blue Star for so many years, he questioned. Indeed, 2 days ago, Lu Ran's name appeared on the Immortal Ascension list, prompting the Grand Luo Sword sect to dispatch personnel to search the vicinity of the Immortal Cleansing Pool. Concurrently, ascenders from Blue Star across the 9 provinces are mostly in pursuit as well, his subordinate reported. A cold sweat broke out on Lu Qingshan's back. Lu Ran had ascended. He fully comprehended the implications of Lu Ran's ascension. Although he, like Su Mei, had previously looked down upon someone who had only recently ascended after a millennium, the situation had drastically changed. However, it now appears that Lu Ran possesses remarkable abilities. Having ascended merely a day ago, he is capable of shattering Lu Xiaoyang's sword intent with a single step. Truly formidable. Yet, this is not what worries Lu Qingshan the most. Before Lu Ran's ascension, although the disciples of Blue Star belonged to an impressively large sect, they were akin to a scattered sand. This was not due to a lack of unity, but rather because they needed to respond swiftly to their master, hence their widespread dispersal across the 9 provinces. Such Blue Star ascendants, like Su Yueling, could be of little concern. The distant water cannot quench the immediate thirst, and the likelihood of seizing control of the Daluo sword sect is much greater. But now, with Lu Ran having ascended, he embodies a terrifying cohesion. Countless Blue Star ascendants, when gathered, each one a being of celestial realm. The sheer force of their assembly is truly daunting. At that time, Lu Qingshan, who covets Su Yueling's form, would be at their mercy. Sweating profusely, Lu Qingshan's breaths grew increasingly rapid. He regretted not having eliminated Lu Ran without hesitation yesterday. Yet at that moment, he had been unaware of Lu Ran's true identity. Otherwise, his nature would have compelled him to act decisively. While their sect had not yet convened, he should have nipped it in the bud. Master, what shall we do now? A cautious disciple inquired about the wager. What wager? Mirdi Ayist. What? Do you wish for me to disband the Aegean Pavilion? Such audacity. Lu Qingshan retorted angrily. Indeed, Su Yueling and the others were not mistaken. This Lu Qingshan was utterly devoid of shame. The disciple immediately fell silent. Xiaoyang, come with me. No one else is to follow, or they shall face dire consequences. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Qingshan suddenly spoke, leading Lu Xiaoyang towards the back mountain. Along the way, he frequently glanced around, wary of anyone trailing them. "Father, where are we going?" Lu Xiaoyang inquired. Although he could move now, his gaze remained vacant and muddled, his breath somewhat erratic. "Silence. Just follow," Lu Qingshan replied coldly. At this moment, Lu Qingshan was enveloped in a palpable malice, his expression twisted and ferocious. The intense hatred caused his chest to heave intermittently. His singular thought was one of vengeance. To seize the Daluo sword sect, to kill Yinan? No, to slay Lu Ran. After a while, Lu Qingshan halted at a cliff on the back mountain. He surveyed his surroundings and then began to form intricate hand seals, causing the sheer rock face to warp and shift. Before long, an ancient door of profound antiquity emerged. 2 towering stone pillars supported the door, which stood resolutely closed. The complex runes etched upon the stone glimmered with an otherworldly light, revealing a powerful preordained barrier. "Father!" Lu Xiaoyang gasped in surprise. He was unaware that such a place existed in this desolate mountain. Lu Qingshan raised his hand, cutting off Lu Xiaoyang's words, and then bowed respectfully to the door. With a tone of humility, Lu Qingshan implored, "Disciple Lu Qingshan seeks an audience with the Ancestor. I fervently request a meeting." Chapter 14. My Son's Great Supplement. Upon finishing his words, Lu Qingshan lowered his head slightly and swallowed hard. Beside him, Lu Xiaoyang dared not utter a sound, cautiously remaining at his side. Yet his heart was filled with astonishment. Although he understood that Lu Qingshan's self-proclamation as the Sword Emperor was somewhat exaggerated, his innate strength was undeniable. The establishment of the E-Sword Pavilion and its enduring presence for thousands of years was no trivial matter. However, at this moment, he was exhibiting profound respect towards the individual within the cave. No, it transcended mere respect. Lu Xiaoyang sensed a thread of fear emanating from Lu Qingshan. Who was this person referred to as Ancestor? Why had he never heard Lu Qingshan mention him before? After a few minutes of anxious waiting, a voice slightly aged echoed from within, "Come in and speak." Still courteous, Lu Qingshan exhaled in relief and lifted his gaze as the stone door slowly opened. He entered with Lu Xiaoyang, and behind them, the stone door closed once more, re-establishing the original barrier, resembling a sheer cliff. Inside the stone door was a passageway that sloped downward into the mountain's heart. The air was permeated with a faint scent of decay, although devoid of light. For the transcendent beings Lu Qingshan and Lu Xiaoyang, it posed no issue. Lu Qingshan, well acquainted with the path, led Lu Xiaoyang forward. After traversing several hundred meters, the space ahead suddenly expanded into a vast stone hall, nearly hollowing out the entire mountain's core. In the corners of the hall lay scattered remnants of withered bones, and the air carried a lingering odor of rot. At the center of the hall sat an elderly man upon a mat. He was emaciated and aged, propped up on one knee, supporting his elbow. A pair of yellowed, murky eyes fixated on the two. "Ancestor." Lu Qingshan managed a sheepish smile and began to speak. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, the Ancestor abruptly extended a bony arm. With an immense force, Lu Qingshan was yanked forward. Crack! A grip seized his neck, pulling him to the ground. Instinctively, Lu Qingshan attempted to struggle, the merit aura behind his head flaring to life, but in an instant, it extinguished as though sealed. "Ancestor, please allow me to explain." Lu Qingshan struggled to articulate. The elder casually flung him aside, sending Lu Qingshan crashing against the stone wall of the hall with a resounding thud, creating a dent and causing cracks to spiderweb outward. "I have warned you countless times. There is no need for this. Do not disturb me. Do not unseal the barrier. Have my words fallen on deaf ears?" The elder spoke coldly. Then, turning his gaze toward Lu Xiaoyang, the latter was so frightened he could scarcely move, his heart racing in trepidation. As the elder made his move, a revelation struck him. Behind the elder's head loomed a grander halo of merit, resplendently golden. This signified that the elder was a golden immortal, a being of legendary status. Lu Qingshan, at the 5th tier of celestial ascension, felt as fragile as a chick in the hands of this golden immortal elder. Yet, he dared not resist. He took several deep breaths to calm his surging energy channels and returned to Lu Xiaoyang's side. "What disturbs me?" the elder inquired coolly. Lu Qingshan, not daring to hesitate, bowed deeply and said, "Ancestor, a grave matter has arisen, and I hope you might lend your assistance." He then recounted the situation regarding the Luo sword sect. After a long silence, the elder finally spoke. I have heard of Lu Ran from Blue Star. Those acquainted with the Ascenders from Blue Star know that he is their ancestor. Your concerns are not unfounded, if not dealt with now, once they gather strength. Your demise is inevitable. They constitute a formidable sect capable of sweeping through the spirit realm. Upon finishing his words, the elder cast a glance at Lu Xiaoyang. In that fleeting moment, Lu Xiaoyang felt as though his very essence was laid bare before the elder's gaze. Though his foundation in the sword path had indeed been shattered, the root remained intact. The elder licked his lips, his eyes glimmering as he regarded Lu Xiaoyang. The meaning of the younger generation is clear. Though the foundation of the sword path has been destroyed, this child's roots remain and can be offered to you, Ancestor, for great replenishment. Lu Qingshan asserted. Lu Xiaoyang, hearing this, felt as though he had been struck dumb. What did this mean? To be offered to the old man? What? He glanced at the elder, particularly noting the peculiar glint in his eyes, and swallowed hard. Instinctively, his gaze wandered to the elder's trousers, causing his heart to convulse violently. Could it be that this elder... Splendid. You are quite generous, if that is the case. This child is mine. The elder laughed heartily, gesturing with a single hand towards Lu Xiaoyang. Instantly, Lu Xiaoyang's body was irresistibly drawn towards the elder, landing helplessly on the floor beside him. Despair engulfed Lu Xiaoyang as he attempted to resist, but his body betrayed him, leaving him voiceless. Meanwhile, Lu Qingshan, with a glimmer of hope, asked, Ancestor, might you assist me in dealing with the Luo sword sect? Moreover, eliminate Lu Ran. In return, I shall fulfill your every demand. To his dismay, the elder shook his head, stating, there are restrictions I have set upon Mount Li. While I can open them temporarily, leaving Mount Li is impossible. At least for the next 3,000 years, it cannot be done. Lu Qingshan's expression darkened. Damn it, I've offered you my son, and you respond with this? Qingshan, in the past, I bestowed upon you the thunderous sword technique and granted you elixirs to aid in establishing your sect. How have I treated you? The elder suddenly inquired. Your great kindness is not forgotten by this junior. Lu Qingshan quickly replied. The old man's gaze suddenly turned cold as he continued. In these several millennia, how many have you sent my way? Lu Qingshan felt a surge of embarrassment and fear. He hurriedly replied, it is not that I lack initiative. Rather, those with exceptional roots are often shielded by powerful forces, and they must also reach the realm of immortals. The difficulty in locating them is exceedingly high. After speaking, he seemed to realize that the old man was reproaching him for his inefficiency in negotiating terms. He added, but rest assured, Ancestor, if we can secure the Luo sword sect and master the Hunyuan Bangzi sword technique, merging our sects will greatly reduce the difficulty of my search. Upon hearing this, the old man nodded slightly and remarked, I hope you will fulfill your promise. Do not think that my confinement within the Li Mountain renders me incapable of ending your life. I can elevate you, but I can also bring about your ruin. I trust you will conduct yourself wisely. Lu Qingshan nodded repeatedly. I would not dare. The old man took a deep breath and said, I can assist you, but I will not leave Li Mountain for the time being. Here is what we shall do. Lure all the experts from the Luo sword sect to your Yijian pavilion, including Lu Ruan. At that moment, I will intervene and vanquish them on the spot. Does this sound agreeable? Lu Qingshan's eyes brightened. Of course. With the experts of the Luo sword sect and Lu Ruan dead, the sect will be within easy reach. However, he hesitated and added, but Ancestor, Sui Welling must not be harmed. The old man cast a glance at Lu Xiaoyang, who lay nearby, and with a sinister smile, replied, I understand. Do not worry. I shall spare her life for your enjoyment. Lu Qingshan was overjoyed and took a final look at Lu Xiaoyang before bowing and retreating. Just before leaving, he added, please wait, Ancestor. Within 2 days, I will bring them to Li Mountain. After Lu Qingshan departed from the back mountain, the barriers sealed once more. Within the mountain's depths, the old man licked his lips and gazed at Lu Xiaoyang. Chapter 15. This is a trap. That evening, Lu Ruan and Sui Welling were chatting idly in the main hall. At this moment, Lu Ruan's realm had automatically ascended to the 5th layer of the upper immortal, and his physical prowess had significantly increased, bolstered by the Huanglong Dan. This pace surpassed even Lu Ruan's expectations. Remarkably, his cultivation had now surpassed that of Sui Welling. After just 2 days of ascension, he had outstripped Sui Welling, who had spent over 13,000 years in the spirit realm. Naturally, He also surpassed several other elders. The women, gathered around like a chorus of birds, now regarded Lu Ruan with admiration. They had often heard Su Yueling extolling her masteress strength, though they had assumed it was mere exaggeration born from her infatuation. Now, it was evident that the reality exceeded their expectations. None among them could discern Lu Ruan's true realm. This indicated that in just 2 days of ascension, Lu Ruan had surpassed them all. Master, do you have any plans? Su Yueling inquired. Not for the moment, but have you heard anything regarding your master's whereabouts during your many years in the spirit realm? Lu Ruan asked. Master? Qin Wuyao? Su Yueling instinctively responded. She had never laid eyes on the master's wife, for she had ascended to the heavens 9,000 years ago. She was the first disciple of Lu Ran and also his companion on the path of enlightenment. In the vastness of the 9 provinces, I had yet to venture beyond Xia Prefecture and had not had the fortune to meet the master's wife. However, fear not, master, for I have heard news of her. It seems she resides in Central Province, in the realm of Su Yuling Central Province. Lu Ran was taken aback. Indeed, senior brother Gu Hai traversed Central Province for a millennium in search of a rare spiritual herb, and it was from him that I gleaned this information. Su Yueling stated. Upon hearing the name Gu Hai, Lu Ran's eyes brightened. Gu Hai? That little alchemist? Have you met him? Lu Ran chuckled. This Gu Hai was discovered by Lu Ran in a medicinal shop long ago. Recognizing his talent for alchemy, Lu Ran took him under his wing. Eventually, he too achieved ascension. Gu Hai had become utterly obsessed with alchemy, treating cultivation as a mere adjunct to his passion. He held little interest in the path of immortality, but was enraptured by the art of elixirs. In a serendipitous encounter, senior brother Gu Hai's alchemy sect is located 3,000 miles north of Diluo Mountain. Occasionally, he sends disciples to deliver elixirs to support the Diluo sword sect. According to his words, the master's wife is in Central Province and appears to hold considerable renown, Su Yuling remarked. Lu Ran felt a surge of relief and joy. It seems she had indeed made a name for herself. That is splendid. In a few days, I shall inquire further. It appears that little Gu Hai has established his own sect, albeit with a rather casual name. Alchemy sect? Truly fitting for him. With curiosity, Lu Ran further inquired. In 13,000 years, aside from Gu Hai, have you encountered any other brothers or sisters? Why is it that you have not gathered together but remained scattered like loose sands? Su Yueling nodded. I have met many. It is inevitable that tears would flow when fellow disciples reunite. However, all ascendants share a common belief: to await your ascension, master. After ascending, one appears randomly in any wash of the immortal pool across the 9 provinces, making the exact location uncertain. New ascendants entering the spirit realm could encounter any number of circumstances. Thus, for safety's sake, disciples scatter across the 9 provinces, hoping to protect you at the earliest opportunity after your ascension. After all, a newly ascended immortal faces considerable dangers. While the spirit realm is not teeming with immortals, there are certainly many powerful figures. They would not allow Lu Ran to ascend and then vanish without a trace, bearing such risks. Yet now it seems there is no need for concern. Merely 2 days post-ascension, and I have already reached the 5th heavenly layer of immortality. Moreover, I have hardly exerted myself in cultivation. I still have time to indulge in leisurely slumber. At this rate, I might soon ascend to the golden immortal stage. I apologize for the inconvenience caused to you all, but fret not, for now that I have arrived, I will gather you all once I locate your master's wife. Lu Ran declared. Su Yuling immediately became animated. This was a shared aspiration for not just Su Yuling, but for all of Blue Star's ascendants. Su Mei and the others exchanged glances, recognizing the astonishment reflected in one another's eyes. In the realm of spirits, who is unaware of the formidable reputation of the Blue Star sect? United, they possessed the power to sweep across the 9 provinces of the spirit realm. At that moment, a disciple hurriedly arrived with news, declaring that someone from the Aegean Pavilion had come. From Aegean Pavilion? What business could they possibly have at this time? Are they seeking peace? Sommet ponder de lauth. Most likely, they are unwilling to disband and must resort to negotiations, Su Yuling replied. Yet, this does not align with Lu Qingshan's character. He is one who repays grievances tenfold. Having had his sword path foundation destroyed, how could he possibly come to negotiate in such a conciliatory manner? So Main used Sotfeli. Before long, a disciple from Aegean Pavilion appeared, a mere messenger lacking even the cultivation of an immortal. Our pavilion master requests that the Grand Master of the Diluo Sword Sect and the esteemed elders convene at Aegean Pavilion by tomorrow to discuss matters regarding the disbandment of Aegean Pavilion. The disciples stated directly, "Oh, so they truly intend to disband? But if they are disbanding, what is there to negotiate? Is there any other news?" Sumeing Weiyif, the disciple, shook his head, indicating that was the only information available. "Understood. You may leave," Su Yuling waved him off. Once the disciple departed, Su Mei immediately exclaimed, "A trap! This is undoubtedly a scheme. We cannot attend." Su Yuling and the others expressed their agreement. However, Lu Ran interjected, "What sort of trap could there be? We shall go and see tomorrow." He was not naive. His current cultivation level had reached parity with Lu Qingshan, and by the morrow, he would undoubtedly be powerful enough to dominate. Coupled with the Kontong seal, he could easily subdue them. Regardless of their machinations, should Lu Qingshan be eliminated, Aegean Pavilion would be nothing more than a scattered assembly. It was a pity that he could not practice the immortal sword of extermination. Without a golden immortal to spar with, it was truly unfortunate. In a few days, Lu Ran was likely to advance to the golden immortal realm. While the ability to annihilate golden immortals was indeed impressive, it lacked the thrill of the present moment. Meanwhile, within Aegean Pavilion, Lu Qingshan had summoned the elders for a gathering. "Master, upon your return, did you not bring the young master with you?" One inquired curiously. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Qingshan's icy gaze silenced him. The questioner promptly fell silent. Lu Qingshan offered no further explanation, merely stating, "The news has reached the Diluo Sword Sect. If they do not come, we will have to consider alternate methods." He could not ascertain if they would attend merely based on a message. Over the years, he had come to understand the temperament of the Diluo Sword Sect's members all too well. Su Yuling, with her gentle disposition, would never instigate conflict, and leading a charge against Li Mountain was out of the question. Hence, they could only extend an invitation. If they chose not to come, they would need to devise another plan. And if they do come, an elder queried, then they shall remain here indefinitely. "The Diluo Sword Sect will henceforth belong to my Aegean Pavilion." Lu Qingshan replied with a cold smirk. The elders exchanged glances, and one spoke up. "I will activate the protective mountain formation, laying ambushes and traps. Should they arrive tomorrow," the sentence trailed off. Lu Qingshan waved his hand dismissively, stating, No. There is nothing to be done. Tomorrow, the mountain gates shall be wide open, and we shall await their arrival." He had no desire to engage in combat. If he intended to fight, he would have long since led his men to slaughter, rather than seek assistance from the ancestral elder of the back mountain. Although his cultivation was slightly superior to Su Yueling, the latter and her companions possessed considerable strength, with Su Yueling wielding the formidable mixed yuan purple sword technique. Should a conflict arise, it would likely result in mutual destruction. The disciples on both sides would surely suffer grievous losses. Such outcomes did not align with Lu Qingshan's plans, especially since he aimed to merge two sects. The loss of disciples would be a colossal waste. Furthermore, he had no desire to take unnecessary risks. However, if no preparations were made and they arrived, how would they respond? To eliminate Su Yueling and her companions would indeed prove quite challenging, he reflected, leaving the elders bewildered. "Just follow my instructions. I have my ways," Lu Qingshan asserted with confidence. The next day, Lu Ran rose at the break of dawn, not by his own volition, but rather by the thunderous knocking at the door, courtesy of Su Yueling. Groggy and irritable, he opened the door. What a rude awakening. Can't a man enjoy a good night's sleep? He grumbled. "Oh, master, have you forgotten what day it is? We are to head to the Swordplay Pavilion." Su Yueling replied with a playful smile. "Indeed, but is it necessary to rise so early?" Lu Ran rolled his eyes in response. He glanced at his cultivation level. Excellent. After a night's rest, he had reached the 8th heaven of the celestial rank. At this rate, he might very well attain the golden immortal stage by tomorrow morning. Turning his gaze, he noticed that Su Mei and the others were already prepared. A group of beautiful maidens awaited him, which invigorated Lu Ran slightly. "Since we are ready, let us depart," he declared, stifling a yawn. With Su Yueling affectionately linking her arm with his, they stepped out of the small abode. Then, with a swift motion, Su Yueling summoned a white satin ribbon from her waist, which transformed into a magnificent celestial silk. "Master, this is a spiritual treasure, my favorite, the Danshao treasure silk," she proclaimed with glee. "Quite lovely, indeed," Lu Ran remarked appreciatively. Subsequently, the group ascended upon the Danshao treasure silk, soaring into the air. This spectacle fulfilled Lu Qingshan's desires. as Su Yueling, along with the esteemed elders and Lu Ran, set out in full force. Naturally, before their departure, the protective array of the great Luo sword sect had been activated. Should formidable adversaries approach, it would provide ample time for defense. The swordplay pavilion itself was not far, allowing them to return swiftly if needed. Master, Su Mei and I deliberated late into the night, and it is likely that this journey is a trap. We must exercise caution, Su Yueling advised Lu Ran. Whatever the case, if a confrontation is inevitable, then let it be. One mountain cannot harbor two tigers. Such threats should have been eradicated when they first established their sect. Your nature still lacks the requisite ruthlessness, Lu Ran replied. Gazing at the horizon, he continued, today, whether it is a trap or not, the swordplay pavilion must be dismantled. Several elders were also observing Lu Ran, for he was now their pillar of support, the most formidable among them. Though his realm remained inscrutable, his aura seemed to have grown even more potent since last night. At that moment, Lu Ran remembered he had yet to sign in for the day. He casually completed the sign-in. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a critical hit this time. Congratulations, host. You have gained a cultivation reward of 10. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the elixir. Phoenix Ascendant Elixir. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the celestial technique. King of Light Form. By the heavens, another critical hit, Lu Ran exclaimed, ascending to the fourth heaven. He had signed in 4 times, receiving critical hits twice. Had his luck exploded? Or was it that arriving in the spirit realm had enhanced his chances? What is a critical hit? Su Yueling inquired curiously. Ah, it's nothing. Just focus on flying and mind the path, Lu Ran replied casually. Meanwhile, Su Mei and the others could distinctly sense that Lu Ran's previously robust aura had surged dramatically once more. His realm had risen to the 9th heaven of the celestial stage. This change was palpable, much to the chagrin of Su Mei and the others. In the realm of immortals, each advancement in heaven required millennia of arduous cultivation. How could Lu Ran ascend so swiftly, even with exceptional talent? Such rapid progression seemed implausible. How had he accomplished this? Lu Ran then began to examine his newfound rewards. The Phoenix Ascendant Elixir, being a product of a critical hit during sign-in, must surely be extraordinary. According to its description, it was essential for breaking through to the great Luo Immortal Realm, containing profound rhythms that could assist a Golden Immortal in ascending to the great Luo. Isn't the breakthrough from Golden Immortal to Great Luo direct? Lu Ran asked with curiosity. Why are you delving into the great Luo Immortal already? I'm not well versed in that. But it's rumored that one must resonate with the heavenly path to attain a breakthrough, Su Yueling pondered. As for enlightenment, its unpredictability was well known. It could be a moment of sudden clarity or 1,000 years of stagnation. Progress could be elusive. Lu Ran swallowed hard, contemplating that indeed, it was an elixir of immortals. His disdain for the heavenly past moments of enlightenment was profound, having spent 100,000 years in the lower realms, thwarted by an inability to sense that crucial moment for ascension. Although this elixir had come early, Lu Ran's rapid rise in realm would soon allow him to utilize it, bypassing the need for enlightenment and achieving a direct breakthrough. It was a preparation in advance. Next, Lu Ran turned his attention to the celestial technique. The previous technique, Sword to Exterminate Immortals, though peculiar, had been exceedingly powerful, capable of annihilating golden immortals. He wondered how effective this new technique, the King of Light Form, would be. Surely, it couldn't be a defensive technique, could it? Lu Ran mused. With a wealth of experience spanning 100,000 years, discerning the purpose from a name is not a daunting task. Indeed, this is the case, and the effects are as bizarre as the legendary sword that slays immortals, leading Lu Ran to question whether it is merely a concoction. Mingwang Body. I possess the Mingwang Body, unparalleled beneath the great Luo Immortal. Passive trait. Immune to any form of attack from golden immortals, but only applicable to golden immortals. Ineffective against those above or below this rank. Precise. Astoundingly precise. These 2 recent sign-ins seem explicitly aimed at the golden immortals. What grievance do they hold against Lu Ran? He finds himself both amused and bewildered. 2 critical hits yield 2 immortal techniques. One grants immunity to all attacks from golden immortals, and the other delivers instant annihilation to them. In Lu Ran's lexicon, this signifies the utter incapacitation of all golden immortals in this realm. Their assaults pale in comparison to a mere slap from a beggar on the street. To counter them, Lu Ran requires only a single strike of the sword that slays immortals, wreaking havoc. Master, ahead lies Mount Li, with the E-Sword Pavilion situated on its western flank. Su Yueling's voice drew Lu Ran back from his reverie. Ah, let us proceed, Lu Ran nodded. Wait, Su Yueling hesitated. Master, the E-Sword Pavilion is likely well prepared for our arrival. Although your cultivation surpasses mine, I still perceive some danger. Perhaps you should wait here, while Su Mei and I investigate what Lu Qingshan is up to. Thud. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Ran delivered a sharp rap to Su Yueling's head. She clutched her head in pain, casting a reproachful glance at him. You've grown bold, young lady, to underestimate me. I am a celestial being of the ninth heaven. How could I fear Lu Qingshan? Lu Ran admonished. But Su Yueling hesitated. After 13,000 years, she was reluctant to take risks upon reuniting with Lu Ran. There are no buts. Is my duty to lead now come? Lu Ran insisted, his eyes wide with determination. With no other choice, Su Yueling guided the Danshao treasure silk toward the shaded western side of Mount Li. Meanwhile, within the belly of the mountain at the back of the E-Sword Pavilion, an emaciated elder slowly opened his eyes, murmuring, "The younger generation of the great Luo sword sect has arrived." Beside him lay the lifeless, grotesquely contorted body of Lu Xiaoyang, riddled with wounds. Chapter 17. Is he truly a golden immortal? On the western side of Een Mountain, within a valley, the majestic E-Sword Pavilion stood proudly amidst the ravine. The protective formation was not activated, and there were no disciple guards in sight, a perfect invitation for the unwary. It seems Lu Qingshan is not well prepared, Su Mei pondered. Su Yueling turned her gaze towards Lu Ran. Let us enter, Lu Ran casually remarked. With gritted teeth, Su Yueling maneuvered the Danshao treasure silk forward. Before the grand hall of the pavilion, Lu Qingshan awaited their arrival, flanked by various elders and disciples of the E-Sword Pavilion. As Lu Ran and his companions landed, they turned their attention to Lu Qingshan. We accept the wager, and if disbandment is the outcome, so be it. What business do you summon us for? Su Yueling inquired, only to be met with the unexpected. Lu Qingshan shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, Dissolution? Whatever do you mean? That wager was merely a jest. Did the sect master Su take it seriously? How shameless. I had anticipated that you, Lu Qingshan, were not a person of integrity. If that is the case, why summon us here? Su Mei retorted with discontent. I have stated repeatedly that Su Yueling and I are to become partners, and the Daoyuo sword sect shall merge into my Ejian pavilion. Lu Qingshan replied with a contented expression. With a glance towards Lu Ran's direction, his confidence surged. Lu Ran had also arrived, along with the esteemed elders and Su Yueling. Perfect. It spared him the need to concoct further schemes. What a delusion. To expect Yueling to become your partner? You ought to take a good look at yourself. Su Mei scolded angrily. Meanwhile, Su Yueling appeared markedly more cautious, surveying her surroundings. Although the elders of Ejian Pavilion were present, and the disciples were gathered, there seemed to be no hidden ambush. What then was Lu Qingshan's source of confidence? Did he truly intend to engage in an open confrontation? Enough with the nonsense. I have no time for your trivialities. To be frank, I came here today to obliterate your Ejian Pavilion. Lu Ran interjected. At this, Lu Qingshan erupted into hearty laughter, declaring, You, a mere ascender just entering the spirit realm, dare to speak so boldly? I shan't hesitate to inform you that aside from Su Yueling, whom I wish to enjoy, those who accompany you shall not depart. They will find their graves within my Ejian Pavilion, and that would not be an injustice to you. At this moment, even Lu Ran grew curious. What confidence did Lu Qingshan possess? Lu Ran, a celestial being at the 9th level, far surpassed Lu Qingshan in strength and wielded the innate ancient treasure, the Kontong sealing heaven seal, yet refrained from boasting. Yet here was Lu Qingshan, audaciously brash. Such arrogance. Your life is forfeit now. Su Yueling could no longer contain her frustration, and a jade-green long sword materialized in her hand. The sword shimmered with radiant light, enveloped in ethereal energy, likely a spirit treasure, and quite befitting of Su Yueling's aesthetic, beautiful indeed. But as soon as her words fell, a resonating hum erupted from the back mountain of Ejian Pavilion. A black mist coiling skyward, accompanied by a booming laughter. Such grandiose claims from few youngsters. Lu Ran and the others were momentarily taken aback. Was there a master in Ejian Pavilion? Lu Qingshan, on the contrary, was even more exhilarated, shouting, Today, with the presence of Ancestor Hong Kuei, let us see who dares to claim a life. Su Yueling was perplexed. Who was this Ancestor Hong Kuei? As her mind raced with questions, a withered figure, as thin as a twig, descended from the heavens with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Lu Qingshan, hunched over, grinning amiably. To the untrained eye, he appeared to be an ordinary old man, akin to a beggar. Yet, Su Yueling and the others gasped in astonishment. They beheld the golden, auspicious aura encircling the old man's head, a sign of his profound merit. Moreover, rather than being ethereal and elusive, it possessed a tangible essence, radiating a resplendent hue akin to glazed treasures. No, it could no longer be merely referred to as auspicious purple energy. It was the golden wheel of virtue, the golden wheel of the golden immortal. Su Yueling's expression instantly fell. Master, we must leave quickly. I will hold him back. Su Yueling whispered urgently to Lu Ran. However, in reality, how could a celestial being hope to restrain a golden immortal? It was an insurmountable task. Lu Ran, unfamiliar with the golden wheel, cast a puzzled glance at Su Yueling, inquiring, what is happening? How come that old man's auspicious purple energy has such a color? It is obviously far more dazzling than ours. How did he acquire it? Su Yueling felt close to tears. At such a critical moment, you're still concerned about its appearance? That is the golden wheel of virtue. A golden immortal. That old man is a golden immortal. Su Yueling is tamerith. Upon hearing her words, a hint of pride immediately appeared on the old man's face. Lu Qingshan, equally intrigued, raised an eyebrow and eagerly watched, anticipating the elder to act and eliminate everyone except Su Yueling. Child, you must be Su Yueling, correct? Fear not. You shall survive, the old man intoned, his demeanor shrouded in mystery. Yet, before he could finish, Lu Ran let out an excited exclamation, gazing at Su Yueling with fervor. A golden immortal? Really? Is this old man truly a golden immortal? Su Yueling was momentarily taken aback. What expression is that? Excitement? Joy. That is a golden immortal. The old man and Lu Qingshan were equally stunned. This reaction was decidedly unusual. Observing Su Yueling's peculiar expression, Lu Ran couldn't help but turn to the old man, exclaiming, Old fellow, speak plainly. Are you truly a golden immortal? May lightning strike if you lie. The old man furrowed his brow and replied, I, Hong Kui, never speak falsehoods. Do you not recognize this golden wheel of virtue? Lu Ran's eyes began to gleam with fervor. Nodding fervently like a chick pecking a grain, he exclaimed, just recognized it. Just recognized it. Indeed, I cannot perceive your aura. My goodness, is this for real? There truly is a golden immortal? Oh my, this is exhilarating. The onlookers were rendered speechless, casting each other strange glances as they wondered what Lu Ran was babbling about. Little did they know, Lu Ran was brimming with excitement within. He held two formidable spells in his grasp, one capable of annihilating a golden immortal and the other granting immunity from one. In other words, even if the old man were to unleash his power for days on end, Lu Ran would remain unscathed. Conversely, should Lu Ran choose to strike, a single sword would vanquish the immortal. In terms of danger, among all present, including the apprentices tending to the fire in the auxiliary quarters, the old man was the least threatening. Yet, in stark contrast to Lu Ran's composure, Su Yueling and the elders were all pale with fear. No wonder Lu Qingshan was so brazen and confident, welcoming them with open arms. They had not anticipated that Lu Qingshan had a golden immortal as his backing. They had truly walked right into the lion's den. Before the golden immortal, not only can one not fight, but even escape is impossible. The chasm between a golden immortal and a celestial immortal is insurmountable. What shall we do, master? Even if we were to flee, it seems I cannot hold him back. If you have any means, we must run. Su Yueling is tamerith. Run? Nonsense. Stay obediently behind me. With me here, the golden immortal is but a trivial matter. Lu Ran replied calmly. Yet, Su Yueling and the others clearly did not believe him. Lu Qingshan, growing increasingly impatient, urged, Ancestor, time is of the essence. We must act to avoid unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 18, The Kongtong Seal. Do I need your reminders to act? Ancestor Hong Kui shot a glare at Lu Qingshan with his sunken, yellowed eyes. The latter felt a chill run down his spine and quickly replied, I would not dare. Only then did Ancestor Hong Kui return to his senses, turning his attention back to Lu Ran and the others. Licking his parched lips, he squinted and remarked, It would be a pity to kill them. These young ladies are all of the Immortal Realm, possessing commendable roots. They could be of use. What do you mean by that? You blind old fool. The ladies have commendable roots, and I am lacking? Do you not see clearly? Lu Ran's heart simmered with indignation. Among a group of young women, he stood out distinctly, yet the old man overlooked him entirely. The corner of Ancestor Hong Kuei's mouth twitched awkwardly as he glanced at Lu Ran and said, "You are acceptable as well. Now that is more like it." Lu Ran nodded in satisfaction. Sui Welling timidly tugged at Lu Ran's sleeve and said, "Master, this is no time for jesting. We must think of a solution." Lu Ran gently squeezed Sui Welling's slightly cool hand, smiled faintly, and said, "Do not worry, my disciple. I shall shatter that old fool's head at once." With that, Lu Ran turned to face Ancestor Hong Kuei, intending to eliminate this foe swiftly with a single sword strike, relishing the moment. However, just then, a sharp sound of piercing air echoed through the space. Ancestor Hong Kuei's expression changed suddenly as he abruptly extended his hand, releasing a palm-sized jade piece. Clang! The icy radiance met and then separated, falling to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was a finely crafted silver nail, no thicker than a little finger and as long as a small arm. The silver nail was intercepted by a piece of ancient jade floating before Ancestor Hong Kuei, which was intricately carved with a distorted yin-yang fish pattern. The soul-severing nail. Damn it, it has found me. Ancestor Hong Kuei's expression darkened. In the next moment, the soul-severing nail trembled slightly upon the ground, transforming into a streak of cold light that shot away. Following the direction of the fleeing nail, ominous thunderclouds rolled in the sky. A fiery war chariot, engulfed in tumultuous thunderclouds, surged forth. Flames roared, dominating half the sky. Upon a massive chariot, figures stirred. The foremost five adorned in resplendent robes, led by an elder exuding an ethereal presence. The soul-severing nail now hovered before the elder. Most astonishingly, the foremost five individuals bore the golden wheels of merit atop their heads. 5 celestial beings. My goodness, in this remote region, one might go half a year without encountering a single golden immortal. Yet today, with the addition of the venerable Hong Kuei, 6 have emerged. You wretched disciple, you have indeed not left Xianxia. The elder at the forefront sneered coldly. With a mere gesture, hundreds of soul-severing nails floated before him, cascading toward the venerable Hong Kuei like a torrential downpour. Rui! Hong Kuei's pupils constricted suddenly as he bellowed. The ancient jade before him spun rapidly, soaring skyward. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a massive protective dome, inverted above him. Clink, clink, clink. Each soul-severing nail was thwarted by the shield, which shimmered brilliantly, quivering slightly before regaining its stability. At this moment, the Thunderfire war chariot had closed in, hovering high above the heavens. The leading elder glared furiously. Wretched disciple, the Qi Xian Yu Rui has indeed been stolen by you. Hong Kuei took a few deep breaths to calm his mind, realizing that the protective array of the Qi Xian Yu Rui was exceptionally secure, allowing him to exhale in relief. Conversely, Lu Ran and the others appeared somewhat bewildered. What is happening? Why has another group come to confront the venerable Hong Kuei? It is the Thunderfire chariot of the Hortus sect, along with the soul-severing nails of sect master Xiediang. Su Yueling exclaimed in astonishment. What business does the Hortus sect have meddling in our grievances with the Aegean pavilion? Lu Ran inquired, perplexed. Unlike Su Yueling and the others, he was not particularly anxious. Setting aside everything else, these 6 golden immortals seemed to him the least formidable, posing no significant threat. Sui Welling elaborated, the Hortus sect is a large sect located 5,000 miles away in Jinling City, with a long-standing heritage. It is said that 10,000 years ago, a traitor emerged from the Hortus sect, practicing dark arts in secret, which the sect deemed disgraceful. They sought to execute this traitor, but he escaped after murdering hundreds of disciples from the Hortus sect. Before fleeing, he also stole a treasured artifact from the sect. Could it be that this Hong Kuei is that very traitor? Su Yueling's analysis was straightforward and highly plausible. Lu Ran cast an odd glance at Lu Qingshan, whose expression mirrored his own concern. After much effort to invite the elder out of seclusion for assistance, how had they attracted 5 golden immortals? This situation had become quite complicated. Could Hong Kuei withstand these golden immortals? What a delightful turn of events. The protective array of the Qi Xian Yu Rui is indeed indomitable, and your lingering souls after 10,000 years have not been in vain. I have hidden in these mountains for millennia, and yet you have caught my scent and pursued me. Hong Kui Lau Ket Hertidi. The Qi Xian Yu Rui is the treasure of my sect, and its protective capabilities are naturally formidable. But can you hide for a time? Hide for a lifetime? Dihuang retorted coldly. The four golden immortals beside him glared fiercely at Hong Kuei. The protective dome consumed Hong Kuei's spiritual energy. How long could he sustain it? He could not escape. However, Hong Kuei let out a cold snort and declared, as a peak golden immortal at the 9th layer of the celestial realm, sustaining the protective formation of this mystic jade is no challenge for me, and I assure you it will not take 3 hours. He cast a glance at Lu Ran and the others, licking his lips as he continued, there are plenty of celestial beings here, once I drain their essence. The path to the great Luo will be mine. At that moment, it will be you who must tremble in fear. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Dihuang and his companions changed. They turned to Lu Ran and the group of enchanting women, all of whom were celestial beings. And one man was at the 9th layer of the celestial realm, with Hong Kuei at his peak. If he were to absorb their essence, he might indeed have a chance to ascend to the great Luo. By then, who knows if they could escape? And even the Fire Virtue sect might face Hong Kuei's wrath and be uprooted entirely. Break the formation with all your might, Dihuang shouted without hesitation. Immediately, the four golden immortals took their positions, joining Dihuang in a furious assault on the mystic jade formation. Hong Kuei was taken aback, realizing he could not afford to delay. Today, it was a matter of life and death. A surge of dark energy erupted, sweeping outwards in all directions. Hong Kuei was preparing to strike. Ancestor, kill Lu Ran first, Lu Qingshan shouted. The others were indifferent, but if Lu Ran survived, the ascendants from Blue Star would unite and tear him apart. Lu Ran? Dihuang was taken aback. Could it be that Lu Ran from Blue Star? In recent days, the ascendants from Blue Star had been in turmoil, all for their ancestor, Lu Ran. One of the golden immortals interjected. I recall that the woman is likely Su Yueling from the great Luo sword sect, also an ascendant from Blue Star. Thus, this Lu Ran must be the one. Do not concern yourselves with him. Focus on breaking the formation, capturing Hong Kuei and the celestial treasure, but do not engage Lu Ran, Dihuang instructed. Inside the protective barrier, as he observed the billowing black smoke approaching, Lu Ran furrowed his brow and muttered, what kind of wicked technique has Hong Kuei cultivated? Is he not using a gas canister, producing this foul smoke? With that, he tossed an object. This item was rectangular, neither gold nor jade, resembling a seal, intricately carved with complex patterns that emanated a dazzling array of colors as it left his hand. The Kongdong Seal of Heaven. As the Kongdong Seal was released, it immediately hovered above the sword pavilion. Layers of Tao rhythm unfolded as Lu Ran made a single-handed seal gesture, unleashing a terrifying spiritual pressure that seemed to crush the heavens, crashing downwards. Just as Hong Kuei's grand black smoke began to rise, in the next moment, it vanished with a puff, as if a cloud of ash had been extinguished. Hong Kuei stood rooted in place, attempting to maintain his imposing stance. Yet the black smoke had dissipated completely, rendering the situation quite awkward. He looked up at the sky, gazing at the Kongdong Seal in a daze. Simultaneously, Lu Qingshan, the various elders, Su Yueling, Su Mei, Dihuang, and the others from the Fire Virtue sect all stared in disbelief. Tao rhythm? That is an ancient treasure. Dihuang's aged visage suddenly turned serious, his eyes glinting with greed. The others were fervently swallowing their saliva. The ancient treasure. They had never even laid eyes on it before. Could it be Lu Ran? One person pondered aloud. Most likely, I witnessed his summoning with my own eyes. Another responded. Dihuang squinted slightly as he gazed at Lu Ran, then shook his head, saying, if that is the case, it is improbable that he is the Lu Ran for Blue Star. This individual is at the celestial realm, perhaps even at the pinnacle of the 9th heaven. Yet, I recall that the Lu Ran from Blue Star ascended only a few days ago. To rise to the 9th heaven in such a brief span? Impossible. Since he is merely at the celestial realm, the people around Dihuang exchanged glances, hesitating. Dihuang, however, was quite resolute. He declared, since he is not the Lu Ran for Blue Star, we must seize the ancient treasure. Greed is akin to a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. And that is precisely the case here. Our immediate priority is to breach the protective formation of the Qi Xian Jade Rui. Once breached, we shall not concern ourselves with Hong Kuei. Our first target must be Lu Ran. Dihuang instructed. He discerned the gravity of the situation. If they could acquire the ancient treasure, it would matter not if they spare Hong Kuei without seeking vengeance. The Qi Xian Jade Rui was desirable. But even if they failed to obtain it, 1,000 celestial artifacts could not compare to a single ancient treasure. Moreover, observing the aura of the ancient treasure. Its spiritual pressure was overwhelming, far surpassing the rumored might of the ancient treasure. It could very well be a congenital ancient treasure. At this thought, Dihuang was utterly stunned, his actions growing increasingly forceful. Meanwhile, Hong Kuei's eyes gleamed with excitement. An ancient treasure at hand. Huh, today marks my rise. Hong Kuei was nearly bouncing with exhilaration. If he could absorb these roots and advance to the Great Luo, while simultaneously acquiring the ancient treasure, it would be a meteoric rise. Sui Welling and Su Mei gazed blankly at the Kongtong seal of heaven above. After a while, Su Mei murmured, "Your master is truly terrifying." Sui Welling curiously inquired, "Master, what is that? An ancient treasure?" Lu Ran nodded, stating, "The Kongtong seal of heaven." It was the first time he was utilizing the ancient treasure since acquiring it, and he was not yet fully adept. Furthermore, due to Lu Ran's insufficient cultivation, he could not unleash the full potential of the Kongtong seal of heaven. Nonetheless, upon obtaining it, Lu Ran had received a brief introduction about the seal. It is said that the Kongtong seal is a supreme treasure of humanity. The seal is adorned with 9 dragons interwoven, and the faces of the 5 great emperors are carved upon its sides. Beneath the seal, the words fortune and blessing of the great Tao are inscribed. Whoever wields this seal can establish or dethrone an emperor. The bearer will not age or perish, nor will they be extinguished. Thus, it follows that the extent of power he can currently wield is merely the surface of this ancient treasure's capabilities. On the Thunderfire war chariot, Dihuang and the others watched as Hong Kuei advanced toward Lu Ran, and they were instantly alarmed. If Hong Kuei were to obtain the ancient treasure, even if he did not ascend to Great Luo, they would be unable to contend with him. After a moment of hesitation, Dihuang decisively halted, gritting his teeth. He suddenly crossed his hands and struck his chest. Plop! A stream of essence erupted, coalescing before him, refusing to dissipate. Dihuang slowly tugged with both hands. As searing flames and bone-chilling currents converged, vast expanses of white mist surged forth in a tsunami-like wave. The faces of the 4 golden immortals beside him shifted dramatically, hastily retreating a considerable distance. The alchemical fusion of water and fire reached its zenith. Dihuang's countenance twisted in a fierce grimace, his eyes ablaze with crimson intensity, as if this maneuver had exacted a tremendous toll on him. Subsequently, he wrenched the 2 forces together, unleashing a cataclysmic collision that struck violently against the protective array of the Qishuan Jade Rui. Crack! The protective formation, under the onslaught of such formidable power, bore a fissure. As the orchestrator, Hong Kuei was affected, his complexion paling as he gazed skyward in astonishment. Seeing his effort yield results, Dihuang seized the moment, forcefully pulling apart the rift, tearing open a breach in the protective array. "Attack! Kill Lu Ran!" Dihuang bellowed in fury. He braced against the gaping fissure, and 2 of the golden immortals, quick to react, flashed into the breach. To them, Lu Ran was merely a celestial immortal. With golden immortals at their disposal, he would be effortlessly eliminated. Lu Ran, hearing the commotion, cursed, "What nonsense is this? You're not going to kill me. That old Bai Deng is no good either." Of course, Hong Kuei was swifter still. His garments, unable to withstand the violent surge of spiritual energy, tore apart, revealing a physique that appeared to be a layer of human skin draped over a skeletal frame. Despite his seemingly decayed body, he moved with remarkable speed, shrouded in swirling black mist. Lu Ran swiftly broke a branch from a nearby shrub, clutching it in hand, a sword to vanquish the immortals. How could I proceed without one? The lack of a proper weapon diminished his flair, so he resorted to this makeshift substitute. He then turned his gaze toward Hong Kuei, advancing rather than retreating, boldly closing the distance. He delivering himself to me. Hong Kuei thought, elated. If he could slay Lu Ran, the celestial Kongtong seal would become masterless, and he could swiftly imprint his own soul mark upon it, claiming it as his own. His calculations were astute, and his assault was merciless. His hand, resembling a gnarled tree branch, extended outward, the black mist twisting into a colossal claw aimed menacingly at Lu Ran. "Master, be careful." Sui Welling's face paled dramatically. Without hesitation, she charged forward. Lu Ran had initially felt at ease, immune to Hong Kuei's onslaught, remaining unscathed. However, Sui Welling's intervention disrupted that sense of security. While he was safe, she was at risk of being annihilated. "Girl, retreat!" Lu Ran shouted fiercely. But it was too late. Su Yueling would not heed his warning. She cast forth all her few spiritual treasures, which flew around Lu Ran, forming a protective circle. Meanwhile, she stood with empty sleeves. In a moment of urgency, Lu Ran grasped Su Yueling's delicate wrist, pulling her into his embrace, turning to shield her, bending low to protect her fiercely. Bang! The claw of black mist descended upon them. As Hong Kuei's speed plummeted, he resolved to ascend directly to seize the Kongtong seal of heaven, for in his estimation, Lu Ran was surely doomed. However, in the next heartbeat, he was struck with astonishment as he beheld Lu Ran utterly unscathed. At that moment, Lu Ran had ignited his true fire. He cast a glance at Su Yueling in his arms, who was gasping for breath, her expression a mixture of fear and anxiety, yet thankfully unharmed. Master, be quiet. I will deal with you later. Lu Ran's eyes widened as he glanced at Su Mei, declaring, I leave her to you. With that, he flung Su Yueling towards her. He observed the scattered spiritual treasures strewn across the ground, all belonging to Su Yueling, yet damaged and in need of restoration. The might of a golden immortal was indeed terrifying. Turning around, he waved a branch in his hand and directed his gaze towards Hong Kuei, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Hong Kuei, however, was rendered speechless. How could a peak golden immortal at the 9th level be unable to vanquish a mere celestial being? Meanwhile, the recently freed Dihuang and his companions were left in a daze. They looked upon Lu Ran, who was not only unharmed, but was now brandishing a branch against Hong Kuei. Was he truly intending to confront a golden immortal with a mere stick? The two golden immortals from the Fire Virtue sect were now hesitating. The situation had grown quite bizarre. Should they advance or retreat? While they deliberated, Hong Kuei could not afford to waver. With the Qi Xian Jade Rui torn asunder by Dihuang, he had no time to absorb its essence. His only chance of survival lay in slaying Lu Ran and seizing the ancient treasure. Enough of this charade. Hong Kuei scoffed, erupting once more. His flesh appeared to contract as dark energy thickened around him, warping the very space around him. Witnessing this, the two golden immortals could no longer remain passive. If they did not act now, and Hong Kuei seized the initiative, calamity would surely follow. Thus, all three charged towards Lu Ran in unison. Before they even arrived, their respective powers had been unleashed. Three golden immortals encircled and targeted a single celestial being. This time, Lu Ran was destined for death. Yet, such was merely their presumption. The two flames of the Fire Virtue sect exploded against Lu Ran, while Hong Kuei's dark energy transformed into countless black spikes, impaling Lu Ran. Was it any wonder he was deemed a traitor of the Fire Virtue sect? This maneuver bore a striking resemblance to Dihuang's soul-severing nails, but the outcome was astonishing. Lu Ran remained utterly unfazed, his expression one of indifference. Even the branch in his hand retained its vibrant green hue. Slowly, he raised his hand with a gentle motion. In an instant, the winds shifted. The entirety of the Aegean pavilion was engulfed in howling gales, and dust and stones were swept away. A terrifying force emanated forth. The three golden immortals felt as though they were being targeted by a venomous serpent, every hair on their bodies standing on end. Withdraw. The two from the Fire Virtue sect shouted without hesitation. Three golden immortals had concentrated their fire, and yet their opponent had shown no signs of defense, remaining entirely unharmed. This was no ordinary celestial being. Hong Kuei became acutely aware of the impending crisis. With a thought, the Qi Xian Jade Rui returned, spinning gracefully before him. The immense protective array, torn apart by Dihuang, rapidly contracted, transforming into a golden orb that enveloped him within its protective embrace. With a swift motion, Lu Ran brandished the branch in his hand. The very ground of the Aegean pavilion was rent asunder by a colossal force, shattering into fragments. The first to be affected were two golden immortals of the Fire Virtue sect. They barely had time to glance back and realized escape was futile, hastily summoning all their spiritual energy for defense. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the sword aura swept through, obliterating their bodies and scattering them like a crimson rain. Before the might of celestial arts, all defensive measures proved futile. Such was the power of the heavenly laws. Hong Kuei was not spared either. In that fleeting moment when the sword aura surged forth, the protective shield of the Qi Xian Jade Rui held for but a second before shattering, along with the Rui itself, which split into two halves. This was the essence of the law's strength. Had a true immortal wielded the Qi Xian Jade Rui, it might have withstood the assault, but as it was controlled by a golden immortal and intended to protect a fellow golden immortal, All defenses were rendered asunder before the sword that slayed immortals. As for Hong Kuei's frail, withered body, it too was swept away, vanishing into the void. One sword that slayed immortals. With a mere wooden stick and a sword, 3 golden immortals were dispatched. From Xianxia's perspective, the entire Aegean pavilion, with Lu Ran at its epicenter, resembled a nuclear explosion. Buildings and ground were left in a state of utter devastation. In the next instant, Lu Ran slowly raised his gaze towards Xianxia, lifting the wooden stick once more. Run! Without a moment's hesitation, Xianxia turned and fled. The Thunderfire battle chariot beneath him transforming into a streak of light. He paid no heed to the 2 remaining golden immortals, as Lu Ran's second strike was already unleashed. The remaining 2 golden immortals, infuriated and desperate to escape, found themselves no match for the speed of the sword aura. Especially since the Thunderfire battle chariot had been commandeered by Xianxia. Bang! Bang! With 2 resounding explosions, the 2 golden immortals met the same fate as their companions. Xianxia, in a hurried glance back, was filled with horror. What kind of celestial being was this? 2 strikes had claimed the lives of 5 golden immortals with such effortless ease. And to top it off, the Qixin Jade Rui had been cleaved in twain. That was a celestial treasure. Lu Ran, somewhat exasperated, shouted, "Oh by dang, weren't you just trying to kill me? Why are you running?" His voice resonated through the air. Though Lu Ran was already out of reach of Xianxia, the latter trembled at the sound, his heart racing. In a moment of panic, he struck his chest. A mouthful of vital blood erupted forth like a fountain, transforming into a mist of crimson. Without hesitation, Xianxia dove into the blood mist, his hands swiftly forming seals. This was perhaps the fastest he had ever moved in his life. Whoosh! A streak of blood-red light vanished in the blink of an eye, disappearing beyond the horizon. It was akin to a form of blood escape, depleting one's essence and cultivation, even endangering the very foundation of one's being. Yet, Xianxia was so terrified that his soul seemed to detach from his body. He could think of nothing but fleeing, abandoning even the Thunderfire chariot beneath him. He cursed his parents for not having given him 2 more legs. Lu Ran, with a slight grimace, muttered, "I can kill swiftly, but not swiftly enough." This old Bai's speed is rather formidable, as expected of a golden immortal. Although Lu Ran had ascended to the 9th heaven of the Immortal Realm, he could not match such velocity. Subsequently, he cast aside his wooden staff and turned his gaze towards Su Yueling and the others. Aside from Su Yueling, the other women stood rigidly, afraid to even draw breath. They stole a glance at the wooden staff Lu Ran had carelessly discarded nearby. The staff was crooked and adorned with a few green leaves. Moments ago, Lu Ran had wielded this very object to annihilate 4 golden immortals. Su Mei had heard countless tales of Su Yueling boasting about her master, and previously, Su Mei had deemed them exaggerated. However, it now seemed that Su Yueling had been exceedingly modest. Merely days after Ascension, she could already dispatch golden immortals. Moreover, amidst the onslaught of golden immortals, not a single hair on her head had been harmed. Lu Ran blinked and turned back to Lu Qingshan. This individual was the primary objective for the day. Everything else was ancillary. With a thud, as Lu Ran glanced at Lu Qingshan, the latter, along with several elders of the Esor Pavilion, immediately knelt down, without hesitation, in a clean and decisive manner. Then, with a clatter, various spiritual treasures were thrown down before Lu Qingshan. Even storage bags were tossed, and pills were scattered across the ground. The other elders hastily followed suit, fearing they would be slow in retrieving their belongings. "Brother, no, great immortal. I offer all my possessions. I beg you to spare my life. I was blind to not recognize your greatness." After speaking, they repeatedly knocked their heads on the floor, cracking the tiles beneath them. He had no intention of fleeing, for such an attempt would be futile. He lacked the speed and abilities of a golden immortal. Lu Ran could eliminate golden immortals in an instant. What then was his own realm? A great Luo immortal? My goodness. How many great Luo immortals could there possibly be in the entire Xia prefecture? In retrospect, it was only reasonable that someone capable of shattering Lu Xiaoyang's sword intent should indeed be feared. The day he spared the great Luo sword sect from annihilation was simply a reflection of Lu Ran's good mood. Yet, here he was, not appreciating the mercy shown, but instead seeking to retaliate. He dared to set his sights on my dear little chubby girl. Spare you? Not a chance. Lu Ran replied without reservation. I can offer you anything. This E-Sword Pavilion shall be yours. All disciples shall be integrated into the great Luo sword sect, and I will depart. never to return in this lifetime. Lu Qingshan professed his loyalty. I have long heard of the E-Sword Pavilion disciples' brutal temperament and arrogant demeanor. What use do I have for such rabble? Lu Ran retorted. Then, with a thought, the Kongtong seal of heaven descended with a resounding thrum. In an instant, all disciples beneath the Immortal Realm within the E-Sword Pavilion exploded, akin to fireworks. Within a mere breath, the E-Sword Pavilion was obliterated. Several disciples at the true Immortal Realm lingered on the brink of death, struggling to survive despite their grievous wounds, yet they lay prostrate upon the ground, devoid of the strength to move. The realm of Lu Ran was inherently superior to theirs, sufficient to crush them, and coupled with the Kongtong seal of heaven, they found themselves utterly immobilized. Ultimately, it was Lu Qingshan along with several elders who also lay on the ground, unable to rise. However, the Kongtong seal could merely suppress them. It lacked the capacity for instantaneous destruction. After all, Lu Ran could only eliminate gold immortals in a single stroke. Sui Weling and her companions watched Lu Ran in astonishment. Are you truly an immortal? With one move, you obliterated the Aegean Pavilion. With a single sword strike, you vanquished 3 gold immortals. And with another, you claimed the lives of 2 more. As fellow immortals, they cannot fathom why he possessed such remarkable prowess. Little chubby girl, leave these individuals to you. Spare not a single one, Lu Ran commanded. He intended to maintain their suppression to prevent any resistance, wary of the potential for disaster when dealing with fellow immortals. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan's face turned pale. He bellowed, "Wait, great immortal, I have a treasured artifact to offer in exchange for my life." At that moment, neither Lu Qingshan nor the surrounding elders dared to flee. Not a single thought of escape crossed their minds. Having witnessed Lu Ran effortlessly dispatch 5 gold immortals with a mere branch, and forced Dihuang to flee in desperation. Abandoning even the spirit treasure Thunderfire War Chariot, they had succumbed to despair. In truth, while Lu Ran could indeed annihilate gold immortals, he could only do so against them. Despite facing the onslaught of 3 gold immortals without sustaining a scratch, this was due to Lu Ran's immortal law, the body of the king. Were Lu Qingshan and the elders to unite in their assault, Lu Ran would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious situation, provided he did not possess the Kongtong seal. As a supreme treasure of the human race, Lu Ran, at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of immortal ascendancy, could completely subjugate them. Lu Qingshan's chest heaved violently. After a millennium of cultivation, this was the first time he faced death so directly, and fear consumed him. He would forsake all treasures and elixirs, seeking only to preserve his life. Treasured artifact? Show it to me, Lu Ran replied nonchalantly. No, it is not in my possession, but Lu Qingshan began, only to be interrupted by Lu Ran. Are you jesting with me? Lu Ran raised an eyebrow. And no, I would not dare, though it is not in my possession. It is in Lishan. Do you remember the previous ancestor Hong Kuei? He had been hiding in Lishan. Though he has perished, his treasures remain. They are located in the back mountain. Lu Qingshan hurriedly explained. Through Lu Qingshan's elucidation, the others comprehended the situation. Lu Qingshan's decision to establish the Aegean Pavilion in this location was not a whimsical choice, nor was it a direct challenge to the Deluo sword sect. At that time, Lu Qingshan was merely at the true Immortal Realm. While traversing this area, he inadvertently discovered the existence of a restriction, where the ancestor Hong Kuei had already taken refuge. He hesitated to emerge for the sake of continuing his nefarious practices. He daringly breached the seal and pulled Lu Qingshan into the fray. Subsequently, he bestowed upon Lu Qingshan the thunderous sword technique, elixirs, and spiritual treasures, aiding him in establishing a sect in this place. In return, Lu Qingshan was to seek out individuals of exceptional lineage for him to cultivate. Within the stone hall of the mountain, I had encountered several storage boxes nestled in the corners, filled with the treasures accumulated by Hong Kuei over many years. However, I had not dared to covet them. Now that Hong Kuei was deceased, all the treasures belonged to you, Lu Qingshan declared. Yet, it appeared that Lu Ran still harbored some hesitation. He hastily added, I can take you there immediately to personally unlock the seal. Once you see it, you shall understand. I beseech you to spare my life. I am eternally grateful and shall never return to Xianxia. As for revenge, let it go. Survival was already a blessing. After departing from Xianxia, Lu Ran would swiftly gather the Blue Star sect, a formidable powerhouse that could sweep away all in its path, instilling fear in all. Moreover, this legendary ancestor of the Blue Star was truly terrifying. Having ascended merely days prior, he could effortlessly annihilate golden immortals with nothing but a wooden stick. Given time, he might ascend to the Imperial Realm. The thought of Lu Qingshan seeking revenge seemed utterly far-fetched. Very well, let us proceed. Lu Ran pondered before nodding. He then turned to Su Yueling and the others, stating, aside from Lu Qingshan, eliminate everyone else, leaving none alive. Lu Ran never regarded the eradication of roots as a negative trait. He did not lack reverence for life. However, when it came to adversaries, it was either their demise or his own. Under the suppression of the Kongdong Sealing Heaven Seal, everyone except Lu Qingshan perished. Without even mentioning Lu Ran's swift defeat of 5 golden immortals in this E-Sword Pavilion, with just a few swift strikes, only Lu Qingshan remained standing. Before heading to the back mountain, Lu Ran glanced at the Thunderfire battle chariot in the sky. This artifact had been hastily left behind by Dihuang in his flight. Little fat girl, though it is also a spiritual treasure, this Thunderfire battle chariot from the Fire Deity sect is far more impressive than your Danshao treasure silk. Lu Ran remarked, marveling at its allure. It was not only a means of travel, but also a visually stunning toy that Lu Ran greatly admired. Master, why do you still call me little fat girl? I am a sect leader now. Su Yueling baute in displeasure, feasing a Xianxia. Su Mei and the others were left speechless. Over the years, they had never witnessed Su Yueling exhibit such girlish antics. Perhaps it was only in Lu Ran's presence that she could truly return to her innocent self and completely relax. Little fat girl rolled off the tongue more easily, and Lu Ran chuckled. Master, although this Thunderfire battle chariot is left here, it bears Xianxia's soul imprint, rendering it unusable. It must be temporarily sealed, Su Yueling reminded. Upon hearing this, Lu Ran approached the Thunderfire battle chariot, his gaze sweeping over it. The so-called soul imprint was a common technique employed by every immortal, and even cultivators from the lower realms. It is not as complicated as it seems. It is merely a soul restriction. As it pertains to the soul, the intricacies abound, akin to placing a lock upon a magical artifact. Outsiders are unable to wield it, and any forceful attempts to activate it would result in damage to the treasure. Thus, the established norm has always been that in order to seize another's artifact, one must either compel the owner to relinquish their soul imprint out of self-preservation, or simply wait to be slaughtered, at which point the soul imprint will dissipate on its own. There exists no alternative means. However, while this may prove challenging for others, it is remarkably straightforward for Lu Ran. No matter how convoluted the soul restriction may be, it ultimately falls under the category of array prohibitions. And Lu Ran, too, has mastered array techniques. With this thought, Lu Ran extended a hand, slowly gliding it over the Thunderfire chariot. Xianxia's soul restriction unraveled like a complex puzzle, layer by layer, until it ultimately vanished in a resounding explosion. Lu Ran casually inscribed his own soul imprint in its place. With a thunderous roar, the Thunderfire chariot erupted with searing flames before gracefully hovering beneath Lu Ran's feet. Success. Beside him, Lu Qingshan's face turned ashen, his heart quivering in disbelief. What had he just witnessed? Lu Ran had effortlessly erased the soul imprint of a golden immortal. Was this even possible? Could one truly erase a soul imprint without slaying the adversary? This feat was likely beyond the capabilities of even a great Luo immortal. This ancestor from Blue Star is utterly astonishing. Su Yueling was momentarily taken aback, but had grown accustomed to the extraordinary abilities that Lu Ran possessed. Su Mei and the others were equally astonished, yet they had become desensitized, or perhaps numb, to the bizarre occurrences surrounding this ancestor from Blue Star. Let us proceed, board the chariot, and head to the back mountain, Lu Ran instructed, casting a glance at Lu Qingshan. Meanwhile, Dihuang, having flown hundreds of miles away, was ashen-faced. The loss of his vital essence left his meridians quaking, and his spiritual energy was in disarray. Yet, he dared not reduce his speed. At that moment, sensing something amiss, he hesitated slightly, his expression shifting dramatically. The soul imprint on the Thunderfire chariot had vanished. Had Lu Ran destroyed his spiritual treasure? But the next instant, he shook his head and murmured, "No, my soul imprint was not violently obliterated. It was methodically erased." Such a notion was unprecedented. Coupled with the ease with which Lu Ran had dispatched the 5 golden immortals, as though squashing an ant, it became evident that his true cultivation level far exceeded that of the visible immortals, even overshadowing the great Luo immortals. His countenance paled further, and he accelerated once more, fleeing with the swiftness of lightning. Chapter 22. The Ancient Restriction. At the foot of the cliff in the back mountain, Lu Yueling queried, "Is this the place?" It appears utterly unremarkable, devoid of anything of interest. She cast a doubtful glance around before looking towards Lu Qingshan, harboring deep suspicions that he might be concocting some sinister plot in his final moments. However, Lu Ran remarked, "Indeed, there exists a complex restriction. Unlike the methods employed by Hong Kuei." After speaking, he approached the cliff, gazing at the rocky precipice concealed beneath a tangle of shrubs. Lu Qingshan, feeling somewhat awkward, admitted, "Truly, nothing escapes your keen perception. The stone chamber within this mountain has existed since ancient times. The restriction is an ancient seal originally placed here. When Hong Kuei arrived, he inadvertently discovered a method to unlock this seal and hid within. Once this restriction is closed, it can completely isolate Hong Kuei's presence. For millennia, the Fire Virtue sect remained oblivious. Recently, however, as the eons wore on, Hong Kuei gradually let his guard down. The last time Lu Qingshan unlocked the seal, the Fire Virtue sect sensed his presence and hurried to the location, unable to pinpoint it accurately. Yet Hong Kuei emerged, intending to exterminate Lu Ran and the others before retreating to await his ascension to the Great Luo. Little did he expect to be precisely located by Dihuang and his companions. The ancient restriction, Lu Ran murmured. Indeed, its complexity was the most formidable he had ever encountered. Rest assured, the method to unlock this restriction was divulged to me by Hong Kuei himself. Now that he is deceased, I alone possess the means to open it. Lu Qingshan spoke with a hint of pride, but realizing the inappropriateness of the moment, he quickly composed himself and prepared to operate the unlocking mechanism. Unexpectedly, Lu Ran extended a hand, and spiritual energy began to gently emanate forth. To be frank, Lu Qingshan acknowledged Lu Ran's prowess, yet he feared that without knowledge of the method, attempting to unlock this ancient seal was a mere fantasy. However, in the next moment, the cliff before them began to slowly distort, as golden patterns spread forth like a spider's web. Within a few breaths, a brilliant radiance erupted. Subsequently, as the cliff vanished, a stone door appeared and began to open slowly. A dark, cavernous passage revealed itself. Lu Qingshan inhaled sharply. This ancient restriction could be opened with such ease? "Let us venture inside," Lu Ran pondered, then turned to Lu Qingshan, who led the way into the passage. Having traversed this route many times before, Lu Qingshan knew there were no hidden mechanisms. Meanwhile, Lu Ran and the others followed closely, observing their surroundings. The passage was man-made and devoid of light. Yet for those of celestial stature, this posed no challenge. The walls were adorned with shallow relief sculptures. Although devoid of any spiritual fluctuations, the mere sight was captivating, evoking an overwhelming aura of martial prowess. It was evident that the creators of this passage possessed formidable strength. "It smells terrible in here," Sui Welling remarked, her brow furrowed. Indeed, aside from the musty scent of decay, a foul odor permeated the air. "The stench is quite potent. There's little we can do," Lu Qingshan admitted sheepishly. After walking a short distance further, they emerged into a wide expanse. Before them lay the stone chamber where the venerable Hong Kuei had once resided. The mat remains, yet the venerable Hong Kuei is no more. Beside the mat lies a skeletal remains, desiccated and devoid of any foul odor. Su Yuling casts a glance and immediately realizes, exclaiming, "By the attire, it seems to be Lu Xiaoyang. How did he meet his demise?" Lu Qingshan replies, "His foundation in the sword path was shattered by the great immortal, rendering him worthless. However, his innate talent is exceptional, and Hong Kuei had use for him thus." Lu Ran shoots a sidelong glance at Lu Qingshan, saying, "You truly are willing to sacrifice, so you exchange your son's life for Hong Kuei to eliminate us?" Lu Qingshan awkwardly nods, hesitant to elaborate further. Subsequently, Lu Ran surveys the surroundings, discovering in the corners of the hall a collection of withered bones and decayed flesh, remnants of the promising talents Lu Qingshan had sent over the years, all absorbed by Hong Kuei's malevolent practices. Yet, in one corner there lies an immaculate space housing 3 boxes. The boxes, crafted from an unknown material, are inscribed with the Shumi formation, serving as storage containers. Those must be it, although I have yet to glimpse their contents. Since they were so carefully placed here by Hong Kuei, they are likely not mundane items, Lu Qingshan deduces, internally praying that Hong Kuei possesses some wealth. Let not be mere garments or undergarments, for that would spell disaster. Lu Ran approaches the first box. With Hong Kuei deceased, the restrictions have dissipated, allowing a clear view of its contents. Inside the first box are various medicinal pills. Though few in number, their potent aroma unmistakably indicates their quality. Lu Ran gathers them all, intending to study them later. The second box contains several spiritual treasures, which Lu Ran also collects. He does not disdain these treasures. Despite possessing the Kongtong seal, a prized item awarded by the system as critical strikes, he is uncertain if future strikes will yield higher rates. Spiritual treasures remain rare and valuable. The third box, however, contains but a single item, a tome of techniques. The dark red paper is of an unknown material. Subtili exuding a sinistioha. The cover bears the ominous title, Extinction of the Corpse Demon. It is likely the nefarious technique cultivated by Hong Kuei, carefully preserved here. Lu Ran murmurs. With a surge of spiritual power, he shatters the tome into a fine powder. At this moment, Lu Qingshan is engulfed in despair. What a disappointment. There is nothing of worth. He retreats slowly, holding his breath. Yet in the next moment, Lu Ran turns to him. Is this what you deem valuable? He inquires. No. I had no inkling that these were the contents. The technique must be formidable. You have destroyed it yourself. It surely was a treasure. Lu Qingshan protests loudly. Lu Ran's expression remains impassive as he shakes his head, once more summoning the Kongtong seal to subdue Lu Qingshan. He then slowly utters a single word, kill. In an instant, Su Yueling and the others, without hesitation, sprang forth to dismantle the foe into pieces. Lu Ran felt a twinge of annoyance. While he could effortlessly vanquish golden immortals, battling against opponents of the same realm proved somewhat troublesome, necessitating the use of the Kongtong seal to ensure a decisive victory. Although his cultivation level could easily overpower Lu Qingshan, he preferred to avoid conflict when possible, opting for caution. As for Su Mei and the others, they saw no fault in Lu Ran's actions. Rather, they believed he aimed to provide them with an opportunity to vent their frustrations and seek vengeance. It was truly unfortunate that the ancient restrictions held nothing of value. Hong Kuei was as impoverished as a beggar, lamented Su Yueling. However, Lu Ran shook his head, feeling a pull that led him to halt before the stone wall, directly facing the corridor. He extended his hand, and the area glimmered faintly. He mused. Here lies another restriction, more intricate, and it has not been breached for at least 10 millennia. This suggested that even Hong Kuei had overlooked it. Furthermore, if these two ancient restrictions were intended to safeguard something, that something might still remain, potentially a treasure. With this thought, Lu Ran could no longer contain his excitement. He extended a hand, channeling his spiritual energy to begin decoding and breaking the restriction. Chapter 23. The Imperial Decree of Xiazhou. This was the first time in 100,000 years that Lu Ran encountered such a formidable restriction. Its complexity was bewildering, twisting and turning. Moreover, the restriction was not static. It shifted in accordance with the cycles of the 4 elements, the 8 trigrams of Fuxi and the 12 solar terms. Such a restriction, without a genuine method to unravel it, would likely remain impenetrable to anyone across the realm relying solely on their own explorations. Indeed, had it not been for Lu Ran's mastery of formations, he might not have even recognized the existence of the restriction. 10 minutes later, with a crisp sound, Lu Ran narrowed his eyes and took 2 steps back. The stone wall before him began to ripple from its center, and soon, the entire wall vanished, revealing another corridor. This new passage was broader, devoid of light, yet not lengthy. Squinting, he perceived that it extended for a mere dozen meters before leading to another world. After scanning the surroundings to ensure safety, Lu Ran took the lead into the passage, with Su Yueling and the other elders closely trailing behind. As they traversed the corridor without incident, they arrived at a stone hall, considerably smaller than the one where Hong Kuei had concealed himself. However, the surrounding walls were exquisitely carved with dragons and phoenixes. Aside from a severely decayed chair against the wall, there was nothing else in sight. Upon the chair lay a withered corpse, slumped and clad in tattered, rotting garments. Instinctively, Lu Ran stepped toward the corpse, reasoning that if any treasures were to be found, they would likely be upon this lifeless form. Having surveyed the surroundings, Lu Ran discerned the absence of any other formations or restrictions. Of course, it was also possible that his cultivation level was insufficient to detect them, though that probability seemed slim. Despite Lu Ran's lower cultivation, his innate talent for formations was remarkable. "Master, please be cautious," Su Yueling urged nervously, closely following Lu Ran while observing their surroundings. Lu Ran nodded, not out of arrogance, for he had already summoned the Kong Tong seal and held it firmly in his grasp, with the Chulong armor activated and ready for defense. They approached the corpse in silence. Encountering Noimidi Danya. The body had long lost its flesh, yet the skeletal frame remained remarkably intact, as if carved from translucent white jade. It was unclear how long it had been there, but the bones still shimmered with a divine luster. The ability to refine bones to such an extent indicated that this individual had possessed a formidable cultivation level in life, undoubtedly a significant figure. Though the reason for their demise in this place remained a mystery, Lu Ran mused. Once deceased, there is little danger. Lu Ran stated as he began to search the body. Flipping it over, he found himself at a loss. There were no storage bags, magical artifacts, or even weapons to be found. This skeleton was utterly devoid of possessions, a true embodiment of simplicity. However, he noticed that the right hand of the skeleton clutched a golden token tightly. Carefully, he pried it free and examined it closely. This token appeared to be crafted from some kind of metal, impervious to spiritual energy, and offered no detectable functions. The front bore the character for Emperor, while the reverse side was inscribed with Xia Prefecture. Beyond that, it was unremarkable. Could this be a token of identity? Lu Ran pondered. He had entered in search of treasures, and yet this was all he had found? Beside him, Sui Welling expressed her surprise. This resembles the legendary Xia Prefecture Imperial token. Oh, what is that? Lu Ran inquired, intrigued. In the spirit realm, each of the 9 prefectures possesses an imperial token generated by the heavenly Tao. It is said that the bearer of an imperial token governs the balance of good and evil in the mortal realm, overseeing mountains, rivers, and all living beings. However, I have never seen what an imperial token looks like, nor can I elaborate on its specific functions. I have only heard vague rumors. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to affirm that the Xia Prefecture Imperial token was a highly esteemed artifact. Yet, it remained uncertain if this was indeed the genuine article. Never mind. I shall keep it for now and determine its significance later. I will continue my search, Lu Ran concluded, placing the token into his storage bag. He resumed his search. But alas, aside from the token, he found nothing more. How unfortunate! Lu Ran sighed. Surely, someone worthy of possessing an imperial token would not be so impoverished. Most likely, this item is a counterfeit. Feeling despondent, and noticing the quality of the skeleton was commendable, I decided to strip away the tattered and decayed garments from it. The entire skeleton was then cast into the storage bag, to see if it would prove useful in the future. Afterward, I made my way back home. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dihuang, who had fled back to Jinling City in a state of disarray, was far from idle. The fire deity sect, unlike other sects that established their own schools, had instead taken root in Jinling City, developing their base from the government. They extended their branches to various cities nearby. The sect's industrial chain was vast, with astonishing benefits and an overwhelming number of followers. Alongside a dozen or so golden immortals, Sui Welling was not mistaken. It was indeed a super sect. However, today 5 golden immortals had perished. Dihuang felt a surge of fear that Lu Ran would come seeking retribution. Yet, despite his desire to flee, he was reluctant to part with this millennia-old foundation. Gritting his teeth, he dispatched a message to all branches, disseminating news about Lu Ran. In this move, Dihuang was essentially risking everything. In the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, the Ascendants from Blue Star formed a rather unique group. Their sects were unprecedentedly formidable, yet they fought individually, scattered throughout the 9 provinces. Typically, this was manageable, but now, with Lu Ran's emergence, any faction harboring enmity towards the Blue Star Ascendants could hardly remain composed upon receiving the news. While minor skirmishes were commonplace, battles among immortals were rare, as no one could easily prevail over the other. Yet, with Lu Ran's appearance, countless immortals from Blue Star would rally, a force capable of obliterating past adversaries. Thus, Dihuang concluded that once the word of Lu Ran spread, an unceasing wave of assassins would be organized to eliminate him. He could only hope that someone would succeed in killing Lu Ran, allowing him to rest easy. The news traveled swiftly, causing a significant stir among various factions. Some sought to curry favor, others aimed to assassinate, while some merely observed. Hidden currents began to surge. Sensing the atmosphere, Dihuang felt a swell of pride, yet simultaneously a tinge of worry. Lu Ran's ability to effortlessly dispatch golden immortals and his unfathomable realm raised doubts within him. Could anyone truly kill Lu Ran? That evening, Xianxia remained within the fire deity sex estate, listening intently to reports from his subordinates relaying information from various cities, weighing every detail. Suddenly, a colossal white entity descended from the heavens, crashing into the courtyard of the fire deity sex estate. It was a monstrous fox, a gigantic nine-tailed fox. Its pristine white fur undulated like waves. The elongated, enchanting body spun around before its enormous, beastly eyes fixed upon Xianxia. Beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. The Dihuang demon clan. How dare you brazenly enter Xiaozhou? Xianxia stammered. The disciples of the fire deity's sect dared not utter a sound. Just at that moment, the enormous figure of the fox spirit twisted and shrank, soon transforming into a woman adorned in flowing white silk garments, gliding gracefully towards Xianxia. Her long hair cascaded down to her delicate feet, her waist swayed elegantly, and her enchanting eyes captivated the soul. She was a vision of beauty, with pearly whites and lips so luscious they seemed capable of dripping with dew, as her slender wrist lifted to tuck away the stray strands of hair from her forehead. The breath of Xianxia and his companions nearly ceased. Here was a woman who could drive any man to madness. Such exquisite beauty existed in the world. Is the news about Lu Ran conveyed by you? Where is he? The woman inquired. Her voice was as clear as a mountain spring, resonating like an echo in a tranquil valley. Xianxia's heart trembled, a sudden clarity dawning upon him. Was she coming for Lu Ran? Did the powerful demon clan of Dihuang intend to kill him? Yet, he failed to notice the glimmer of heart-wrenching hope in her eyes. Meanwhile, outside Jinling City, a legion of demon soldiers stood at the gates, and a figure clad in blood-red armor exuded an aura of overwhelming malice. Casting a glance at the silent guards at the city entrance, he inquired lightly, "Is this Jinling City? Can the fire virtue sect be found here?" Chapter 24, Senior Sister. It has been a long time. Within the courtyard of the fire virtue sect, all eyes were fixated on the woman. She gazed at Xianxia and continued, "Where's Lu Ran now?" It was only then that Xianxia snapped back to reality from the enchantment of her beauty, his heart racing. This fox spirit had not used magic, yet her natural allure penetrated to the very marrow of his being. Swallowing hard, Xianxia averted his gaze slightly and replied, "He is at the Luo Sword sect. Aegean Pavilion has been destroyed, and those accompanying Lu Ran are all from the Luo Sword sect. Given Lu Ran's identity, he must surely be under the tutelage of Sui Weling and will likely remain there for the time being." "Oh." The woman raised an eyebrow and said, "The Luo Sword sect is not far from here. Is the sect master Sui Weling?" Xianxia regarded her with astonishment, curious how she, having come from Dihuang, was aware of Sui Weling. Could it be that she harbored a grudge against Sui Weling? Was that why she sought to eliminate Lu Ran at the first opportunity? "Indeed, it is Sui Weling," Xianxia exclaimed with excitement. "How did you come by this information?" The woman pressed. Xianxia hesitated, not rushing to answer, but instead asking, "May I inquire who you are and why you seek Lu Ran?" The woman furrowed her brow slightly and replied coolly, "I am Xiao of the Dihuang demon clan." The title of Demon King. Xianxia's thoughts raced. He had indeed guessed correctly. The fox spirit before him was at least of the celestial demon realm. Such a realm was akin to stepping into the celestial domain of the Luo. "You may now answer my question. How did you acquire this information?" Xiao continued to inquire. However, before Xianxia could respond, a man adorned with a golden wheel of merit descended from the sky into the courtyard. His expression one of confusion as he surveyed the scene before him. With a loud voice, he declared, "Master, the news is spread. Yet I find myself puzzled as to why we did not personally eliminate that Lu Ran. What unforeseen events transpired during our search for Hong Kuei?" As soon as he spoke, Xiao Ying's gaze sharpened suddenly, radiating a fierce intensity directed at the man. The man tensed, an inexplicable sense of danger flooding his mind. He halted in his tracks, turning to face Xiao Ying. His first reaction was one of illumination, a fleeting glimmer of lustful greed flashing in his eyes. He chuckled. "This young lady is quite enchanting. I wonder what brings you to our fire deity sect." Silence. Xianxia's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed, "How dare you provoke the Demon King?" However, it was too late to intervene. Xiao Ying blinked, silently observing the man. Meanwhile, the man's mind began to sway, gradually succumbing to temptation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the woman gazed at him with an alluring charm. A hint of sorrow etched across her brow that tugged at one's heartstrings. Under the scrutiny of all present, The man's eyes grew hazy as he slowly extended a hand towards his dantian. In the next moment, an explosive force erupted. The unrestrained power of a golden immortal surged forth, violently crashing into his dantian, causing a cataclysmic upheaval within. Bang! The man's body crumpled to the ground, his abdomen a mangled mess, and he fell utterly still. Xiaoying then turned her attention back to Dihuang, stating, "Let us continue our discussion." Dihuang and the others turned pale, paralyzed with fear. Having witnessed Lu Ran dispatch a golden immortal with a mere twig, he now realized that Xiaoying, without even lifting a finger, had ensnared the mind of the fire deity sect elder, leading him to self-destruct. "I was leading a group to listen because..." Dihuang stammered, hesitating. But before he could finish, another disciple rushed in, urgency etched on his face. Dihuang felt despair wash over him. If another disciple intruded, they might as well be doomed. With fury, he shouted, "Get out! No one is to disturb this gathering without my command." Yet the disciple, looking grave, exclaimed, "But outside the manor, the 9 nether demon soldiers have surrounded our fire deity sect stronghold." "What? The 9 nether demon soldiers?" "In the Ling realm's 9 provinces. The human race held dominion, and the 9 nether demons, alongside the Dihuang monster clan, seldom dared to intrude. What could possibly be happening today? The demon king has arrived, and now the demon soldiers too. No, who leads the soldiers?" As soon as the disciple finished speaking, a shadow glided in, surrounded by a swirling mist of crimson, resembling thick blood. The armor he wore seemed alive, pulsating with each breath he took. He had a square jaw, delicate brows, and fierce eyes, yet his presence was intertwined with an oddly refined elegance. The knife in hand, though not drawn, unmistakably exuded an aura of exceptional quality. In that fleeting moment, the man cast a glance at the youth beside him and immediately inquired, "Is Dihuang, the leader of the fire deity sect, present here?" Dihuang promptly replied, "I am Dihuang. May I ask your esteemed identity?" The man exhaled slightly, stating, "I am Fei Luotan, the 9 nether demon, a demon, a figure of comparable stature to a great Luo." Dihuang's breath quickened. If these two sought to eliminate Lu Ran, the odds were decidedly in their favor. An evil king and a demon, both equivalent to great Luo immortals, would pose a significant threat to Lu Ran. Yet, was their motive merely to uncover Lu Ran's whereabouts? Dihuang queried, "Where is he?" Fei Luotian directly asked, just as Dihuang was about to respond. The youth beside him cheerfully interjected, "Let us not squander time. I have already acquired the information." Fei Luotian immediately turned to face the youth, their eyes locking in mutual recognition. The demon then respectfully clasped his hands together, addressing the youth as senior sister. "It has been a long time." Dihuang stood there, bewildered, glancing between Fei Luotian and the youth. They know each other? How did the term senior sister and junior brother come into play? A 9 nether demon and an evil king. How could they possibly share a common sect? It was no wonder Dihuang was perplexed. He rarely encountered such formidable figures. The youth's demeanor softened, no longer as indifferent as before. With a gentle tone, he remarked, "Indeed, it has been nearly 10,000 years. How have you fared in the 9 nether?" Fei Luotian replied, "It remains much the same, manageable enough." "Senior sister, is the news truly accurate?" The youth then turned to Dihuang, shaking his head in uncertainty. "I cannot say for certain, but if Dihuang speaks truthfully, Master is most likely at the great Luo sword sect, where my junior sister, Su Yueling, serves as the sect leader." Upon hearing this, Dihuang suddenly grasped the situation. After all this time, these two were disciples of Lu Ran. They were the senior brother and sister of Su Yueling. It was astounding to think that Lu Ran's disciples were so numerous across the land. Yet he had not anticipated that even a 9 nether demon and an evil king were among them. Dihuang's body began to tremble. He raised his gaze, locking eyes with Fei Luotian. In that single glance, it felt as though his very soul was pierced. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Dihuang instinctively attempted to avert his gaze, but his body was compelled by an overwhelming force, drawing him closer to Fei Luotian. The latter slowly extended his hand, pressing it against Dihuang's forehead. Uncertain of the intent behind this gesture, Dihuang instinctively struggled to break free, only to find himself utterly immobilized. His body felt as if it were frozen, unable to move even a finger. Fei Luotian murmured, "Senior sister, please wait a moment. I shall ascertain the accuracy of this information through soul searching." Chapter 25, The Demonic Flame of the Spirit. The pain of soul searching by demonic beings is notoriously excruciating. Dihuang felt as though a steel blade were mercilessly carving into the depths of his soul. Yet he found himself utterly immobilized, incapable of controlling his body, unable even to utter a cry. The torment inflicted upon Dihuang was so severe that he teetered on the brink of madness. Strangely, Fei Luotian's expression bore an oddity. After a prolonged silence, Fei Luotian ceased his soul-searching. Xiao Ying, unable to contain her eagerness, inquired, "What news do you have?" Fei Luotian replied with fervor, "Indeed, it is Master. I truly saw him." Although the memories were extracted from Dihuang's soul, the long-lost figure from countless years past emerged once more. Fei Luotian felt an overwhelming urge to weep. At the Daluo sword sect, Xiao Ying's beautiful eyes glistened with moisture, her breath quickening, her chest gently rising and falling, which elicited a chorus of eager swallows from the surrounding disciples of the Huda sect. The last sighting of Master was at the Aegean Pavilion, and little junior sister was indeed by his side. Subsequently, Fei Luotian turned his gaze back to Dihuang, his expression peculiar. This fellow returned only to escape. For all 5 golden immortals he took with him perished. His survival was solely due to his swiftness. Without needing further explanation from Dihuang, Fei Luotian recounted the entire sequence of events as gleaned from his soul search. He dispatched 5 golden immortals with a mere branch. Master's cultivation must be extraordinarily high. Xiaoying exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Didn't he just ascend a few days ago? How could he possibly eliminate golden immortals so swiftly? The exact reason eludes me. But you must understand, Master is unlike ordinary beings, Fei Luotian mused. That being said, it alleviates my worries. Xiaoying sighed in relief. The ability to annihilate golden immortals certainly provided a significant assurance of Lu Ran's safety. Then, Xiaoying turned her gaze towards Dihuang and asked, "So, you disseminated the information to provoke the animosity of the Blue Sect forces, intending to use their hands to eliminate my master?" Dihuang's countenance darkened, yet he dared not deny it, ambiguously nodding. That's more or less correct. No sooner had he uttered these words than Fei Luotian interjected. But it must be more than that, right? Having undergone soul-searching, the slightest thought in Dihuang's mind could not remain hidden. He hastily added, "There is indeed another idea, to leverage the Taoist conference to eliminate Lu Ran, but rest assured, I shall now directly abandon this plan, cancel the Taoist conference. And it is not too late to recall the invitations." Xiaoying inquired, "What is this Taoist conference?" Having comprehended everything from the soul search, Fei Luotian clarified. The Taoist conference is essentially established by the 4 families: the Huda sect, Yiqi Flo, Tiangang sect, and Qingxian sect. It serves to balance and allocate the tributes, as well as mines and other resources among the sects within their jurisdiction. In simpler terms, it resembles a shareholders' meeting, where all sects within the area are mere resources to be divided at the discretion of the 4 families. A group of golden immortals dares to carve out their own domains. You certainly know how to play the game, Xiaoying jested. Dihuang's face flushed with embarrassment, his heart heavy with distress. What the golden immortals? After years of cultivation within their jurisdiction, a golden immortal is akin to a deity. Other sects, acting as vassals, mostly lack even golden immortals, such as the Great Luo Sword Sect and the E-Sword Pavilion. Upon his return, Dihuang disseminated information while organizing a Taoist assembly. He dared not seek revenge on the Great Luo Sword Sect, yet uncertain of the effectiveness of his rumors, he took the initiative to convene the Taoist assembly, offering a vein of ore from the Fire Virtue sect as a price, inviting the other 3 sects to participate. At this moment, the 4 sects had begun issuing invitations. Those who received the invitations were obliged to attend and required to bring lavish gifts. It was essentially a pretext to solicit contributions from each sect. It was puzzling. How could they, each a golden immortal, dare to do so? Were they not afraid of my master sweeping them away? Fei Luotian inquired curiously. Lu Ran effortlessly dispatched 6 golden immortals with a mere branch. With such prowess, could the combined might of the 4 sects truly challenge Lu Ran? Was this considered a double assurance? Dihuang, with an awkward expression, replied, "Indeed, we do not possess such capability, but the Qingxian sect is different. Behind the Qingxian sect stands a great Luo immortal." According to Dihuang, although the 4 sects united, the Qingxian sect was actually in command. Due to its backing by the great Luo immortal, it controlled over 70% of all resources. The other 3 sects resembled vassals or lackeys, merely serving the Qingxian sect. Therefore, the significance of Dihuang convening the Taoist assembly was to summon Su Yueling while leveraging the Qingxian sect's power to eliminate Lu Ran, who would accompany her to the assembly. What a clever scheme. Xiaoying regarded Dihuang with a cold gaze. The latter's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly said, "It can be cancelled. It can be cancelled right now. The invitations already sent can also be recalled." However, Xiaoying shook her head, a slight smile gracing her lips. "No need to cancel. The Taoist assembly shall proceed." Fei Luotian, curious, looked at Xiao Ying and asked, "Senior sister, what is our plan? Should we set off to the great Luo sword sect to find master?" Yet, Xiao Ying shook her head, responding, "I will go. You stay." She then cast a glance at Dihuang and continued, "You have brought so many demonic soldiers in your family, making you inconvenient for action. Remain here to ensure the Taoist assembly goes on as planned, and keep his mouth shut. He must not speak of what should not be said." Simple enough. Fei Luotian nodded, raising one hand, his fingertips glowing with a flickering purple light. The next moment, Dihuang suddenly collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony like a slaughtered pig, writhing in pain and frantically clawing at his body, his clothes quickly torn to shreds. Only then did Fei Luotian cease his actions. Dihuang lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his face ashen, trembling all over. The ground beneath him had become soaked with a large puddle. He had lost control. What have you done?" Dihuang stammered, quaking. "As I gazed upon the desolate Tian, it was akin to staring into the eyes of a demon. The demonic fire, which was casually sown during the soul-searching process, has now allowed me to seize control over your spirit," remarked the indifferent Philuotian. Xiao Ying nodded in approval, stating, "This method is quite ingenious. Indeed, the methods of your demonic kin are rather perverse." Philuotian scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "It is merely somewhat radical. Moreover, this demonic fire was imparted to me by my master when I descended to the lower realm, and I have continued to wield it here in the spirit realm." Xiao Ying nodded, acknowledging, "It resembles your master's style." Meanwhile, Dihuang stood by, utterly despondent. How had he suddenly become a puppet of a demonic overlord? Resistance was out of the question. He dared not harbor even the slightest rebellious thought. He certainly did not wish to endure another soul-searching encounter. Before Philuotian, he could conceal nothing. With this in mind, Xiao Ying declared, "I will leave this matter in your hands while I head to the Luo sword sect." With Philuotian in charge, Xiao Ying felt reassured. Philuotian, albeit reluctantly, nodded in acquiescence. Yet, he too yearned to meet his master. Later, unable to contain his eagerness, he uttered a brief remark before Xiao Ying transformed in a swirl of motion. The enormous, celestial form of the nine-tailed fox ascended into the night sky, swiftly vanishing beyond the horizon. Chapter 26. The Dihuang Demon Clan. The following morning, Lu Ran was meandering within the sect when he unexpectedly spotted Mu Yao passing by. Mu Yao, in turn, noticed Lu Ran's presence but abruptly froze, her body tensed in apprehension. After a few moments of silence, she stammered, "Good morning, revered ancestor." "Ancestor? You are not even a disciple of the Luo sword sect," Lu Ran replied, bemused. Upon witnessing Lu Ran's relaxed demeanor, Mu Yao's tension eased somewhat. With a sigh of relief, she continued, "I have heard of your exploits. You have spent 100,000 years in the lower realm, with disciples scattered throughout the 9 provinces of the spirit realm. Truly impressive." Originally, Mu Yao had believed herself to be of the same ilk as Lu Ran, a fellow ascendant. Yet, she realized she was merely a fledgling, while Lu Ran was a genuine powerhouse. "By the way, why are you awake so early instead of indulging in sleep?" Lu Ran casually inquired. "With nothing much to do, I am off to the training grounds to find Uncle Mu," Mu Yao responded. Uncle Mu referred to Mu Yunzong, who had served as the steward of the Mu clan and had watched over Mu Yao's growth. She held a significant reliance on Mu Yunzong. Thus, the two companions made their way to the training grounds. As they approached, they sensed something amiss. A group of individuals stood defiantly before the main hall of the sect, brimming with arrogance. "Since we have arrived, why has the sect master of the Luo sword sect yet to make an appearance?" "Such audacity!" The leader of the group, a man clad in black brocade, proclaimed. Lu Ran felt a surge of confusion. What was transpiring? Nearby, Sume furrowed her brow and remarked, "You have just arrived. How can you claim that the sect master has not made an appearance? How dare you speak back?" The man retorted, his expression darkening with anger. Sume gritted her teeth, her expression somewhat defiant, yet she dared not utter another word. Lu Ran and Mu Yao approached Mu Yunzong, who was watching the commotion outside. "Miss, you have arrived," Mu Yunzong greeted. However, as soon as she spoke, her gaze fell upon Lu Ran standing beside Mu Yao, and she immediately fell silent, not daring to breathe. Lu Ran, on the other hand, appeared unfazed and casually inquired, "What are these people up to? Who is that brash youth leading them? Making such a ruckus at the Diluo sword sect so early in the day? Is he courting death?" The group was clad in dark garments, starkly contrasting with the attire of the Diluo sword sect. Their expressions were haughty, even though only their leader was a golden immortal. The others included several celestial and true immortals, yet they remained audacious. The Tiangang sect is here to deliver invitations for the Taoist convention, which is rather unusual. It is typically held once a year, but this year it has been advanced by 3 months, Mu Yunzong pondered aloud. What is the Tiangang sect? And what exactly is the Taoist convention? Lu Ran continued to question. Mu Yunzong provided a brief explanation, which aligned closely with what he had learned from Dihuang about the fallen heavens. "Oh, so it's merely a collection of tributes. A farcical gathering where people are summoned to contribute. What a sham," Lu Ran remarked, somewhat bemused. "Isn't this just a veiled extortion for protection money?" "Indeed, but there is little we can do. The 4 families of the Taoist convention are exceedingly powerful," Mu Yunzong replied. At that moment, Su Yuling arrived late, her brow furrowing upon seeing the crowd. "The Taoist convention has not yet commenced. What is the meaning of this?" The leading man sneered, stating, "When the Taoist convention is held, it is at our discretion. You need only accept the invitation and attend. Spare us any unnecessary chatter." With that, he flung an invitation into the air. Su Yuling reached out with one hand, but the force behind the invitation was substantial, causing her to stagger back several steps before regaining her balance. Women truly lack strength. They ought to be in bed, subjected to whims, rather than assuming the role of a so-called sect master. The man jested, his gaze audaciously scanning Su Yuling from head to toe, licking his lips. This lewd stare ignited a fire within Su Yuling. It was Lu Ran who felt an even greater fury. His countenance turned icy as he stepped forward. Positioning himself beside Su Yuling master, Su Yuling pouted, feeling aggrieved. For countless years, she had borne her grievances alone, but now, with Lu Ran by her side, she found her anchor. "I will handle this," Lu Ran said softly, squeezing Su Yuling's delicate hand. However, this gesture caused the man's brow to furrow. There were rules regarding invitations. He could afford a few jabs, but not overstep. Yet, seeing the beautiful woman so intimately close to another stirred a twisted jealousy within him. "Who dares approach me and not kneel in my presence?" The man barked. Lu Ran slowly turned to face him. Ignoring the man, he addressed Su Yuling. "With 2 arms and 3 legs, which one do you wish for me to sever first?" A single sword could vanquish the celestial, yet it lacked the requisite agony. Those who dared to offend the petite girl could not expect an easy demise at Lu Ran's hands. During their descent to the mortal realm, his disciples had bestowed upon him a moniker, the Guardian of the Impetuous. Su Yuling blinked in surprise, momentarily bewildered by the mention of 3 legs. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her, and her cheeks flushed crimson. All is permissible," Su Yuling stammered. Lu Ran, contemplating his course of action, intended to sever 2 legs initially, relishing the prospect of slow torment thereafter. However, the man in question erupted with fury, bellowing, "You insolent wretch! To stand before me without kneeling is an affront. Kneel before me." Jealousy consumed him, for he sought to reclaim his dignity. Yet the audacity of his adversary rendered his sense of superiority utterly defunct. "Kneel? I'll sever your 2 legs right now." "No, make that 3. Lu Ran retorted angrily, preparing to strike. Just then, a resonant sound pierced the air, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure of celestial energy. Everyone present felt their breath hitch, as if the very air had thickened. They looked up to behold a colossal figure descending from the heavens. In an instant, its true form was revealed. It was the Dihuang demon clan. Mu Yunzong gasped in surprise, while Mu Yao inquired curiously, "Are demons truly formidable?" Mu Yunzong furrowed his brow indeed. Powerful demons are fearsome, yet it is peculiar. The Dihuang clan has historically maintained a non-interference policy with the human race. Toxitsu borders Dihuang. I have seldom encountered demons in all these years. What brings this fox spirit here? The man, engrossed in his own pretense, suddenly turned pale upon witnessing the 9-tailed fox sweeping through the air. It is the Dihuang clan. Such terrifying pressure. Could it be a celestial demon? He murmured. Instinctively, he contemplated fleeing, but before he could make a move, a torrent of foxfire cascaded from the skies, engulfing the training grounds in an instant. Remarkably, the area was quite small, deliberately ensnaring the members of the Tiangang sect. The searing heat swiftly incinerated the true immortals within, and even the celestials began to char rapidly. Various magical artifacts were desperately summoned, striving in vain to fend off the onslaught of the foxfire. The man at the forefront struggled to maintain his ground, having already cast forth his artifacts to little effect. The foxfire of a celestial demon was not to be trifled with. As he attempted to escape, the oppressive foxfire rendered him akin to a fish upon a chopping block. His flesh corroded and burnt. By the time the fox spirit alighted gracefully upon the ground, the man and his companions lay nearly annihilated. Besides Su Yueling, Su Mei and the others bore expressions of grave concern, as if facing an impending calamity. The Tiangang sect S-man was a golden immortal, yet he had perished without a trace of resistance. Such effortless devastation confirmed that this fox demon was indeed a beast of celestial caliber. Outside the crowd, Mu Yunzong's breath quickened with urgency. Tense, he urged Mu Yao, "Miss, we must flee. It is a celestial demon, on par with a great Luo immortal. No one here stands a chance against it." Chapter 27. The Fox Demon Burns. Mu Yao stared blankly at the fox demon. Hearing Mu Yunzong's words, she swallowed hard. A celestial demon, equated to a great Luo immortal. Such a terrifying creature. Why did it suddenly attack the great Luo sword sect? Even the golden immortal from the celestial gang had been easily incinerated. We cannot retreat, as guests of the great Luo sword sect. This is precisely when our presence is required. Mu Yao stubbornly shook her head. Mu Yunzong's expression grew grim. "Miss, you are still too young. While noble in character, confronting a celestial demon is akin to a fragile egg against a stone." Both he and Mu Yao were but lowly, true immortals. Had they not witnessed the immediate evaporation of those true immortals when the foxfire struck? How could they possibly fight back? It was like moths drawn to a flame. Similarly, this sentiment resonated with countless disciples of the great Luo sword sect. Fear swept through the sect. Such a horrific demon was unlike anything they had ever encountered. The fox demon paid no heed to the charred corpses, but instead lowered its gaze, fixating on Lu Ran. Cautiously, it approached, its massive form moving with surprising grace. Su Mei and her companions, including Su Yueling, were all on edge. This was a celestial demon, though Lu Ran was nearby. No one knew how he would fare against such a being, capable of instantly slaying golden immortals. Furthermore, battles among great Luo immortals could lead to their own demise with just a mere brush. Yet, inexplicably, Su Yueling felt a strange familiarity in the aura of this celestial demon. Lu Ran stood before them, gazing at the towering fox spirit, and his expression suddenly softened. "Xiaobai, long time no see," Lu Ran said with a warm smile. "Xiaobai." The crowd was taken aback. In the next moment, the enormous form of the fox demon transformed into a human shape, standing gracefully before Lu Ran, clad in ethereal garments as white as snow. Her grayish-white hair cascaded down to her delicate feet. Her alluring curves were barely concealed by the flowing attire, and her enchanting eyes shimmered with mist as she gazed at Lu Ran. In an instant, the atmosphere of the great Luo sword sect fell into a hushed reverence, unwilling to shatter this captivating moment. But just then, Lu Ran suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, after tens of thousands of years, how have you become so stunning?" Back when Xiaoying ascended, she had not looked like this. Xiaoying's cheeks flushed crimson, yet Lu Ran's exuberance rekindled a sense of familiarity within her. Unable to contain herself, she leapt into Lu Ran's embrace, her delicate arms wrapping around his neck while her head nestled against his shoulder. The scent that wafted between them was one she recognized all too well. Su Mei and the others were left in a state of bewilderment. This was indeed a celestial demon. Instead, Su Yueling finally regained her senses and exclaimed, Xiaoying, "It truly is you." Upon hearing Su Yueling's voice, Xiaoying emerged from Lu Ran's embrace, her cheeks slightly flushed, her misty eyes gazing at Lu Ran as she softly spoke, "Shifu." Lu Ran swallowed hard, his gaze inadvertently drifting downward before he hastily averted his eyes. Who could withstand such a sight? "Xiaobai, you should quickly retract your beguiling charms. I am not swayed by such tactics," Lu Ran declared with an air of solemnity, his expression exuding righteousness. Yet, to conceal a certain enthusiasm, he had to stoop slightly. resembling a hunchback, which elicited a fit of giggles from Xiaoying. It was no wonder Luran reacted this way. When he first encountered her in the lower realm, she was merely a young fox. Captivated by her fluffy adorableness, he had taken her in as a pet. Little did he know that over a millennium later, Xiaoying would transform, ascend, and depart from the lower realm, retaining the appearance of a young maiden during her ascension. After all, the demon clan and the human clan are distinct. In the face of the demon clan's extensive lifespans, she was indeed just a girl. And now, she had blossomed beautifully. At this moment, countless disciples of the Dihuang sword sect, along with various guests, were utterly flabbergasted. This ancestor was indeed too astonishing. Even the formidable Xianxia, Dihuang, was among his disciples. Sure, Fu, Shiji, shall we converse in the hall? Sui Welling suggested, while several elders, including Su Mei, cautiously accompanied her. The fact that this terrifying Xianxia, capable of incinerating the Xianxian of the Tiangang sect, was also a disciple of Luran, left them speechless. In the hall, after a long separation, Xiaoying and Luran had endless conversations. Luran's gaze frequently wandered to Xiaoying, his heart brimming with satisfaction. The once young white fox had grown into such a stunning beauty. No wonder they were known as the Fox Clan. In terms of appearance, they utterly outshone the human race. How did you know I was here? Luran inquired. Xiaoying recounted the details concerning Dihuang. Damn, that old bidung is truly sinister. Luran cursed inwardly. While he could easily defeat a Xianxian, he would be unable to withstand a Dihuang immortal. Did Shiji not eliminate him? That is too excessive. Sui Welling exclaimed, filled with indignation. Xiaoying shook her head and replied, he is useful for now. Philatian will keep an eye on him, and the Daoist sect will continue, as usual. Eventually, the four families will be eradicated, and the Dihuang sword sect will take over their enterprises, marking the beginning of the gathering of disciples under the Blue Sect. Blue Sect? Luran surmised it referred to the sect led by him as the Ancestor. Philatian, your Xixiang? That rascal is also here? Luran's eyes brightened. Sure, Fu. Philatian is my shitty, Xiaoying remarked, casting a sideways glance at Luran. Remarkably, this simple gesture of rolling her eyes was imbued with a charm of its own. Cough. Cough, is that so? I must have misremembered. Heh. After all, it has been over 10,000 years since we last met. Luran awkwardly replied. It has been 23,974 years, Xiaoying said, her eyes filled with a hint of sorrow. Lu Ran's lips twitched imperceptibly. There was no way to remember everything accurately with so many disciples. Beside him, Su Yiling burst into laughter at Lu Ran's expression. In that case, we must participate in this event, and the date is tomorrow, right? Lu Ran hastily changed the subject. No, it's 3 days from now, Su Yiling replied. Some sects are quite far away. The Dihuang sword sect is relatively close and can reach here within a day. Others may require at least 3 days. For instance, the Xiaoying sect can arrive in just one night. Even Dihuang, who would risk exhausting his blood essence to use the blood escape technique, can return to Jinling City within half a day. Master, what realm are you currently in? Xiaoying asked curiously. It seems like you are in the celestial immortal realm, yet the information from the failing Heaven Soul Search suggests you can easily defeat a golden immortal. Celestial immortal, Lu Ran casually replied. Mention of the realm suddenly reminded him that he had not signed in today. Thus, he signed in without much thought. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a cultivation reward. Congratulations, host, for receiving the divine ability, Earth-walking immortal. Xiaoying was somewhat perplexed. Is it truly the celestial immortal realm? How can a celestial immortal defeat a golden immortal? And with just a wooden stick, no less. As he pondered this, a surge of merit aura suddenly emanated from the back of Lu Ran's head, causing those around him to pause in curiosity about what he was doing. Then, a wave of energy burst forth. The merit aura quickly condensed into a visible golden wheel of merit. A golden immortal. Everyone was left speechless. You were just chatting, and you became a golden immortal? How absurd. Master, have you really become a golden immortal? Su Yueling stammered in astonishment. Xiaoying also stared at Lu Ran in disbelief. Oh, it's indeed true. Lu Ran recognized that his realm had ascended to a new level, yet he felt indifferent about it. Such an elevation was a natural culmination of his efforts. Only through hard work could one truly appreciate the struggles and value of such achievements. Following this, Lu Ran began to study the divine ability, Earth-walking immortal. Since the sign-in had not resulted in a critical hit, the rewards were commensurate with his current realm. Thus, he received not an immortal technique, but an ordinary divine ability. Earth-walking immortal. Traverse the world at will, employing the Earth escape technique for random teleportation within a 1,000-mile radius. Lu Ran raised an eyebrow, feeling more excited than disappointed by its ordinary nature. Over the past 100,000 years in the lower realm, he had acquired a myriad of martial arts and techniques, categorizing them by type, function, and effectiveness. The Earth-walking immortal technique, with its random teleportation, might seem of little use at first glance. However, within a 1,000-mile radius, it was undoubtedly a life-saving tool. Although Lu Ran could now easily defeat a golden immortal and was immune to any attacks from them, he himself had become a golden immortal as well. However, when faced with the great Taoist, there is little that can be done. The Taoist, possessing a profound understanding of the Tao, has touched upon the very essence of celestial laws, rendering Lu Ran incapable of contending with him. This implies a certain degree of peril. Nevertheless, the earthly immortal provides a perfect solution. If unable to prevail, I shall simply flee, without hesitation or a backward glance. Indeed, it is a splendid asset. Lu Ran chuckled, feeling quite content. Master, why do you smile in such a lascivious manner? What are you thinking? Sui Welling waved her hand in front of Lu Ran's eyes, inquiring. Out with it. Where's the lasciviousness? Children should not speak of things they do not understand. Lu Ran shot a glare at Sui Welling, then turned to the others. He continued, in that case, you shall set off immediately to attend the Taoist assembly. Huh? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Master, are you not going with me? Are you leaving? Sui Welling asked, her expression tense. She understood Lu Ran's obsession with Qin Wuyao, which he had mentioned not only once in the spirit realm, but had also pondered for 90,000 years in the lower realms. Despite his usual carefree demeanor, Lu Ran would not treat the subject of Qin Wuyao lightly. Thus, she was aware that he would indeed leave, but she did not anticipate it would be so soon. Of course, I shall go as well. However, 3 days is ample time. I intend to visit the apothecary sect and consult with Gu Hai. By the way, the apothecary sect should also be on the invitation list, correct? Lu Ran remarked. Upon hearing that Lu Ran would not be departing immediately, Sui Welling and Xiaoing both sighed in relief. Sui Welling patted her chest and said, the apothecary sect is different. Brother Gu Hai's alchemical skills are inherited from you, standing unparalleled within 1,000 miles. The demand for elixirs from the 4 families and many surrounding sects entirely relies on the apothecary sect, hence it is not among those paying tribute. In fact, the 4 families treat the apothecary sect with utmost courtesy. Oh, Lu Ran's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated that the young man was faring quite well. Yet, upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Elixirs are one of the few commodities that can swiftly or directly enhance spiritual power beyond the realms. Coupled with Gu Hai's eccentric nature, the 4 families would naturally be cautious not to offend or exploit him. Then, Master, I shall accompany you, Xiaoing declared. She was reluctant to part with Lu Ran and was anxious about him traveling alone. Although Lu Ran had ascended to golden immortal status in just a few days, his rapid growth was astonishing, yet he remained merely a golden immortal. No need. That old man, Dihuang, will surely broadcast my whereabouts, and trouble will undoubtedly come my way. The first target will be the great Dao Sword sect. Yueling cannot withstand it alone. You shall accompany her to the Taoist assembly. In 3 days, I shall certainly arrive, Lu Ran asserted. With the earthly immortal by his side, even if he encountered a great Taoist, he would not perish. In the depths of Yulong Valley, near the Serene Lake, the head of the Xianxia sect, Lei Gang, bowed before a small cottage by the water, respectfully stating, Ancestor. The Fire Virtue sect has convened the Taoist assembly ahead of schedule. It is likely that their intentions are not merely to collect tributes. Lei Gang, true to his name, was a robust figure. In the realm of the golden immortal, he bore a skin that subtly shimmered with a metallic luster. The core secret art of the Xianxia sect, the Xianxia dominant body. Yet, after he finished speaking, a protracted silence enveloped the small chamber. Lei Gang gritted his teeth and continued. A few days ago, I heard that the Huoda sect ventured forth in search of traders and clashed with the Luo sword sect, but subsequently, only Dihuang returned. Perhaps some unforeseen event transpired. The small chamber remained unresponsive. Lei Gang pressed on. However, in recent days, Dihuang has conveyed news that Lu Ran of the Lan sect has been sighted at the Luo sword sect. Following that, disciples reported that figures from the Dihuang demon clan and the Jiuyu demon tribe appeared in Jinling City, where the Huoda sect resides. With a creak, The door of the small chamber swung open. A more robust elder emerged, his visage aged, yet his physique rippling with muscle. The texture of his skin even more striking than that of Lei Gang. Remarkably, even his once yellowing eyes had transformed completely to gold. This man was none other than the ancestral figure of the Xianxia sect, Lei Tai, the Diluo Immortal, Lu Ran? The Lu Ran who recently ascended the celestial ranking from Blue Star? Has the elder of the Lan sect truly ascended? Lei Tai is swept over who quickly averted his eyes and lowered his head, respectfully stating, if Dihuang is not lying, it may indeed be true, and it is highly likely that multiple golden immortals are assisting Lu Ran. Otherwise, a mere Diluo sword sect would be manageable by Dihuang alone. Now, he has convened the Taoist assembly prematurely, perhaps intending to use our hands to eliminate Lu Ran. Dihuang's little scheme is well understood by the Xianxia sect. Most likely, for Lu Ran has just ascended. Even as the elder of the Lan sect, he is but a true immortal. If he wished to eliminate him, he could do so directly, Lei Tai inquired. Lei Gang shook his head and added, Dihuang is inherently cautious. He would not engage unless he had absolute certainty against a golden immortal. Thus, he seeks to employ others as instruments of his will. Today, I came to consult the elder regarding our stance towards Lu Ran. Lei Tai slowly exhaled, squinting his eyes, his gravelly voice resonating, regardless of Dihuang's intentions. The emergence of Lu Ran and the gathering of disciples from the Lan sect does not bode well for us. Lei Gang was taken aback. Do you mean to say? A sinister smile crept across Lei Tai's face as he declared, at the Taoist assembly, I shall personally intervene and crush him. Any threat must be eradicated in its infancy. With Lei Tai Esta Luo immortal might, subduing Lu Ran was a certainty. Meanwhile, 8,000 miles away in Baiyan Town, a beggar reeking of alcohol suddenly sat up straight by the roadside. He scrutinized the passing disciples of the Huoda sect, who were spreading the news, and shouted, Brothers, is the news about Lu Ran true? A few disciples cast a glance at the beggar. The leader frowned and replied, Of course it's true, but what concern is it of a beggar like you? Gulping down the remnants of his drink, the beggar tilted his head back. In the next moment, a golden Arhut phantom flickered behind him. The disciples' expressions shifted dramatically. The Diluo manifestation. May I inquire once more, where is the Huoda sect located in Jinling City? The beggar asked. The elder replied affirmatively, and several disciples immediately stood upright, as if in military training. Far away, at Hanhua Tower, a woman clad in a flowing red silk gown leaned against the railing, gazing at her attendant. Who is the bearer of this news? She inquired. The attendant nodded, replying, It is Dihuang, the sect master of the Huoda sect in Jinling City, an ordinary golden immortal. The woman's expression suddenly turned icy. A mere golden immortal dares to incite my master? What audacity! With that, she rose and commanded, Fetch me a map and mark Jinling City upon it. 3,000 miles south of Jinling City, within a tavern, the charming proprietress waved her hand to dismiss the patrons. I apologize, esteemed guests, but I'm in haste to meet my family. Please return another day. I extend my gratitude to the guest who provided the information. Your drinks are on the house. Subsequently, the tavern closed its doors. With a flicker of thought, the proprietress ascended into the clouds above, a bewitching shadow of a deity briefly shimmering behind her before vanishing. Jinling City lay assuredly in that direction. As Dihuang's news spread, a chain reaction ensued across the vast expanse. Just as Xiaoying had remarked, the Taoist conference marked the commencement of the Blue Sect disciples gathering. However, the scale far exceeded Xiaoying's expectations. Unbeknownst to the elder of Xianxia sect, who had resolved to eliminate Lu Ran in his cradle, he was unaware of the formidable challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 29, Refining the Dan Formula. When Lu Ran departed from the Diluo sword sect, it was still morning. Yet, even as he piloted the Thunderfire war chariot to the medicine sect, it was already well into the afternoon. Xiaoying had been left at Diluo sword sect, preparing for the Taoist conference alongside Su Yueling. Guhai had indeed chosen an exquisite location. Lu Ran gazed upon the medicine sect's architectural marvels, nestled among the peaks, and murmured to himself. Prior to their arrival, Su Yueling had mentioned that the mountain upon which Guhai established the medicine sect was originally a branch of a spiritual vein. The area was rich in spiritual energy and abundant in spiritual herbs, making it an exceptional locale for both cultivation and the nurturing of spiritual plants. Of course, if other naive individuals sought to seize such a prime location to establish their own sect, it would not be so simple. Fortunately, it was the medicine sect. Not only the Xianxia sect, but other factions too, if they wished to avoid disrupting the supply of essential medicinal pills, could not afford to be enemies with the medicine sect. In terms of benefits, the medicine sect offered far superior treatment compared to the Luo sword sect. Indeed, Guhai leveraged his connections to occasionally look after his junior sister, Suyueling. Over the years, the Taoist conference had also been lenient with the tribute requirements for the Luo sword sect, owing to Guhai's influence. Thinking of the long absence, Lu Ran felt a surge of anticipation. Unable to contain himself, he stowed away the Thunderfire war chariot and descended gracefully. His destination was none other than the main hall of the sect's master. It was easily discernible that the grandest, most luxurious, and largest structure within the sect was undoubtedly the master's hall. Before the grand hall, Lu Ran strode directly inside. However, several guarding disciples swiftly obstructed his path. "What is your purpose? Where's your pass?" One disciple inquired directly. Lu Ran was oblivious to the notion of a pass. Politely, he replied, "Greetings, my young friends. I seek your sect leader, Guhai. Please summon him to meet me." After all, they were all disciples of Guhai, and Lu Ran maintained a cordial demeanor. Requesting Guhai's presence was not unreasonable, considering he was Guhai's master. Yet, to the ears of the guarding disciples, his tone was far from appropriate. "Who do you think you are, calling us young friends? Don't try to be familiar. Many wish to see our sect leader, but you lack both a pass and prior notice. Be on your way." The disciples regarded Lu Ran with condescension. Moreover, how did you even enter without a pass? Lu Ran found himself rather speechless. Was meeting a sect leader truly this troublesome? However, he refrained from anger, instead allowing his thoughts to shift. Buzz! The wheel of virtue materialized behind his head. The disciples instantaneously froze, their expressions shifting drastically. "Forgive us, great immortal. I will notify the sect leader at once." One disciple hurriedly exclaimed. This man was a golden immortal. Ordinarily, they would show utmost respect to true immortals and celestial immortals, but a golden immortal? He might well belong to one of the 4 major sects. Not daring to delay, they hurried off to deliver the message. "Go ahead," Lu Ran said with a cheerful smile. At that moment, Guhai was not present in the main hall. In truth, he rarely occupied the grand hall. Most of his time was spent in the alchemy pavilion or the spirit herb repository, or perhaps tending to his spiritual plants in the 3 Sovereigns herb garden. Eventually, the guarding disciples located Guhai in the spirit herb repository. "Sect leader, someone is at the main hall seeking to meet you," one disciple stated directly. "Oh, I shall not meet him," Guhai replied without turning his head, continuing to sift through the herbs. "However, he is a golden immortal, potentially from one of the 4 major sects," the disciple cautioned. "A golden immortal?" Guhai briefly glanced at the disciple, shaking his head. Then let him wander about at his leisure. Engage him in a few pleasantries and send him on his way. He wouldn't dare to act presumptuously. If it were a true immortal or celestial immortal, I would have expelled them immediately. A golden immortal, however, deserves a modicum of respect. After the guard departed, Guhai resumed his search for herbs. A female disciple beside him assisted in reorganizing the herbs he had carelessly displaced. No, still not right. I cannot determine which to use. Damn it, my abilities are still insufficient. Guhai exclaimed in frustration, angrily placing the herbs back in their box, visibly agitated. "Master, perhaps you should take a few days' rest? Refining a pill is not something that can be accomplished in haste," the female disciple suggested. Guhai remained silent for a few seconds, glancing at her before stating, "If it were my master, he would discern the formula with a mere glance." The female disciple sighed, having heard such words for millennia. Guhai's most frequently uttered sentiment was, "If it were my master, then it would be thus." It is hard to fathom that Guhai's alchemical skills have reached such a remarkable level. However, according to Guhai himself, this proficiency is merely a trifling detail when compared to his master, Lu Ran. The female disciple was not entirely incorrect in her assertion. The process of refining alchemical formulas is indeed arduous, exceedingly so. To successfully obtain a single pill, one must possess the extraordinary ability to discern the necessary materials for its concoction, which is already a formidable challenge. Moreover, achieving the precise ratios of these materials is an even more daunting task. Meanwhile, the guard disciple returned. Upon noticing he was alone, Lu Ran casually inquired, "Where's Guhai?" The disciple evasively replied, "The sect leader is currently occupied and cannot attend. If you so desire, you may explore our alchemical sect's spiritual mountain." This statement was unmistakably a dismissal. Given his status as a golden immortal, it was likely that he would depart in disappointment. However, Lu Ran nodded and said, "Very well. I shall take a look around." The guard disciple was taken aback, thinking, "You are truly going to explore?" Nevertheless, he dared not voice his thoughts. For Lu Ran was a golden immortal, capable of extinguishing his life with a mere finger. Reluctantly, he accompanied Lu Ran as they meandered through the sect. Lu Ran felt as though he were touring the family business of a child. Indeed, the alchemical sect was managed quite impressively. As they approached a grand hall, a rich aroma of herbs enveloped them. Lu Ran's eyes brightened, and he promptly turned to walk toward it. The guard disciple was startled and hurriedly exclaimed, "Great Immortal! This is the alchemy hall, reserved exclusively for the sect leader. He has decreed that outsiders are not permitted to enter." Lu Ran waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Trust me, I'm not an outsider. While others may not enter freely, I am permitted." As he spoke, he continued his stride. The disciple was troubled. If Lu Ran were to enter and something went awry, he would bear the consequences. Yet, he could not impede Lu Ran's progress. Thus, he rushed off to report to Guhai. Ignoring the disciple's unusual behavior, Lu Ran stepped into the alchemy hall, where the fragrant aroma of herbs intensified. In the center of the hall stood several alchemical furnaces, and beside them was a specially designated shelf displaying 3 alchemical pills. On another shelf, various spiritual herbs were neatly arranged. "Is this for refining formulas?" Lu Ran mused, raising an eyebrow. The arrangement of the furnaces and shelves was identical to that from years past, when he had taught Gu Hai the art of alchemy in the lower realms. After all these years, Gu Hai had maintained his habits. Having not engaged with his craft for many years, Lu Ran felt a surge of excitement and approached eagerly. He picked up the first pill, bringing it to his nose to inhale its scent, his eyes narrowing slightly. With his mastery in alchemy, Lu Ran opened his eyes after just a few breaths, turning his gaze to the furnace. Inside, he found an assortment of spiritual herbs, but they were haphazardly arranged, clearly the result of numerous trials with new material combinations. A few key herbs were identified, yet several were missing, and the ratios were problematic. Lu Ran murmured to himself. With a fleeting glance at the nearby shelf, Lu Ran observed that many spiritual herbs present in the spirit realm were unknown to him, for they did not exist in the mortal world. Although he could not name them, he possessed the ability to discern their medicinal properties and effects. All he needed to do was follow the prescribed formulas to gather the necessary ingredients. With a flick of his wrist, he swiftly completed the materials in the first 2 alchemical furnaces and arranged the proportions accordingly. However, he refrained from igniting the fire to refine the elixirs. Instead, he decided to retain them as teaching materials for when Gu Hai arrived, intending to instruct him for better retention. He then proceeded towards the 3rd furnace. Meanwhile, Gu Hai, uncertain of the specific ingredients for the alchemical formula, received reports from his disciples about an intruder breaching the alchemical hall. His nostrils flared with indignation. How dare someone trespass into the alchemical hall of the medicine sect? He was eager to discover which audacious golden immortal possessed such gall. Chapter 30. Uncle is not a bad person. The 3rd elixir piqued his interest the most. Upon his approach, he could sense the potent medicinal energy lurking within. Squinting, he even discerned shimmering strands of precious aura swirling gracefully around the elixir. What a marvelous find! Lu Ran was about to seize it when, in the blink of an eye, the elixir vanished from his grasp. As a golden immortal, Lu Ran quickly turned his head, catching a fleeting glimpse of a shadow darting past the entrance of the alchemical hall. A thief? Such remarkable speed! With a sudden thought, he vanished from his position. Before long, on the hillside behind the medicine sect's herb garden, amidst the dense underbrush, the figure came to a halt. Lu Ran, observing from above, realized that the thief was a girl of about 12 or 13 years. Clad in a cerulean robe with her long black hair cascading behind her, her round, cherubic face belied her role as a thief. She appeared rather charming and demure. Most astonishingly, Lu Ran immediately recognized that this little girl was merely at the golden core stage. This was indeed a peculiar phenomenon, for the speed she had just displayed was far beyond what a golden core cultivator could achieve. At that moment, the little girl cautiously surveyed her surroundings before extracting the pilfered elixir from her possession. She examined it closely, contemplating placing it back in her pocket when suddenly, a languid voice echoed from behind her. "Child, that habit of stealing is rather unbecoming, don't you think?" Startled, the little girl swiftly turned to face Lu Ran before unhesitatingly bolting away. Though her speed remained impressive, Lu Ran was resolute. He had no intention of wasting time chasing a little girl. With a casual wave of his hand, a powerful barrier enveloped the area within a 100-meter radius. The little girl collided with the barrier, rebounding violently. After several attempts, she still could not break free, resembling a frightened little puppy. Lu Ran found it amusing, but did not wish to waste time and approached the little girl. It seemed she had noticed his intentions. Gritting her teeth, instead of handing over the elixir, she tucked it into her pocket. Lu Ran frowned, wondering how someone could be so oblivious. But the next moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. The little girl suddenly spread her arms wide, striking a fierce pose, her face contorted in a fierce expression, glaring at Lu Ran. Was she attempting to intimidate him? Lu Ran was at a loss for words. How could one expect a child to frighten anyone? However, Lu Ran soon realized that the little girl's peculiar antics were far from mere intimidation. A strange wave emanated from her, rising dramatically. Soon, to Lu Ran's astonishment, the girl's aura began to ascend rapidly. A burst of latent potential. Lu Ran contemplated. Such phenomena were not uncommon, yet he had seldom employed them himself. Even in the lower realms, the combat power granted by such bursts was inherently limited, a rare means of transcending one's level. Furthermore, unrestrained releases of power imposed a tremendous burden on one's body, meridians, and soul, leading to potential aftereffects. This little girl at the Golden Core stage. How far could she truly unleash her potential? The nascent soul stage? At best, one might consider her at the transformation stage. Yet, in Lu Ran's eyes, was she not still akin to an ant? But the reality was beyond that. The little girl's aura continued to amplify, soon surpassing the nascent soul stage. Reaching the transformation stage, and still not ceasing. Instead, it surged forward at an astonishing pace. Almost in the blink of an eye, she advanced through the void refinement, great ascension, and tribulation stages, ultimately achieving true immortal status. Lu Ran was left dumbfounded. What extraordinary technique was this? A little girl of the Golden Core stage had directly ascended to the realm of immortals with a single outburst. The amplification was so remarkable that Lu Ran wondered if he were still dreaming. It was akin to a single packet of instant noodles yielding an entire building. Fortunately, once she reached the true immortal stage, the girl's aura began to diminish gradually, eventually stabilizing. At this moment, her appearance had also transformed. 3 dark purple stripes appeared on her cheeks, her mouth opened fiercely, and her 2 fangs had elongated significantly. Simultaneously, her hands and the exposed skin of her neck became covered in a layer of fine, greenish scales. A demon? Lu Ran was taken aback. The stripes on the girl's face resembled those of a young beast during its initial transformation, reminiscent of the beastly markings. Yet, that seemed incongruous. When a young beast first transformed from a little fox, it took 500 years. Moreover, the once diminutive infant had blossomed into a graceful figure. Her realm now equivalent to that of the transformation stage. A demon of the Golden Core stage could not possibly take on a corporeal form, let alone erupt forth into the realm of immortals. The peculiar little creature, Lu Ran, murmured. After 100,000 years in the lower realms, Lu Ran had encountered countless demons, with his disciples being a myriad of them. Yet this was his first encounter with such a being. Furthermore, Lu Ran did not perceive this little girl as a demon, for her aura was distinctly human rather than demonic. However, her current demeanor resembled that of a half-demon in transformation. While contemplating this, suddenly, the little girl lunged forward, ferociously charging at Lu Ran. The swiftness of her approach caused Lu Ran's expression to shift dramatically. Her speed was akin to that of a celestial being. To erupt forth into the realm of immortals with such velocity, what extraordinary capabilities were at play? Lu Ran had no time for further contemplation. As the distance closed and the little girl's speed was overwhelming, he hastily summoned his protective energy shield, raising one hand to shield his front. Activating the dragon armor for the first time. There was no other choice. This little creature was far too enigmatic. Lu Ran would never recklessly gamble on something he could not grasp. With a crunch, the little girl dashed forward, sinking her teeth into the outer side of Lu Ran's arm. A black dragon scale erupted with a resounding pop. Yet, in an instant crack, the dragon's scale shattered, and his protective energy seemed as fragile as paper, allowing the little girl to bite into flesh. Lu Ran was left dumbfounded. The first time he activated the defense of the spiritual treasure, the dragon armor, it was shattered by this little girl's bite. The protective energy of the golden immortal stage could not withstand the assault. Was she truly an immortal? A single bite piercing through the defenses of a golden immortal. As her teeth sank into his flesh, an electrifying sensation surged from his arm. Poison. This was Lu Ran's immediate reaction. Without hesitation, he flung his arm. Bang! The little girl was propelled away like a cannonball, crashing into the mountainside with a thunderous sound. Lu Ran looked down at his arm, initially fearing he had been afflicted with a grave poison. However, the tingling sensation dissipated as swiftly as it had come. Yet, it seemed as if some substance had invaded his meridians and flesh, rapidly surging into his dantian. Lu Ran found himself powerless to stop it, forced to watch as the substance merged with his dantian. Oh no, what kind of monster is this? Could I truly be meeting my end in such a trivial manner? Lu Ran was utterly astonished. Who could have imagined that such a terrifying force lay within a little girl? The dantian is the core of one's cultivation, as well as a vulnerability. If it were to be secretly attacked, the consequences were dire. But in the next moment, Lu Ran discovered that after the substance integrated into his dantian, not only did he not perish, but the speed at which his dantian converted spiritual energy had surged dramatically. It was now more than 3 times faster than before. Lu Ran meticulously checked and confirmed the absence of any other complications, and suddenly, the world around him became brilliantly illuminated. What he had encountered was no poison. It was akin to a miraculous elixir. Raising his gaze, he beheld the dark maw of the mountain, from which the petite half-demon girl had emerged once more. Despite being flung away by Lu Ran, causing a gaping hole in the mountain, she appeared unscathed. Gazing at Lu Ran, her eyes still radiated a primal ferocity. Lu Ran smiled broadly and endeavored to speak in the gentlest manner. Do not be afraid, little girl. Your elder brother is not a villain. How shameless. A relic of 10,000 years, referring to himself as brother. Chapter 31. The alchemical furnace. Lu Ran exerted every effort to present himself as gentle and righteous, though it seemed futile. The half-demon girl had lost her sanity, driven solely by her instinct to attack. No sooner had he finished speaking than she darted toward him with remarkable agility and swiftness. Her petite form a blur, yet her method of assault remained the same, her sharp teeth. Fortunately, Lu Ran was prepared this time. He swiftly extended a hand, forming a peculiar gesture with his middle finger raised, a spiritual technique known as Ling Guanji. Clink! He struck her between the brows. This was a martial skill he had learned in the lower realms, as it targeted the spirit rather than requiring spiritual energy. It could be employed even in the spiritual realm. In an instant, the girl's body froze, her primal ferocity dissipating rapidly. The little girl stared blankly at Lu Ran, seemingly lost in thought, until she finally snapped back to reality. Instinctively, she attempted to flee, but Lu Ran seized her wrist, drawing her close. Her expression brightened, and she ceased struggling, turning to him with a beaming smile. What does this mean? Lu Ran was taken aback. The little girl remained silent, simply gazing at him. Assuming she was still dazed, he reiterated, Do not be afraid, little girl. Your elder brother is not a villain. The little girl, however, responded with surprise. Aren't you feeling unwell? Unwell? Lu Ran paused, suddenly recalling the bite she had inflicted moments ago. He promptly examined his dantian and was overjoyed to discover that the conversion speed of his spiritual energy had accelerated. Unwell? Not at all. Quite the contrary, he felt invigorated. Although he felt no discomfort, Lu Ran released her wrist to validate his hypothesis. Indeed, the rate of spiritual energy conversion plummeted instantly, while still rapid. It was markedly slower than when he had held her hand, and it continued to decline. Thus, Lu Ran grasped the little girl's hand once more, repeating the experiment several times until he confirmed his findings. Without a doubt, holding the little girl's hand undeniably expedited the conversion of spiritual energy. He attempted once more to extend his other hand, gently brushing against the delicate, fragile fingers of the little girl, but found no sensation of acceleration once again. With a sense of resignation, he relinquished his efforts. Meanwhile, the little girl regarded Lu Ran with an expression that conveyed her discomfort, likely perceiving him as a peculiar uncle with an affinity for young girls. Clearing his throat, Lu Ran hastily ceased his unusual actions. Are you truly not feeling unwell? The little girl continued to inquire. Lu Ran surmised that the transformation of spiritual energy was the source of her concern, and since she was aware it was her influence. He shook his head and replied, I feel perfectly well. Really? The little girl's eyes sparkled with delight. Instead of pulling away, she grasped Lu Ran's hand in return. Grinning broadly, clearly overjoyed. Lu Ran felt somewhat bewildered, but continued. That pill I gave you earlier belongs to my disciple. It's not right for you to take it without permission. Here, you can have it, the little girl said cheerfully, handing over the pill without hesitation. Lu Ran inspected it and nodded in satisfaction. Well done, returning it is commendable. What is your name, little girl? Upon hearing this, she replied, I am Bauer Lin Bauer. Oh, so that is your name. What about your family? Lu Ran inquired further. Lin Bauer shook her head, looking confused. What do you mean? No family? My mother has passed away. I'm all alone, Lin Bauer innocently stated. Splendid. An orphan. Lu Ran's eyes gleamed with realization. Having a little girl by his side could significantly expedite the transformation of spiritual energy, far more precious than any ancient treasure. Meanwhile, Guhai hastily arrived at the alchemy hall. Where's everyone? He scanned the area, but found no sign of the intruder. When I left earlier, they were still here. Perhaps they have departed? A cautious disciple suggested. Guhai's expression shifted in alarm. Oh no, my precious pills, he exclaimed. Those are one of a kind. He swiftly dashed toward the alchemical furnace, and, upon glancing inside, he noticed 3 furnaces and 3 pills, but now only 2 remained. The third had vanished without a trace, and it was the most valuable one, the rare elixir he had spent centuries perfecting. Damn it, who dares to steal from Guhai? This infuriates me, he fumed, his wrath palpable. For Guhai, who cherished his elixirs as life itself, they represented his very existence. However, Guhai soon discovered something amiss. The materials in the first 2 furnaces were not as he had arranged them. He turned to his female disciple beside him and asked, Xiao, did you tamper with my furnaces? No, master, how could I? Besides, I have been with you in the storeroom the entire time, the disciple replied hastily. Guhai scrutinized the materials, clearly noting they differed from his intended formulation. Moreover, everything was arranged in an orderly manner. Was it the thief of my elixirs who did this? Guhai mumbled. He intended to continue organizing a search for the identity of the golden immortal who had stolen the elixirs when he seemed to sense something and stared blankly at the materials in the alchemical furnace. After a short while, he murmured, why did he include pine moss? He picked up a nearby elixir and began to sniff it repeatedly. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the materials. Indeed, the scent was almost imperceptible. Without being reminded, I would never have discovered the presence of pine moss. Guhai exclaimed in astonishment. He then examined the other materials within. With a determined bite of his lip, he raised one hand, and a burst of blue alchemical fire erupted forth. Xianxia, standing nearby, was taken aback. Master, what are you doing? I am opening the furnace to refine elixirs. Guhai zipli ansi oli. He needed to confirm his suspicions. With the alchemical fire of Guhai's transcendent realm, the materials were quickly categorized and their essences extracted, followed by a process of fusion. The sensation this time was utterly different from any previous attempts Guhai had made at refining elixirs. It was incredibly smooth. In just a few breaths, an elixir began to take shape. In that moment, a rich aroma burst forth as if it would explode from the furnace. Guhai's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance as he exclaimed, It's done, and the quality is astonishingly perfect. My heavens! Although this elixir was not as precious as the third, he had been refining it for over 3 years. Countless days and nights of attempts, with constant changes of materials and adjustments of ratios, had all ended in failure. Yet that golden immortal had merely walked in, and the materials were arranged for him. Not only was he able to successfully refine it, but its quality surpassed expectations. After all, the original elixir had volatilized for a long time, losing part of its medicinal properties. The most critical point was that he had merely aimed to validate his conjectures. He had team memorized the precise ratios of the materials. Subsequently, Guhai turned his attention to the second alchemical furnace. This time, he was wiser, remembering the precise ratios of the materials before commencing the refining process. This elixir took me a century to attempt to refine. If I can succeed with this, the other party's alchemical prowess is truly terrifying. Xianxia expressed her astonishment. This was the first time she had heard Guhai praise someone's alchemical skills. Prior to this, the only person Guhai had lauded, and repeatedly at that, was his master, the ancestor of the Lan sect, Lu Ran. Chapter 32, The Li Clan. The blazing alchemical fire burned. This had little to do with Guhai's seriousness. The talent and mastery of alchemical arts depended largely on the control over materials. Of course, the alchemical fire was of utmost importance. But this was a fundamental skill for every alchemist. Gu Hai felt as though this alchemical process was remarkably effortless. There is no need to control the temperature and extraction conditions of each individual spiritual herb. The entire process seems to have been orchestrated with remarkable smoothness. Suddenly, Gu Hai realized the situation, whispering in astonishment. Not only had the other party prepared the proportions of the herbs, but they had also meticulously arranged the sequence both inside and outside, even understanding my habits of utilizing the alchemical flames. Otherwise, he could scarcely fathom how the materials prepared by another could be refined with such ease. Yet, is there truly someone in this world who can rival my master's alchemical prowess? Is that even conceivable? As he pondered, a more intense fragrance of medicinal essence erupted once again. Gu Hai's heart trembled, and he hurriedly opened the alchemical furnace. Inside lay a pill identical to the sample outside, yet of superior quality and potency. With trembling hands, Gu Hai retrieved it, examining it closely. He had committed the formula of this elixir to memory. As long as the materials were prepared with meticulous precision according to the formula, there was no possibility of an explosion or the creation of inferior concoctions. Truly miraculous. Gu Hai murmured inao. Beside him, Xiaoyu was equally astonished, having accompanied Gu Hai for many years. She was well aware of the immense difficulty in refining an elixir. Each of these 3 pills was more challenging than the last. Gu Hai was already overwhelmed, making it inconceivable for anyone else to extract the formula in such a short time. Yet that outsider had accurately proportioned the materials in such a brief span. Who could possess such divine capabilities? Master, does a master possess such alchemical skill as well? Xiaoyu could not help but inquire. Upon hearing this, Gu Hai fell silent for a moment before responding. My master's expertise extends far beyond this, yet the ability of this individual to achieve such a feat is indeed astonishing. Even so, Gu Hai would not concede that anyone's alchemical skill could surpass Lu Ran's. Moreover, Gu Hai was not lying. For him, this matter was indeed peculiar. Yet it was commonplace in Lu Ran's presence. After listening, Xiaoyu swallowed hard. She had heard Gu Hai extol his master countless times, but this time felt different, so vividly tangible. However, Gu Hai was still somewhat dazed. He turned to look at the 3rd alchemical furnace, where the materials remained untouched, exactly as he had prepared them. It was infuriating. In stark contrast to the previous 2 furnaces, what he had placed inside was a chaotic assortment. As a master alchemist, he appreciated the guidance he had received, but why resort to stealing his elixirs? Gu Hai was utterly speechless. That 3rd pill was a true rarity. Moreover, it was exceptionally precious. Just then, faint footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Gu Hai furrowed his brow and swiftly turned to look. Today is truly peculiar. Without my consent, there have been repeated intrusions into the Dan Hall. Gu Hai exclaimed in a furious tone. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a youth clad in a pristine white robe entered, leading a petite girl by the hand. Upon seeing Gu Hai, Lu Ran was momentarily taken aback. After more than 10,000 years, Gu Hai had undergone significant changes. After all, Gu Hai did not possess a system as extraordinary as Lu Ran's, which allowed for continuous cultivation and unwavering longevity, leaving his appearance akin to that of over 10 millennia ago. Gu Hai looked considerably older, yet Lu Ran recognized him instantly. Their eyes met, and Gu Hai, hesitating, opened his mouth. The girl beside him, Xiaoyu, furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "How audacious! This is the Dan Hall of my medicine sect. Who dares?" Before she could finish, Gu Hai raised his hand to interrupt her. Stumbling forward a few steps, he suddenly knelt on the ground, heavily bowing his head several times while exclaiming, "Master, you have finally come." "Huh? Master?" Xiaoyu's eyes widened, but quickly regaining her composure, she hurriedly stepped forward to kneel beside Gu Hai, respectfully stating, "Disciple Xiaoyu pays homage to the Ancestor." Lu Ren observed Gu Hai before smiling. "Rise and speak. There is no need for such formalities between us." Gu Hai nodded, choked with emotion, slowly rising. His heart brimming with words he longed to share with Lu Ran. However, his gaze instinctively drifted towards Lin Bao or beside Lu Ran. And upon noticing Lu Ran holding her hand, his expression abruptly changed. "The girl from the Li clan. Master, release her at once." Gu Hai shouted, abruptly flinging his hand. A torrent of terrifying spiritual energy surged towards Lin Bao, or like a tsunami, yet it deliberately avoided Lu Ran, seemingly attempting to separate Lin Bao, from his side. Lu Ran, somewhat astonished, waved his hand casually. The torrent of Gu Hai's spiritual energy disintegrated in an instant, vanishing without a trace. Lu Ran then continued, "You, young man, what are you doing?" "She's just a little girl. How can you act so rashly?" Gu Hai, in a state of urgency, responded, "Master, she is from the Li clan. She has been giving me quite a headache lately." Yet after he spoke, he regarded Lu Ran with a peculiar expression, asking, "Master, do you not feel unwell?" Lu Ran shook his head, puzzled. This question had also been posed by Lin Bao, and he certainly felt no discomfort. On the contrary, holding Lin Bao's hand felt rather delightful. The speed of spiritual energy conversion was rapidly increasing, and his realm was soaring. Lu Ran replied, "I feel perfectly fine. Let us converse calmly without resorting to violence." Gu Hai scrutinized Lu Ran for a moment before slightly relaxing, though he remained perplexed as to why Lu Ran appeared unaffected while holding the girl from the Li clan. Suddenly, Gu Hai remembered something. In a hasty moment, he unleashed a surge of at least 70% of his spiritual energy, which was effortlessly dissipated by his master with a mere wave of his hand. How could it be that his esteemed master had only ascended a few days prior? "Master, please follow me," Gu Hai remarked thoughtfully. Lu Ran had an inkling that the conversation was about Lin Bao. He turned to her and said, "Bao, wait here for me and do not wander off, understood?" The latter obediently nodded, replying, "Understood, elder brother." "Elder brother?" Gu Hai was taken aback, glancing between Lin Bao and Lu Ran. Shaking his head, he followed Lu Ran to the side hall. "Who is Lin Bao? You say she is of the Li tribe? What do they do? Are they untouchable?" Lu Ran inquired curiously, for both Lin Bao and Gu Hai had previously asked him about his well-being. His curiosity was genuine. "The Li tribe is an ancient and formidable race within the spiritual realm," Gu Hai pondered. "Formidable? How so?" Lu Ran pressed on. "From the moment they are born, the bodies of the Li people cannot be harmed or destroyed by any means, which means they cannot be killed." Gu Hai replied gravely. "Really? Is that so?" Lu Ran exclaimed in astonishment. "Then they are akin to an immortal race?" Upon hearing this, Gu Hai sighed and clarified, "On the contrary. While they cannot be killed by any means, they cannot survive beyond the age of 18. Upon reaching 18, a Li person will naturally perish, without exception." Lu Ran was taken aback, his heart racing. What a peculiar race this was. "What does that have to do with me touching her?" he asked. Gu Hai took a deep breath before explaining. "The Li tribe possesses a unique and uncontrollable ability. Any living being they touch, be it a human, a demon, a beast, or even a spirit from the underworld, will be afflicted by the Tian Kuei Li poison. Those infected will involuntarily begin to absorb the chaotic spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, forcefully transforming it into spiritual power within their Dantian. This poison is incurable. Typically, one must extract the refined spiritual energy from the environment to store it as spiritual power. However, those afflicted with the Tian Kuei Li poison will absorb unrefined, violent spiritual energy, leading to chaos in their Dantian, severed meridians, and in severe cases, an explosive demise. The immortality of the Li tribe, combined with this bizarre ability and their unique frenzy, makes them averse to confrontation. Indeed, no one dares to approach or touch them." After Gu Hai's explanation, Lu Ran was utterly bewildered. Such an extraordinary race existed in the spiritual realm. Immortal bodies, Tian Kui Li poison, innate frenzy, touch anyone, and they perish. Who would dare provoke them? Wouldn't the Li tribe dominate the spiritual realm? Lu Ran instinctively mused, but immediately after, he realized the folly of his question. After all, the Li people perish at the age of 18. 18 years in the vast expanse of an immortal's lifespan is but a fleeting moment. Alas, herein lies the dilemma. The Li people seldom survive past 18 years of age, thus lacking ambition. Gu Hai elucidated, stating that they inhabit the spiritual realm, enduring solitude from birth until their inevitable demise at 18. The rarity of births prior to this age has resulted in a dwindling population, rendering them insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Though they pose a considerable challenge, no one dares to provoke them, choosing instead to act as though they do not exist. Suddenly, Lu Ran comprehended the source of Bao's exuberance. She, unwilling to release his hand, seemed to find solace in his presence. Perhaps, Lu Ran was the first person to have interacted with her without meeting a tragic fate. It dawned on Lu Ran why he remained unscathed. It appeared that the Li people's abilities induced a peculiar state of desiccation in the energy centers of those who made contact with them. The most direct means of replenishing one's energy would be the natural spiritual essence of the universe. However, this was untenable, as the unrefined essence was wildly turbulent. overwhelming the energy centers and meridians, potentially inflicting harm upon the soul itself. Yet Lu Ran was different. The energy connecting to his centers was the raw essence he had accumulated over 100,000 years in the mortal realm, vast and boundless. Thus, he remained unscathed, even experiencing an acceleration in his transformation. Realizing this, Lu Ran spoke, "I understand now. Do not worry about me. I shall be fine. The Tian Kuei Li poison is ineffective against me." Although Gu Hai found it difficult to believe, having never heard of anyone immune to the Tian Kuei Li poison. Witnessing Lu Ran holding the Li girl without a scratch left him astounded. "By the way, Master, what is your current realm? I am unable to discern it. Did you not ascend only a few days ago?" Gu Hai inquired with curiosity. "Oh, I have attained the golden immortal stage," Lu Ran replied casually. "To be precise, I have reached the second level of golden immortal. I advanced this morning, journeyed to the pharmacy sect, and with Lin Bauer's prior acceleration, I am nearing the third level." Upon hearing this, Gu Hai was left speechless. A golden immortal, despite his years of experience and consuming numerous elixirs. He had only reached the sixth level of celestial immortal after more than 10,000 years. Yet, his master had achieved golden immortal status within mere days of ascending to the celestial realm. After a brief moment of astonishment, Gu Hai was overwhelmed with joy for his master. "By the way, do you know that girl?" Lu Ran asked with curiosity. "Alas, that little girl has made several attempts to pilfer elixirs from my pharmacy sect, sometimes even in a brazen manner. After witnessing the demise of those disciples who encountered her, I deduced her identity and dared not engage her," Gu Hai lamented. Over time, Gu Hai had ceased to concern himself with her, though the headache remained. "Have you ever attacked her?" Lu Ran continued to inquire, still incredulous that a seemingly ordinary little girl could possess such an immortal essence. "Certainly, it was not merely myself. At the outset, I united with over 10 esteemed elders of the medicinal sect, all celestial beings who launched a concerted assault. Remarkably, she did not even enter a frenzied state, yet emerged unscathed. This very fact solidified my conviction regarding her true identity," Gu Hai remarked. "Incredible. Without entering a frenzied state, Lin Bayer's mere cultivation at the golden core level could withstand the onslaught of numerous celestial beings without a scratch. Truly a flaw in the fabric of the heavenly order. If the Li clan were not bound by the fate of turning 18, their dominance in the spirit realm would be utterly unquestionable." Before long, Lu Ran and Gu Hai returned. From a distance, they spotted Lin Bayer curled up on the steps of the alchemy hall, her small frame hugging her knees, her chin resting upon them. She appeared solitary and forlorn. "You should go to the alchemy hall," Lu Ran suggested to Gu Hai. Then, he approached Lin Bayer and sat beside her. Startled, Lin Bayer instinctively flinched, having witnessed too many perish upon approaching her throughout her life. However, upon turning to see it was Lu Ran, she immediately relaxed, a smile illuminating her face. Lu Ran sighed inwardly. After 100,000 years in the lower realm, he had taken countless disciples, emaciated beggars, battered young maidens from brothels, and young lads toiling in taverns. He had encountered an array of tragic childhoods. Yet Lin Bayer's plight was unparalleled. "Bayer, how old are you this year?" Lu Ran inquired. 15, she instinctively replied. Already 15, he found himself at a loss for words. And it was Lin Bayer who, after a moment, began counting on her fingers, murmuring 3 more years. Lu Ran's heart jolted. This girl was acutely aware of her circumstances. "By the way, why have you been pilfering medicinal herbs from the sect recently?" Lu Ran deftly shifted the conversation. In response, Bayer produced a crumpled green booklet from her pocket, opened to a page, and pointed at a line to show Lu Ran. "Look, this I haven't shown anyone else," she said mysteriously. Lu Ran leaned closer, and he saw that the line read, "Obtain 100 medicinal pills." "What is this?" He began to inquire further, but Bayer had already closed the booklet. As she returned it to her pocket, he caught sight of the front cover bearing 4 crooked characters. "Last Wish Handbook. What are your plans for the future?" Lu Ran asked casually, feeling a lump in his throat. "I wish to go to Xianxia. My mother told me when I was young that Xianxia is the heart of the spirit realm, and I want to see it, and Dihuang as well. I've heard there are many monsters there," Lin Bayer exclaimed, her excitement growing. Yet, the vastness of the spirit realm meant that 3 years would scarcely suffice for her to explore so many places. "Brother, you are a celestial being and the first to speak to me. Could you take me to Xianxia?" Bayer asked, her expression filled with hope. Lu Ran chuckled heartily, placing his hand on her shoulder and pulling her into an embrace. Bauer instinctively tensed, slightly tilting her head to gaze at Lu Ran, her expression laced with anxiety. Upon realizing that Lu Ran exhibited no adverse reactions, she beamed sweetly and nestled comfortably in his embrace. Lu Ran gently ruffled her hair and remarked, "Of course we can go anywhere in the spirit realm's 9 provinces." From that moment on, Lin Bauer became Lu Ran's companion. Initially, Lu Ran had intended to take Lin Bauer as his disciple, as most of his students in the lower realm had been discovered and followed him from a young age. However, considering that Bauer had merely 3 years left, he pondered what could possibly be taught in such a short span, especially since she may not even have the desire to learn. Seeing her call him Big Brother was sufficient for him to acquiesce. Nonetheless, Gu Hai remained cautious, never daring to approach Lin Bauer. He kept at least 5 meters away whenever she was near Lu Ran, fearing that she might stumble and collide with him. "You certainly resemble your master," Gu Hai chuckled. Xiaoyu, standing nearby, was taken aback. Over the years, Gu Hai was known for his serious demeanor, often consumed by the art of alchemy. However, the presence of the elder had changed that dynamic entirely. "What mannerism are you referring to?" Lu Ran inquired. "When we were in the lower realm, there were at most 5 siblings among us, all taken in by you during our childhood. I was one of them." Gu Hai et Lai. Thus, for the disciples of the Blue Sect, while Lu Ran was indeed their master, he often resembled an eccentric paternal figure. This notion might seem peculiar, yet the saying "once a teacher, always a father" held true. However, for some female disciples, influenced by their fledgling sentiments, there could be additional emotions intertwined. "By the way, here is the elixir from earlier," Lu Ran said, tossing the 3rd pill that Lin Bauer had pilfered to Gu Hai. "I knew it. I knew there could be no one in this world capable of alchemy as superb as yours." Gu Hai asuk gone feed in. "You've memorized the formulas for the previous 2 pills, haven't you?" Lu Ran asked. Gu Hai's expression immediately shifted to one of embarrassment as he scratched his head and replied, I didn't memorize them." He had approached the first furnace with a trial-and-error mindset, entirely neglecting to remember it, yet he had indeed committed the 2nd formula to memory. "Not to worry. I'll write it down for you, and, while we're at it, assist you in refining this 3rd elixir," Lu Ran offered. "Xiaoyu, prepare the ink and brush." Gu Hai exclaimed, his heart racing. After Lu Ran inscribed the first formula, he took the 3rd pill back from Gu Hai, sniffing it carefully while narrowing his eyes. Before long, he returned the pill to Gu Hai. Lu Ran then silently began to prepare various spirit herbs with swift and decisive motions. Gu Hai felt a jolt of excitement. Was that all it took to understand the formula? Truly, his master remained as formidable as ever. "You've gathered quite a comprehensive variety of spirit herbs here," Lu Ran remarked with admiration. "The exceptional conditions for alchemy here are unparalleled, even when I was in the lower realm. Now that we have ascended to the spirit realm, my sole focus has been on this endeavor. After preparing for over 10 millennia, it is quite fortuitous, indeed," Gu Hai humbly remarked. He then turned his gaze toward the alchemical furnace and inquired, "Master, is this sufficient?" Lu Ran nodded, signaling that he could commence the alchemical process. However, he cautioned, "I have tailored this formula to suit your fire attribute and heating habits. So pay close attention to the materials and memorize them diligently." Gu Hai bobbed his head like a chick pecking at grains. As he gazed at the ingredients in the furnace, his mind buzzed with confusion, even feeling a sense of frustration. He had studied alchemical formulas for nearly a millennium without significant progress, while Lu Ran had effortlessly resolved it in an instant. "No wonder he is my master." Taking a deep breath, Gu Hai summoned his alchemical fire, igniting it fiercely against the furnace. The heat was slightly off. He needed to adjust the flame. Patience was key as he awaited the extraction of the spiritual herbs from the outer circle. Once the time was right, he intensified the flame, Lu Ran observed, quickly identifying the issues in Gu Hai's alchemical process. Gu Hai relished this feeling, reminiscent of the days in the lower realm when Lu Ran would educate him incessantly. Before long, the elixir took shape and an intense fragrance erupted forth. Success! Gu Hai's heart soared, and he moved to retrieve the elixir. "Not so fast, wait a moment," Lu Ran interrupted. Gu Hai turned, puzzled by Lu Ran's abruptness. In the next instant, a thunderous roar echoed. As the storm clouds trembled, a peculiar pressure descended. Xiaoyu glanced at the dome of the alchemical hall with curiosity, murmuring, "Strange, it seldom thunders here at our medicine sect, even during rain." Suddenly, Gu Hai's eyes lit up in realization. This sensation, it's the thunder of alchemy. The thunder of alchemy. A phenomenon signaling that the quality of the elixir has reached an extraordinary level. occurs when it resonates with the heavenly laws. In the lower realm, whenever Lu Ran performed alchemy, the thunder of alchemy would frequently manifest, leading Gu Hai to believe it was a typical occurrence in the alchemical process. Yet, during his over 10 millennia in the spirit realm, he had witnessed the thunder of alchemy only a handful of times. Indeed, the next moment crack. A faint purple lightning bolt erupted through the dome, serpentine in its form as it surged into the newly formed elixir within the furnace. The freshly shaped elixir began to tremble gently, the aroma intensifying under the influence of the lightning, as if it were boiling, with an additional unique fragrance intertwined. The thunder of alchemy was singular, and soon the storm clouds dissipated, revealing delicate arcs of electricity flickering intermittently across the surface of the elixir. The quality of this elixir far surpassed that of the solitary specimen Gu Hai had previously held. Alas, though there was but a single thunder of alchemy, it was still commendable. Following the formula and the steps I guided you through, there should be no issues, Lu Ran remarked. Gu Hai not that easy. Feeling thoroughly satisfied with just a single danlei. Back in the lower realms, when Lu Ran concocted elixirs, the sky was alight with 9 danleis. Xianxia, who was beside him, was now utterly convinced. She had heard Gu Hai boast countless times about his ancestor's alchemical prowess, and now, witnessing it firsthand, she found it to be even more astonishing than she had imagined. Come, master, I shall have some tea and delicacies prepared for us to discuss in depth. Gu Hai exclaimed with excitement. With 3 alchemical formulas resolved in one go by his master, he felt immensely relaxed. After more than 10,000 years without seeing his master, he had an abundance of words to share. Before long, within the hall, Lu Ran took a seat, and Lin Bauer promptly settled beside him, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at the table laden with exquisite dishes, casting an expectant glance toward Lu Ran. Feel free to indulge, Lu Ran encouraged her. Overjoyed by the permission, Lin Bauer eagerly reached out, relishing the feast. Due to Lin Bauer's presence, Gu Hai refrained from sitting next to Lu Ran. Instead, he circled around to sit opposite Lu Ran and, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, Master, how did you know I was here? At this mention, Lu Ran suddenly slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting the pressing matter at hand. I came from the Luo sword sect. The Shixian pool where I manifested is within their territory. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. You ascended from the area of junior sister Yuling? How marvelous. Did she not accompany you? Lu Ran replied directly. We shall discuss that later. I came to ask if you have ventured to Xianxia and if you have any news of your master's wife. Chapter 35. Another Luo immortal approaches. Upon hearing this, Gu Hai's expression instantly turned serious. He nodded and recounted, in my early travels through Xianxia, my master's wife saved me once. Oh. Lu Ran's interest piqued. You have seen her? How is she faring? However, Gu Hai immediately shook his head. I did not meet her. It was one of her subordinates who rescued me. They urged me to leave Xianxia, and thereafter, I lost all contact. One of Qin Wuyo's subordinates? Lu Ran was momentarily perplexed. I am uncertain how she discovered my identity. It may have been by chance. Nevertheless, the one who saved me certainly acted in her name. Gu Hai Punda. Moreover, at that time, he was merely a trifling figure at the 3rd level of the true Immortal Realm. While that individual was at least of the Luo immortal caliber, possibly even an immortal monarch. Yet despite this, the reverence with which they spoke of his master's wife suggested that she was likely of a higher level than them. Lu Ran was not particularly surprised. He had taken in numerous disciples in the lower realms, many of whom possessed remarkable talents. However, none had matched the extraordinary genius of Qin Wuyo. When Lu Ran first encountered her, she was merely 16, yet had already attained the Golden Core realm. At that time, Lu Ran had just bound to the system and was rapidly rising through diligent sign-ins. Yet, despite having the system, he could not keep pace with Qin Wuyao's cultivation speed. The two traveled the world together. In less than a century, Qin Wuyao transcended and ascended. Such a terrifying genius had never before appeared in the annals of cultivation history. It was only after Qin Wuyao's ascension, when Lu Ran had reached the pinnacle of his sign-ins and found himself unable to ascend out of boredom, that he began to take on disciples. Qin Wuyao was indeed the first of his acquaintances to achieve ascension. Given her innate talent, she was theoretically positioned to surpass all disciples of the Blue Sect in terms of cultivation. Subsequently, I attempted to inquire about my master's wife, but to no avail. Sighed Gu Hai, seemingly guilty for his inability to provide Lu Ran with any useful information. When was that? Lu Ran inquired. Over 12,000 years ago. After returning from Zhongzhou, I unexpectedly met my junior sister Su Yueling in Shizhou, and upon discovering this place rich in spiritual energy, I established my sect here. Guhai Zemin Si, over 10,000 years. Such a span of time is ample for countless events to unfold, Lu Ran thought, feeling a tangle of emotions. But recognizing that it was futile to dwell on them, he took a deep breath and nodded, saying, "No matter, I will eventually journey to Zhongzhou. As long as she is alive, I will surely meet her." At that moment, Lin Bei'er had finished her meal, let out a burp, and comfortably leaned against Lu Ran. Patting her small belly, Lu Ran could only chuckle helplessly. He raised his head and continued to address Gu Hai. "There is another matter. You must be aware of the Huoda sect in Jinling City, as well as the Qingxian sect and Tiangang sect, among the 4 factions." Gu Hai nodded. "Indeed, they purchase a significant number of pills from me each year." Lu Ran proceeded. "Their sudden convening of a sect meeting this time, theoretically, should not have notified you. However, according to Yueling, the timing has been moved forward, likely targeting me, with Qingxian sect leading the charge." Upon hearing this, Gu Hai's expression instantly turned grave. He urged, "In that case, master, we must leave." "Huh?" Lu Ran was taken aback. "Where to?" "Leave Shizhou." Gu Hai insisted, "And with junior sister Yueling, we shall flee. A hero's vengeance is not to be delayed for a decade." Lu Ran burst into laughter at this, waving his hand dismissively. "It's not that serious. The Qingxian sect cannot do anything to me." Yet Gu Hai remained anxious. "You are a golden immortal now, but those 4 sects also house numerous golden immortals. Moreover, it is rumored that behind the Qingxian sect, there is an ancestor of the great Luo Immortal Realm." Gu Hai's concerns were not unfounded. Although Lu Ran had attained the golden immortal status, the number of golden immortals among his adversaries was considerable. If they were to besiege Lu Ran, having ascended only recently, how could he possibly defend himself? With the presence of a great Luo immortal ancestor, Lu Ran would undoubtedly face demise. However, in reality, Lu Ran could easily dispatch anyone below the great Luo immortal level. His celestial techniques could overwhelm golden immortals, and against those beneath them, he could directly crush them with his superior realm. The protagonist possesses an innate immunity against the attacks of golden immortals. As for true immortals and supreme immortals, even those who could breach the defenses of a golden immortal find it challenging. Thus, below the rank of great Luo immortal, the protagonist stands as an unrivaled force. Concerning the great Luo immortal, the protagonist now exists at the 3rd tier of the golden immortal realm. Having recently ascended to this level in the morning, he has traveled a considerable distance, bolstered by the enhancements from Lin Bauer, and as time passes, he approaches dusk, quietly progressing to the 3rd tier of the golden immortal realm. The protagonist calculates that within 5 days, he will certainly advance to the great Luo level. Additionally, he has the presence of Xiao Ying and Fei Luo Tian, one a demon king, the other a celestial fiend, both at the same level as the great Luo immortal. The protagonist also possesses the Kong Tong seal of heaven, rendering him unafraid of the ancestor of the Qingxian sect. "Master, you must heed my advice and refrain from going," Gu Hai urged, observing the protagonist's silence. "This place is unlike the lower realm. In the lower realm, disciples of the Lan sect can act with impunity. But in this spiritual realm, the terror of the great Luo immortal is something you have yet to experience." The protagonist waved his hand dismissively. "It is of no concern. With your senior sister and brother present, there is nothing to fear." "Senior sister and brother? Who are they?" "Gu Hai Inquit, Somewat Bui." In the spiritual realm, he had numerous senior siblings, all formidable figures, but none were within the jurisdiction of the 4 clans. Otherwise, those 4 would not dominate. The demon king Xiao Ying and the celestial fiend Fei Luo Tian, the protagonist revealed. A demon king, a celestial fiend. Gu Hai's eyes brightened. This was equivalent to having 2 great Luo immortals. Moreover, the cultivation pace of the demon and fiend races is slower than that of humanity, yet at the same level. They can easily surpass human beings. Thus, the ancestor of the Qingxian sect need not be feared excessively. "Since that is the case, master, I shall accompany you," Gu Hai declared. "Do not be absurd. Remain here quietly. Once we have annihilated those 4 clans, the Lan sect will take over all their enterprises, and then you may participate," the protagonist instructed. Gu Hai swallowed hard, realization dawning upon him. Good heavens! Master S' intention is to eliminate those 4 clans and seize their long-standing foundations. That would be an immense fortune. Furthermore, This region could serve as the bedrock upon which the Lan sect is built, allowing for gradual expansion. The foremost sect in the spiritual realm is about to emerge. Guhai felt a surge of excitement, though he worried for the protagonist and hesitated to part ways. He longed to join the fray, but recognized that such a battle was beyond his capacity. As merely a supreme immortal and not a combatant, he would be a liability, even causing concern among fellow disciples. Very well. I shall remain here, awaiting your news. Guhai note that, with a demon king and a celestial fiend present. This endeavor seemed nearly assured of success. After all, aside from the Xianxia sect, the other three clans were merely lackeys of the Xianxia sect, easily swept aside. Only the Ancestor of the Xianxia sect posed a genuine challenge. However, in a 2-on-1 scenario, the alliance of a celestial demon and a celestial fiend against a single human great Luo immortal boasts a considerable advantage. Yet in truth, among the disciples of the Blue sect participating in the Taoist assembly, there are not only Xiaoying and Fei Luo Tian, but several other great Luo immortals as well. As dusk approached, within the estate of the Fire Virtue sect in Jinling City, Dihuang sat in the courtyard, lost in thought. Fei Luo Tian was engrossed in his cultivation, leaving only a few demonic soldiers to keep watch over him. Though their vigilance was unnecessary, he had no intention of fleeing, nor did he dare entertain any rebellious thoughts. His soul was firmly grasped in Fei Luo Tian's hands, and with but a mere thought, he could be reduced to nothingness. He regretted having drawn attention to the Fire Virtue sect. He should have simply disclosed Lu Ran's whereabouts within the great Luo Sword sect. Now, the disciples of the Blue sect had come looking for him. Sighing, he pondered how a demon king and a celestial fiend would likely overwhelm Xianxia sect. Dihuang murmured to himself, realizing that his strategy was likely to fail. Just then, a wave of heat suddenly washed over him. Looking up, he saw the sky ablaze with divine fire, painting half the heavens in crimson hues. Before the clouds, a ragged beggar, clutching a wine gourd, appeared as if walking on air. Behind him loomed a colossal, indomitable figure. Dihuang's pupils dilated in shock. Another great Luo immortal had arrived. Chapter 36. The Blue sect is quite extraordinary. Buzzing with energy, the figure, who had been a distant silhouette, in the blink of an eye, materialized in the courtyard. Lazily standing not far from Dihuang, glancing around, he furrowed his brow slightly, muttering, "This is the territory of Xia Prefecture. How could there be 9 nether demons present?" Yet, he paid it little mind and turned his gaze to Dihuang, asking, "Is this not the Fire Virtue sect?" Dihuang swallowed hard and nodded. "Yes, I am Dihuang, the sect master of the Fire Virtue sect. And you are?" No sooner had he spoken than a wave of demonic energy swept through, and Fei Luo Tian's figure appeared beside Dihuang, observing the beggar with a calm demeanor. Despite the beggar's disheveled appearance, Dihuang could clearly perceive the aura of a great Luo immortal emanating from him. Fei Luo Tian too sensed the presence of the great Luo immortal and casually inquired, "May I ask who you are? Have you come to seek news of Lu Ran from Dihuang?" Whether friend or foe remained uncertain. "I am Sun Tianyu, a disciple of the Blue sect," the beggar replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on Fei Luo Tian. Fei Luo Tian was taken aback, exclaiming, "A disciple of the Blue sect? Have you come for my master?" "My master?" Sun Tianyu raised an eyebrow, asking, "Who are you?" Fei Luo Tian, a disciple of the Blue sect, he promptly responded. What a coincidence, fellow disciples. Yet, it seemed they were unfamiliar with each other. This was hardly surprising. Lu Ran had descended for 100,000 years, taking in numerous apprentices and sending away countless others, making it improbable for all disciples to have shared the same period of time together. Despite this, they had verbally acknowledged one another's identities as disciples of the Blue sect. Whether genuine or not, both parties remained enveloped in mutual suspicion, unwilling to lower their guard. In stark contrast, Dihuang was on the verge of tears. Yet another great Luo immortal had appeared, alongside Xiaoying and Fei Luo Tian, a human great Luo immortal, a Dihuang demon king, and a 9 nether celestial demon. If they ventured to the Xianxia sect, would they not be forcing their way upon the head of the Xianxia ancestor? Regret gnawed at him for having targeted Lu Ran. Had he known, he would have packed his belongings and fled. As he watched the Blue sect's increasingly ostentatious display, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him, akin to standing before a mountain, plunging Dihuang into despair. Yet, it was too late for regrets. Having been ensnared by Fei Luo Tian's demonic flames, he was now a puppet on the verge of collapse. You claim to be a disciple of the Blue Sect, but what proof do you possess? Fei Luo Tian inquired first. Sun Tianyu erupted into laughter. Fixing his gaze upon Fei Luo Tian, he retorted, "You question me? I find myself doubting your identity instead. My master indeed accepted disciples from the demon clan, but their numbers were few. What are the odds that you are one of them?" In essence, the atmosphere was rife with mutual suspicion. At that critical moment, an overwhelming aura surged from the horizon. Dihuang was momentarily taken aback, turning to look. A magnificent palanquin, trailing a long rainbow-like ribbon, streaked across the dim sky like a shooting star. Seated atop, it was a woman clad in red, her face veiled, and behind her loomed a striking phantom. Another one. Dihuang nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. After many years in the Hua sect, it was the first time he had encountered so many great Luo immortals. The palanquin descended upon Jinling City. Initially uncertain of the Hua sect's precise location, but upon sensing the auras of Fei Luo Tian and Sun Tianyu, it changed course. Before long, the palanquin touched down in the courtyard, vanishing as several maidens fluttered around the woman. She cast a cool glance at Sun Tianyu and Fei Luo Tian. Draped in a flowing red garment, her figure was enchanting, and though her face was obscured, her captivating eyes were still visible. "Brother Sun, it has been a while. I did not expect to see you here as well." The woman spoke first. Sun Tianyu shrugged and replied, "As long as there is wine to enjoy, I shall pass the days idly. Now that I have received word from my master, I naturally had to come at once." "Are you not here for the same reason?" Fei Luo Tian, taken aback, exclaimed, "Do you two know each other? Who is this young lady?" The woman responded, "I am a disciple of the Blue Sect, Yihangi." At her words, Dihuang gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "You are Yihangi, the master of the Red Leaf Tower? You are a great Luo immortal." Although the Red Leaf Tower did not fall under the jurisdiction of the four major powers, its domineering nature and all-female membership had earned it considerable renown. To his surprise, Yihangi, the master of the Red Leaf Tower, was indeed a great Luo immortal. Moreover, she seemed to be a disciple of Lu Ran, with Xiaoing absent. That made four. Yihangi cast a sidelong glance at Dihuang, disregarding him entirely, and instead turned her attention to Fei Luo Tian, inquiring, "Senior brother Sun, this individual hails from the demon clan. What brings him here? Is he here to trouble master?" No. Fei Luo Tian hastily waved his hands. "I'm also a disciple of the Blue Sect." "Oh." Yihangi paused momentarily, realizing that Lu Ran had indeed accepted a few disciples from the demon clan, albeit rarely. Thus, her preconceived notions naturally led her to harbor doubts. Fei Luo Tian, feeling anxious, pondered, "How can I prove my identity?" Lu Ran did not accept disciples indiscriminately. He taught each student according to their unique talents. Those with an aptitude for swordsmanship were trained in the art of the sword, while those adept with blades were taught knife techniques. Those who favored martial arts were instructed in boxing. Furthermore, even among those studying sword techniques, the specific sword forms taught were likely different and tailored to each individual's strengths. Consequently, disciples could not ascertain each other's identities through the cultivation methods they practiced. Meanwhile, Dihuang, keen on the unfolding drama, eagerly awaited to see how Fei Luo Tian would validate his identity. Just then, a familiar aura approached. Dihuang looked up to see Xiaoing, the enormous demon fox, drawing near, swiftly returning to the courtyard. Upon transforming back into human form, she gently set Sui Welling down. At that moment, Sui Welling was still trembling with astonishment. The speed of the great Luo immortal was truly astonishing. "Xiaoing, it is truly you," Yihangi exclaimed with delight upon spotting Xiaoing. Sun Tianyu, who had been on high alert, relaxed at this moment and remarked, "So this is the Demon King Dihuang you spoke of, Xiaoing? Indeed, your reputation precedes you." Xiaoing glanced at Sun Tianyu. Her eyes filled with curiosity as she looked at Yihangi and asked, "Junior sister, who is this beggar? Do you know him?" It was then that Yihangi introduced, "This is Sun Tianyu, also a disciple of the Blue Sect. However, as for the one from the Demon Clan, he may not be genuine." Fei Luo Tian's face contorted into a grimace, his expression one of helplessness as he looked at Xiaoing, which elicited laughter from her. She then elaborated, "Fei Luo Tian is indeed a disciple of the Blue Sect. He prefers to linger in the Nine Hell Realm. If it weren't for Master S' name appearing on the Immortal Ascension rankings, he likely wouldn't have emerged." Feeling embarrassed, Fei Luo Tian scratched his head and admitted, "That is indeed the case. the situation for the demon clan in the Central Plains is rather dire, with Xiaoying affirming his identity. Sun Tianyu and Yi Hongyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The tense atmosphere evaporated, revealing that they were all comrades. Greetings, senior sister. Hello, senior brother Sunday greetings. Junior brother Fei. I believe I am a junior sister. Junior brother Sun. Junior sister Yi. Wait, it's all a bit chaotic. Let us sort this out. Meanwhile, Sui Welling watched with envy, realizing that these individuals were all her seniors, each at the level of great Luo immortals. But the excitement did not end there. Just as they prepared to engage in open conversation, a gigantic golden frying pan soared across the sky. A few individuals looked up, sensing the presence of the grand Luo immortal. Yi Hongyi calmly stated, "Do not panic. That is senior sister Huang Fong, an exceptional cook. I have visited her restaurant before." Upon hearing this, the group sighed in relief, yet Xianxia's mind was in disarray. How many more would arrive this night? All of them are grand Luo immortals. Even one who merely runs a restaurant is a grand Luo immortal. He silently lamented, "Xianxia Ancestor, may you seek your own fortune in this situation. It is not my intention to harm you. It is merely that the blue sect is somewhat outrageous." Chapter 37. Indeed, it seems one cannot truly perish. The newly arrived Huang Fong was familiar to Yi Hongyi, allowing for a swift camaraderie to develop. "Senior sister Huang Fong, it has been some time since I visited your restaurant. I did not expect to encounter you here," Yi Hongyi greeted affectionately. The restaurant is temporarily closed for business. It was never for profit, but rather to preserve my culinary skills, as my master delights in my dishes. Huang Fong chuckled while holding her frying pan. This pan was no ordinary utensil. It was a spiritual treasure. Beside them, Dihuang observed the gathering. Leading the group were Xiaoying, alongside the grand Luo immortal Fo Tian, Yi Hongyi, Sun Tianyu, and Huang Fong. 5 grand Luo immortals in total. The hour was still early, and within just over a day since the message was sent, 5 grand Luo immortals had already arrived, with 2 days remaining before the Taoist assembly. Who knows how many more might come? Moreover, considering the vast scale of the blue sect, this number was merely a fraction. The arrival of these 5 indicated that the dissemination of information had not yet reached its full extent. With these 5 present, one could easily surmise what Xianxia Ancestor would face. A 1 against 5, a daunting prospect indeed. And it was likely that even more would join the fray. Indeed, that very evening, disciples of the blue sect, Liao Tianhao, Su Qianqian, and Zhang Boyang, arrived, making it 3 more grand Luo immortals. Thus, the assembly of 8 immortals was complete. Furthermore, over a dozen golden immortals emerged, claiming to be disciples of the blue sect. Among them, Sui Welling recognized a few, while the rest were unfamiliar. Each one produced the treasures bestowed upon them at the time of their ascension, which bore the intricate formations and seals personally inscribed by Lu Ran, thereby instantly validating their identities. And this was merely the first day. Dihuang was utterly bewildered. The spiritual realm had long circulated tales of the blue sect's immense scale, yet none could truly grasp its magnitude. Now, it was becoming increasingly clear. In the territory dominated by their 4 families, within a range of 10,000 miles, such a multitude of grand Luo immortals, golden immortals, and numerous celestial and true immortals had yet to arrive. Indeed, the plans of the blue sect disciples to spread their influence across the 9 provinces were coming to fruition. Since we have gathered 8 grand Luo immortals, why not take the initiative and confront Xianxia Ancestor directly? Let's eliminate him, Huang Fong proclaimed, waving her golden frying pan. Ling Bao can indeed be stored away, but Huang Fong, accustomed to its presence, often carries it in her hand. "That won't do," Xiaoying replied, shaking his head. He then surveyed the crowd and declared, "The venerable Xianxia must perish, but we cannot resort to stealthy assassination. That would serve no purpose. Instead, we must confront him openly on the day of the Taoist assembly, when all the major sects within 1,000 miles gather. We shall eliminate Xianxia under the banner of the blue sect, thereby solidifying our foundation. This is paramount. However, the commotion we create could alert Xianxia and prompt him to flee." Sun Tianyu couldn't help but interject. "Isn't this all your fault? You came here and insisted on showcasing the Daoyuo Dharma aspect. Was that truly necessary?" Xiaoying shot a disapproving glance at the others. Sun Tianyu awkwardly scratched his head. "In my eagerness to receive news from my master, I neglected to consider the implications. Suppressing the Dharma aspect to maintain speed would have been counterproductive," he explained. The others shared a similar sentiment. Do not fret, for I have already stationed demons around Yulong Valley and intercepted all disciples from the Xianxia sect carrying news. Philoatian chimed in. Oh, the group regarded Philoatian with surprise. Junior brother, your acumen is indeed commendable. Brother Fei, you are truly prudent. By the way, when did you ascend? Xiao Ying inquired playfully. Am I your elder sister or younger sister? With a gentle smile, Xiao Ying observed her companions. Though she was not particularly skilled in socializing and preferred to avoid interactions, especially with humans, being among her fellow disciples felt entirely different. They shared the same master, akin to a family of siblings. Well then, since Luo Tian has made the necessary arrangements, let us await the commencement of the Taoist assembly. In the coming days, more brothers and sisters should arrive, and we must prepare to welcome them. Xiao Ying contemplated aloud. The following day, Lu Ran, as was her custom, indulged in a leisurely slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by a small head beside her, with sparkling, wide eyes fixed intently upon her. Baoya, are you not asleep? Lu Ran yawned and casually inquired. Sleep? Bauer paused and shook her head. No, I'm cultivating instead. Lu Ran looked puzzled. You cultivate? But you are not. She hesitated, as the unspoken thought lingered. Members of the Li clan perish at the age of 18, and before that, they are essentially immortal. What purpose does cultivation serve? Of course I cultivate. Bao asserted confidently. Cultivation allows one to quickly restore energy. Our Li clan has little time left. Sleeping is too wasteful. My mother taught me this. Hearing this, Lu Ran was instantly wide awake. She had not anticipated that among those who pursue immortality, some would cultivate simply to cherish the fleeting moments before death. Reaching out, Lu Ran contemplated thoughtfully. Bauer, puzzled, extended her little hand towards Lu Ran. As Lu Ran grasped it, she felt a sudden surge in the conversion speed of her spiritual energy, and her consciousness expanded instantaneously. In a quest to introspectively examine Lin Bauer's physical condition, Lu Ran endeavored to utilize his fully developed talents to uncover the origins of the misfortunes plaguing the Li people. However, he soon discovered that his divine perception could not penetrate Lin Bauer's body from any angle or direction. It was as though her form were crafted from an indestructible, extraordinary material. This perplexing scenario was a first for Lu Ran. Although Lin Bauer was merely at the golden core stage, he could sense her cultivation level, yet found himself unable to explore the intricacies of her physical being. Intrigued and undeterred, Lu Ran gradually channeled his spiritual energy into his palms. The space between their hands began to emit a luminous glow, intensifying as waves of pressure surged forth. Throughout this process, Lu Ran attentively observed Lin Bauer's reactions. Despite the formidable spiritual energy he summoned, potent enough to shatter gold and fracture stone, it failed to mar the delicate skin of Lin Bauer's small hand. Remarkably, she exhibited no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, she gazed sweetly at Lu Ran, her face alight with innocence. Yet, under such circumstances, he remained unable to perceive her physical condition. Unsure if it was due to insufficient cultivation or a flawed method, Lu Ran felt a tinge of frustration mixed with curiosity regarding her unique constitution. Baoya? He called, prompting her to lean closer. With a sudden burst of force, Lu Ran unleashed a punch that sent her petite form hurtling through the stone wall of the great hall like a cannonball, embedding her in a mountainside and creating a large crater-like indentation. Big brother, what are you doing? Lin Bauer exclaimed, emerging from the dent, her eyes wide with indignation as she glared at the pursuing Lu Ran. Goodness, she truly felt nothing. Lu Ran gasped in astonishment. He had anticipated the outcome and had held back. Yet even so, that punch was powerful enough to vanquish a true immortal. Yet Lin Bauer appeared only slightly disheveled. Nothing more. Noticing that she was still fuming, he clarified, Ahem, it was merely an experiment. You're being a bit sensitive. Come, let's go enjoy some delicious food. After we eat, we shall set off. At the mention of food, Lin Bauer's interest piqued, and she cheerfully skipped alongside Lu Ran, seemingly having forgotten the earlier incident. On the mountain path, their playful banter echoed. Wipe your face. Look at the mess you've made. ISNT that because you hit me? I merely said it was a test. From now on, no more hitting. Fine, no hitting. But since you can't be harmed, why did you run when I chased you for the stolen medicine? Although I can't be harmed, I still dislike being struck. Chapter 38. Celestial Fate at the Purple Mansion. After satisfying their appetites, Lu Ran requested a map from Gu Hai and summoned the Thunderfire War Chariot, soaring into the sky with Lin Bauer by his side. Throughout the entire process, Lin Bauer's curiosity was palpable as she gazed downwards. The swirling mists enveloped her, while her long hair danced gracefully in the wind behind her. She spread her arms wide, her laughter ringing like silver bells, echoing through the heavens above. Lu Ran began to comprehend that Lin Bauer had never flown before. She was merely at the Golden Core realm and was incapable of flight on her own. Moreover, no one had shown an inclination to approach her or forge a friendship. As Lin Bauer herself remarked, ever since her mother's passing, she had been all alone. Given that it was only the second day, Lu Ran felt no urgency. He maneuvered the Thunderfire war chariot, gliding through the air with delight. Simultaneously, he silently contemplated. Sign in. Arriving in the spirit realm reignited his interest in signing in, no longer feeling the tedium and numbness he experienced in the lower realm. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have achieved a critical hit this time. Congratulations, host. You have received a cultivation reward of 10. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a congenital ancient treasure, the Een Soldier Talisman. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. 1 purple mansion order. Lu Ran's heart jolted. Another critical hit. Having ascended not long ago, he had already experienced 3 critical hits. My deduction might indeed be correct. The probability of critical hits in the spirit realm is significantly higher than in the lower realm. Lu Ran murmured. If these 3 critical hits were merely a stroke of luck, it would still be astonishingly incredible. After all, in the lower realm, spanning 100,000 years and over 30 million days, he had never encountered such frequent critical hits during sign-ins. Bauer, hold on tight, don't fall. Lu Ran advised Lin Bauer, before rubbing his hands together, exhilarated as he began to examine the rewards from the sign-in. After all, these were bestowed by a critical hit. They could not possibly be mere mundane items. The first was a congenital ancient treasure. He had heard from Sui Welling about the rarity of such treasures. It appeared as a palm-sized talisman, resembling a tiger. Lu Ran understood that this talisman was a military insignia, used to convey commands and mobilize troops. It bore a tiger's shape, with inscriptions intricately carved on both sides. However, this talisman was evidently different from any he had previously encountered. It was black. The air around it distinctly resonated with the unique ghostly aura of the underworld. Was the Een Soldier Talisman not intended for commanding the spirits of the deceased? Lu Ran pondered. Indeed, it was. Een Soldier Talisman. By wielding this talisman, one can open a passage to the underworld at any time, summoning millions of Een soldiers to partake in battle. My goodness, how extraordinary! Lu Ran was taken aback. Although all congenital ancient treasures are remarkable, this one was far more direct in its utility than the Kongtong Seal of Heaven. While the Kongtong Seal was undoubtedly powerful, Lu Ran's current realm and strength could hardly harness its full potential. Yet, this Een Soldier Talisman was a functional ancient treasure that could be activated at once. Just imagine. With a mere thought, the passage to the underworld opens, and millions of Een soldiers surge forth. Aside from anything else, it would be undeniably spectacular. A remarkable treasure indeed, thought Lu Ran, nodding in satisfaction. He then turned his attention to the second reward, the Purple Mansion Order. While it was termed an order, its appearance resembled a miniature, intricately crafted representation of a complete sect. A celestial mountain, adorned with flowing waters, loomed above, with buildings scattered across its slopes, shrouded in wisps of mist, and the occasional glimpse of birds and beasts flitting about. The whole scene was a diminutive yet enchanting spectacle. Purple Mansion Order. Designate any location as the center and delineate a radius of 3,000 miles as the Celestial Purple Mansion. Within this realm, the sect's cultivators experience enhanced combat prowess and accelerated cultivation speed. Such functionality was indeed abundant, in essence, within the confines of the Purple Mansion. The sect's disciples would receive buffs that bolstered their capabilities in both combat and cultivation. As the master of the Purple Mansion, Lu Ran could imprint these enhancements onto the cultivators, granting them privileges associated with the mansion. Only upon receiving these privileges could they access the enhancements. Truly, 1's desires manifest effortlessly. As the young sage had previously indicated, this gathering of the Taoist sects marked the beginning of the Blue Sect's assembly, and the Purple Mansion would serve its purpose splendidly. Lu Ran marveled at the system's increasing proficiency. Simultaneously, the rewards for cultivation were bestowed, with a tenfold increase due to a sign-in critical hit. After a night spent in the embrace of Lin Bauer, coupled with the system's bestowal of spiritual power, Lu Ran's realm had ascended to the 7th heavenly layer of the Golden Immortal. This progression exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. At this rate, it was plausible that he could achieve the Great Luo before the commencement of the Taoist Assembly. Meanwhile, deep within the Jade Dragon Valley, before a thatched cottage by the lakeside, Lei Tai radiated golden light, his spiritual energy swirling as he practiced the Xianxia dominance technique. It appeared as though molten metal danced around him, coursing through his body with each breath he took. Suddenly, Lei Tai slowly opened his eyes, his pale golden irises flashing with a hint of impatience. Coldly, he remarked, "I have instructed you not to disturb me before the Taoist assembly begins." Lai Gan cautiously approached, maintaining a respectful distance. "Elder Ancestor, the disciples we dispatched to gather news over the past few days have gone silent. I suspect the Blue Sect's disciples are up to mischief. They must have sensed the impending crisis." "And so?" Lei Tai inquired, his tone indifferent. "Forgive me, Elder Ancestor, but I fear that if the Blue Sect's elder learns of this, he may refrain from attending the Taoist assembly, which would leave us at a disadvantage. If he does not come, I shall seek him out and eliminate him." Lei Tai interrupted Lei Gang, his conviction unyielding. He then countered, "Though he is referred to as the elder of the Blue Sect, ultimately, he is merely a fledgling who has recently ascended. What can he possibly flee? Even if I grant him 1,000 or 10,000 years to cultivate, what heights could he truly attain?" This is not mere overconfidence or belittlement of Lu Ran. A so-called elder who has just ascended from the lower realms, no matter how illustrious his past, is merely a true immortal in the spiritual realm. Even if you were granted a millennium or more to cultivate, to what heights could you ascend? Even if we concede your exceptional talent, at best you might reach the Golden Immortal Realm, which would still render you vulnerable to annihilation. Hence, Lei Tai has never regarded Lu Ran with any measure of respect, nor does he perceive the act of eliminating Lu Ran as particularly challenging. His concern lies with the Blue Sect, not with this ancestor. Once the Blue Sect gathers, the task of slaying Lu Ran would become significantly more formidable. "Perhaps I am overthinking this matter," Lei Gang remarked. "In that case, I shall prepare for the upcoming Taoist conference with peace of mind, as several sects have already arrived." He was disinclined to cause further disturbances. With the ancestor present, the annihilation of Lu Ran would be a simple matter. Even if Lu Ran were to avoid confrontation, the ancestor's emergence would undoubtedly seal Lu Ran's fate. "Proceed." Eliitoi nodded. Yet, just as Lei Gang turned to depart, Lei Tai inquired, "How is the progress of the spiritual vein extraction?" "Rest assured, Ancestor, the progress is satisfactory," Lei Gang replied. A sense of relief washed over Lei Tai as he nodded in affirmation. "That is good to hear. There must be no issues with the extraction of the spiritual veins. The Xianxia sect bears no enmity towards the Blue Sect. The desire to eliminate Lu Ran stems solely from his presence within the Xianxia sect's territory. If left unchecked, the gathering of the Blue Sect could jeopardize the ownership of the spiritual veins. Ultimately, it all boils down to the entanglements of interests." With that, Lei Gang bowed and swiftly exited. Chapter 39. Qingstone Town. Lu Ran had initially intended to proceed directly to Yulong Valley with Lin Baoer. However, as they passed through a town, the speed of the Thunderfire war chariot suddenly decelerated. It was Lu Ran who had taken control. He glanced down, puzzled, at the town below, for as they approached, he had sensed a familiar fluctuation. Though it was not particularly strong, he recognized it as his spiritual imprint. "My spiritual imprint. Why is it here?" Lu Ran wondered, taken aback. He was certain he had never visited this town before. The only possibility was that within this town, there existed a disciple of his, bearing treasures he had bestowed upon them from the lower realms. With this thought, Lu Ran focused his intent, and the Thunderfire war chariot thunderously descended, landing outside the western gate of the town. He lifted his foot, prepared to pursue the source of the imprint's aura, only to discover Lin Baoer rooted in place beside him, seemingly frozen in fear. Turning in confusion, Lu Ran saw that Lin Baoer appeared terrified. Her small hands clenched together as if gripped by trepidation. "Have you been here before?" Lu Ran asked, momentarily taken aback. "Qingstone Town. It was at the old temple at the town's entrance that my mother gave birth to me. I grew up here," Lin Baoer hesitated to reply. "Oh." Lu Ran was somewhat astonished. What a coincidence. This place is actually Lin Baoer's hometown? Yet, observing Lin Baoer's demeanor, it appeared that this locale held significance beyond mere nostalgia. It seemed she had discerned Lu Ran's confusion. "After my mother passed away, they expelled me from Qingstone Town," Baoer remarked, gesturing towards the dilapidated old temple situated on a patch of barren land at the town's entrance. The structure, no longer worthy of being called a temple, had a crumbled wall and was overgrown with weeds, exuding an air of neglect, as if it had not been visited for ages. The reason for Bauer's expulsion likely stemmed from her unique abilities as a member of the Li tribe. "I need to find something here, Bauer. Please wait for me," Lu Ran said thoughtfully. Aware that this place might evoke painful memories for her, he intended to search quickly on his own. However, upon hearing his words, a flicker of panic crossed Bauer's face. She hurriedly grasped Lu Ran's hand and shook her head, clearly reluctant to part ways with him. "What's wrong? Afraid I might run away?" Lu Ran jested, attempting to lighten Bauer's mood. "Of course not," Bauer replied, her cheeks flushing. Lu Ran was curious. Although the Li tribe was destined for death, nothing could harm them before that fate was sealed. How could this mere town have the audacity to cast Bauer out? If nothing else, with her tenacity, who in this town could withstand her? "Let us go in together. Just stay by my side," Lu Ran encouraged, nodding. The two then ventured into the town. It was a small settlement, not situated along the main thoroughfare, thus lacking a bustling crowd. The streets were lively, yet Bauer walked cautiously, keenly observing her surroundings, making every effort to avoid any encounters. She understood the dire consequences of touching others. Unless provoked like when Lu Ran had trapped her before, she would unleash her fury without hesitation. Following the traces of energy, they soon arrived at the entrance of a tavern. "The presence is emanating from within," Lu Ran mused. Standing there, the aura intensified. It was undoubtedly his spiritual imprint. They entered the tavern, and Lu Ran instructed, "Bauer, sit here and wait for me," as he seated her at a table near the entrance. He then moved closer to the staircase leading to the second floor, where the energy was palpable. Just as Lu Ran was about to ascend, an incongruous voice called out from behind, "Oh, isn't this the little poison bug?" Daring to return? Turning his head, he saw a group of 5 or 6 young men drinking, who, upon noticing Bauer, rose to confront her with harsh words. Bauer instantly tensed, instinctively standing up and hastening towards Lu Ran. Yet halfway there, a surge of spiritual force struck her, sending her crashing against the wall before sliding down. Remarkably, she sustained no injuries and immediately attempted to continue towards Lu Ran. Lu Ran furrowed his brow. If it had been when he first traversed to this realm, Lu Ran would have swept through with unparalleled ferocity. Yet, after spending 100,000 years in the lower realms, he had gathered numerous disciples, many of whom were rescued from the brink of death by Lu Ran himself. He understood well how to instruct these young apprentices to navigate the brutal reality of a world governed by the survival of the fittest. "What? Do you still wish to flee? Was I not thorough enough in dealing with you back then? You little pests, we in Xianxia town have no need for monsters. Just when I was feeling bored, you have conveniently presented yourselves." A group of youths encircled him, chattering excitedly. Yet, it was laughable that these youths were merely at the foundation establishment stage, while Lin Bauer had already attained the golden core level. Simultaneously, the commotion drew the attention of other patrons within the tavern. However, none intervened. Instead, they watched the unfolding spectacle with great interest. Bauer, her petite form pressed against the wall behind her, gazed at the encroaching figures in terror and stammered, I will leave soon. Please don't hurt me. Or else what? How dare you threaten us, you little wretch?" The leading youth retorted furiously. He unsheathed his large blade and swung it mercilessly downwards. A fierce wave of blade energy shattered the table before Lin Bauer and struck towards her. The outcome was that Lin Bauer remained unscathed, while the wall behind her bore a gaping wound inflicted by the force of the strike. Lin Bauer trembled slightly, biting her lip. The youths closed in, their demeanor intimidating, yet they themselves were cautious. They were fully aware of the consequences of confronting Bauer. Thus, they maintained a careful distance, ready to retreat at the slightest sign of her approach. Lu Ran sighed deeply, finding the situation somewhat absurd. The irony lay in the fact that these individuals were inferior in strength to Bauer, and any contact with her would spell their doom. Yet, they were the ones bullying her. From the moment he entered, Lu Ran had noticed that perhaps due to witnessing the demise of those around her, Bauer had deliberately avoided contact with others. Unless she was cornered, much like when Lu Ran had trapped her, her instinct was to flee. At the same time, Lu Ran found it curious. Had Lin Bauer never once retaliated during her childhood when bullied? For if she had, none would dare to mistreat her so brazenly. Just as the youths were about to close in on Bauer, Lu Ran reached out and pushed one aside, stepping into the fray. He approached Bao and took her hand. Instantly, her trembling form steadied, and she looked at Lu Ran with joy. The others were taken aback. It was not unusual for someone to meddle in affairs, as there had been kind souls in the past when Bao and her mother were tormented in Xianxia town. However, it was the first time anyone had dared to make contact with Lin Bao. After all, she was of the Li clan. Moreover, does it appear that nothing is amiss? Could it be that this individual belongs to the Li clan? Ah, I see. He is accompanied by fellow kin. No wonder he dares to return. Buzz. Before the words could fully escape, a golden wheel of merit, seemingly solidified, abruptly materialized behind Lu Ran's head. In an instant, the onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. A celestial being, moreover, a golden immortal adorned with a wheel of merit. Wasn't it said that members of the Li clan perish by 18? How could a celestial being possibly emerge? Fear swiftly engulfed the hearts of all present. To provoke and humiliate Bao in the presence of a golden immortal, was that not tantamount to courting death? Even a mere breath from the golden immortal could lead to their demise 100 times over. Without looking back, Lu Ran knelt down, gently smoothing Bao's tousled hair, and gazed into her eyes. In a soft voice, he remarked, "Do you see? Only strength will silence them. You must understand. From beginning to end, it is they who should feel fear, not you." Chapter 40. The Ancient Sound Bracelet. Bao stared blankly at Lu Ran, who knelt before her. Lu Ran then turned, pulling Bao close to him, surveying the crowd before them. He continued, "Though I have not interacted with your mother, your thoughts are likely inherited from her. Your mother and you have not had an easy time here in Xianxia town, have you?" Bao stiffened, and the small hand held by Lu Ran tightened suddenly. A slight smile graced Lu Ran's lips as he pressed on. "Observe the expressions on their faces. Recall how they have humiliated you and your mother. Remember how you were expelled from Xianxia town by them. You concern yourself with their fates, yet they have no regard for yours. This world operates thus. The strong dictate everything. They cannot harm you, while you possess the power to determine their very existence." With each of Lu Ran's words, Bao's gaze gradually transformed from one of complexity and confusion to unwavering resolve. She turned to look at Lu Ran once more, their eyes locking, and Lu Ran nodded in affirmation. He patted her shoulder and said, "You handle this. I shall find something." With that, he vanished in an instant. After Lu Ran's disappearance, the individuals before them, along with the spectators, exchanged bewildered glances, then hastily rose to flee. The golden immortal instilled in them a sense of dread. Yet Bao remained unyielding. This was a habit cultivated over time. But at that moment, Bao suddenly raised her hand. Bang! The tavern's door was mercilessly slammed shut. The crowd gasped in shock, turning to look at Bao. At that moment, her expression was tranquil. The fear that once adorned her face now vanished. "We were merely jesting moments ago. Please do not act rashly," the youth who had led the charge hastily implored. The others gazed at Bao with trepidation. Having grown accustomed to bullying her, it seemed they had forgotten that they were the true weaklings. Lu Ran appeared in the corridor on the second floor, following a faint trace of energy, and arrived at a private room located at the end of the hallway. The screams and chaotic clamor from downstairs had already commenced. A subtle smile graced Lu Ran's lips as he pushed the door open. The location of the spiritual imprint lay within this very room. The sound of the door opening drew the attention of several individuals inside. There were 4 people in total, seated together, and Lu Ran immediately fixed his gaze on a fellow near the window, who was holding a beautifully crafted bracelet. "What are you doing? This is a VIP room. Who allowed you to enter?" One of them reprimanded. Lu Ran paid him no heed and walked directly to the individual on the left, focusing intently on the bracelet in his hand. His expression darkened instantaneously. He recognized the bracelet. It belonged to Tang Yingruo, the youngest of his disciples, who had ascended the day before his own ascension. This was the ancient sound bracelet that Lu Ran had gifted her, painstakingly refined over 3 decades. Adorned with 5 beads crafted from the horns of thunderhorn tigers, it was inscribed with 5 protective formations. Since the formations had been pre-carved and infused with energy, they could be activated even in the spirit realm. However, at this moment, 2 of the beads had already shattered. Lu Ran had originally set it up to activate only when the wearer faced a fatal attack. The fact that 2 beads had broken indicated that the bracelet had already withstood 2 deadly assaults on behalf of Tang Yingruo. "Where did you obtain this?" Lu Ran extended his hand, seizing the bracelet and demanding an answer. The young man was momentarily taken aback. In the blink of an eye, His precious possession had been snatched away. Enraged, he shouted, "How dare you! Break his legs first!" The other three, upon hearing this, began to rise. Without sparing them a glance, Lu Ran's attention remained fixed on the youth before him, while the remaining three suddenly exploded on the spot. Those three were at the transformation stage, while the youth was at the tribulation stage. In Lu Ran's eyes, they were no different from ants. The young man was stunned, especially upon witnessing Lu Ran's action and the golden wheel of merit that appeared behind his head, which left his face pale with fear. He suddenly stood, knocking over his chair, and fell to the ground. "Golden Immortal, who are you?" The youth stammered. "Answer my question," Lu Ran insisted. "Why is Tang Ingrua's item here? If the bracelet has been taken, what is her current predicament?" Lu Ran was deeply concerned. All his other disciples had long since ascended, and the youngest, Tang Ingrua, had been with him for several hundred years. "I am Zhou Yang, a disciple of the One Qi flow. If you dare to harm me, I will ensure you regret it," the youth declared. However, after saying this, Zhou Yang felt it was somewhat inappropriate. The individual before him was a golden immortal, while the leader of the One Qi flow was merely a golden immortal as well. What power did he possess to threaten Lu Ran? Indeed, Lu Ran, without uttering a word, advanced directly and crushed one of Zhou Yang's legs with a single, brutal stomp. Crack! The patella was not merely broken, it was obliterated. The entire kneecap bent at a grotesque angle, with shards of bone mingling with flesh and blood cascading forth. Zhou Yang screamed in agony like a pig being slaughtered. "Answer my question." Lu Ran's voice resonated ominously, akin to a death knell. "It was given to me by my brother. He is the third direct disciple of the leader of the Yi Qi Lu sect. His name is Zhou Wei. Please don't kill me. I swear. It was my brother who bestowed this upon me. I did not intend to steal your belongings. You must believe me." Zhou Yang cried out in torment, pleading for mercy. Lu Ran murmured the name Zhou Wei, suddenly recalling that Yi Qi Lu was indeed one of the four prominent sections. The upcoming Taoist conference was organized primarily by Xianxia sect, in conjunction with what his sect, Yi Qi Lu, and Tiangang sect. It happened to be on his route. Lu Ran nodded, his expression grave as he glanced at the ancient music bracelet in his hand before carelessly tossing it into his storage pouch. He then turned to exit. Zhou Yang exhaled a sigh of relief, his expression dark as he watched Lu Ran's retreating figure. Although he dared not utter threats, it did not prevent him from harboring resentment. Yet, just as Lu Ran stepped out of the doorway, an explosive sound erupted. Zhou Yang's body burst apart. Descending the stairs to the first floor, even though Lu Ran had anticipated this outcome, he could not help but pause momentarily. The ground floor of the tavern resembled a hellish realm. The doors and windows were tightly shut, the light dim, with only a beam shining through the wall that had been cleaved by sword energy. Tables and chairs lay in disarray, smashed to pieces, the ground pockmarked, and the air thick with the stench of blood. Countless remnants of flesh and dismembered bodies were scattered everywhere. Not a single living soul remained. There was not even one intact corpse. Lin Baoer stood in the center, drenched in blood. One could only imagine the explosive carnage that had transpired here moments prior. Lu Ran approached Lin Baoer, tenderly wiping the blood splattered on her cheek, using his spiritual energy to cleanse her of the gore. He then took her hand and pushed open the tavern-esque grand door. Outside, the street was already crowded with onlookers, but the moment the door swung open, particularly upon witnessing the horrific scene behind them, an eerie silence fell over the crowd. Lin Baoer narrowed her eyes slightly, basking in the fierce sunlight and drawing in a deep breath. Looking at these people, she recalled how they had once humiliated her and her mother, driving her away from Xianxia town. Their demeanor had not been so deferential then. Chapter 41, The Taoist Conference. On this day, in the Yulong Valley, the Taoist Conference. Within the valley, a vast expanse covered in stone slabs resembled a martial arts arena. To the east, west, south, and north, the leaders of Xianxia sect, Huoda sect, Yi Qi Lu, and Tiangang sect, respectively, stood with their followers. As the host, Xianxia sect occupied the principal position in the east. Below the elevated platforms of the four sects, the ground was arranged in accordance with the Fushi Bagua, designating the seating for the 36 sections. Like lambs awaiting slaughter, not a single faction dared to be absent, and tardiness was unthinkable. At that moment, the various sects engaged in hushed whispers, expressing their grievances regarding the premature convening of the Taoist Assembly. While it was dubbed the Taoist Assembly, it essentially functioned as a unilateral decree from the Xianxia sect, tasked with delineating the resource allocations among the four families and orchestrating the forthcoming endeavors of each sect, all while collecting their annual tributes. At the head of the assembly, Lei Gang surveyed the room and declared, "Silence." His voice held considerable authority, and the venue was instantly enveloped in silence. Subsequently, Lei Gang rose and stepped aside. Emerging from the passage behind him was a robust man clad in an oversized martial robe, Lei Tai. His golden eyes and skin, glimmering with a subtle metallic sheen, were striking. He instinctively glanced toward the Daluo Sword Sect, only to be taken aback. In the designated area for the Daluo Sword Sect, only Su Yueling was present, with not even a single attendant accompanying her. Lei Tai was momentarily puzzled, questioning whether he had misremembered the seating arrangement. At that moment, Lei Gang leaned in and whispered, "Ancestor, I am not mistaken. That old ancestor of the Blue Sect, Lu Ran, did not come with the Daluo Sword Sect." Lei Tai's brow furrowed immediately. Casting a few quick glances at Sui Welling, he stated, "No matter, let us proceed as planned. After the Taoist assembly concludes, I shall personally deal with him." Little did Lei Tai know that at this very moment, atop the sheer cliffs of Yulong Valley, 12 Daluo Golden Immortals were gazing down at the Taoist assembly, their eyes scanning for familiar figures from their memories. This positioning effectively severed all possible escape routes for the old ancestor of Xianxia. "Master seems to be absent," murmured Yehonyi, "Dirupit incurimson robes." "I don't see him either," junior sister Xiaoying. "Didn't Team Master say he would come?" Fei Luotian looked at Xiaoying. "Perhaps he has not arrived yet. He is notoriously directionally challenged and might have lost his way," Xiaoying shrugged. She then turned her attention to Sun Tianyu, asking, "By the way, junior brother's son, how are your preparations coming along?" In response, Sun Tianyu, perched on the left cliff, took a swig from his wine gourd and replied, "The Vajra Demon Suppression Formation is already set. The old ancestor of Qingxian won't detect us, even if he does. It's of no consequence. He is now like a fish in a barrel." On the high platform, Lei Gang first glanced towards the platform of the Huda sect. Dihuang occupied the premier's seat, with his disciples all bowing their heads, appearing somewhat peculiar. Dihuang's expression left Lei Gang perplexed as he noticed the latter's discomfort. Acknowledging Lei Gang's gaze, Dihuang forced a laugh and shifted uneasily in his seat. Lei Gang's brows knitted slightly. Turning to the other two sects, he observed that the disciples of the Ichi flow appeared as ethereal as ever. Yet, Lei Gang understood well that their leader, Su Changqing, was the most avaricious of them all. The members of the Tiangang sect exhibited no peculiarities as their leader, Ko Chi, awaited arrangements from the Qingxian sect. With a deep breath, Lei Gang proclaimed, "Allow me to introduce everyone. This is our esteemed ancestor from the Qingxian sect, Lei Tai." Instantly, all eyes converged upon Lei Tai. Having secluded himself in the back mountains for an extended period, his sudden appearance prompted him to indulge in a display of grandeur. Behind him, the ethereal silhouette of a demonic ape loomed, casting an overwhelming gaze upon the 36 sects below. In that moment, not only the 36 sects but also the Huda sect, the I-Chi flow, and the Tiangang sect experienced a profound tremor of awe. Although they had largely concluded that the Qingxian sect possessed an ancestor of the great Luo Immortal Realm, this was indeed their first encounter. This further solidified the Qingxian sect's position among the four families as the unequivocal leader. Yet, only Dihuang displayed no astonishment. Instead, he regarded Lei Tai with a gaze of pity, inwardly musing, "Continue your charade. It shan't last long." Sensing something amiss, Lei Gang glanced back at Dihuang. The expression on Dihuang's face remained inscrutable. "Isn't this the gathering you convened? What is this expression you bear? Shouldn't you exhibit more reverence upon meeting my ancestor?" Shaking his head, he resumed, "I trust that each sect is quite familiar with the Taoist assembly. I shan't elaborate further. The purpose of convening this assembly in advance is to redistribute the industries among the four families." Before he could finish, a series of faint footsteps echoed, piercing the silence of the assembly hall. Lei Gang furrowed his brow and directed his gaze toward the entrance. The attention of all sects followed suit. At the entrance, a young man clad in a moon-white robe was seen leading a little girl, advancing step by step into the assembly. "How audacious! The Taoist assembly has commenced. Which sect do you belong to that dares to disrupt its order?" Su Changqing from the I-Chi flow was the first to scold, casting a glance toward Lei Gang for approval. The latter was taken aback. In all these years, no one had dared to arrive late or intrude midway. This was unprecedented. Lu Ran halted his steps, surveying the scene with a nonchalant demeanor, and stated, "Lan sect, Lu Ran." Instantly, a commotion erupted among the various sects. Lu Ran? Could he possibly be the ancestor of the Lan sect? How can he be so young? Isn't it rumored that he has existed for tens of thousands of years? What's there to boast about? Even if he is an ancestor, he has merely ascended recently. He is but a mere true immortal. TSK, TSK, TSK. He must have grown accustomed to the lower realms, and scathed by the harsh realities of the spiritual realm. It is commonplace for newly ascended individuals. Those who are at the pinnacle of the lower realms find themselves as mere pawns upon their arrival in the spiritual realm. Lei Gang's eyes lit up as he glanced at the ancestor beside him. A smile graced Lei Tai's lips as well. With a commanding voice that resonated with authority, he proclaimed, "Regardless of your status, daring to disrupt the order of my sect is intolerable." His words remained unfinished as Lu Ran raised his hand, interrupting him. "Wait a moment. Allow me to pose a question first. Where is the disciple of the Qi Lu sect?" Astonished, Lei Tai faltered, and Lei Gang's expression soured instantly. This audacious person showed such blatant disrespect towards the ancestor. The other sects stood in stunned silence, contemplating the audacity of this individual, who seemed to disregard even the esteemed Xian ancestor. Was he truly seeking his own demise? What business do you have with the Qi Lu sect? Su Jiangqing Bunde. Perplexed by the blue sect ancestor's provocation, particularly as it was directed at him. Although Su Changqing held little regard for this newly ascended blue sect ancestor, he found it perplexing. There was no enmity between them. Lu Ran turned to Su Changqing and inquired, "Might I ask if there is a disciple named Zhou Wei among the Qi Lu sect?" Upon hearing this, Su Changqing instinctively glanced at a square-faced youth behind him. "Do you know this blue sect ancestor?" Zhou Wei, bewildered, replied, "To my knowledge, we have had no interactions." Observing Su Changqing's reaction, Lu Ran suddenly leaped into the air, landing atop the high platform of the Qi Lu sect. Lei Gang shot a glance at the nearby ancestor and said, "This Lu Ran is utterly insolent. Ancestor, I shall kill him now." The ancestor, however, shook his head with keen interest. "Since he has come, let's not rush. Let us observe." Chapter 42. Yet I remain invincible. Seeing Lu Ran before him, Su Changqing furrowed his brow. Was the blue sect ancestor intent on making an example of the Qi Lu sect? Truth be told, Su Changqing felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. All four clans were present. Yet instead of confronting the leading Xianxia sect, he chose to target the Qi Lu sect. Was he seeking an easy target? How would the Qi Lu sect establish itself among the four clans thereafter? Lu Ran paid Su Changqing no heed and instead turned to Zhou Wei, asking, "Do you know Zhou Yang, my cousin? How do you know of Zhou Yang?" Zhou Wei was taken aback. In the next moment, Lu Ran suddenly reached out. An overwhelming force yanked Zhou Wei towards him. Zhou Wei instinctively attempted to resist, but Lu Ran seized him by the throat, his spiritual energy surging into Zhou Wei's body, immediately binding his meridians. He was rendered immobile. "I seek to acquire some information from you," Lu Ran stated coolly, then, still gripping Zhou Wei's throat, turned to leave. Su Changqing's frustration peaked. If he aimed to target the weak, he could have simply confronted them directly. Su Changqing would not have felt such anger. Nonetheless, he was confident in his ability to handle this so-called blue sect ancestor with ease. Yet, the reality was that Lu Ran completely disregarded Su Changqing, choosing instead to abduct his direct disciple. This was no mere provocation. It was an affront of the highest order. It was akin to defecating on his head and spitting in his face. Seeking death, Su Changqing roared in fury, remaining rooted in place as he unleashed a powerful punch that thundered forth. Though seemingly slow and gentle, the punch was infused with an intensely compressed spiritual force, resembling an artillery shell that distorted space as it hurtled toward Lu Ran. In a critical moment, Lin Bauer, held by Lu Ran, swiftly appeared behind him, her youthful face devoid of any fear. She was immortal, yet despite this, Lu Ran casually maneuvered her back in front of him. Then, with a hand raised behind him, he displayed no sign of spiritual fluctuations, no protective aura, nor any mystical techniques, merely lifting his hand in a straightforward manner, as if to conjure an illusion. Su Changqing let out a cold laugh. As the leader of the Qi Stream sect and an 8th celestial immortal, he scoffed at the notion that the so-called ancestor of the blue sect, who had merely ascended a few days prior, could withstand his assault unarmed, without any magical artifacts or techniques. It was absurd. Simultaneously, The elder Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment, remarking that he had expected more composure from the ancestor of the blue sect, but it appeared he was merely a reckless fool. Even Ko Chi of the usually reserved Tiangang sect furrowed his brow, sighing that the overwhelming force of the chi stream was akin to flowing clouds, deceptively gentle. Yet every attack was a release of profound spiritual energy. Even he would not dare to withstand it head-on, and the blue sect's ancestor was truly audacious. Indeed, this sentiment echoed among the onlookers from various sections. The blue sect's ancestor was exceedingly arrogant. Regardless of his actual strength, his audacity was admirable. Audacity? More like foolishness. A newly ascended true immortal daring to confront Su Changqing in person, attempting to block his attack with bare hands and without any form of defense. Clearly, he was not in his right mind. However, one individual, Dihuang, wore an unusual expression. Only he understood that Su Changqing's attack was futile, no matter how concealed or domineering the chi stream's techniques were. Could they compare to the ferocity with which several celestial immortals had once besieged Lu Ran at the Aegean Pavilion? Indeed, the highly compressed spiritual punch struck Lu Ran's palm. In that moment of contact, there was no explosive force. Lu Ran felt no injury, and nothing transpired. The spiritual punch dissipated as if a small flame had met icy water, extinguished. Bauer blinked and looked up, asking, "Big brother, why not let me try? Don't you dislike being hit?" Lu Ran retorted, "I do dislike it, but I am invincible." "How coincidental. I'm also invincible," Lu Ran replied. The two exchanged incredulous glances. Behind them, Su Changqing widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. At that moment, Su Changqing, Ko Chi, Lei Gang, Lei Tai, and the leaders of various sects all stood dumbfounded. Su Changqing was a celestial immortal. What was Lu Ran? Without a backward glance, and without the need for defense, he effortlessly intercepted Su Changqing's attack. How could this be possible with mere physical prowess? What kind of technique is Lu Ran employing? Lei Gang asked in astonishment. Lei Tai, furrowing his brow in contemplation, admitted he could not discern what Lu Ran had done. It appeared as if he had merely raised his hand. How could a true immortal withstand such an assault? He is not a true immortal, Lei Tai interjected. What? Lei Gang was taken aback. Having ascended only a few days prior, what else could he be if not a true immortal? Could he be an upper immortal? Has there ever been such a prodigy in the spiritual realm since its inception? The aura he exudes is unmistakably that of a golden immortal, Lei Tai murmured, narrowing his eyes. Previously, Lei Tai had underestimated Lu Ran, neglecting to investigate his realm, as he had regarded him as merely a fledgling recently ascended. It was akin to encountering a child in kindergarten without considering whether they were an adult. However, after witnessing the peculiar scene, Lei Tai realized something was amiss. This presence was evidently that of a golden immortal. Old Ancestor, could there be a mistake? Lu Ran has only ascended a few days. How could he possibly reach the golden immortal level? Lei Gang's face was a picture of disbelief. His own talent was commendable, yet achieving the golden immortal state took him over 30,000 years. Moreover, how could a golden immortal possibly receive Su Changqing's attack without any protection? This is illogical. Lei Gang continued. Lei Tai remained silent. It was indeed illogical, yet he could not pinpoint the issue. At that moment, the entire venue erupted in chaos. Am I seeing things? The ancestral master of the blue sect is impervious? It was inconceivable. He must have employed some trick. Could mere flesh surpass the formidable Qiuxian body of the Qiuxian sect? It is more likely that Lu Ran is an impostor. Otherwise, how could a true immortal, freshly ascended, withstand Su Changqing's assault unscathed? Dihuang observed the scene without a hint of surprise. Indeed, it was just as he thought. When Lu Ran was besieged by several golden immortals at the Aegean Pavilion, he was unharmed. What makes Su Changqing think he could succeed? At that moment, Su Changqing was the most distressed, his face flushed. The situation was bizarre, and anyone with a modicum of sense would ponder its intricacies. Yet, Su Changqing, who was proud, could not bear public humiliation after being provoked and having his prized disciple taken. He had attempted a sneak attack, only to have it effortlessly deflected without a backward glance. What does this mean? With the 4 families and 36 sects present, if he couldn't reclaim his honor, Su Changqing would have no place left in the world. With this thought, Su Changqing rose abruptly, a tempest of spiritual energy swirling around him, sending fear into his disciples who retreated in haste. Lu Ran, I shall take your life. Su Changqing Zhao. Lu Ran remained steadfast, not turning back. With a flick of his wrist, a simple iron sword materialized in his hand. This weapon was casually acquired from the ancient sea, intended for practice. Now, it was time to unleash a strike that could vanquish the celestial beings. However, Lu Ran's target was not merely Su Changqing, but also the entire assembly of golden immortals behind him. Chapter 43. More than just the two of us. The sword strike appeared unremarkable. A common iron sword, an ordinary swing, and the absence of significant fluctuations in spiritual energy. Yet, a faint aura of sword intent radiated from Lu Ran, sweeping outward in a fan-like arc. Truth be told, Su Changqing and his companions paid little heed to this sword aura. An unremarkable attack, easily dismissed. Su Changqing launched a punch towards the sword energy while preparing another to strike Lu Ran. But at the moment his fist collided with the sword aura, an explosive sound erupted. Su Changqing's left hand and arm shattered instantly, disintegrating into nothingness. His expression shifted dramatically, and in that instant, he realized something was amiss. The sword energy bore a suffocating hint of the celestial law, akin to a mountain crashing down upon him. Simultaneously, the platform beneath their feet began to fracture inch by inch. The sword energy surged forth as if intent on obliterating everything in its path, leaving nothing but devastation. Realizing the peril, Su Changqing swiftly abandoned his attack and attempted to retreat. Yet, under the celestial rules governing his magic, how could a mere golden immortal hope to escape the enforcement of such divine law? The sword energy seemed to possess an overwhelming adhesive force, propelling Su Changqing forward instead of allowing him to flee. Boom! His entire form erupted. The expressions of everyone present turned to shock. Su Changqing was dead. With a mere flick of an iron sword, Lu Ran had dispatched him without a glance back. But the devastation did not end there. The sword energy surged onward, spreading throughout the ranks of the chi flow. In all fairness, the 20 or so golden immortals in that formation had no intention of engaging. They were merely following their sect leader to display their might. Witnessing Su Changqing's attack, they felt no inclination to intervene. Yet, Su Changqing had been obliterated in an instant. As the sword energy approached, panic ensued among the group, and they scrambled to escape. However, the speed of the sword energy was unfathomable. Whoosh! It swept through. Bang! 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 Like the sound of firecrackers, every golden immortal in the chi flow exploded where they stood. Without exception, one sword strike could annihilate golden immortals. But only those of that rank. It was ineffective against those above or below. Even a peak immortal at the 9th layer, merely a hair's breadth from attaining golden immortal status, would not be so easily dispatched. At that moment, the viewing platform of chi flow resembled a hellish landscape. Blood cascading down the steps, while the remaining individuals stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Dihuang observed the chaos with a resigned shrug. In a moment of frustration, he muttered, "What on earth happened back then? Why provoke such a monster?" Over 20 golden immortals, and they were completely annihilated. Fortunately, the first time they dispatched me, they used a mere wooden stick. At least this time, they wielded an iron sword. Ko-Chi from the Tiangang sect was equally bewildered, his body bristling with alarm. He began to feel relieved that Lu Ran had not targeted their sect. Otherwise, they would have been entirely wiped out. Even Lei Tai, who initially intended to observe, could no longer remain seated. He abruptly rose, incredulously gazing towards the high platform of the Qi Lu. Su Changqing was dead. Moreover, it seemed that every golden immortal among Qi Lu's faction had perished, while others mixed and had survived. How had Lu Ran achieved this? Lai Gang gasped in shock. "I saw it," Lei Tai remarked calmly. He scrutinized Lu Ran closely. The aura of a golden immortal was unmistakable behind Lu Ran when he made his move. The auspicious golden wheel had indeed emerged. But how could he accomplish such a feat if he was merely a golden immortal? With a single iron sword, he had annihilated all the golden immortals of Qi Lu, including the sect leader Su Changqing. Over 20, no less. To make matters worse, he had left behind those who were not golden immortals. Such terrifying control, such formidable offense. Lei Tai's pupils dilated in shock. As a great Luo golden immortal, he too could obliterate golden immortals. Over 20 of them. He could do so with a mere flick. Yet to be so precise as to discern the realm of each individual in the crowd, sparing only the non-golden immortals. This was beyond his capabilities. What Lu Ran had achieved, something even he could not, was astounding. With a surge of murderous intent, Lei Tai could no longer hesitate. The unsettling feeling within him intensified. This old ancestor of the Blue Sect was far too enigmatic. He could not simply stand by and observe any longer. He would strike. With a thunderous boom, Lei Tai propelled himself from the high platform like a cannonball. In the skies above, a phantom of a demon ape materialized behind him, coalescing into reality and synchronizing with his movements. With massive fists raised, it descended with crushing force. One punch from this demon ape could level a mountain. My master is but a golden immortal, yet you resort to the great Luo avatar. How brazen! A melodious yet mocking voice echoed. In the next instant, the colossal form of a nine-tailed fox appeared before Lu Ran. Its long, fluffy tails surged forward, intercepting Lei Tai's attack. Dihuang ku demon clan, Li doi pronet. And I'll take you down as well. With that, the demon ape behind him raised its fists, the ambient spiritual energy seeming to be drawn dry in an instant. Even the fists of the avatar transformed into a metallic hue, infused with the might of heaven and earth, crashing down once more. However, this time, someone was even faster than the swiftest of beings. A towering demon god stood beside Xiaoying, wielding an exaggerated blood-red long knife that defiantly blocked the fist of the demon ape. The Nine Nether Demon Clan, cursed be it, Lei Tai gritted his teeth, suddenly recalling Lei Gang's earlier report about the appearance of members from the Dihuang Demon Clan and the Nine Nether Demon Clan in Jinling City, which he had dismissed without a second thought. As a celestial of the great Luo, he was accustomed to being above all, never contemplating that those two would be a demon king and a celestial demon. Now, faced with these two beings equivalent to great Luo celestials, he realized that not only would he be unable to continue his pursuit of Lu Ran, but he would also struggle to survive. Lei Tai retreated a considerable distance, while the demon ape behind him let out a thunderous roar. Lei Tai called out, "Esteemed ones, this matter concerns my Xianxia sect. The Dihuang Demon Clan and the Nine Nether Demon Clan are not permitted to appear in Xia Prefecture. Why do you interfere? If you are willing to depart, my Xianxia sect will offer generous rewards. Are you out of your mind?" The demon fox, having transformed, stood barefoot beside Fei Luo Tian and interrupted Lei Tai directly. What? Lei Tai was taken aback. Among great Luo celestials, did he not deserve a modicum of respect? I was quite clear just now. My master, my master. Are you deaf? Xiaoying mocked. You are Lu Ran's disciple. Lei Tai's heart sank. Indeed, I am Xiaoying, a disciple of the Blue Sect. And I am Fei Luo Tian, also a disciple of the Blue Sect. The demon and the celestial declared in unison. Instantly, Lei Tai's expression darkened. This situation was becoming increasingly precarious. He had not anticipated that these two were not merely bystanders, but indeed Lu Ran's disciples. Was it possible that Lu Ran's disciples were so formidable? Regret began to wash over Lei Tai as he turned to look at Dihuang, who averted his gaze in embarrassment. This was originally a conflict between Dihuang and the Blue Sect. Even though the Blue Sect had gathered, there was no deep-seated enmity or conflict of interest with the Xianxia sect in the short term. However, in an effort to prevent friction, Dihuang had insisted on taking matters into his own hands. The result? He had bitten off more than he could chew. At the scene, the 36 sects were left astounded. The ancestor of the Blue Sect was indeed remarkable. Having ascended not long ago, he could annihilate an entire faction with a single strike. Who would have thought that even the Demon King and the Celestial Demon were disciples of the Blue Sect? By heavens, I must join the Blue Sect. What are the requirements for discipleship? The atmosphere shifted dramatically, with the previous mockery of Lu Ran vanishing without a trace. After all, had they not seen the ancestor of Xianxia being forced back, who now dared to utter a word against Lu Ran? At that moment, Lei Gang also sensed the gravity of the situation, angrily turning to glare at Dihuang, only to find that the latter had swiftly exited the high platform, joining Su Yuling at Lu Ran's side. With an air of self-importance, Dihuang proclaimed, "Ancestor, rest assured in your killing. If Lei Tai falls, the Xianxia sect will be crippled, for they control 90% of the spiritual vein exploitation, which will then belong entirely to the Blue Sect." Upon hearing this, Lei Gang's lips twitched in agitation. Ironically, the most uncomfortable at this moment was the Tian Gang sect. Dihuang has betrayed us, and the Aqiang faction has been utterly annihilated. The Xianxia sect has clashed with the Lan sect. What is our Tian Gang sect doing? Ancestor, we too are willing to join the fray. Before he could finish speaking, the demonic ape avatar behind Lei Tai unleashed a devastating punch, flattening Ko Chi. Following that, Lei Tai turned his attention to Xiao Ying and Fei Luotian, exclaiming, "Very well. Today, I can see, but mark my words. Do not think that the Xianxia sect possesses only this meager strength. You have no idea whom you have provoked." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ying laughed heartily. "Wait? What do you mean? Do you truly believe you can escape?" Lei Tai scoffed. "Your appearance indeed took me by surprise, but if I wish to leave, you cannot hinder me." Xiao Ying, uninterested in further dialogue, simply addressed Lu Ran. "Master, please step back. We shall handle Lei Tai. Are you too certain you can manage? If you lack absolute confidence, we can retreat for the time being," Lu Ran pondered. Although it was 2 against 1, facing a Grand Luo Immortal was no trivial matter. "Do not worry, it is not just us two," Xiao Ying replied with a playful smile. "Oh." Lu Ran paused, glancing around before lifting his gaze towards the heavens. After a few moments, he realized the Vajra subduing demon formation. His eyes gleamed with understanding as he discerned the vast and intricate formation. He then murmured in astonishment, "Hong, Yi, Tianyu Huangfang. All of them are my disciples, including Fei Luotian and Xiao Ying. That makes 12 Grand Luo Immortals. So it was I, as their master, who was overly cautious. In that case, you young ones may proceed as you wish." Lu Ran finally felt reassured. After delivering his words, Lu Ran promptly sealed Zhou Wei's meridians and Dan Tian, handing him over to Sui Welling. Grasping Lin Bayer's hand, he declared, "Let us step outside to interrogate Zhou Wei. This matter is entrusted to you all." "Yes, master." Sui Welling nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lei Tai sensed something amiss. Piecing together the earlier conversation between Xiao Ying and Lu Ran, a jolt of realization struck him. Without further hesitation, he abandoned his threats and soared into the sky. The massive form of the demonic ape enveloped Lei Tai as it ascended towards the valley's heights. Yet, before they could escape the valley's confines, they suddenly spotted a beggar lazily seated in midair above them. "Get out of the way, Eli Dilovith." The demonic ape swiftly swung its colossal paw toward the beggar. But in the next instant, a towering Vajra phantom manifested behind the beggar. The Vajra sat cross-legged, emanating a blinding radiance. It withstood the demonic ape's assault with unwavering strength. "Eli's momentum adruptu halted." "Damn it, who are you to dare obstruct me?" Lei Tai roared in fury. A disciple of the Lan sect, Sun Tianyu. Came a nonchalant reply from Sun Tianyu as he shrugged. As Lei Tai's pupils abruptly constricted, he recognized yet another disciple of the Blue sect, another celestial of immense power. Observing that Xiao Ying and Fei Luotian had not yet caught up, Lei Tai gritted his teeth, resolved to circumvent Sun Tianyu and continue his escape. Strangely, Sun Tianyu made no effort to obstruct him. Instead, he watched with keen interest as Lei Tai struggled in vain. Soon, Lei Tai comprehended the reason behind this indifference. Just as he cleared the height of the valley's mouth, a colossal golden net suddenly materialized in the sky, drastically reducing his speed, rendering his efforts to break free futile. Instead, he found himself being slowly pressed down by the immense formation. The demon ape, with its hands raised to the heavens, roared in fury, channeling its spiritual energy to the utmost, yet it made no headway whatsoever. "My master S. Vajra demon suppression formation remains remarkably effective even in the spirit realm. There is no escape for you, so abandon all hope," Sun Tianyu remarked lazily, casually taking a sip of his drink. A wave of panic surged within Lei Tai as he shot an angry glare at Sun Tianyu, proclaiming, "Then I shall slay you first, and the formation will naturally crumble." However, as he prepared to move, 2 muffled sounds echoed behind him. The demon ape's manifestation suddenly became immobile, and he found it exceedingly difficult to control it, as though it had been forcibly severed from him. Turning his head, he beheld 2 massive steel forks piercing through the demon ape's peepa bone. Behind the demon ape stood an alluring, ethereal figure, swaying gracefully. In front of that figure was a woman clad in red, her face veiled, casting a cool gaze upon Lei Tai. "Sunhai Jia Jia, who are you?" Lei Tai exclaimed in terror. "I am Yihangi, a disciple of the Blue sect. Since you stand against us, you shall not leave Jade Dragon Valley alive," she replied with an air of indifference. Breathless and overwhelmed with despair, Lei Tai felt the encroaching dread. Below him were the Demon King and the Heavenly Demon. Above loomed the Vajra Demon Suppression and the Immutable King. Behind him was the Sun Hayacha, with no means to flee or fight. What could he do? With no time to ponder further, Lei Tai forced back the backlash as he retracted his damaged manifestation. In that fleeting moment, his spirit trembled, and his blood surged, leaving his complexion even more pallid. He decided against employing his manifestation again, instead channeling the Xianxia overlord body to its utmost limits. His skin transformed into a golden hue at a visible rate, resembling metal forged by the hands of a master craftsman. The spiritual energy circulating around him thickened significantly. The full force of Celestial was no trifling matter. Clenching his teeth, at the moment his Xianxia overlord body reached its zenith, he soared upwards, intending to shatter the Vajra demon suppression formation with his own physical prowess. Unsure of the outcome, it was the only course of action Lei Tai could conceive at that moment. Yet, even this resolution was thwarted, just as he ascended. A colossal golden vessel, reminiscent of a mountain, descended upon him. With a thunderous crash, Lei Tai's head buzzed, nearly sending him into unconsciousness. As I lifted my gaze, still dazed, I beheld a figure clad in official robes, portly and benevolent, with kind eyes and a gentle smile, holding a magnificent golden cauldron. The king of the kitchen? Who might this be? Lei Tai was on the verge of tears. The disciple of the Blue Sect, Huang Fong, sheepishly scratched his head while manipulating the divine figure. At that moment, Xiao Ying soared into the air, suspended in a different position, with the ethereal shadow of his nine-tailed fox behind him. Fei Luo Tian followed closely, his formidable blade enveloped in dark energy. Above stood Sun Tianyu, the immovable king, while behind him was Yi Hongyi, the sea patrolling Xia. Accompanying them was Huang Fong's king of the kitchen, 5 formidable De Luo immortals. Suddenly, Lei Tai realized that today was not the day for him to subdue Lu Ran, but rather a display of power by the Blue Sect, with him as the target. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Another figure emerged beside Yi Hongyi, a wrathful martial deity glaring from behind. The martial spirit god. A shiver ran down Lei Tai's spine. The disciple of the Blue Sect, Liao Tianhao, shrugged and spoke nonchalantly. Shortly thereafter, a woman floated forth from the precipice. The Blue Sect disciple, Su Qianqian, with the figure of the hibiscus fairy behind her. Then came Zhang Boyang, another disciple of the Blue Sect, with the judge of the Jade Court looming behind him. Blue Sect disciple, Blue Sect disciple, Blue Sect disciple. 12 in total. A full dozen De Luo immortals positioned according to the 12 earthly branches, merging into the formidable Vajra demon suppression array, ensnaring Lei Tai in the center. Each individual's De Luo divine figure shone resplendently behind them. Lei Tai's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. You cannot kill me, he bellowed through gritted teeth. I possess spiritual veins, well-mined spiritual crystals. I intended to hand them over to the Martial God Alliance, and there are plenty. Just spare me. To be frank, such pleas for mercy felt rather feeble. As a De Luo immortal, how could one be so unimaginative in begging for their life? You are quite amusing. If we kill you, the spiritual veins you control will belong to our Blue Sect. Will we truly miss the few spiritual crystals you could extract? Xiao Ying teased. Sister, let us proceed. Our master awaits us, Yi Hongyi reminded. Only then did Xiao Ying nod in agreement. The 12 siblings exchanged glances, and under Sun Tianyu's command, the colossal Vajra demon suppression array began to constrict and strangle. The 36 sects below were left in stunned disbelief. What defines a super sect? The Blue Sect is the epitome. They had served the Xianxia sect for millennia, relying on a legendary De Luo ancestor. Yet now, that so-called ancestor of the Xianxia sect seemed utterly insignificant before the might of the Blue Sect. Meanwhile, outside the Taoist Association, Sui Welling cast Zhou Wei to the ground, and Lu Ran directly pulled out a string of prayer beads, inquiring, "Is this what you gave to your cousin Zhou Yang? Tell me, where did you acquire it?" Zhou Wei swallowed hard, seemingly still reeling from the shock of the Gate Master being vanquished in an instant and all his fellow Golden Immortals being defeated. Upon hearing a commotion behind him, he turned to find 12 celestial beings collaborating to eliminate the venerable Xianxia. A chill ran down his spine, and he hurriedly exclaimed. It was from a woman named Tang Yingrua. You must believe me. There is not a shred of falsehood in my words. Chapter 45. The Duke of Dakian. Yingrua. The moment Lu Ran heard that name, he lost his composure entirely. It was she. Where is she? Lu Ran inquired directly. I encountered her ascending at a celestial pool outside the Kong Sang Mountain. Captivated by her beauty, I wished to take her as my concubine, but she refused. As he spoke, Zhou Wei sensed a frigid killing intent radiating from Lu Ran's eyes. Thus, he hurriedly added, "Rest assured, I did not harm her. She possessed a protective bracelet that withstood 2 of my attacks, yet I still managed to abduct her. However, on the way back, Zhou Wei intended to take the unconscious Tang Yingrua back for his own enjoyment. Yet, midway, he was ambushed by another group. They exchanged a spiritual treasure for Tang Yingrua. I noticed that bracelet had some efficacy, so I took it off while she was unconscious, but rest assured, I never laid a hand on her." Zhou Wei hastily defended himself. Nevertheless, Lu Ran remained unconvinced. If this scoundrel had truly done anything to harm Tang Yingrua, Lu Ran could scarcely fathom how he would face her thereafter. He extended his hand and placed it upon Zhou Wei's head. "Master, what are you doing?" Su Jueling exclaimed. "Soul-searching is a technique I taught you," Lu Ran replied coldly. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of mental energy erupted, systematically probing Zhou Wei's soul. Zhou Wei's agonized screams sent cold sweat cascading down Xianxia, who had followed closely behind. It had been the same way that Fei Luotian had treated him. The mere recollection of that soul-searching experience made Xianxia nearly lose control of his bladder. After a lengthy pause, Lu Ran released his grip and opened his eyes, exhaling slowly. Fortunately, Zhou Wei did not lie. Beside him, Su Yueling inquired, "Tang Yingrua is also one of our Lan sect disciples?" Lu Ran nodded. "She ascended the day before I did. She is your junior sister." Upon hearing this, Su Yueling immediately grew anxious, pressing, "What of her now? Where did she go? Who took her?" Lu Ran replied. An elderly man, his strength unknown, seemed to have taken an interest in Yingrua's swordsmanship talent, wishing to take her as his disciple. However, I did not know his identity. Contemplating this, Lu Ran glanced down at Zhou Wei, who was still trembling violently. His gaze toward Lu Ran mirroring the terror Xianxia had once felt toward Fei Luotian, a profound fear emanating from the depths of his soul. "Master, I know who that person is," Zhou Wei exclaimed anxiously. "Ah, so you've learned to answer eagerly," Lu Ran retorted, knowing that had he conducted a complete soul search on Zhou Wei, he could have unearthed the memories himself. However, the time required for that would be exceedingly long, and it is highly probable that Zhou Wei would not endure until then, his spirit likely to shatter. Lu Ran said calmly, "The Duke of the Great Qian, Zhong Yinshan." Zhou Wei hastily exclaimed, "Great Qian? Duke of the nation? What does that mean?" Lu Ran furrowed his brow. "The Great Qian dynasty, an expanse of 80,000 miles from here. I once encountered Zhong Yinshan in the Great Qian dynasty. He is one of the dukes of the 4 directions." Zhou Wei recounted. "That is why I dared not refuse his terms." Lu Ran murmured the name of the Great Qian dynasty and continued to inquire, upon further reflection, "Is there anything you have not disclosed?" Zhou Wei swallowed hard, pondering earnestly before shaking his head. "No, nothing more. I have told you everything I know. You must believe me. I truly did not harm that woman, I swear." Lu Ran nodded, affirming, "I believe you." After all, the soul-searching had confirmed that Zhou Wei had indeed not committed any outrageous deeds, or rather, he had not had the chance to do so, as he was intercepted by Zhong Yinshan. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. However, he did not anticipate Lu Ran's subsequent declaration. "I believe you, but that does not preclude me from erasing your existence from this world. In your next life, remember to keep your distance from the disciples of the Blue Sect." With that, he unleashed a palm strike, reducing Zhou Wei to mere fragments. Not far away, Dihuang trembled, scarcely daring to breathe, fearful that Lu Ran might take out his frustrations on him. Just then, Lu Ran abruptly turned to face Dihuang. The latter, startled, straightened up immediately, regarding Lu Ran with utmost respect, not daring to blink. "Are you afraid of me?" Lu Ran casually inquired. "And no, not afraid," Dihuang stammered, unsure whether to admit fear or not. "Rest assured, I shall not take your life. Fei Luotian has imbued you with the demonic fire of the spirit. So you still hold some value for the time being," Lu Ran stated coolly. He then re-entered the venue alongside Su Yueling. At that moment, Lei Tai had already perished. The 12 great Luo immortals encircled Lu Ran once more. Disciple Xiaoying, Disciple Fei Luotian, Disciple Huang Fong, Disciple Ye Hongyi, Disciple Sun Tianyu. "Greetings, Master." The 12 great Luo immortals bowed in unison, a sight that left the 36 sects swallowing hard. Lei Tai had been utterly obliterated. Dihuang had turned traitor and become a lackey. The Qi family had been annihilated, and even Ko Qi had met his demise. with Lei Gang being effortlessly dispatched by Xiaoying. The four families had been completely eradicated. Now this territory belonged to the Blue Sect. Lu Ran looked upon his disciples with pride. "Well, well, well," he exclaimed, akin to a proud father observing his once young charges now flourishing in their studies. "Tianyu, you still dress so raggedly. What, do you favor this style?" Son Tianyu sheepishly scratched his head, replying, "Master, I'm used to it. Don't be misled by the tattered appearance of my clothing. It does not smell. I wash it frequently. Just sniff it if you don't believe me. Get lost." Lu Ran chuckled teasingly. "He, why are you still wearing a veil? One might think you were trying to hide your beauty. If you're lovely, you should flaunt it." Upon hearing this, Dihuang shyly shook her head and replied, "Only my master is allowed to see." At that moment, Huang Fong joined the conversation, swinging her frying pan and proclaiming, "Master, I have honed my culinary skills for over 20,000 years. I'm certainly not the same as I was in the mortal realm. You must try my dishes." Lu Ran couldn't help but laugh at the situation. Huang Fong had been plucked from the back kitchen of a tavern by Lu Ran in the lower realm, and even after all these years, her mind was still filled with thoughts of cooking. Yet, remarkably, her cultivation had progressed swiftly, achieving the status of a great Luo immortal in just over 20,000 years. In contrast, Su Yueling, at the level of an immortal, seemed almost mediocre. "I would certainly like to taste your creations," Lu Ran affirmed, then turned to Xiao Ying. "Little White, are we establishing our foundation for the Blue Sect here?" Xiaoying glanced around the valley and remarked, "The environment here is quite pleasant. Situated atop a spiritual vein, it is indeed a splendid location. Otherwise, the Xianxia sect would not have settled here. However, the valley's topography presents certain limitations. So, a high mountain with flowing waters would be preferable?" Lu Ran responded with a mysterious smile. "Master, you haven't already selected a location, have you?" Xiao Ying's eyes brightened with curiosity. "Sort of," Lu Ran replied. "I possess the Purple Mansion order and can establish the Immortal Destiny Purple Mansion at any time." "Excellent. Then we shall follow your lead, Master. Wherever you decide, we shall be," Xiaoying exclaimed with excitement. The other disciples also felt exhilarated, unable to contain their eagerness. For many years, the disciples of the Blue Sect had scattered across the 9 provinces, embarking on various paths, some founding sects, others wandering, and some merely cooking in taverns, each alone and dispersed. Now, they were finally on the verge of having a true sect of their own. "Speaking of which, Master, how should we deal with these people? Do we need to clear them out?" Fei Luotian inquired, glancing at the members of the 36 sects. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Ying delivered a sharp rap to his head. "Clear them out? You must be joking. As a member of the demon race, all you ever think about is killing. These fence-sitters can serve as excellent tools for us if we are to establish a sect. Who will do the work if you eliminate them? Are you counting on your demon soldiers?" Xiaoying glared at Fei Luotian. Fei Luotian looked at Lu Ran with a sense of grievance. Lu Ran laughed heartily. "Little White is correct. These tools can indeed be useful." However, he cast a glance towards the direction of the Tiangang sect's high platform. After Ko Chi's death, the disciples of the Tiangang sect had not dared to move, nor did they attempt to flee. Trying to escape in the presence of a great Luo immortal would be more painful than simply awaiting death. The Tiangang sect's members could also be utilized, but the effectiveness of these golden immortals remained uncertain. After pondering for a few seconds, Lu Ran deemed it prudent to proceed cautiously and said, "Wait a moment. I will take care of these golden immortals, and the rest can remain." With that, he vanished in a flash, appearing before the high platform with his iron sword in hand. Thud, thud, thud. Before Lu Ran had the chance to take action, a multitude had already knelt before him. Some begged for mercy, others pledged their loyalty, and some swore oaths. Yet it was all in vain. With a mere flick of his wrist, he executed a swift strike, eliminating all the golden immortals within the ranks with precision. Following this, he turned his gaze towards the 36 sects, swiftly dispatching a few of the audacious ones who had fortunately ascended to golden immortal status. Satisfied, he nodded and proclaimed, "You may return, and from now on, pledge your allegiance to my Blue Sect. Should any harbor treacherous intentions, they shall face dire consequences." According to Xiaoying, there were still over 20 disciples of Lu Ran, all of whom were golden immortals but had not been brought along. They could conveniently serve to bolster the Blue Sect. Thus, to preempt any cunning schemes from the 36 sects, no golden immortals could be spared. After dispersing these individuals, Lu Ran instructed Fei Luotian to clear the premises of the Jade Dragon Valley. The members of the Xianxia sect were to be eradicated without exception. "Master, Once we finish here, let us proceed to the splendid location you mentioned. Establishing a sect will require some time, and we must carefully design it according to the terrain. Xiaoying remarked with delight. Yes, I too have some ideas. The Red Moon Tower, as you have seen, was designed by me, Dihuang added, closely following. They resembled two brides eagerly planning their chambers, brimming with imaginative thoughts. However, Lu Ran waved his hand dismissively, stating, there is no need for such complications. This location rests atop a spiritual vein, a veritable treasure of geomancy. We shall establish ourselves right here. Huh? The disciples surrounding him were taken aback. What did he mean? Hadn't he just stated they would not settle here? Moreover, this valley did not align with their visions. At that moment, Lu Ran flicked his wrist and produced an object, declaring, while this valley may serve as a drainage system, my blue sect shall not reside within these impoverished mountains and waters. With that, he soared into the air. The disciples exchanged glances. Was the Jade Dragon Valley truly so dire? Surely, the master had chosen a splendid location. Was there not a better place in the heavens? Chapter 46. The celestial fate of the Purple Mansion arises from the ground. The 12 great Luo immortals followed Lu Ran, hovering in the skies above. From their lofty vantage point, Lu Ran felt increasingly content. This valley was situated at the junction of spiritual vein branches, with the main vein splitting into two tributaries deep within the valley, encircling the entire Jade Dragon Valley. The valley twisted and turned, and due to its location upon the spiritual vein, a rich essence of heaven and earth's spiritual energy coalesced above in a faint bluish-green hue. At first glance, the entire valley resembled a sinuous jade dragon lying gracefully. No wonder it was named Jade Dragon Valley. Indeed, this place was splendid. Lu Ran murmured to himself. The 12 great Luo immortals looked at their master, then at the valley below. To be frank, the valley was indeed remarkable. However, the scale of the blue sect was immense. While it was feasible to establish a presence here for the time being, it would undoubtedly prove insufficient in the long run. The valley could not be expanded further, necessitating a move elsewhere. What a hassle! Master, are we truly to remain here? Xiaoying inquired, glancing at Lu Ran. Others were also observing Lu Ran. Clearly, the majority were not entirely pleased with the situation at hand. However, should Lu Ran persist, they would voice no objections. This was the place. Lu Ran nodded, then glanced at the purple decree in his hand and casually tossed it aside. With a mere thought, he centered his focus on Yulong Valley, delineating a radius of 3,000 miles to establish the Xianyuan Purple Mansion. A thunderous rumble ensued as the object struck the ground, vanishing from sight. Immediately, the entire Yulong Valley was shattered. The earth beneath trembled violently, mountains contorted, and the landscape, including trees and rivers, seemed to convulse as if caught in a cataclysmic upheaval. His disciples looked on in astonishment. Master, what is this? Before they could finish, a peak erupted from the ground like a colossal sword drawn from its sheath, soaring into the sky. Subsequently, numerous other side peaks emerged in rapid succession, as if sprouting like bamboo after rain. Most astonishingly, these mountains appeared as if they had been meticulously crafted in advance, adorned with clear springs, trees, fluttering insects, and various creatures, along with grand pavilions and structures. The scale was immense. Due to the seismic disturbance, Su Yueling and Xiediang, previously observing from a distance, could not resist taking flight to witness the spectacle below. At that moment, everyone was rendered speechless. What Lu Ran had envisioned was indeed this. While he was not entirely satisfied with Yulong Valley, he was quite pleased with the spiritual vein serving as a geomantic treasure. Thus, he obliterated Yulong Valley, forcibly extracting a sect surrounded by mountains from its very location, elevating it above the spiritual vein. The buildings were already arranged in an exquisite layout. One could even glimpse a few spiritual beasts, after a moment of startled confusion, continuing to frolic in the mountain ravines. Dense spiritual energy enveloped the entire sect, seemingly more extravagant than the original Yulong Valley. Master, you truly are remarkable. The disciples gazed at Lu Ran with eyes aglow. This sect was perfectly aligned with their desires. Not only was it vast, but the environment resembled an idyllic paradise with elegant and ancient architecture. In comparison, the previously impressive Deluo sword sect now appeared as a mere cottage. Xiediang observed in awe, his astonishment at Lu ran beyond the capacity of words. What kind of means was this? Creation, he murmured to himself. He turned a glance at Lu Ran's profile and thought, many are aware of the blue sect's ancestors, but none have known this ancestor to be so formidable. Given time, the spiritual realm is likely to be utterly transformed by the blue sect. Gulme, let us descend and take a closer look. Lu Ran was also quite pleased with the sect. The miniature version of the purple mansion appeared exquisite. Its enlarged form was even more breathtaking. Thereafter, Lu Ran and his disciples toured the sect, discovering a martial arts arena, a comprehension platform, a scripture repository, a herb garden, an alchemy hall, an artifact pavilion, and all manner of facilities. Even accommodations for outer sect disciples, firewood storage, and miscellaneous quarters were readily available. Winding paths connected the entire sect like a spider's web. At present, the sect remains empty, lending it an air of desolation. In the future, this will be the blue sect. Lu Ran stood outside the mountain gate, gazing at the vast blank sign, and with a flicker of inspiration, two sharp characters materialized, blue sect. He then turned to his disciples and inquired, what do you think of this blue sect? Excellent. Fei Luo Tian was the first to exclaim. It looks splendid. Dihuang, veiled and with eyes that sparkled like crescent moons, chimed in. Far superior to the crude lairs of the Dihuang demon clan, exclaimed Xiaoying joyfully. Sun Tan, however, had no particular expectations for the sect's environment. As long as there was a pot of wine, he could recline anywhere. Blue sect sufficed. As for Huang Fong, she could hardly wait to explore the dining hall. Lu Ran nodded and said, in that case, you may organize yourselves as you see fit. Yuding, Hongyi, Luotian. All of your sect's disciples will be merged here. Moreover, our sect possesses some unique functions. Please wait a moment. Upon finishing, Lu Ran's gaze swept over his disciples, incorporating them all into the sect's roster. The list would enhance their cultivation speed, combat power, and agility, among other attributes. This effect would be especially pronounced for those disciples of the great Luo Immortal Realm, who immediately sensed the change, each looking down at their own bodies. This sect is a celestial treasure, a purple mansion, with a radius of 1,000 miles encompassing the realm of the purple mansion. Within this domain, your cultivation speed, combat efficacy, and various attributes will receive a notable boost. Such a blessing. The disciples' eyes gleamed with excitement. It is well known that progressing beyond the great Luo Immortal Realm is akin to scaling the heavens. Even the slightest acceleration could span centuries. Yet within this purple mansion, the permanent enhancement to cultivation speed could save them thousands of years. Meanwhile, as the master of the purple mansion edict, Lu Ran perceived additional functionalities. The entire celestial treasure. The purple mansion resonated with his will. He first conjured the protective mountain array with a mere thought. Subsequently, he discovered an even more astonishing capability. Translocation. He could, with the power of the laws, relocate the purple mansion and all beings within it to any position in the spirit realm, intact and unaltered. In other words, should Lu Ran find himself in the central continent, a single thought would suffice to transport the blue sect there. Marvelous. Lu Ran's eyes sparkled with fervor. In future encounters with formidable foes, he could simply relocate the sect with 12 great Luo immortals. Nay, as more disciples return, it will not be limited to merely 12 great Luo immortals. At that time, any foolhardy adversary daring to oppose Lu Ran would find themselves facing an ethereal mountain, suddenly materializing before them, and the countless formidable figures atop that celestial mountain. Anyone who stands against Lu Ran must contend with the entirety of the blue sect. Master, what about my demonic soldiers? The human realm has its rules. If the demonic clan appears in Xianxia, it may incite unnecessary trouble. Should I refrain from acting? Fei Luo Tian, with a look of hesitation, spoke. He certainly did not wish to depart, but also did not want to bring trouble to the newly formed blue sect. Lu Ran cast a glance at Fei Luo Tian and waved his hand, saying, regardless of our circumstances in the lower realm, it shall be the same in the spirit realm. I care not for the nonsensical rules set by some ancient being in the spirit realm. We need not heed them. Xiaoying and Fei Luo Tian exchanged a serious glance and nodded solemnly. Yes, master. Lu Ran then inquired. By the way, are you familiar with the Daqian dynasty? Chapter 47. Sacred Veins and Jade Bones. Spirit Realm, 9 provinces. They currently find themselves at the juncture of Xianxia and Dihuang, under the jurisdiction of the Tsang region in Xianxia. The Tsang region spans thousands of miles, governed by 5 major powers that oversee the 4 cardinal directions collectively. The Qian dynasty is one of them. How are the 5 major powers divided among the east, west, south, and north? Isn't there one more? Lu Ran asked in confusion. Originally, there were not many. The Qian dynasty governed the eastern territories. However, a new force known as the Martial God Alliance has risen to challenge the Qian dynasty, as Dihuang explained. The others were not particularly knowledgeable about these matters. Thus, the Tsang region of Xiazhou is now jointly managed by 5 powers. The Martial God Alliance and the Qian dynasty are at odds in the eastern territories, while the other 3 factions merely stand by to observe. Moreover, their rivalry has persisted for millennia. The Qian dynasty operates within established bounds, while the Martial God Alliance is relatively domineering. The Xianxia sect exploits the spirit vein mines to gain the protection of the Martial God Alliance. Yihangi elaborated. Lu Ran began to understand. Now that the Blue sect has obliterated the Xianxia sect and taken control of the spirit veins, they have undoubtedly made enemies with the Martial God Alliance. Furthermore, the Qian Duke of National Defense has taken Tang Yingrua, who is now also considered an adversary by Lu Ran. The Blue sect, having just convened, has already antagonized 2 major powers in the eastern territories of the Tsang region. We must exercise caution. If we kill Lei Tai, the Martial God Alliance may very well come seeking trouble, Xiao Ying pondered. That is unlikely for such a force. The Xianxia sect was merely a tool. Even if the Martial God Alliance were to engage in conflict, it would solely be over the spirit veins. Unrelated to the now-defunct Xianxia sect, Lu Ran countered, directly addressing the issue. He then asked, what is the combat strength of the Martial God Alliance and the Qian dynasty? This question left the gathered individuals in a state of bewilderment. After all, they had never interacted with such forces. The sole task of the Blue sect disciples was to await their master's ascension, never proactively seeking conflict. Although the specifics of their combat strength are unknown, the ability to manipulate and enslave the Xianxia sect likely indicates the presence of experts above the Great Luo Immortal level, Xiao Ying analyzed. Above the Great Luo Immortal level is the Immortal Sovereign. Indeed, for many years, the Great Qian dynasty and the Martial God Alliance have stood in opposition, their strengths largely comparable. It is rumored that the Empress of the Great Qian has at least reached the realm of the Immortal Sovereign, yet she remains shrouded in mystery, inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Market on Immortal Sovereign. If she were to descend upon us, it would indeed be quite troublesome. Our realms are still insufficient. Lu Ran furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by a thought. He smacked his forehead and exclaimed, I almost forgot about my impending advancement. Prior to arriving at Yulong Valley, he had completed his sign-in, and his cultivation had just ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Golden Immortal. He possessed the Fengming Jiutian pill, which could facilitate his advancement, yet he was uncertain of the time it would require, so he had held off. Now that the Xianxia sect had been established and affairs were in order, it was the opportune moment to ascend to the Great Luo. Only by elevating his realm could he ensure the safety of the Blue sect. Thus, Lu Ran deftly produced the Fengming Jiutian pill from his storage bag and consumed it. I shall advance to Great Luo, but I wonder how long it will take, Lu Ran mused. His disciples were taken aback. What do you mean by advancing to Great Luo? Hasn't it only been a few days since you ascended? Moreover, Xiao Ying had witnessed Lu Ran effortlessly ascend to Golden Immortal just 3 days prior. Now, only 3 days later, he was aiming for Great Luo. Sui Weling, standing nearby, felt the impact most acutely. She had observed Lu Ran rise rapidly in the true Immortal Realm after his ascension. In a mere instant, Lu Ran had defeated a Golden Immortal with a wooden stick at Lishan Ejin Pavilion. Afterward, during Xiao Ying's visit to the Great Luo Sword Sect, Lu Ran had casually advanced to Golden Immortal. Now, just 3 days later, he was set to ascend to Great Luo. Those able to reach the Immortal Realm typically possess considerable talent, and Lu Ran's disciples were certainly no ordinary individuals. Yet even so, reaching the Great Luo Immortal would normally require arduous cultivation over tens of thousands of years. Yet here it had barely been 10 days. At that moment, the Fengming Jiutian pill in Lu Ran's mouth had already transformed into medicinal essence, merging with his meridians, flesh, and spirit. A thread of Tao rhythm flowed into Lu Ran's spiritual platform. It was as if a brilliant light had suddenly illuminated the darkness. Everything he perceived and felt was transformed. The advancement in realm not only brought about an explosive increase in strength, but also an extraordinary enhancement of all his senses. The world before him remained the same. It seemed to unveil the essence of all things. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fists, overwhelmed by an immense surge of power that made him feel as if he had been a frail, bedridden old man until now. At this moment, he truly felt alive. Is this what it means to be a great Luo immortal? Lu Ran marveled. However, as soon as he spoke, his disciples shook their heads in unison. Not quite. Master, you are currently a lesser Luo immortal. What? Lu Ran's eyes widened in surprise. What on earth is a lesser Luo immortal? Are you saying there is yet another major realm between Golden Immortal and Great Luo Immortal? Xianxia shook her head and remarked, it's not quite that simple. For a Golden Immortal to ascend to a Great Luo, two conditions must be met. The first is a glimmer of comprehension of the heavenly Tao, which can be found within the essence of the Fengming Jiuqian pill. This alone is sufficient for Lu Ran to transcend the Golden Immortal realm and step into the half-great Luo state. However, it is still insufficient. There is another element required, which is the hallmark of the Great Luo Immortal, the Great Luo Dharma manifestation. At this point, Lu Ran remembered that his disciples, including Lei Tai, had displayed a magnificent Dharma manifestation during battle, reminiscent of an ancient war god. Yes, that is indeed what is lacking. How does one acquire such a thing? Lu Ran inquired urgently. Comprehension, Yehonyi Aplanet. A typical Great Luo Immortal must travel through the heavens with their own divine soul, connecting with the 9 heavens divine spirits that resonate with their respective techniques to grasp their own Dharma manifestation. Upon hearing this, Lu Ran nearly broke into tears. No one had informed him that 2 requirements were necessary for advancing to the Great Luo Immortal level. Thus, although you have transcended the Golden Immortal stage, you remain in a liminal state because you have yet to comprehend the Great Luo Dharma manifestation. In the spiritual realm, this is colloquially referred to as a minor Great Luo Immortal, a term used to distinguish from the Great Luo Immortal level, although such a realm does not truly exist. Yehonyi elucidated. The principle was understood, yet Lu Ran was acutely aware of his own limitations. Comprehending such a concept was indeed his Achilles heel. Throughout his time in the lower realm, he had thrived, with all his talents maxed out, thanks to the system's rewards. Yet, those talents were unparalleled only within their respective domains. To fathom the Great Luo Dharma manifestation, would he have to rely solely on himself? The arduous weight of 100,000 years in the lower realm had already suggested that this comprehension would not be easily attained. Master, do not be disheartened. This is a path every Great Luo Immortal must traverse. I, too, lingered as a minor Great Luo Immortal for 700 years, Xianxia reassured him. I was unfortunate, having remained stagnant for 1,300 years before comprehending the immutable king, Sun Tian remarked. Then I am rather swift. It took me merely 60 years. Huang Fong said bashfully as she lifted a frying pan. Indeed, their Dharma manifestations were highly compatible with their respective techniques. Yet, even the quickest among them, Huang Fong, required 60 years. 60 years. Given the current predicament of the Lan sect, if they did not rapidly evolve, they might not endure even 6 months, let alone 60 years. Lu Ran turned to Xiao Ying and Fei Luo Tian. Master, our demon clan differs from the human clan. For a demon to ascend to a demon king, it merely requires the awakening of ancient demon bloodlines, Xiao Ying promptly stated. The demonic clan is somewhat similar to the human clan. However, I did not have the opportunity to comprehend it myself. I extracted it from the corpse of a celestial demon, Fei Luo Tian added. Upon hearing this, Xianxia quickly interjected, Yes, there's another method. When a Great Luo Immortal perishes, their Dharma manifestation merges with their corpse and can be directly extracted and absorbed by a minor Great Luo Immortal. Many formidable figures with exceptional Dharma manifestations arrange for their disciples to inherit them before their lifespans expire, rather than allowing them to comprehend it themselves, as they risk manifesting an inferior Dharma. Thus, a powerful faction invariably possesses an exquisite Dharma form that is passed down through generations. However, the challenge lies in the fact that obtaining the corpse of a Great Luo Immortal is exceedingly difficult. Just as the conversation was half finished, Xianxia was momentarily taken aback, and the others suddenly realized, wasn't Lei Tai just deceased? Master, you can directly absorb his Dharma form. Xianxia exclaimed with delight. Yet, at this critical juncture, Lu Ran shook his head. He remarked that demonic ape Dharma form is too unsightly. It is clearly a subpar specimen, one that I cannot covet. Disdain was one reason. The other reason, spurred by Yi Hongyi's reminder, suddenly dawned on Lu Ran. He actually possessed a corpse. It was the golden skeleton he had appropriated from the ancient restrictions of Mount Li. Disciples, take a look at this skeleton, he proclaimed. With a swift motion, Lu Ran retrieved the skeleton from his storage pouch and cast it onto the ground. Clang! The skeleton collided with the stone slab, producing a resonant sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. The tattered garments had already been stripped away and discarded by Lu Ran, leaving behind a skeleton radiating a divine brilliance, sculpted with exquisite beauty. Upon closer inspection, one could see fine, multicolored strands resembling spider silk adhering to the bones. Moreover, even in its skeletal form, a profound and ancient aura emanated the moment it was cast forth. As onlookers gazed intently, they collectively gasped in astonishment. Sacred vein jade bone, Immortal Emperor Realm. Master, where did you acquire this corpse? The disciples were utterly astounded, clearly recognizing the immense value of the skeleton at first glance. Found it, Lu Ran casually responded. His eyes began to gleam with excitement. If this being had indeed been of the Immortal Emperor Realm in life, and its Dharma form still existed, what might it entail? Surely, it would surpass that of Lei Tai's demonic ape Dharma form. Chapter 48. The Dharma form of Xing Tian. Filled with curiosity, Lu Ran lifted the skeleton and flew to the Blue Sect's martial arts arena. This arena was significantly larger than that of the Great Luo Sword Sect, constructed by cleaving an entire side peak adjacent to the main peak, connected by iron chain bridges linking the main peak and other side peaks. Since neither the disciples of the Great Luo Sword Sect nor those of the Red Leaf Tower had relocated here, the arena appeared somewhat desolate. In the center, Lu Ran placed the skeleton on the ground and sat cross-legged. He then closed his eyes. The other disciples formed a circle around him, eagerly watching. After a few moments, Lu Ran opened his eyes. How do I extract the Dharma form? He inquired. The disciples nearly burst into laughter. It was Yi Hongyi who answered. Simply communicate with the spirit. Since the owner of the skeleton is deceased, there will be no obstruction. Once you sense the Dharma form, just acknowledge it as your own. It is that simple. The skeleton serves as a vessel for the unclaimed Dharma form. Lu Ran closed his eyes once more, following Yi Hongyi's guidance. The power of his spirit permeated outward, swiftly enveloping the entire skeleton. Indeed, Lu Ran soon discovered that amidst the bones lay the peculiar entity of energy. It remained dormant until Lu Ran's spiritual force made contact, at which point it gradually began to awaken. Is this the Dharma manifestation? Lu Ran murmured to himself. He commenced the intricate process of guiding the Dharma manifestation away from the bones. Just then, a bizarre scene unfolded. The previously motionless skeleton suddenly trembled and then sat upright with an eerie stillness. Within the dark hollows of its eye sockets, two flickering sparks ignited, mirroring Lu Ran's posture as they fixated on him. The surrounding disciples were taken aback in shock. What was happening? Lu Ran too sensed something amiss. As he drew upon the Dharma manifestation, another dormant spiritual force within the bones surged forth, tugging at Lu Ran's own spirit. This entity was not entirely lifeless. Lu Ran's heart raced with alarm. This skeleton had languished within ancient restrictions for countless ages, yet it still managed to sustain its spiritual essence. In life, it must have been a formidable figure, perhaps not merely at the level of a celestial emperor, but possibly even a celestial sovereign. Lu Ran's heart quaked as he instantly grasped the entity's intention to seize this opportunity for possession. He initially planned to struggle and reclaim his spirit. However, as a sudden thought struck him, he relaxed. The primal desire of the spirit compelled the entire skeletal frame to lunge forward, pressing against Lu Ran. This uncanny spectacle left the disciples in utter astonishment. They had never witnessed such a phenomenon, yet Lu Ran remained utterly still. The skeleton, adhering to Lu Ran's form, began to penetrate his clothing in a strange manner, merging with his flesh and gradually drawing closer to his very bones. It appeared intent on using this sacred marrow to replace Lu Ran's skeletal structure, subsequently invading his spirit to seize complete control of the body, thus achieving rebirth. Lu Ran perceived this but chose to remain indifferent. However, the ensuing ordeal proved to be excruciating. The sacred marrow and Lu Ran's bones drew near, commencing a brutal replacement. Crack, crack, Lu Ran's bones shattered piece by piece. Meanwhile, the sacred marrow systematically supplanted Lu Ran's skeletal structure. The agony was torturous, far worse than 1,000 cuts. Even Lu Ran was drenched in sweat, trembling uncontrollably. The disciples were thrown into a frenzy. Sister Xiaoying, think of a way. What is happening? Yehonyi exclaimed anxiously. Xiaoying furrowed her brow, gritting her teeth as she declared, "Let us unite our strength and extract that skeleton." Damn it, what is going on? With that, several disciples prepared to advance. "Do not concern yourselves with me. Step back." Lu Ran, sensing their intentions, interjected, his voice hoarse and trembling. Meanwhile, the replacement process of the sacred marrow was nearing its conclusion. Lu Ran's original skeletal structure was seemingly crushed into powder by the sacred vein jade bone, as if impurities were being eliminated, with blood seeping through his skin. This rendered Lu Ran's entire being drenched in blood. At the moment of the sacred vein jade bone's replacement, the original soul force erupted violently, centered around the sacred vein jade bone, attempting to take complete control of Lu Ran's body from within. However, the soul soon realized something was amiss. It discovered that it could not permeate through the bones. A terrifying and tyrannical pressure confined it firmly within its own skeletal structure, rendering it immobile. Moreover, the pressure was continuously escalating. The reason behind this was the ancient seal spinning within Lu Ran's Dantian, a sacred artifact of the human race. For the first time, the soul projected a voice from its consciousness, slightly aged yet devoid of emotional fluctuation, inquiring, "What is your identity, young friend? How did a human sacred artifact come to be in your possession?" Lu Ran exhaled, contemplating. "This is of no concern to you. As for you, old fellow, having been trapped within the ancient restrictions for tens of thousands of years, your soul has long been worn down to tatters. And yet you still aspire to seize control of me? What a delusion! I indeed have use for this sacred vein jade bone, with a great Luo Dharma aspect. Possessing a sacred vein jade bone typically reserved for those of at least the Immortal Emperor realm, I have truly struck gold." The soul remained silent for a considerable duration, not angered by Lu Ran's words. Instead, it sighed and remarked, "What a pity, what a pity." Subsequently, it dissipated beneath the Kongtong seal, vanishing into the void. Lu Ran was momentarily taken aback, not having the time to ponder. The suppressed Dharma aspect power erupted from the bones, naturally acknowledging Lu Ran as its master. Buzz. Above the 9 heavens, a radiant light cascaded down, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that surged upward from Lu Ran's center. His surrounding disciples were forcefully pushed back to the periphery of the training ground, forming a circle, gazing at Lu Ran in astonishment. What a formidable pressure! What could this possibly be? The aura of the Dharma aspect, yet its might is so terrifying. I have never witnessed such a thing. What state is the master in now? Could it be that he has succumbed to the will of that skeletal remnant? The disciples chattered among themselves. Behind Lu Ran, a resounding thud, an ethereal figure of a divine being materialized, the great Luo Dharma aspect, successfully merged. Lu Ran's small Luo Immortal Realm smoothly ascended into the great Luo Immortal Realm. The divine being appeared bare-chested, muscles coiled. In its left hand, an exaggerated long-handled giant axe was planted into the ground, while the right held a massive shield adorned with the grotesque visage of a fierce demon. The divine being had no head. Where its head should be were 2 large eyes, and its navel was a large mouth agape. Even its overall size was significantly larger than that of the Dharma aspects of the 12 disciples. At the moment this Dharma aspect appeared, an ancient and weathered aura permeated the air, causing each of the 12 disciples' Dharma aspects to uncontrollably emerge, triggered as if by instinct. Well, what kind of Dharma aspect is this? I've never seen anything like it. It doesn't even have a head. An immortal emperor, level Dharma aspect, no wonder it's anything but ordinary. Amid the waves of shocked discussion, Sun Tanyu, who had always been lazy and rarely spoke, suddenly murmured softly. He battled the sovereign for divinity. The sovereign severed his head and buried it upon Mount Changyang. Yet he took his nipples as eyes, his navel as mouth. Wielding shield and axe, he danced in defiance. This Dharma aspect is the war god, Xingtian. Chapter 49. The imperial capital of Great Xian. Only then did Lu Ran slowly open his eyes. The sensation was completely different from before. Advancing into the great Luo realm alone had already filled Lu Ran with a feeling of invincibility, as though nothing under heaven could oppose him. And now, with the fusion of sacred meridians and jade bones, his entire skeletal structure had been replaced. The sacred meridians themselves have been stripped away and integrated directly into his internal channels. At this moment, Lu Ran was like a freak, possessing the core foundation of an immortal emperor, yet remaining at only the great Luo Immortal Realm in cultivation. And more than that, even without circulating spiritual energy, Lu Ran felt that a single punch from him now could shatter an entire mountain. Of course, he didn't dare test it here. The blue sect had just been established. Reducing it to rubble with one punch would be the real farce. Lu Ran stood up. Behind him, the Xingtian Dharma aspect trembled in response. Only after the overwhelming pressure of Xingtian subsided did the 12 disciples withdraw their own Dharma aspects and gather together. Master just now Xiaoying asked nervously. There was just a Dharma aspect inside those bones, Lu Ran said calmly. There is also the remnant soul of an old bastard who tried to possess me. What? The disciples were utterly shocked. But it's nothing, Lu Ran continued indifferently. A mere remnant soul. I already wiped him out. I didn't stop him at first, because I wanted to make use of his supreme divine art to fuse the sacred meridians and jade bones into myself. Judging by the result, I made a killing. As he spoke, spiritual energy surged outward, washing away the shattered bone fragments and blood residue, coating his body. The disciples clicked their tongues in amazement. This wasn't making a killing. This was heaven-bestowed fortune. Just after advancing to minor great Luo, he had obtained an entire set of immortal emperor, grade sacred meridians and jade bones. And immediately after, he acquired the war, god, Xingtian Dharma aspect. Though Lu Ran was only at great Luo, first heaven, among all those present, even Sun Tianyu, the strongest disciple at great Luo, 8th heaven, didn't dare claim he could defeat Lu Ran. Congratulations, master, on reaching great Luo. Shall we start planning the blue sect now? Xiaoying asked eagerly. Lu Ran waved his hand, then glanced around. He noticed Lin Bao, and Sui Welling standing outside the training grounds, watching anxiously. With a flash, he appeared beside them. Like everyone else, Sui Welling didn't dare get close to Bao, Even the great Luo immortal disciples, after learning from Lu Ran that Bao, was of the Li tribe, kept their distance. She stood alone at the edge of the field. Only Lu Ran dared approach her. He gently rubbed Lin Bao's head and took her hand. Instantly, the speed of spiritual energy conversion skyrocketed. Lu Ran then turned to his disciples and said, As I mentioned earlier, you shall continue to plan for the blue sect. I have pressing matters to attend to and must journey to the great Qian dynasty. Upon hearing this, the others looked at Lu Ran with confusion. Su Yuling was aware of the circumstances, but the others were not. Thus, Lu Ran briefly recounted the situation. The little junior sister has been taken away by the Duke of the Great Qian, cursed Xiao Ying through gritted teeth. How audacious! They dare to abduct someone from our blue sect. We must rescue her, echoed Fei Luo Tian. In light of this, the eastern region of the Tsang domain, the Martial God Alliance, and the Great Qian dynasty must now be regarded as our adversaries, Sun Tian analyzed. Lu Ran nodded in agreement and stated, Then we shall seize the opportunity to take down both factions. The eastern region is precisely under our blue sect as control. His words carried a hint of arrogance. Currently, the strongest within the blue sect were the 12 great Luo immortals, and with Lu Ran included, they amounted to 13. However, the Martial God Alliance and the Great Qian dynasty boasted formidable immortal lords. If Master is heading to the Great Qian dynasty, we should accompany you for safety. Sugestet ye hongi. Yet, Lu Ran rejected the proposal. The blue sect has just been established. If you all leave, it would merely leave a disorganized group of disciples behind to be easily eliminated, Lu Ran countered. But the Great Qian dynasty possesses immortal-level beings. Your presence would only make you cannon fodder. Numbers are of little use. You should all remain here. I have my methods, Lu Ran asserted confidently. Furthermore, even if Lu Ran temporarily required assistance, with a mere thought, the blue sect could relocate. The immediate objective was to use the blue sect's purple mansion as a foundation to gather returning disciples and consolidate their strength. As the overall power of the sect grew, Lu Ran could continuously relocate, eventually leading the blue sect to the central continent. Upon reaching this resolution, Lu Ran bid farewell to his disciples, taking only Lin Bao with him as they departed from the blue sect. The Great Qian dynasty was a staggering 80,000 miles from the original location of the blue sect in the Yulong Valley. Lu Ran, with his great Luo immortal strength, exerted himself to propel the Thunderfire war chariot, taking 5 days to arrive. Ultimately, on the morning of the 6th day, he reached the Great Qian dynasty. From a distance, Lu Ran stowed away the Thunderfire war chariot and, holding Lin Bao's hand, approached the city gates. This was the imperial city of the Great Qian, sprawling over hundreds of miles. The imposing city walls soared 100 feet high, and at the entrance stood two colossal statues of divine beings, glaring fiercely, exuding an air of majesty. Even the wide-open city gates appeared exaggeratedly grand. The people passing through the gates seemed like mere delicate toys in comparison. The Great Qian dynasty possessed an impressive grandeur. This spectacle was even more extravagant than our blue sect's celestial mountain. Lu Ran marveled. Beside him, Lin Bao, visiting such a place for the first time, was excitedly gazing around, while also being cautious not to bump into anyone. However, due to the throngs of people at the city gate, passing through without drawing any attention seemed nearly impossible. Before approaching, Lu Ran had observed the scene. Much like the lower realms, such a dynasty imposed restrictions on flying within the imperial city. Thus he dared not pilot his Thunderfire war chariot directly inside. His cultivation level was still insufficient. Attracting the attention of an immortal lord could lead to complications. Nevertheless, Lu Ran remained unperturbed. He had 5 days at his disposal, making it a total of 6 days, including today. Although he had not experienced any critical hits during his 6 consecutive sign-ins, the presence of Lin Bao accelerated his spiritual power conversion remarkably, and he had already reached the 4th layer of the Great Luo Realm. The realm of the Immortal Lord seemed increasingly within reach. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Lu Ran picked up Bao and held her close. The protective aura surrounding him gently parted the crowd, allowing him to pass through unnoticed. Upon entering the city gate, the sights within the imperial city were truly breathtaking. The pavilions and towers were arranged in harmonious disarray, with rivers and ponds embellishing the landscape, the architecture exuding an ancient charm, and the streets bustling with life, epitomizing prosperity. Looking up, one could faintly discern a higher citadel at the center of the imperial city, likely the palace of the Empress of the Qian. Within the underground palace, there stood a colossal statue that reached to the heavens, adorned with a phoenix crown and flowing robes, arms outstretched. It radiated an aura of maternal grandeur, while also exuding the majesty befitting a great empress. From a distance, the statue was indeed discernible due to its immense size. Yet, as Lu Ran gazed upon it, he couldn't shake the feeling that the statue appeared somewhat familiar. First, I need to find a place to settle down, he muttered. Goodness. This Qian imperial city is simply vast. However, it mattered little. As one of the 4 dukes of Qian, the location of the Zhengui Duke's residence was evidently not a closely guarded secret. Thus, Lu Ran, accompanied by Lin Bao, sought out a nearby inn. He tossed a piece of spirit crystal onto the counter and stated, 2 guests, 1 room, street-facing. Chapter 50, The Duke's Residence. At the window of the 2nd floor of the inn, Lu Ran and Lin Bao sat at a table, observing the bustling crowd below. At that moment, Lin Bao suddenly took out her little notebook and began flipping through its pages. Lu Ran recalled that it was her wish list. He inquired, "What have you written in there?" Lin Bao glanced at him and replied thoughtfully, "Small wishes." "Have you completed the 100 spirit pills?" Lu Ran asked. Previously, Lin Bao had stolen spirit pills from the medicine sect to fulfill her wish of acquiring 100 pills. Still 31 short, she shook her head in response. Upon hearing this, Lu Ran casually tossed several vials onto the table. Choose freely. Gathering 31 should not pose a problem. These spirit pills were, in fact, from the lower realms and were of no use in the spiritual realm. However, they were only rendered useless for someone of Lu Ran's cultivation level. Lin Bao, being in the golden core stage, could still utilize them before her ascension. For Lin Bao, the quality and efficacy of the elixirs were of little consequence. Her sole desire was to amass a quantity to fulfill her wish. "Are all these for me?" Lin Bao exclaimed with delight. "With this, I can directly complete one of my wishes." "Well, the elixirs from the lower realms hold no value for me," Lu Ran replied. "I intended to take some time to clean out my storage pouch anyway. You don't want these, and I need to discard them." This was indeed true. After 100,000 years of signing in the lower realm, he had accumulated an overwhelming amount of items. Now, as an immortal in the spirit realm, many of these possessions were no longer useful to him, necessitating a significant purge. Upon hearing this, Lin Bao became instantly exhilarated. "Thank you, big brother." She then opened the small vials, beginning to tally the quantity. Meanwhile, Lu Ran, feeling rather indifferent, continued to observe the throngs of people in the streets. contemplating whether he should venture out to investigate the location of the Duke of State's residence. Just then, a sudden commotion caught his attention. Several figures streaked through the air like shooting stars, splitting into two groups. The first group, despite their swift pace, were clearly identifiable as gold immortals clad in black, flying without the aid of spiritual treasures, relying solely on their own strength. The pursuers, however, were formidable, a massive square seal, upon which several figures could be discerned, sped after the first group with remarkable velocity. This seal bore resemblance to Lu Ran's Kongtong seal, albeit with a less intricate design. It was certainly far from being an ordinary spiritual treasure. The people on the street quickly became aware of the scene unfolding. The Heavenly King's seal. Are those from the Duke's residence? What is happening? They are disregarding the no-fly rules in the Imperial City. It must be that the Martial God Alliance has infiltrated again. The Empress has decreed that the ban on flying does not apply to matters concerning the Martial God Alliance. It must be the Duke of State. If there is a problem, the people from the Duke's residence will be the first to act. Those from the Martial God Alliance are in for a rough time. Lu Ran's ears perked up as he watched the two groups vanish beyond the city's gates at an astonishing speed. He and Lin Bauer had just entered the city and were now searching for an inn close to the city gate. The two groups had already made their swift exit. Turning back, Lin Bauer had already gathered 31 elixirs, pulling out a small notebook to cross off the goal of obtaining 100 elixirs. It was a significant milestone achieved. Bauer, don't wander off here. I'll be back shortly, Lu Ran said thoughtfully. Lin Bauer paused in her actions, a hint of concern crossing her face as she looked at Lu Ran. Big brother, will you really come back? Of course, where else would I go? Lu Ran hesitated, then fell silent for a few seconds. He shook his head and lifted Lin Bauer, allowing her to rest against his shoulder. Just stay there. If someone tries to ambush me, you can serve as a buffer. After all, you are invincible, which is far more effective than any treasure or armor. Ultimately, Lu Ran decided to take her along. Afterwards, a fleeting figure vanished from the window, hastily making its way outside the city. On a steep slope 30 miles beyond the city, several golden immortals, despite their efforts, were ultimately caught up by the Heavenly King seal of the Zhongho Mansion due to their insufficient speed. The immense square seal hovered ominously above their heads, emitting a resonant hum. The overwhelming pressure created a vast gravitational field, compressing the ground of the entire slope by 3 zhong, forming a substantial square pit. The speed of the golden immortals abruptly diminished, and they struggled to maintain their momentum. Realizing their escape was futile, they exchanged glances and descended to the ground. The square seal followed suit, descending and subsequently shrinking, hovering in the hands of an extraordinarily beautiful woman clad in a long apricot-colored dress, spinning gracefully. Behind her stood 4 attendants from the Zhongho Mansion, all dressed in identical uniforms. From a distance, Lu Ran observed with some confusion. These individuals in black were all at the golden immortal level, while the Zhongho Mansion's entourage, apart from the leading woman, comprised only celestial immortals. What were they thinking? Pursuing them like this? Did they believe they could contend with them? This was also the sentiment shared by the black-clad figures. Zhongqing, this is not the Imperial City. Do you still wish to chase? The leader of the black-clad individuals shouted at Zhongqing. The minions of the Martial God Alliance have infiltrated our great Qian Imperial City. They must be eradicated, the woman replied coldly. Within the Imperial City, we prefer to avoid unnecessary conflicts. We would ignore you. But do you truly believe you can subdue us? The black-clad man clearly scoffed at her. Their pursuit was not due to a lack of strength. Rather, it stemmed from their unwillingness to engage in combat within the Imperial City. Yet, the people of the Zhongho Mansion dared to chase them down. Protecting Great Qian is our unassailable duty. When I arrived, I had already informed the Zhongho Mansion. Do not think that I am the only one you need to deal with. Zhongqing admonished. The brows of the black-clad figures immediately furrowed. While they were not particularly afraid of Zhongqing, if reinforcements from the Zhongho Mansion arrived, even a single great Luo immortal could spell disaster for them all. Ignore her. Let's go. The leader of the black-clad figures declared decisively. Upon uttering these words, the black-clad figures prepared to take flight. However, Zhongqing was swifter. She summoned the Heavenly King's seal, unleashing a temporary barrier that ensnared the black-clad individuals. Damn it, blind loyalty. What a foolish woman, willing to throw away her life. I will kill you right now. The black-clad man fumed. Protecting Great Qian is an obligation of the Zhongho Mansion, and I shall not waver. Zhongqing stated earnestly. Even Lu Ran, observing from afar, found himself at a loss for words. The woman was indeed quite beautiful, but her intellect seemed lacking. What did this have to do with protecting Great Xian? She was merely rushing to deliver her head. Ironically, the members of the Martial God Alliance, who were supposed to be at odds with Great Xian, were not attacking directly. What were they hesitating for? Upon hearing Zhongqing's words, the man in black laughed heartily and declared, "You are willing to serve the Great Xian, but why not inquire with your father, and ask that old curmudgeon from Zongyun Mountain if he is content to be a subject?" Boldly, Zhongqing's fury ignited. She immediately brandished the heavenly king seal, ready to engage in combat. The black-clad men furrowed their brows. "Do not waste time. Eliminate her. Even if Zongyun Mountain seeks retribution later, they will find it difficult to trace this back to us." The black-clad men, having lost their patience, prepared for battle. At that moment, however, Lu Ran leisurely emerged from the side. On his shoulder perched Lin Bayer, her dark, glimmering eyes darting between the group of black-clad men and the entourage of the Zhongho mansion. She inquired, "Big brother, which side shall we aid?" Chapter 51, the easiest to manipulate. As Lu Ran walked, his gaze swept across both factions. He then remarked nonchalantly, "Have you noticed this woman? Her mind is rather simplistic. The fiercely loyal are the easiest to manipulate." Thus, Lu Ran's intentions were clear. He aimed to target the Martial God Alliance. Oh, Lin Bayer nodded, her bewildered expression suggesting her lack of comprehension. Simultaneously, both groups turned their attention to Lu Ran, their tension palpable. Although Zhongqing was loyally foolish, she wasn't entirely naive. Her willingness to confront them stemmed not from a belief in her own strength against the Martial God Alliance, but from her possession of the heavenly King Seal, which could delay until reinforcements from the Zhongho mansion arrived. However, the sudden appearance of an unknown entity, whose allegiance was unclear and whose strength might be formidable, complicated matters. Likewise, the members of the Martial God Alliance warily regarded Lu Ran. As he approached, he gently set Bayer down and took her by the hand, then addressed the members of the Martial God Alliance, exclaiming, "Are you the people of the Martial God Alliance?" The leading man in black scrutinized Lu Ran for a few seconds before nodding. "Indeed, and you are?" "Exactly. I have been seeking you, the Martial God Alliance." Lu Ran bellowed, his face contorted with rage as though harboring a deep-seated enmity against them. Lin Bayer glanced at Lu Ran, thinking to herself, "Impressive. He acts it so convincingly." The expressions of the Martial God Alliance members instantly soured. "My friend, this matter does not concern you. We advise you not to meddle and stir up trouble." The leading man in black deliberated. He could not discern Lu Ran's realm of power. But if he could not see through it, then Lu Ran was at least a golden immortal, and likely of a higher rank. "How could this concern me?" Lu Ran retorted vehemently. "This eastern expanse of the Tsang domain has always been under the dominion of the Great Xian. Your Martial God Alliance's brazen interference has long been a thorn in my side." Indeed, Zhongqing's gaze towards Lu Ran brimmed with newfound admiration and approval. Lu Ran, aware of her expression, realized his performance had reached its peak. He then turned his attention back to the black-clad men, shouting, "Since I have stumbled upon you, you shall not live." The tempers of the black-clad men flared in response. "Damn it, what a hassle. Let's make haste and leave this place. Otherwise, when the people from the Zhongho mansion arrive, we will be in dire straits." Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden buzz filled the air. Behind Lu Ran, the figure of the law of Xing materialized. A great immortal. The faces of the black-clad figures changed instantly. Run. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned to flee. Yet, they had forgotten that the restrictions set by Zhongqing's heavenly king seal were still in place. Lu Ran casually drew a sword of iron, and with a swift motion, sent it toward the fleeing figures. A single stroke to vanquish the celestial beings. Of course, this display of power was not for the purpose of revealing his true form. It was merely for Zhongqing's observation. With a series of explosive sounds, several black-clad members of the Martial God Alliance were obliterated on the spot, leaving a significant loss of life. Lu Ran maintained an air of nonchalance. After dispatching a few adversaries, he sheathed his sword and prepared to depart, shrouded in humility and anonymity. Just as he anticipated, he had barely taken a few steps when he heard, "Immortal, please wait." Zhongqing called out. Lu Ran's lips curled into a faint smile, yet his demeanor remained unperturbed as he turned to face her, inquiring, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Zhongqing appeared somewhat anxious, respectfully stating, "I am Zhongqing, daughter of the Zongyun Mountain of the Zhongho Mansion. Given the perilous situation today, Had it not been for your intervention, I dread to think of the outcome. It is rare to find someone like you, who is concerned for the realm of Dakian. And on behalf of the Zhongho Mansion, I wish to express my gratitude. Is a mere thank you all that is required? This was not what Lu Ran had in mind. Just then, from the direction of the Imperial City, two middle-aged men arrived, each riding a flying sword. Hurtling through the air, they quickly descended, surveying the shattered corpses on the ground before glancing at Lu Ran, and finally directing their attention to Zhongqing. "Miss, are you unharmed?" one of the men inquired. The other regarded Lu Ran with suspicion. "They are dead, slain by this esteemed elder, who is a great immortal," Zhongqing explained, recounting the events that had just transpired. "Oh." The two men exchanged glances at Lu Ran. He could sense that they too were great immortals. Yet their courteous demeanor towards Zhongqing suggested they were enforcers of the Zhongho Mansion. "This Zhongho Mansion possesses some formidable talent. All perished? Did you not manage to extract any information?" they questioned. Zhongqing shook her head, replying, "There was no opportunity. This elder's strength is overwhelming." And he dispatched them with ease. At this moment, one of the men turned to Lu Ran, offering a seemingly polite smile as he asked, "Esteemed sir, as a great immortal, may I inquire on whose business you are here? It is already late in the hour. How is it that you find yourself in the outskirts of the Imperial City?" "I am not here on anyone's behalf. I have merely accompanied my younger sister on a leisurely journey from Jinling City," Lu Ran replied casually. "I see. Since you have come to our aid today and assisted our young lady, may I extend an invitation for you to join us at the Zhongho Mansion for a discussion?" one of the men suggested. Although it was evident that they still regarded Lu Ran with caution and skepticism, he remained unfazed. Nodding, he replied, "I have long heard of the esteemed name of the Zhenguo. It would be a privilege to make your acquaintance today. Isn't this perfect? There is no need to inquire about the location of the Zhongho Mansion, nor to devise a covert plan to infiltrate and investigate the situation. There's no need to probe into the overall strength of the Zhongho Mansion either. He has been directly invited in, and everything is laid bare before him. As for any suspicions, let them be. Lu Ran has recently ascended, and there is no information on him throughout the spirit realm. As long as he does not use his real name, who would suspect he is Lu Ran?" Before long, at the Zhongho Mansion, Lu Ran entered and could not help but marvel inwardly. As one of the four marquises of the great Qian dynasty, the scale of the Zhongho Mansion is truly impressive. Just by mere observation, it seems to surpass Jinling City in size. Good heavens, a mansion of such magnitude rivals that of an entire city. The intricate layout of the mansion, with guards rotating in shifts, is heavily fortified. Lu Ran felt increasingly fortunate about his plan. Had he attempted to sneak in, the difficulty would have been considerable. After navigating through several winding paths and traversing a vast courtyard resembling a paradise, Zhongqing said, after passing through the corridor, "We will reach the main hall. Lu Shu, please go inform my father." Zhongqing then led Lu Ran and Lin Bauer to take their seats in the main hall. The middle-aged man addressed as Lu Shu withdrew, while another individual continued to follow, occasionally casting glances at Lu Ran. Lu Ran, of course, noticed but paid it no mind, thinking to himself how overly cautious they were. After all, he had just rescued their young lady. Meanwhile, deep within the mansion, in a specially crafted courtyard, the elderly Zhong Yinshan, clad in a splendid dragon robe, faced a woman dressed in a crimson gown. "In this place, I have set up a barrier. You cannot leave. As an ascendant, you should understand the harshness of the spirit realm. Were it not for my recognition of your unique bone structure, your current attitude would have already led to your demise. Should you choose to join me, I would impart all my knowledge to you," Zhong Yinshan declared. "No need. I have a master, and he has also ascended. You cannot confine me," Tang Yingruo replied coldly. She certainly looked down upon this old man. Moreover, she could sense that his gaze upon her was not merely one of admiration for her talent. It also harbored desire, greed, and even a hint of malevolence. Zhong Yinshan frowned slightly, seemingly growing impatient and about to speak further when Lu Shu arrived, whispering something in his ear. "Oh." Zhong Yinshan raised an eyebrow, saying, "I understand." He then turned to Tang Yingruo, stating, "Think it over carefully. I give you 3 days. If you do not yield by then, do not blame me for resorting to force." With that, he turned and departed. This old scoundrel is certainly up to no good. If he wishes to accept a disciple, then let him do so. What does he mean by using force? He undoubtedly has ulterior motives. Tang Yingruo sat in a daze, staring at the moonlight, her heart heavy with a profound sense of helplessness and despair. She murmured softly, "Master, I fear." Chapter 52. The Celestial Monarch of the National Marquee. Before long, Xianxia arrived at the main hall. Upon entering the grand hall, my gaze instinctively fell upon my daughter, Xianxia. Once I confirmed her safety, my attention shifted to Lu Ran. "Father, what have you been up to at this late hour?" Xianxia inquired. "Just a trivial matter," Xianxia replied vaguely, directing his question towards Lu Ran. "Is this the friend who saved you?" "Yes, his name is, Xianxia suddenly realized that she had yet to learn his name. "Yinan," Lu Ran casually interjected. "Indeed, a great celestial being. May I inquire which faction you serve?" Xianxia asked directly. "I serve no faction. I am accustomed to a leisurely life, wandering the mountains and rivers," Lu Ran replied nonchalantly. "I see." Xianxia's expression softened considerably. "Father, this esteemed elder is truly formidable. With a single move, he dispatched those from the Martial God Alliance. Had it not been for him, I might have had to endure a prolonged struggle," Xianxia remarked. Xianxia was not particularly surprised. After all, being a great celestial, defeating a few golden immortals was hardly impressive. Nevertheless, he nodded and said, "Yinan, I am grateful for your assistance to my daughter. I have also heard that your intervention was motivated by considerations for the Qian dynasty." Lu Ran's demeanor instantly turned serious as he earnestly replied, "Indeed. I have long harbored disdain for the Martial God Alliance." However, while Xianxia's eyes sparkled with excitement at his words, a shadow flickered across Xianxia's gaze. He continued, "The Martial God Alliance has flourished over the millennia, while the Qian dynasty has gradually waned. Since you hold such sentiments towards the Qian dynasty, why not join my state-protecting Marquis residence as a guest elder? Rest assured, your freedom will not be curtailed. You would merely be called upon to lend your strength when necessary, and I assure you, the remuneration will be satisfactory." In other words, the state-protecting Marquis residence was in need of a great celestial. Meanwhile, Lu Ran began to gauge Xianxia's strength. An immortal sovereign. The overwhelming presence that loomed before me, akin to a mountain, unmistakably signified an immortal sovereign. Lu Ran felt a sense of relief regarding his plan, grateful he had not recklessly stormed into the Marquis' residence. After all, the Qian dynasty had managed to govern the eastern territories of the Tsang domain for tens of thousands of years, which surely spoke to their capabilities. He refrained from hastily accepting Xianxia's invitation, instead responding ambiguously, "I am accustomed to wandering. However, since the Marquis holds me in such regard, I could consider it. May I take a few days to reflect?" Xianxia nodded affirmatively, saying, "Of course, take your time. There is no need to feel burdened. Simply provide me with your answer when you have made your decision. For now, I will arrange for you to rest in the residence." "That will be splendid." With this arrangement, Lu Ran saw an opportunity to seek out Tang Yingrua. "Thank you, Marquis," Lu Ran said, clasping his hands respectfully. The night had deepened, and Xianxia had other matters to attend to. "Continue your conversation. There is no need to be formal," he remarked, intending to depart swiftly. Once outside, he spoke to Uncle Lu. "Investigate this Yinan. It appears he is not someone to be trusted immediately, despite his sudden emergence as a great celestial." Subsequently, Xianxia did not visit Tang Yingrua, but instead arrived at the side hall adjacent to the main temple, where he dismissed the guards. After cautiously searching for a while, he finally discovered a dark opening that led to a secret chamber below. With a swift motion, Xianxia entered the aperture, which promptly concealed itself, leaving no trace of the hidden chamber's existence. Here, only Lu Ran remained, accompanied by Lin Bayer, while Xianxia sat across from them. "My father has said, you need not be overly concerned. As long as you join the Zhonghou mansion, you will be one of us," Xianxia remarked with a smile. Her mind, indeed, was straightforward. Even a fool could discern the wariness and caution with which Xianxia and the two previous Deluo Xian regarded Lu Ran. Yet Xianxia, with her amiable nature, perceived Lu Ran as a guest. "I will consider my response," Lu Ran began. "The name of the Duke of the State is well known. It is a privilege to meet him today, but—" He shifted the conversation. "I heard that some time ago, the Duke brought back a woman from outside. Is there any truth to this? Is she from the Martial God Alliance?" Lu Ran's intention was quite simple: to use Xianxia as a breakthrough point, while simultaneously involving the Martial God Alliance to obscure his true motives. Xianxia, without much contemplation, nodded and replied, "Indeed, there is such a matter. However, she is not from the Martial God Alliance, but rather someone my father wishes to take as a disciple. It is his usual practice. Recently, To negotiate with the martial god alliance. My father has refrained from bringing back women for a long time. Lu Ran was taken aback. So, there's more than one? What purpose does he have in bringing them back? To take them as disciples? Zhong Yinshan must possess some peculiar preference for disciples. Alas, speaking of this, is truly regrettable, Zhong Qing sighed. Lu Ran smiled knowingly, aware that she had more to say. Indeed, Zhong Qing brushed a strand of hair from her forehead and continued, my father possesses immense cultivation, but has no disciples. Although I am his daughter, my talents are mediocre, and I cannot inherit my father's lifelong teachings. Thus, Zhong Yinshan frequently brings back women from outside, mostly ascendants, those of the celestial realm, yet only true immortals, as he does not desire those of higher status, but all are exceptionally gifted. It is a pity, however, that those women have all declined to become my father's disciples. Over the years, not a single one has accepted his teachings, which is indeed strange, Zhong Qing mused. And what happened afterward, if they did not become disciples? Where did they go? Lu Ran inquired. I do not know. I have not seen them since. My father said he sent them out of Xianxia. Perhaps out of sight, out of mind, Zhong Qing speculated innocently. By heavens, Lu Ran nearly cursed. You believe that? He brought back so many, yet you never saw a single one afterward. And you take your father's word for it? This suddenly reminded Lu Ran of the unfortunate Jin Xianhong Kuei behind the Aegean Pavilion, who practiced some nefarious technique requiring talented disciples as materials for his cultivation. The fate of those gifted individuals, serving as mere tools for his practice, was all too predictable. Lu Ran speculated that this Zhongyan mountain was likely no good. Where's the woman you brought back? He inquired directly. Zhong Qing was taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Lu Ran. What? Do you know her? Lu Ran pondered for a moment. I do not know her. Merely curious about the talent of someone esteemed by the Marquis. Zhong Qing nodded. That is permissible. If you're interested, I shall take you to the rear courtyard tomorrow morning for a stroll. However, entering to see her is out of the question. My father has set up a barrier, meant to protect her, which outsiders cannot breach. That evening, Lu Ran found himself unable to sleep. If the Marquis had merely taken a liking to Tang Yingruo's talent with the intention of accepting her as a disciple, then her safety would be momentarily assured. However, Zhong Qing's words suggested that Zhongyan Mountain was likely no benign entity, and Lu Ran grew concerned for Tang Yingruo's safety. Reflecting on it, he realized it had been less than 10 days since he parted ways with her. She was his youngest disciple. Resolving to forego sleep, he remained seated in the guest chamber arranged by Zhong Qing, waiting. Lin Bei'er was sleeping soundly, snoring away. As the clock struck midnight, Lu Ran, feeling rather bored, recalled that it was time to refresh his sign-in. He promptly chose to sign in. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have achieved a critical hit. Congratulations, host. You have received a cultivation reward of 10. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a primordial ancient treasure, Xianyuan sword. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a celestial technique, Heavenly Spirit Eye. Lu Ran's eyes widened in astonishment. A critical hit, an ancient treasure, and a celestial technique. Chapter 53. The Empress of Dihuang. Xianyuan sword. Forged from the copper of the mountain of the immortals for the Yellow Emperor. One side of the blade is inscribed with the sun, moon, and stars, while the other bears the mountains and flora. The hilt features the art of agriculture and animal husbandry on one side, and strategies for unifying the seas on the other. With a thought, Lu Ran summoned the Xianyuan sword into his hand. Contrary to expectations of its exquisite design, it possessed a rather simple and understated appearance. Overall, it exuded a scholarly elegance, yet a faint imperial aura emanated from it. Being a primordial ancient treasure, it was imbued with the power of heavenly principles. Legend spoke of the Xianyuan sword as indestructible, capable of bypassing certain defenses and delivering destructive force from the realm of rules to the attacked. What a splendid item! Lu Ran nodded in satisfaction. Upon entering the spirit realm, he had yet to acquire a reliable weapon. Although he possessed the Kongtong seal, that was more of a magical artifact. The Xianyuan sword, while also a magical artifact, was a perfectly suitable weapon. He would seek an opportunity to test its might, he mused. Subsequently, he stowed away the Xianyuan sword and began to examine the second reward. Celestial technique, Heavenly Spirit Eye. Heavenly Spirit Eye. With a single glance, one can perceive the essence of things. This description was rather succinct, leaving Lu Ran somewhat bewildered. What did it mean? X-ray vision? Instinctively, Lu Ran turned to look at Lin Bei'er, who was sleeping in an exaggerated posture, and scrutinized her from head to toe. Without the effect of perspective, Lu Ran murmured, "What purpose does that serve?" Just as he pondered this, he suddenly noticed that Lin Bauer appeared somewhat different before him. It was not a matter of perspective. Rather, the enigmatic Lin Bauer, previously as inscrutable as an unyielding stone, now seemed to reveal certain truths. A spark ignited within him as he grasped one of Bauer's hands, intently observing her. To his astonishment, this time his thoughts could penetrate her very being, allowing him to perceive the condition within her body. What a remarkable ability this heavenly eye possesses, Lu Ran mused. Previously, he and others were unable to discern anything about Bauer, not due to his lack of prowess, but because, in the spiritual realm, it was said that even the most exalted celestial emperors could not unravel the mysteries of the Li clan. Yet here he was, capable of doing so. Eagerly, he sought to uncover the reason behind Bauer's peculiar fate, why members of the Li clan met their demise at the age of 18. However, the deeper he probed, the more bewildered he became. Within Bauer, it appeared there was nothing human at all. He recalled how she had transformed in a frenzied state, resembling a half-demon. But even a half-demon should possess vital organs, should they not? Yet, within Bauer, there existed neither flesh nor bone, nor any trace of blood or meridians. What he could perceive was merely an expanse of emptiness, as if she were a black hole cloaked in human skin. Lu Ran was left dumbfounded. In his 10,000 years on the lower realms, he had never encountered such a bizarre entity. Could this even be deemed human? Even with this newfound insight into Bauer's form, he remained unable to ascertain the cause of the Li clan's tragic fate at 18. Just then, Bauer stirred awake, her gaze still heavy with sleep as she mumbled, "Big brother, why aren't you sleeping? You should continue to rest." Lu Ran gently squeezed her hand and replied, "Oh." Bauer rolled over and resumed her slumber, her actions, words, and demeanor entirely human. Yet, intrinsically, she bore little resemblance to one. Lu Ran found himself at a loss for words. Previously, Bauer had seldom slept, dedicating her nights to cultivation to swiftly restore her vitality, cherishing every fleeting moment of consciousness. Yet now, in Lu Ran's company, she occasionally indulged in lazy mornings, clearly not of the human race. Yet possessing such traits indicated she was far from an ordinary species. One could only wonder from whence the Li clan had emerged. Never mind, Lu Ran thought. There are still 3 years ahead. I shall ponder this later. Stretching lazily, he gazed out at the night sky, continuing to wait. At the break of dawn the following morning, Xianxia came to seek Lu Ran. After knocking on the door, Lu Ran lifted the still drowsy Bauer into his arms before opening it. He instinctively glanced at Xianxia's chest, then lowered his gaze toward the mysterious area below, confirming that the celestial eye cannot see through things, rather than due to Bao's unique constitution. Lu Ran could only curl his lips in disappointment. However, his gaze on Xianxia became more discerning. With the golden immortal at the 3rd layer, she was just a fifth of her spiritual power away from breaking into the 4th layer. Indeed, the details were clearer. "Come, let me take you to the backyard," Xianxia announced. After speaking, she glanced at the still somewhat dazed Lin Bauer and couldn't help but reach out a hand, tempted to pinch her cheek. "Don't move." Lu Ran's heart skipped a beat, and Lin Bauer instantly awakened. Xianxia's hand froze in midair as she looked at Lu Ran in confusion. "Ah, my little sister. She is shy and doesn't like being touched by others. Please don't take offense," Lu Ran casually remarked. "I see, that was my oversight. Children can be like that. It's understandable," Xianxia responded with a generous spirit, seemingly unbothered. Afterwards, she led the way, guiding Lu Ran and Lin Bauer towards the backyard. As they passed through a corridor, they unexpectedly encountered Xianxia around the corner. Several attendants followed closely behind him. Xianxia was dressed in an even more exquisite python robe than the day before. "Father, are you going out?" Xianxia inquired. Xianxia cast a glance at Lu Ran before replying. "The king has summoned the lords for an audience. I am heading to the imperial palace. And you are?" Lu Ran's heart tightened. He hoped Xianxia wouldn't catch on to anything. Fortunately, Xianxia casually replied, "Just taking a stroll. The Zong residence is vast. If he wishes to become a guest of his own household, he ought to familiarize himself." This explanation seemed harmless. Xianxia considered it briefly and nodded very well. "Feel free to explore, but do not go to the backyard or the side hall. Other areas are fine." With that, he hurriedly took his leave. Lu Ran watched Xianxia's retreating figure, silently reflecting. 2 layers of celestial immortal. His celestial eye could directly discern the realm of the celestial immortal. Alongside Zhong Yinshan were two great Luo immortals, one at the third layer and the other at the fifth layer, exceedingly clear. The saying, "Know thyself, and know thy enemy," rings true. With the celestial eye in hand, the differences between friend and foe were starkly evident. Although the immortal techniques slay immortals with a sword had become somewhat obsolete, Lu Ran was thoroughly satisfied with the celestial eye. Once Zhong Yinshan had departed, Zhong Qing stuck out her tongue and said, "The backyard and side hall are forbidden areas within the residence, heavily guarded, and ordinary people are not permitted to approach." Oh! Lu Ran felt a stir of curiosity. He could understand the need for privacy in the backyard, especially if Zhong Yinshan had brought a woman back and wanted to keep his affairs undisturbed. But why was the side hall off limits? Sensing Lu Ran's intrigue, Zhong Qing casually explained, "The side hall is my father's private training ground. Even I am not allowed near it, nor can I take you to see it. However, I can take you to the backyard." Meanwhile, in the Dacian Imperial Palace, Empress Zhu Shaluo, clad in a phoenix robe, held a jade pendant in her hand. Lost in thought, before her stood a middle-aged warrior who spoke. "We have thoroughly searched all the immortal pools within a 30,000-mile radius of Dacian. Yet there is no news of Luran." The Empress paused slightly and replied, "Broaden the search area." The man hesitated, contemplating. "Expanding the range further necessitates tripling our manpower. The Martial God Alliance is watchful." Deploying such a significant force at this juncture, his words trailed off as the Empress cast him a cold glance, silencing him instantly. He could only stammer nervously, "Your Majesty, forgive my transgression. I shall make arrangements at once." Chapter 54. She will not agree within the Imperial Palace. The four dukes stood in unison a short distance from the Empress. Duke Zhong Yunsan of the State Protectorate, Duke Fu Zhenglong of the peaceful capital, Duke Du Xiuxing of the Central Pavilion, and Duke Liao Wenshan of the Grand Historian. "Your Majesty summoned us. What are your commands?" Fu Zhenglong inquired directly, his straightforward nature evident. The other three turned their attention to the Empress. Recently, the Martial God Alliance has been increasingly audacious in their actions. "Do you have any pertinent information?" the Empress asked nonchalantly, her grip unwavering on the jade pendant. The four dukes were accustomed to her demeanor. "It is troubling. The skirmishes with the Martial God Alliance have escalated due to the considerable manpower diverted to investigate the immortal pools, resulting in numerous setbacks," Fu Zhenglong stated plainly. The Empress fell silent for a few moments, offering no response, and instead looked towards Zhong Yunsan. The latter hurriedly replied, "Indeed, there have been numerous infiltrations by the Martial God Alliance, both inside and outside the Imperial City. We are diligently investigating and have already eliminated a portion of them." The Empress remarked, "In all these years, this is the first instance of such a significant infiltration into the Dacian Imperial City. If we eliminate them, more will inevitably come." "What is the reason? You eliminate them without seeking the cause?" Zhong Yunsan swallowed hard and responded, "Your Majesty, I seek to uncover the truth, but I currently possess no definitive leads." The other two, standing nearby, remained silent. The conflict between the Martial God Alliance and the Dacian dynasty predominantly revolves around martial prowess. Duke Du Xiuxing, overseeing civil affairs, was tasked with assisting the Empress in rectifying court matters and had little to do with the Martial God Alliance. Duke Liao Wenshan, as the Grand Historian, was responsible for monitoring officials and rooting out corruption, which was his primary concern. However, at this critical juncture, Duke Liao Wenshan could no longer remain silent. He spoke up, "Your Majesty, since the name Luran appeared on the Immortal Ascension list, you have dispatched a considerable number of personnel to investigate the immortal pools. Yet, I believe this course of action is ill-advised." The Empress furrowed her brow, directing her gaze at Duke Liao. While others might have refrained from speaking further, fearing the wrath of the sovereign, Liao Wenshan, known for his steadfast character and unwavering principles, continued unabated. "The 9 provinces of the Spirit Realm are vast, yet our Dacian dynasty, as well as the entire eastern region of the San domain, is but a speck. The probability of Luran ascending within the boundaries of Dacian is nearly zero. Such a fruitless allocation of resources to pursue this endeavor is merely a futile exercise. Does this not provide the Martial God Alliance with an opportunity for infiltration? In other words, if it were not for the pursuit of Luran, the Martial God Alliance would not have become so audacious." The Empress gazed at Liao Wenshan with a calm and indifferent expression, revealing no hint of her emotions. Yet, it was uncommon for anyone to dare to defy her. Liao Wenshan, undeterred, continued, "Moreover, I have heard that the king has assigned additional personnel to expand the search area, which will undoubtedly require a significant increase in military resources, a perilous endeavor. At this moment, the Empress turned her attention to the taciturn Du Xiaoxing and inquired, "What are your thoughts, Marquis Zhongting?" Du Xiaoxing appeared to have prepared his response in advance. Upon hearing the Empress's question, he promptly replied, "The Martial God Alliance has coveted the lands of the Qian for many years. Although their actions are overbearing, they're not foolish. Even with the mobilization of substantial military forces to investigate the immortal washing pool, the multitude of experts remaining inside and outside the Imperial City would deter the Martial God Alliance from acting recklessly. The king's eagerness in his search is certainly understandable." His response was ambiguous, neither denying nor supporting, but merely expressing comprehension of the king's actions. "You four have been summoned today for a few important matters," the Empress stated. The four immediately stood upright, all ears. "First, expand the search area and continue the pursuit. Regardless of the outcome, you must inform me promptly. Second, the Martial God Alliance has displayed unusual behavior recently, likely harboring ulterior motives. Marquis Pingdu and Marquis Zhenghua, you two are to oversee the defenses within and around the Imperial City with utmost vigilance. Third, there have been rampant rumors among the court officials. Marquis Taisher, from today onwards, you shall conduct a thorough investigation of all officials. Should there be any signs of disloyalty, execute them without delay. Fourth, as the Empress outlined her directives, it was evident that her attention was not solely focused on finding Lu Ran, but she remained wary of the Martial God Alliance as well. Meanwhile, within the residence of the clan lords, Zhongqing led Lu Ran to the backyard. There were indeed some guards patrolling, but recognizing Zhongqing, they refrained from questioning. The two proceeded through multiple checkpoints and entered the backyard, which seemed to have been specially crafted. Hidden within the vast estate of the clan lords was a paradise-like garden. Surrounding a serene lake were various structures arranged harmoniously. A corridor led to an island at the center of the lake. On this island, apart from the main house and two side houses, there was only a pavilion nestled amidst the blooming peach blossoms, where Tang Yingruo sat, staring blankly at the mirror-like surface of the lake, seemingly lost in thought. Her mind had likely drifted far away. The entire backyard was enveloped by a barrier, preventing entry beyond its threshold. Lu Ran stood at the entrance, and from a distance, he caught sight of the graceful figure in the pavilion on the island. His eyes narrowed slightly. Tang Yingruo had ascended one day prior to him, and after a separation of 10 days, they met again in the spirit realm. His youngest disciple, now confined like a canary, ignited a surge of anger within Lu Ran. Unbeknownst to him, Zhongqing remained oblivious to the turmoil brewing beside her. The introduction stated, "This is the place. There is a barrier ahead, preventing entry. As for that woman, I have yet to have the opportunity to converse with her." Lu Ran gazed at Tang Yingruo and quietly inquired, "Even if she were to be accepted as a disciple, do you not find it rather domineering for Zhong Yinshan to act in this manner?" Upon hearing this, Zhongqing's face revealed a hint of helplessness as she shook her head and replied, "Indeed, it is quite overbearing. However, I comprehend my father's good intentions. Furthermore, should they refuse, he will send them away from Xiazhou, which renders his actions not entirely inappropriate. A simple mind has its advantages." It seems Zhong Yinshan's words have easily swayed her thoughts. Lu Ran exhaled slowly and remarked, "The girl from Huxin Island is named Tang Yingruo." Zhongqing was taken aback, looking at Lu Ran with surprise. "Did you not say earlier that you did not know her? She ascended not long ago and was brought here by your father shortly thereafter." "She will not agree. She has a master," Lu Ran continued. "Do you truly know her?" Zhongqing was somewhat bewildered. Lu Ran then took a step forward, extending his hand slowly. With a soft sound, a transparent barrier obstructed his hand, and his palm gently pressed against the barrier. As if disturbed, the barrier rippled, revealing a massive, transparent dome enveloping the entire backyard. This was the barrier set by Zhong Yinshan. Lu Ran's eyes sparkled with intensity. With the enhancement of his heavenly spirit eye and mastery of formations, he could almost see through the barrier at a glance. Spiritual energy flowed from his palm, tracing along the barrier's intricate pathways, peeling away its layers. Complex patterns rapidly spread across the entire protective shield, and numerous spiritual runes began to slither and weave through it. Zhongqing realized something and exclaimed, "Yinan, stop." At that moment, two figures swiftly approached from beyond the backyard. They were the two Luo immortals Lu Ran had encountered earlier. Before they even arrived, one shouted, The Lord Marquis was right. Your intentions are indeed impure. Inside Huxin Island, due to the barrier, Tang Yingrao could not hear the commotion outside. Yet she could see the entire barrier beginning to tremble, perplexed by the unfolding events. Instinctively, she turned her head, and the familiar figure rendered her utterly stunned. Master. Chapter 55. How about this move? Before the person arrived, a sharp sword aura seemed poised to cleave the heavens, aimed directly at the back of Lu Ran's head. Do not strike. Hold your hand. Zhong Qing shouted. In her haste, she could not stop it. After all, she was merely a golden immortal. At this critical moment, Lin Bei'er stood in front of Lu Ran, charging forward and colliding with the sword aura. Bei'er. This cry did not come from Lu Ran, but from Zhong Qing. She was aware that Bei'er was Lu Ran's younger sister, of low cultivation. How could she withstand a sword from a Luo immortal without being instantly torn apart? Yet, Lu Ran remained unfazed. He knew Bei'er would not perish. Indeed, Lin Bei'er's petite figure collided with the sword energy, and with a resounding bang, she was sent flying. The sword energy showed no signs of abating, relentlessly pursuing her. Lu Ran, with one hand breaking the barrier and the other extending behind to support Bei'er's back, straightened his arm and resolutely blocked the formidable sword energy of the great Luo immortal. At that moment, Bei'er's small face was alight with excitement as she proudly exclaimed, "Big brother, how was that move?" In that instant, Zhong Qing was left dumbfounded. The two great Luo immortals were equally astonished. A single strike of that sword could dismember even a golden immortal. Yet, it was with sheer determination that a little girl of the Golden Core realm with yellow hair managed to withstand it. Moreover, it appeared she had sustained no injury whatsoever. Not bad. Bringing you along was indeed a splendid idea, Lu Ran affirmed to Bei'er. She chuckled gleefully. Suddenly, she shouted, big brother, to the left. To the left. Another gust of fist energy, entwined with the ferocious illusion of a tiger, roared towards them. Wherever it passed, debris exploded, walls crumbled, and dust and stones flew. Lu Ran raised an eyebrow and shifted Bei'er to the left. Boom! This punch landed squarely on Bei'er, crashing down upon her. She spat out the rubble from her mouth, glaring in displeasure at her opponent. The two great Luo immortals exchanged bewildered glances, then looked at their own bodies, beginning to doubt the authenticity of their own great Luo realm. A sword energy and a mighty punch could not defeat a mere golden core girl. Meanwhile, within the barrier, Tang Yingrao was observing this scene. Lu Ran effortlessly broke the formation with one hand, while using the other to shield Bei'er from the great Luo immortal's attacks. Remaining calm and collected, let us combine our strengths to bypass this girl and eliminate Yinan first, they declared in unison, locking eyes. Suddenly, their great Luo manifestations appeared simultaneously. The swordsman's manifestation was a soaring rock, while the one who used fists manifested as a saber-toothed tiger. Both manifestations were of beastly nature, yet inferior in quality, but Lu Ran was unperturbed. We too possess a manifestation, he proclaimed. In a flash, the war god Xingtian descended from the heavens and the earth. At that moment, crack! The barrier before Lu Ran shattered into pieces, dissipating with a thunderous roar. Tang Yingrao joyfully exclaimed as she appeared beside Lu Ran in a flash. Master, she exclaimed, her heart soaring with joy. Little did she know the despair of being captured in a moment of desperation after ascending to the spirit realm. Yet, unexpectedly, her master had come to her aid, forcefully breaking the barrier to rescue her. Under the influence of her feelings for him, her cheeks flushed, and had it not been for the distinction of their roles as master and disciple, she might have. Simultaneously, she couldn't help but gaze in astonishment at Yi Nan and the towering great Luo manifestation behind him. She had ascended a day before Lu Ran. Yet she could not control her own fate, becoming a captive, with her future uncertain. Although Lu Ran ascended a day late, he had already attained the status of a great Luo immortal. Moreover, his manifestation of the great Luo was undoubtedly of a higher caliber than that of the two others. The duo glared at him with palpable enmity. The woman brought back by Zhong Yinshan was an absolute taboo, and any misstep was impermissible. Now that the barrier had been breached, should Lu Ran attempt to flee with her, the two would face dire consequences. Thus, they wasted no time unleashing their full might and charged toward Lu Ran. Simultaneously, within the imperial palace, the empress who was engaged in orchestrating the deployment sensed the fluctuations in energy. Along with the 5 lords from the 4 corners, she instantly appeared outside the Grand Hall, gazing upwards. Despite the considerable distance, the elevated position of the palace allowed them to clearly discern the 3 manifestations. What transpired at the Zone Lord's estate? Du Xiaoxing inquired with a grin. Zhong Yunshan's expression darkened. He recognized that the 2 manifestations belonged to his own kin. But who was the one with the larger manifestation? God of War Xingtian. When did our Qian produce such a caliber of manifestation? Fu Zhenglong expressed his astonishment. The fact that a confrontation was occurring with the Zone Lord's people indicated that those involved were not from the Qian. The Martial God Alliance possessed audacity beyond measure, even infiltrating the imperial city with a great Luo immortal. Liao Wenshan, upright and indignant, exclaimed, "We must investigate." The Empress pondered for a few moments before responding. Meanwhile, within the Zone Lord's estate, Lu Ran observed the 2 attackers approaching. He raised one hand, and with a resounding impact, Xingtian's colossal shield deflected their assaults entirely. Concurrently, with the fluid grace of a flowing river, his other hand wielded a broad axe, forcing the 2 to retreat, unwilling to withstand the onslaught. In the instant that he repelled them, Lu Ran took hold of Bauer with one hand and Tang Ingruo with the other. Earth-walking immortal. In an instant, along with his manifestation, the 3 vanished into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Lu Ran was no fool. He understood the gravity of the situation, much like the earlier considerations of the Golden Immortals from the Martial God Alliance. This was the Qian Imperial City. Zhong Yunshan was himself an immortal lord, and most of the other 3 lords from the 4 corners were likely of similar standing. Not to mention the terrifying presence of the Qian Empress. Engaging in battle here, especially with a great Luo manifestation, was far too conspicuous. Delaying any further would mean being caught by the immortal lords, which would spell doom. A gentleman's revenge is not late even after a decade. Lu Ran would not require a decade, after resting for a night with Bauer by his side. His cultivation had already ascended to the 5th level of Great Luo, and he was on the cusp of the 6th. This pace of advancement made the prospect of becoming an immortal lord seem not just a dream. The 2 assailants were momentarily taken aback, hastily searching for any signs of the trio, but they had long vanished without a trace. Their bodies trembled violently, their faces drained of color. They thought to themselves, "It's over. Zhong Yunshan's prized possession has been abducted. Their negligence in safeguarding her would undoubtedly lead to a grim fate." That was Zhong Yunshan's taboo. It's a form of escape technique. They can't have gone far. We must pursue. One individual appeared pallid, gritting his teeth as he spoke. But which direction should we pursue? I'm utterly at a loss. All I know is that our adversary utilized the technique of evasion. Yet I cannot ascertain where they have fled. How can we give chase? Of course, one could not blame them entirely, for even Lu Ran himself was incapable of controlling the spatial orientation of the celestial realm. Within a 1,000-mile radius, the teleportation was entirely random. Last night, we encountered 2 individuals, one large and one small, to the north of the city. Let us investigate. The 2 could only stumble forward in blind desperation. Just as they resolved to depart, several figures appeared in the distance, traversing the void with astonishing speed, each step compressing distance as though the earth itself were shrinking. Their rapid approach stirred the clouds and howled the winds, drawing the attention of countless souls within the grand city of the Qian. In the blink of an eye, the Empress, clad in a phoenix robe, accompanied by the 4 dukes, arrived at the residence of the sect lord. The 2 great Luo immortals, including Zhongqing and the guards, turned pale, bowing in unison. They shouted loudly, "We pay our respects to your majesty." Were they? Before the Empress could react, Zhong Yunshan could no longer contain himself and bellowed at the 2. The 2 stammered, struggling for words, unable to articulate a response. It was unclear whether Zhong Yunshan's inquiry pertained to the woman or to Yinan. "Do not rush, speak slowly. Who is that great Luo immortal with the appearance of Xingtian?" Du Xiaoxing inquired with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Known by the moniker the Smiling Scholar, he appeared cultured, yet those aware of Du Xiaoxing's true nature understood the depths of his ruthlessness. "He has fled, employing some form of evasion technique that we could not thwart," the 2 replied, their faces ashen. "He has escaped and taken my people with him?" Zhong Yunshan's gaze bore down on them, a flicker of murderous intent glinting in his eyes. At that moment, the Empress stepped forward, approaching the spot where Lu Ran had stood. Her expression turned contemplative. This aura. Chapter 56. This dynasty was established for him. Observing the Empress's peculiar expression, Zhong Yunshan hastily asked, "Your Majesty, have you made a discovery?" The Empress shook her head, replying, "This aura reminds me of an old acquaintance." An old acquaintance? Zhong Yunshan was taken aback. Did that young man know the Empress? "Your Majesty, do you recognize this individual?" Zhong Yunshan inquired. The others turned their gazes toward the Empress. "I do not know him. He has ascended to the great Luo realm, and it cannot be him. The manifestation of Xing Tian indicates he is no ordinary figure. Most likely affiliated with the Martial God Alliance," the Empress stated, her brows furrowing slightly. At that juncture, Du Xiaoxing suddenly inquired cheerfully, "Zhong Yunshan, if this person is indeed from the Martial God Alliance, why has he appeared at your sect lord residence? Do you share any connections?" Backstabbing. Zhong Yunshan's countenance darkened instantly. He retorted angrily, "Du Xiaoxing, what nonsense are you spouting?" The Empress glanced at Zhong Yunshan and asked, "Then why is this person at your sect lord's residence? And why did he take away members of your household?" Zhong Yunshan's expression soured, leaving him at a loss for words. Suddenly, Zhongqing spoke up, addressing the king, "Your Majesty, he is someone I stumbled upon outside the city. I was in the midst of pursuing the people from the Martial God Alliance when I was about to take action." Zhongqing recounted the events in their entirety, including what transpired today. The information was rather overwhelming. Upon finishing, the Empress and her companions appeared somewhat taken aback. The Empress cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Yunshan and coldly remarked, "If what you say is true, that man has ascended to the Great Luo and possesses the form of Xingtian. How could he possibly be a solitary individual? Moreover, Zhang Yunshan, your intentions remain unchanged. You have captured so many women. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your motives? In these times when the Martial God Alliance is lurking, how can you still entertain such thoughts?" The Empress's words left Zhang Yunshan's complexion pale, standing awkwardly in place. However, the Empress did not linger on this topic with Zhang Yunshan. Instead, with a furrowed brow, she pondered aloud, "If that man is close to Zhongqing and has come to the Zhong Marquis house, could it be that his purpose is to retrieve the woman you have imprisoned? Whether or not he is indeed from the Martial God Alliance remains uncertain. Regardless, this individual, possessing the form of Xingtian, should not be underestimated and requires our utmost vigilance." Fu Zhenglong interjected, "Indeed." Meanwhile, Du Xiaoxing had noted another piece of information. "Zhongqing, you mentioned that the attacks from 2 great Luo immortals were repelled by a mere half-grown girl, and she emerged unscathed? What exactly transpired?" Du Xiaoxing inquired. Zhongqing, recalling the scene, wore an expression of astonishment as she described it in detail. A mere golden core could withstand the attacks of great Luo immortals without a scratch. Who else in this world, aside from the Li clan, could achieve such a feat? Du Xiaoxing exclaimed. "However, I witnessed that man holding the girl's hand, and there was nothing amiss. He is likely not from the Li clan," Zhongqing replied. "That is a valid point. Before the Li clan, all beings are equal. Even great Luo immortals would not dare to interact too closely with them. Perhaps there are other means at play. A powerful immortal treasure could facilitate such an outcome, and if it were an ancient treasure, it would be even simpler. Regardless, that man's identity is indeed remarkable." Du Xiaoxing analyzed. Even among the 4 marquises, each possessed only 1 or 2 immortal treasures, and ancient treasures were beyond their reach. Let it go for now. Did the 4 of you comprehend the previous arrangements clearly? The Empress seemed somewhat perturbed as she casually inquired. Upon receiving affirmations from the 4, she vanished in a flash. The remaining 3 marquises bid farewell to Zhang Yunshan and departed. "Father, I did not realize," Zhongqing said, looking apologetically at Zhang Yunshan. "Alas, I was too careless. I never expected a great Luo immortal could abduct someone right under my nose," Zhang Yunshan lamented, feeling a pang of regret. "Finding such a furnace is no easy task. Had I known, I would have acted more decisively. Though the comfort of the process would have diminished greatly, it would have been far better than ending up with nothing. Father, should we send someone to search for him?" Zhongqing suggested. Her impression of Lu Ran has undergone a remarkable transformation. A woman as foolishly loyal and simple-minded as she was deftly outmaneuvered by Lu Ran. Even though the Empress suspected that Lu Ran was not affiliated with the Martial God Alliance, she recognized his intent to rescue others. However, the fact that he exploited her unwavering loyalty to the Qian infuriated Zhongqing. "I have more pressing matters to attend to," Zhong Yunshan stated dismissively, subsequently surprising everyone by not punishing the 2 negligent Deluo immortals. He ventured alone into the secret chamber of the side hall. If this endeavor succeeds, such a seedling would be inconsequential. Observing the entrance to the secret chamber slowly open, Xianxia cautiously glanced around before bending down to enter. Meanwhile, the Empress returned to her palace, situated at the pinnacle of the Imperial Palace, overlooking the grand Dihuang Imperial City from the terrace. Out of habit, she retrieved a piece of jade, clenching it tightly in her palm. Unexpectedly, she murmured, "I have never mentioned my experiences in the lower realm to you, have I?" In the seemingly empty palace, as her words echoed, a dark figure gradually materialized. It was another woman, silently standing beside the Empress, offering no words. The Empress appeared accustomed to this presence, continuing to speak to herself. "During my time in the lower realm, I never expressed any interest in cultivation. At that time, I was merely the crown princess of the Xianxia dynasty. My tranquil life was shattered when I turned 8. I witnessed the tragic deaths of my father and mother, and watched as the dynasty crumbled, countless people displaced, and royal members cruelly beheaded one after another. Only those who have endured nightmares can truly grow. Yet, I cultivate not to restore Xianxia or seek revenge, but simply to live well." At this juncture, the Empress's tone momentarily faltered, softening as she continued. "It was he who rescued me from the brink of death." He. The Empress hesitated, seemingly burdened with countless words, yet ultimately shook her head, adding, "This dynasty was built for him, hoping he would ascend to the spiritual realm and enjoy its fruits. I would grant him anything: artifacts, elixirs, divine abilities, and the vast heritage of Dihuang, all for him." The woman beside her, with a calm gaze, slightly shifted her eyes but remained silent. The Empress's tone grew resolute. "I will find him. I understand the intentions of the Martial God Alliance, and I shall not yield an inch of Dihuang's territory." At this very moment, Lu Ran, accompanied by Lin Baoer and Tang Yingrua, had already departed from the Dihuang Imperial City. By the riverside, Lu Ran, while using his spiritual power to evaporate the water from their bodies, awkwardly remarked, "There's no helping it. I couldn't control the direction. Who knows how we ended up emerging from the river?" Upon finishing, he removed a pebble that was precariously balanced on Baoer's head. Baoer, unfatzit, found the teleportation technique rather fascinating and was filled with excitement. Tang Yingrua's eyes were filled with admiration for Lu Ran as she stood obediently by his side, awaiting his spiritual energy to evaporate the river water clinging to her. It felt as though she had returned to the lower realm, spending her days in devoted practice alongside Lu Ran. "Hello, little sister. I am Tang Yingrua." She courteously attempted to greet Lin Baoer, only to be halted by Lu Ran. "She is of the Li tribe. You must not approach her," he cautioned. Tang Yingrua, still in the dark, was momentarily stunned by the revelation of such an extraordinary race existing in this world. At the same time, she felt a pang of astonishment at the fact that Baoer had merely 3 years left, although Baoer had long since become accustomed to her fate. Tang Yingrua swiftly redirected the conversation, inquiring, "Master, where are we headed now?" Lu Ran waved his hand dismissively. "We are not going anywhere. We shall remain here for a few days before returning to Dihuang to deal with Xianxia. A few days here will be sufficient for you to advance to Celestial Monarch." He added with fervor, "A true man must avenge his grievances." Then he remarked, "Yingrua, you need not accompany us. Baoer will follow me. If we can strike him down with a mere touch, splendid. If not, I shall deliver the finishing blow." Chapter 57. Advancement to Celestial Monarch. 7 days later. Today marked the 7th day, and the previous 6 days of sign-ins were utterly wasted. Lu Ran leaned against the trunk of a tree, his brow furrowed in deep thought. He had initially believed that arriving in the spirit realm would enhance the probability of exceptional rewards from sign-ins, yet the trio had spent 6 days by this riverbank. Each day's sign-in yielded nothing but mundane rewards, basic elixirs and cultivation resources, devoid of even a single ordinary divine ability. The earthly walk divine ability, though a common skill, had proven quite useful. How peculiar! Could it be related to my experiences? Lu Ran pondered. There exists a providence that governs all. The system's purpose is undoubtedly to assist the traveler, as evidenced by his recent experiences. It appeared that Lu Ran only received noteworthy rewards during sign-ins when he had either undergone or was about to undergo significant events, yielding critical hits. For instance, during his time at the E-Sword Pavilion, when he lacked the strength to confront a Golden Immortal, he required formidable resources. Thus, before battling the Golden Immortal, he achieved 2 critical hits, one granting immunity to Golden Immortal attacks, and another capable of obliterating a Golden Immortal. Such a precise correlation inevitably led Lu Ran to suspect that the rewards from sign-ins were not random at all. Consider the current situation. Having lingered by this forested river for 6 days without engaging in any noteworthy activities, it followed that the rewards from his sign-ins were disappointingly ordinary. If this line of reasoning held true, then as he stood on the brink of advancing to Celestial Monarch, and with the intention of confronting Xianxia thereafter, today's sign-in would likely yield something extraordinary. Such musings arose from his past 10,000 years of sign-ins in the lower realm, which had indeed been random. Therefore, it was merely speculation that the sign-ins in the spirit realm differed from those in the lower realm. Yet, Lu Ran was in no rush to sign in. He intended to wait until after his advancement to Celestial Monarch. Bower nestled beside him, her eyes narrowed in slumber. Tang Yingruo sought out various mountain delicacies and, after simple preparation, offered them to Lu Ran. This was how things were in the mortal realm, although they had long since surpassed the fasting period down below. She knew of Lu Ran's fondness for such fare. Master, once we conclude our matters with the Zhongho mansion, shall we return to the Blue Sect? Tang Yingruo presented a roasted leg of an unfamiliar bird to Lu Ran, who accepted it casually. Taking a bite, he shook his head slightly. The flavor leaves much to be desired. I shall teach you the secret recipe later. He jested, knowing full well that his culinary skills were indeed exemplary. After swallowing his mouthful, he continued, once we've dealt with the Zhongho mansion, I will escort you back to the Blue Sect, but I must journey to Zhongzhou afterward. Upon hearing this, Tang Yingruo felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Must you leave so soon? Master, your strength has increased so rapidly. Would it not be wise to wait until your realm is sufficiently high before departing? Naturally, she was reluctant to part ways with Lu Ran. He could discern her feelings and shook his head. There is no need to wait. As for the Blue Sect, it will not remain in Xianxia forever. You will understand in due time. In the days that followed, Lu Ran recounted his experiences since ascending to the spirit realm, including the emergence of his fellow disciples and the establishment of the Blue Sect. Tang Yingruo listened with great admiration, longing for the opportunity to return to the Blue Sect, particularly under Lu Ran's guidance. Conversely, Tang Yingruo's journey had been fraught with adversity. Upon her ascension, she found herself alone and was even captured by Zhou Wei, who coveted her beauty. Had it not been for Xianxia recognizing her talent, her fate would have been dire. However, she soon realized that Xianxia was not a benevolent figure either. Had Lu Ran not come to her rescue, her outcome would have scarcely been better than if she had remained with Zhou Wei. Lu Ran, meanwhile, mused to himself as he contemplated his own cultivation level. I believe I am on the cusp of a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Deluo. He felt the impending transition would occur within half an hour. Yet, he was somewhat perplexed. Ascension required a heavenly opportunity and comprehension, and he had been stuck for 100,000 years. Advancing to the Deluo necessitated a Dharma image, which could be acquired through personal understanding or from the remains of Deluo immortals. But what was required to ascend to the position of an immortal monarch? He worried about potentially facing another obstacle, which would be quite embarrassing. With no immortal monarch present to consult, he could only hope for a stroke of luck. About half an hour later, as the three were engaged in idle conversation, Lu Ran suddenly paused, looking down at his body in astonishment. Master, what is it? Tang Yingruo inquired, noticing Lu Ran's unusual reaction. It seems, he began, but before he could finish, the tree trunk behind him suddenly erupted. Without warning, a Dharma image shot forth, and the colossal form of the war god, Xingtian, loomed large, exuding an overwhelming presence. Tang Yingruo was forcefully pushed back several paces by the unexpected appearance of the Dharma image, gazing at Lu Ran in astonishment. As for Bower, her situation was about to take a turn for the worse. He leaned beside Lu Ran. In the instant the Dharma manifestation shattered, whoosh, she was directly propelled away. Her entire body lay sprawled by the nearby stream, tasting the mud, as she looked at Lu Ran in astonishment. Master, big brother, what on earth are you doing? The two women, one older and one younger, gazed at Lu Ran in bewilderment. I have no idea. It seems I am about to advance. But I cannot control my Dharma manifestation, Lu Ran said with a grave expression. Not only that, but even Lu Ran's body began to grow sluggish and somewhat rigid. He attempted to stand up. Yet, even such a simple action required every ounce of strength he could muster. What is happening? Lu Ran felt a surge of panic. Is this the normal process of advancing to a celestial monarch, or is there some other issue at hand? Lu Ran was at a loss, and no one came to answer his queries. He wished to take action, but at that moment, the rigidity intensified, rendering him utterly immobile. Meanwhile, behind him, The Dharma manifestation of Xianxia stood silently, motionless, yet a peculiar force field, akin to a barrier, gradually expanded, swiftly enveloping Tang Yingrua and Lin Bei'er. However, the two seemed oblivious to anything amiss. Only Lu Ran could sense it. This is bad, I can't move. Lu Ran felt exasperated. Had he known that advancing to a celestial monarch would result in this predicament, he would have fled much farther. But now it was too late. If he were to attract the attention of the Empress of Dihuang and the celestial monarchs of Zongyun Mountain, and they came to eliminate him prematurely, that would be truly embarrassing. Yet, Lu Ran's concerns did not materialize. His location was on the western side of the mountain range, 800 miles from Dihuang, with the main ridge of the mountains conveniently obstructing him. Thus, there was no need to worry about drawing Dihuang's attention. However, unexpectedly, another group became aware of his presence. At the foot of the mountain, extending outward for 20 miles, a group clad in black robes, their heads shrouded in heavy cloaks, flew close to the ground at remarkable speed. The moment the Dharma manifestation of Xianxia appeared, this group halted abruptly, gazing in astonishment. The leading figure in black paused briefly, then exclaimed in surprise, "Someone is advancing to a celestial monarch there." The individuals beside him cautiously remarked, "Commander Chun. Could it be someone from Dihuang?" The leading man pondered, "There are no individuals in Dihuang qualified to advance to a celestial monarch. The Empress would never permit them to ascend in such a desolate area, but it certainly cannot be one of our martial god alliance." After a few moments of contemplation, he declared, "Let's go see if they're friend or foe." The awakening of the war god Xianxia's celestial domain is beyond my imagination. The martial god alliance is currently in a state of enmity with Dihuang. At this critical juncture, the emergence of such a being, the war god Xianxia advancing to a celestial monarch, could either bolster their ranks tremendously if an ally or necessitate immediate elimination if an adversary. Chapter 58. The Terror of the Li Ethnic Girl. The movements of the group were swift. While Lu Ran was still attempting to regain control over his body, they had already reached the opposite side. The sudden appearance of several figures cloaked in black sent a wave of tension through Tang Yingrua and Lin Bei'er. Lu Ran furrowed his brow. With these shadowy figures before him, he could not even move. If they harbored any ill intentions, it would spell disaster. He had initially intended to utilize his Tianling eye for insight, but soon realized that he was utterly incapacitated. His ability to move and all his powers had vanished. Now, he could only pray that their adversaries were golden immortals and not the Luo immortals. For Lu Ran could withstand the attacks of golden immortals without fear. Lin Bei'er also possessed an immortal body, so she was similarly unconcerned, but Tang Yingrua found herself in a precarious situation. Simultaneously, Lu Ran hoped that his Xianxia manifestation would intimidate them into retreating. Alas, his wishes were in vain. One of the black-cloaked figures laughed heartily and remarked, "Indeed, you are not one of our martial god alliance. Without guards or protective formations, you have boldly advanced. What audacity you possess." A jolt of alarm surged through Lu Ran's heart. They knew he was advancing? He forced himself to remain calm and retorted, "Knowing that I am advancing, you dare approach? Do you not fear that I shall slay you?" As soon as his words fell, the black-cloaked figures erupted into laughter. To advance to the immortal monarch level requires at least an hour. During this time, you can do nothing. Do you expect to intimidate us with such threats? Upon hearing this, Lu Ran's brows knitted tighter. It appeared that his current immobility was indeed a consequence of his ascension to the immortal monarch level. The black-cloaked figures glanced at Tang Yingrua and Lin Bei'er, then spoke in unison, "Since you are not part of our martial god alliance, you shall be slain. At this critical juncture, if we cannot recruit you, we shall not allow you to become obstacles in our path. That woman is quite lovely. She would serve to relieve my pent-up frustrations. Huh, I fancy that little one. She shall be mine." As they spoke, each drew their weapons. Simultaneously, behind the black-cloaked figures, a series of Deluo manifestations appeared in unison. Lu Ran felt a surge of dread. There were 7 black-cloaked figures in total. The first 6 were all Deluo immortals. This was dire. The last black-cloaked figure remained still, seemingly the leader. Though the immortal monarch cannot move, his protective spiritual treasures and bodily strength remain intact. "Let us all strike with full force and slay him," one of the black-cloaked figures shouted. "After all, he is merely a peak Deluo immortal in the process of ascension. Do not underestimate him." As soon as those words were uttered, Lu Ran's eyes caught sight of a petite figure swiftly approaching. Turning his head, he was astonished to find it was the little girl. Lin Bauer moved with remarkable speed, drawing near to the adversaries without launching an attack, her gaze resolute. Seeking death, one of the black-cloaked figures exclaimed, prepare to strike. However, he was halted by another. You cannot kill her. I have yet to savor the moment. The figure in the black robe exclaimed. Only then did his companion abandon the attack. Since you have taken a liking to her, take care of her yourself. If you strike now, she may meet a tragic end, and then you'll have to act swiftly. In their eyes, this young girl was merely a fledgling at the Golden Core stage, incapable of breaching their protective auras, and thus they felt no fear. Rest assured, I shall render her unconscious first, and then we shall deal with that fellow, he declared, extending his hand. An immense force suddenly drew Lin Bauer close to him. With a snap, he grasped her neck, though not with excessive force. Girl, it would be wise for you to await my pleasure, he leered, licking his lips. As he spoke, he abruptly noticed the peculiar smile on the girl's face. He froze in shock. Just as he intended to utter more words, an unsettling sensation washed over him. With a swift motion, he flung Lin Bauer away. However, his companion was nearby, and the instant Lin Bauer was thrown, she swung her small arm. Smack! Her tiny palm struck the face of the black-clad man who had intended to make a move. Something's wrong. My Dihuang. Damn it, this girl has poisoned me. The first figure in black cried out in terror. After shouting, he hastily settled into a meditative posture. He felt as though his Dihuang had transformed into an insatiable abyss, voraciously consuming the surrounding spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. This unrefined energy surged into his Dihuang, mingling with chaotic emotions that coursed through his body. He felt as if his very bones were about to shatter, and his Dihuang was swelling to the point of explosion. He struggled to control this bizarre phenomenon, yet found it utterly impossible. Meanwhile, the black-robed man who had been slapped by Lin Bauer, furious and humiliated, aimed to kill her immediately. Yet, upon witnessing his companion's strange reaction, he was taken aback. Suddenly, he comprehended the reason behind his companion's response and quickly settled into a meditative position as well. Do not approach that girl. She is from the Li tribe. It seemed this man possessed some insight. However, insight proved futile, as his own Dihuang was also indiscriminately and voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Bang! In mere moments, the first black-robed man's Dihuang could no longer withstand the pressure and exploded. His body twisted grotesquely from the dispersing energy, leading to his demise. Soon after, the second black-robed man met the same fate. Bang! His Dihuang burst as well, causing the grand manifestation behind them to vanish without a trace. The remaining black-robed figures were left aghast, retreating a considerable distance while casting fearful glances at Lin Bauer, a member of the Li tribe. Is this girl truly one of them? Damn it, a young girl from the Li clan in the Golden Core stage is unexpectedly formidable. Forget about her. Let us take action and kill. Li clan members are not to be trifled with. The group of black-robed figures exchanged glances, resolute in their decision to confront Lu Ran directly. Lin Bauer's petite face tightened. Once her identity as a member of the Li clan was revealed, her chance for approach vanished. Unless she were to go berserk. Yet, even in her frenzied state, she would merely reach the true Immortal Realm. Utterly futile. Tang Yingruo's complexion turned pale as she drew her sword. This blade was a gift from Lu Ran during their time in the lower realms. Powered by Qi, it was rendered useless in the spirit realm without spiritual energy, akin to a mere iron weapon. Moreover, at her true immortal level, she would be powerless against a great Luo immortal, unable to withstand even a single finger. Nevertheless, she stood her ground, fear gnawing at her insides. Yet her gaze remained resolute as she shielded Lu Ran. Lu Ran had mentioned that those who came into contact with Lin Bauer would meet a dire fate. While she had listened, it always felt somewhat fantastical. Yet now, the two great Luo immortals touched by Lin Bauer had exploded into nothingness. Such terrifying power. Yingruo, we must go, Lu Ran commanded in a low tone. His concern lay not with Lin Bauer, but with Yingruo. In the presence of a great Luo immortal, Tang Yingruo was no more significant than an ant. He understood that if a great Luo immortal sought her demise, her chances of survival were nil. Just then, the black-robed figures prepared to strike. However, unexpectedly, the lead man, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. With a hum, a divine apparition wielding a colossal blade suddenly manifested behind him. In comparison, The other great Luo immortals' manifestations appeared rather shabby. Lu Ran regarded the figure, his brow furrowing. Although he could not utilize his heavenly eye, he sensed that this individual was no ordinary great Luo immortal. Could he be an immortal lord? Lu Ran's heart sank, fearing he might be exceptionally unlucky. As the black-robed figures witnessed their leader prepare for action, they instinctively moved aside to grant him space. Yet in the next moment, with a sudden thrust, a black blade manifested in the man's hand, silently sweeping through the air and severing the heads of the two nearest black-robed figures. The remaining two black-robed figures were left dumbfounded. Commander Chun, what? How could you? Lu Ran, Tang Yingruo, and Lin Baoer were equally astonished. What was happening? Why were they turning against their own? The man uttered not a word. Raising his blade once more, he aimed it at the other two, preparing to strike. A series of blade energies shot forth like a long rainbow. The two instinctively attempted to evade, exchanging glances, their speed escalating to its peak as they resolved to flee. Yet miraculously, the divine apparition behind the man leaped forward, blocking their path as if it were a living being. Then, with a swift motion, the blade fell. The blade energy weaved itself into a vast net, intertwining seamlessly. The bodies of the two individuals were, unsurprisingly, cleaved into several chunks, cascading to the ground, while the divine manifestation behind them dissipated into nothingness. Thus, apart from the man, all the subordinates of the cloaked figure had perished. Meanwhile, the divine manifestation rejoined the man, vanishing from sight. Lu Ran watched in astonishment. The divine manifestation could detach from the physical body? What sorcery was this? The cloaked figure turned to Lu Ran, suddenly bursting into laughter. Master, it's been ages. Watching you suffer is quite delightful. Ha. With that, he removed the hood of his cloak, revealing a relatively handsome face, with delicate brows, a square jaw, and most notably, a prominent mole at the corner of his mouth. By the heavens, it's you. You little matchmaker. Lu Ran exclaimed in surprise. It's been far too long since you called me that, master. How refreshing. The man not only took no offense, but seemed to relish the moment. Squinting in delight as he approached Lu Ran, Tang Yingruo and Lin Baoer were instinctively poised to obstruct him. Yingruo, it's all right. He has family, Lu Ran reassured them. Are these two your junior sisters? The elder is beautiful, and the younger is adorable. Master, you certainly have an eye for talent, the man remarked. He then introduced himself. Greetings, junior sisters. I am Chen Dashin, a disciple of the Blue Sect. With Lu Ran's affirmation, Tang Yingruo and Lin Baoer sighed in relief. Lu Ran continued. Yingruo is my youngest disciple. If you've been keeping an eye on the Ascension rankings, you'd know she ascended just yesterday. The younger one is Lin Baoer. She isn't my disciple, but a native of the Spirit Realm, a member of the Li tribe. Chen Dashin suddenly slapped his forehead and took several large steps back, distancing himself from Baoer. I almost forgot about that, he said. Chen Dashin was also Lu Ran's disciple, a swordsman. Though somewhat lacking in intellect, his talent was exceptional. Later, as Chen Dashin sat across from Lu Ran, he glanced at Tang Yingruo and said, Please don't hold it against me, junior sister. I've indeed been watching the Ascension rankings, but only focused on Master S name, neglecting the others. Haha. Tang Yingruo smiled, indicating it was no issue. Chen Dashin then turned to Lu Ran. Master, it's only been a few days since your ascension, hasn't it? Have you even reached 10 days? And yet, you've already advanced to a celestial lord? Incredible, as expected of you. But how did you manage to advance in such a desolate wilderness? Quite perilous. Lu Ran rolled his eyes and inquired, I had no experience. Who knew advancing to a celestial lord would render me immobile? By the way, what is your current realm? How can your great Luo divine manifestation still venture out to battle? Chen Dashin replied, That is how it is for celestial lords. Lu Ran's eyes brightened. Chen Dashin had indeed reached the celestial lord stage. His talent was truly remarkable. According to Chen Dashin, the celestial lord realm was quite unique, marking the beginning of a qualitative transformation into immortality. It could be considered an advanced version of the great Luo immortal, as the abilities of a celestial lord primarily relied on their great Luo divine manifestation. The process of ascending to a celestial lord was essentially the awakening of the immortal domain. The realm of immortals will manifest varying enhancements based on the distinct nature of the dermic form. This implies that a subpart dermic form will become even less effective once one ascends to the status of an immortal sovereign. Conversely, an exceptional dermic form will yield even more formidable capabilities upon ascension. Furthermore, the dermic form of the Great Luo can engage in combat independently, detached from the physical body. The dermic form of a Great Luo immortal resembles a powerful battle aid, akin to an enormous exoskeleton, executing combat maneuvers in perfect synchrony with its master. In contrast, the dermic form of an immortal sovereign, while more potent, resembles a puppet capable of independent combat, albeit still requiring the master's guidance. The dermic form, in its essence, lacks sentience and self-awareness. The amplification effects of the Immortal Realm, combined with the manipulable dermic form, render the combat prowess of an immortal sovereign truly terrifying. Thus, the recently expanded barrier-like entity is indeed my realm of immortals? Lu Ran inquired curiously. The range varies according to the grade of the dermic form. Mine is considered a mid-tier form, encompassing a radius of 10 miles. Naturally, as one's realm advances, this range will gradually expand, but the foundation remains paramount. A superior dermic form signifies a broader base range, Chun Dashin elaborated. Currently, as a second-tier immortal sovereign, Chun Dashin's realm extends only 12 miles, which is neither large nor small. Lu Ran fell silent, for his own realm had already expanded to a span of 20 miles. After Ascension, although the dermic form can detach from the body, its operational range is confined to the realm of immortals. Exceeding this boundary will result in an automatic return to the original form, Chun Dashin explained. Hence, the larger the realm of immortals, the greater the advantage in battle. To vanquish foes from dozens of miles away is indeed a remarkable feat. I wonder how long until the Ascension is complete, Lu Ran mused. Your Ascension has been ongoing for about half an hour. It will conclude soon, Chun Dashin reassured. Are you now affiliated with the Martial God Alliance? Lu Ran queried. Indeed. I am one of the 6 leaders of the Martial God Alliance, under the command of the Alliance Master, Lu Junyan, Chun Dashin affirmed. It seems you are faring quite well, Lu Ran remarked, astonished by Chun Dashin's rise. This fellow, seemingly simple-minded, has surprisingly climbed quite high. Well, you know me. I tend to be lazy. Many of my senior brothers and sisters have established their own sects, but I couldn't be bothered. Having a high realm, I joined the Martial God Alliance during the Great Luo Immortal Era, Chun Dashin chuckled. He then shared with Lu Ran an intriguing piece of news. Chun Dashin had brought his companions to secretly infiltrate the Great Qian Imperial City and lay in ambush. The Martial God Alliance plans to gather a grand army in 10 days to utterly annihilate the Great Qian dynasty and secure its dominion over the Eastern Territories. So, the Martial God Alliance is on the brink of war with the Great Qian? Lu Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement. When the clam and the heron contend, it is the fisherman who benefits. Initially, I had no intentions to incite conflict, but after your Ascension, this notion took root in my mind. If the Martial God Alliance can unify the eastern territories of the Tsang domain, it will be far easier to arrange for intelligence regarding your whereabouts, Chun Dashin remarked. Do not be deceived by his seemingly simple mind. This notion, in fact, holds merit. Otherwise, with the Martial God Alliance and the Qian faction at odds, where would one find the opportunity to seek out news of Lu Ran? However, it was unexpected that you ascended in Xia Prefecture, so close to me. This is remarkable. Master, Chun Dashin exclaimed with excitement. At that moment, Lu Ran's Xingtian avatar suddenly trembled, then dissipated and returned. Lu Ran's body regained its mobility, perception, abilities, and thoughts. All restored. He could now easily discern Chun Dashin's realm. Indeed, he was at the second level of the Immortal Monarch. Simultaneously, Lu Ran's own strength had advanced to that of an immortal monarch, a stark contrast to his previous state. Master, your avatar is the war god Xingtian, truly exceptional. What is the extent of your immortal domain? What capabilities does it possess? Chun Dashin inquired eagerly. Lu Ran's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied. Not too shabby, a radius of 100 miles. As for the capabilities of the domain, Chapter 60, the guillotine and the indestructible body. 100 miles. Chun Dashin's eyes widened in astonishment. Is 100 miles not satisfactory? Lu Ran asked, genuinely lacking a frame of reference. Not just satisfactory. Thus far, the widest immortal domain I have encountered measures only 50 miles. Chun Dashin exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Ran's immortal domain had an astonishing base radius of 100 miles. As he advanced, the range would only increase. By the way, the immortal domain you mentioned possesses unique effects. What are they? Lu Ran inquired. Each individual's effects vary and are derived from their avatar. For instance, my domain enhances the attack capabilities of sword cultivators, though the amplification is not particularly significant. Xianxia explained. Is that so? Is that the sole effect of the immortal domain? Lu Ran asked, somewhat taken aback. Indeed, the result is merely a slight amplification of attacks. Is that truly what one calls an immortal domain? One could learn a minor explosive technique that provides a much greater enhancement. Cough cough, that's just my domain. It's not that impressive. The more formidable the avatar, the more potent the effects. For instance, your war god Xianxia, Master, you should activate the domain and sense it, Xianxia said, scratching his head awkwardly yet filled with anticipation. Lu Ran's war god Xianxia avatar was the highest caliber he had ever witnessed. Superb. The capabilities of this domain were bound to be extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Lu Ran concentrated, and the immortal domain rapidly expanded. Although somewhat clumsy in its initial use, he quickly realized that he could freely control its range. Moreover, the abilities inherent to the domain became immediately clear to him, as if it were an extension of his own hand, revealing its capacity without the need for training or familiarization. I see now. It appears to carry a portion of the power of the heavenly Tao's rules, Lu Ran mused. Power of the rules? Truly? What effects does it entail? Xianxia's eyes widened in astonishment. Anything that carries the power of the heavenly Tao is undeniably extraordinary, Lu Ran declared. Guillotine, Lu Ran concluded. Xianxia felt a bit bewildered. However, he quickly realized that Lu Ran's war god Xianxia was, in essence, headless. Could this be related? Or perhaps it was connected to the giant axe wielded by the war god. As Lu Ran continued, he suddenly interjected, startling Xianxia. Huh? 2 abilities? This left Xianxia in a state of confusion. Is that so strange? Lu Ran inquired. It's not strange, merely unfamiliar. How could the realm of immortals possess 2 abilities? Xianxia exclaimed in astonishment. The only plausible explanation was that Lu Ran's law avatar was exceptionally formidable, a hallmark of a supreme law avatar. Master, please elucidate the functions of these 2 abilities, Xianxia implored eagerly. Lu Ran replied, the guillotine, as the name suggests, is for decapitation. Within the confines of my domain, it is influenced by certain celestial rules, causing heads to fall. The indestructible body serves as a defense, embodying a fragment of heavenly defensive laws, significantly enhancing physical strength. Both abilities are contingent upon the realm of immortals. The broader the range, the weaker the effects. The narrower the scope, the stronger the impact. When Lu Ran fully expanded his immortal domain to 100 miles, the effects of both abilities became rather mediocre. However, it could still ensure that all heads of golden immortals and below would fall within that radius. There was no need for an attack. The rules enforced it directly. It could also guarantee that attacks from golden immortals and below would be rendered entirely ineffective. Yet this was somewhat superfluous, as Lu Ran could already immunize himself from golden immortal attacks. Those below the golden immortal level could not breach Lu Ran's defenses. As for the Luo immortals, while they could typically inflict damage on Lu Ran when exerting their full might, the expansion of his domain and the enhancement of defensive rules made it exceedingly difficult for even them to harm him. Moreover, when Lu Ran compressed the realm of immortals, he could also immunize himself against attacks from the Luo immortals. In fact, when Lu Ran narrowed his immortal domain to a mere meter around himself, under such extreme compression, even the attacks from immortal sovereigns could be mostly nullified. The indestructible body lived up to its name, and Lu Ran nodded affirmatively. As for the guillotine, its effectiveness was not particularly explosive in one-on-one combat. However, in a conflict between 2 factions, its impact would be unrivaled, expanding the realm of immortals. A single guillotine could behead a 1,000,000-strong army. After all, any force aspiring to assemble a large army could not consist solely of the Luo immortals, could it? As long as one had not reached the Luo immortal realm, they could not escape the guillotine's retribution within a 100-mile radius. Moreover, this punishment was a ruthless celestial decree that disregarded any defenses. Xianxia listened in a daze to Lu Ran's exposition, swallowing hard. Master, your realm of immortals is truly terrifying. In comparison to his own realm, it was as if they were 2 entirely different entities. Through Xianxia's description, Lu Ran increasingly appreciated the rarity of the Xianxia law avatar. Simultaneously, his curiosity about the identity of that skeletal figure grew. To possess such a visage, one must surely be an exceptional individual from Xia Prefecture, However, to meet their demise in a secluded chamber of Mount Li is truly peculiar. The guillotine beheads all, and combined with the indestructible body, I am nearly invincible among the celestial lords, mused Lu Ran, a faint smile gracing his lips. With the innate ancient treasure, the Kongtong seal of heaven in hand, and the innate ancient treasure, the Xianyuan sword of heaven as my weapon, I am endowed with sacred veins and jade bones within, and an impervious domain without. Is this not invincibility? I too am invincible, interjected Lin Bayer. In an instant, the superiority Lu Ran had just felt dissipated. In terms of invincibility, Lin Bayer was the true embodiment, while Lu Ran still risked stumbling in the depths of adversity. All right, you are invincible, Lu Ran retorted with a hint of annoyance. He then turned to Chen Dashin, saying, Matchmaker, you... Before he could finish, Chen Dashin awkwardly interrupted. Master, I am a celestial now. Please refrain from calling me Matchmaker. It would be quite embarrassing if others heard. Very well, Matchmaker, Lu Ran nodded. Take Tang Yingrua to Yulong Valley, where the Lan sect and Z Mansion reside. I will provide you with a map. Although he could summon the Z Mansion, it would serve little purpose. The presence of several great Luo celestials would not be advantageous and could easily attract the attention of the Qian. Master, what about you? Chen Dashin was also quite eager about the Lan sect and Z Mansion, but it seemed from Lu Ran's words that he would not be going. I still seek vengeance. The Daqian National Duke captured members of my Lan sect. This cannot simply be overlooked, Lu Ran replied. Now that I possess the strength, I shall slay Zhong Yunshan without hesitation. You intend to kill Zhong Yunshan? Questioned Chen Dashin. What of him? He is merely a friend. Lu Ran cast a sidelong glance at Chen Dashin. Well, not exactly. Zhong Yunshan is the traitor I am to encounter into Qian's imperial city. Alongside him is Du Xiuxing. These two have already been turned, and they will collaborate with the Martial God Alliance to bring down to Qian, Chen Dashin explained. Oh, Lu Ran expressed surprise, having not considered this angle. Thus, 2 of the 4 dukes of the Qian have been turned, coupled with your infiltration of the imperial city. They could easily dismantle the Qian, Lu Ran remarked. That is indeed the plan. However, we must remain cautious of the Qian's empress. She is notoriously enigmatic, and while she too is a celestial lord, her strength is formidable. It is rumored she has hidden experts by her side, making her difficult to contend with. Chen Dashin cautioned, let us not concern ourselves with that. Our priority is to eliminate Zhong Yunshan first. Lu Ran shook his head, dismissing the matter. Let the 2 factions battle it out, and we shall see if we can reap the benefits. By the way, before we proceed, I have yet to check in today. This was also to validate Lu Ran's previous suspicions regarding the check-in rules. He silently chanted the words to check in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a critical hit for this check-in. Congratulations, host. You have gained a cultivation reward of 10. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the formation, 9 Curves Yellow River Formation. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the celestial technique, 9 transformations to oneness. Chapter 61. 9 transformations to oneness. Indeed, a critical hit. Lu Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he could not yet fully ascertain whether the sign-in system's triggering mechanism was based on daily actions rather than being entirely random, if his conjecture proved accurate, it could lead to significant advancement. He eagerly examined the effects of the 2 rewards. The cultivation reward, which had multiplied tenfold, no longer concerned him, as his cultivation was progressing rapidly. However, the rewards, especially the critical hit rewards, were absolutely astounding. The 9 Curves of the Yellow River Formation. Banish the immortal's spirit. Trap the immortal's form. Deplete the immortal's chi. Destroy the immortal's essence. Sever the immortal's body. Immortals entering this formation become mortals, and mortals entering this formation face obliteration. Lu Ran felt a tremendous shock within him. This 9 Curves of the Yellow River Formation was specifically designed to target immortals. This further confirmed Lu Ran's speculation about whether the sign-in system was truly random. The previous 2 critical hits had been aimed directly at golden immortals, which was due to his own inadequacy at that level at the time. But now, as an immortal monarch, the critical hit reward of the 9 Curves of the Yellow River Formation was terrifyingly powerful. Although the specific realm of the immortals was not indicated, Lu Ran surmised that it could suppress all beings below the immortal monarch level. However, according to the description, the arrangement of the 9 Curves of the Yellow River Formation was exceedingly complex. Firstly, the range was vast. The formation was immense enough to encompass the entire Dihuang Imperial City and a surrounding area of 30 miles. The one deploying the formation needed to spend at least 3 days traversing the area to set it up. Yet, this was merely the foundational structure of the formation. To activate it, one's cultivation level must be sufficiently high. Additionally, a powerful magical artifact was required to serve as the formation's base and core. As for time, Lu Ran was indifferent. 3 days was a minor inconvenience. Regarding the powerful magical artifact core, he instantly thought of the Kongtong Seal of Heaven. The Kongtong Seal inherently possessed a suppressive effect, making it a perfect match for the 9 curves of the Yellow River Formation. Next came the second reward, the Immortal Technique. 9 transformations to 1. The ultimate numbers of heaven and earth begin with 1 and end with 9, allowing one to completely replicate their own Dharma form into 9 avatars for manipulation. The explanation was crystal clear. 9 avatars of Xianxia, Lu Ran muttered, unable to suppress a smirk. It was extraordinarily formidable. If he were at the Great Luo Immortal level, the 9 avatars would seem less impactful. However, at the Immortal Monarch stage, the Dharma form could be controlled externally. Just imagine, when battling another Immortal Monarch, with a mere thought, the 9 war gods would emerge. In a realm of immortals spanning 100 miles, the 9 war gods would ravage all in their path. Who could withstand such power? With 1 immortal technique and 1 formation, Lu Ran was exceedingly pleased with these 2 critical hit rewards. Will the Martial God Alliance strike against Dihuang in 10 days? Lu Ran inquired. Rest assured, I have fanned the flames. The Martial God Alliance is well prepared. Initially, it was nearly certain that they could subdue the Dihuang dynasty, Chun Dashan replied. Initially? Lu Ran was taken aback. Yes, initially, before the Lan clan intervened, Chun Dashan chuckled. You appear rather dull, yet you comprehend what needs to be understood. Indeed, this situation is advantageous for the Blue Sect, Lu Ran remarked. Upon hearing this, Chun Dashan's expression regained its calmness as he cautiously replied, Master, there is nothing wrong with reaping the benefits of others, but this time, the Martial God Alliance has outside assistance. Oh, Lu Ran was taken aback. It is merely a rumor that Lu Junyan has secretly contacted a certain faction, though I am not well versed in the specifics. They seem to have established some form of mutual benefit, Chun Dashan explained. Only Lu Junyan knows the details. Due to this existing relationship, when a Martial God Alliance arrives to wage war against Dihuang in 10 days, it is highly probable that they will not be evenly matched. Instead, the Martial God Alliance will likely seize Dihuang with overwhelming superiority. Initially, Chun Dashan, the commander infiltrating the city, was set to cooperate from within. Unfortunately, he was intercepted by Lu Ran along the way. This is the crux of the matter. If the conflict is one-sided, Dihuang will fall. Yet the Martial God Alliance will not suffer significant losses, rendering the notion of reaping benefits mere empty words, Chun Dashan lamented. Are you suggesting that Dihuang has no chance of victory? Lu Ran pondered the implications. Not entirely. Dihuang boasts a legacy spanning thousands of years, and as the host nation, they possess the capacity to resist. The Empress of Dihuang has always been enigmatic. Perhaps she still has some hidden trump card yet to be revealed. The outcome remains uncertain, although the probability of Dihuang being suppressed is considerably higher, Chun Dashan analyzed. Lu Ran looked at Chun Dashan in astonishment. The man, seemingly simple-minded, had surprisingly articulated the intricacies of dynastic conflict with such clarity. This must be a manifestation of talent. In addition to his aptitude in swordsmanship, he appeared to possess an innate understanding of the dynamics of dynastic struggle. Such knowledge would undoubtedly prove useful upon his return to the Blue Sect. After sharing these insights, Chun Dashan inquired, Master, what are your plans? Lu Ran shrugged, gesturing towards Tang Ingruo. You shall escort Ingruo back to the Blue Sect first. Bayer and I will take care of Zhongyan Shan. After which, I will orchestrate the subsequent arrangements. Arrangements? Are you intending to watch the spectacle unfold here? Chun Dashan questioned. Why not observe the battle from a distance? Moreover, I will not merely be spectating. You should attend to your task first, Lu Ran replied. With the 9 curves Yellow River formation in hand, he intended to deploy it within the confines of Dihuang's imperial city. When both sides clashed, regardless of which faction held the advantage, there would inevitably be losses. At that moment, Lu Ran would re-emerge, activating the 9 curves Yellow River formation, achieving a dual purpose by decisively annihilating both formidable factions. Following that, he would swiftly eliminate any remnants within the imperial city and seize control of the dynasty. The blue sect would then rise in its stead, commanding dominion over the eastern territories. Magnificent! Shortly thereafter, Chun Dashin, accompanied by Tang Ingruo, navigated towards the blue sect following the map's guidance. The celestial monarch's Chun Dashin moved with far greater speed than Lu Ran had initially. Meanwhile, Lu Ran, alongside Lin Bayer, made his way back towards the Qian's imperial city. At the Zone Marquis, Zhong Qing had spent the past few days scouring the city with her men in search of infiltrators from the Martial God Alliance. Yet they had found nothing. The once scattered members of the Martial God Alliance seemed to have evaporated from the realm of the Qian overnight, vanishing without a trace. She sat in the hall, observing her father, Zhong Yunshan, as he hurried past the corridor. She intended to greet him, but Zhong Yunshan appeared preoccupied, seemingly oblivious to Zhong Qing, and swiftly moved on. His destination was the side hall. Zhong Qing's curiosity deepened. What could Zhong Yunshan be doing in that side hall? Moreover, his visits seemed to have become increasingly frequent. Though intrigued, she was well aware that the side hall was off limits to her, and she would not dare approach it. At that moment, she unexpectedly turned her head and suddenly spotted Lu Ran swaggering in, leading Lin Baoer by the hand. Apart from a few astonished guards at the entrance who rushed over, the rest had seemingly disappeared. Yinan, how dare you return? Zhong Qing glared at Lu Ran. Her teeth clenched. She then directed her gaze towards the surrounding guards, demanding, "How did you get in here? Was it so difficult to kill those guards and gain entry?" Lu Ran retorted casually, "Where is your father?" He is here to confront Zhong Yunshan. The side hall was a forbidden zone, and no one was permitted to approach it. Yet you, a mere great Luo immortal, fled but still dared to return to the Zone Marquis mansion, seeking your own demise. Zhong Qing replied coldly. She then let out a long whistle, seemingly a signal. She refrained from intervening herself. After all, she was merely a golden immortal. Previously, she had tested her strength against those golden immortals from the Martial God Alliance in the wild using the Heavenly King Seal. But to confront a great Luo immortal was akin to a moth to the flame. Lu Ran paid no heed. Instead, he turned towards the side hall and boldly strode forward. Today, he was determined to eliminate Zhong Yunshan. Zhong Qing dared not obstruct him. After all, she was just a golden immortal, and facing a great Luo was indeed perilous. Fortunately, her warning was soon met with a response. A few great Luo immortals stationed within the mansion swiftly rushed over. He is the one who abducted my father's disciple. Kill him. Zhong Qing shouted immediately. The great Luo immortals wasted no time and charged forward in mass. Lu Ran chuckled, one hand holding Lin Baoer and the other drawing forth an ancient-looking longsword. The Xianyuan sword. This marked Lu Ran's first use of the Xianyuan sword, not for any other reason, but to expedite his task, as he had not forgotten that this was the imperial city, though he had ascended to the rank of immortal lord and possessed an immortal domain. Now that he had resolved to employ the Nine Curves Yellow River formation, he would not risk alerting the enemy prematurely, as several figures rushed towards him. Lu Ran didn't even need to summon his avatar or domain. With a swift motion, he tossed Baoer onto his back, instructing her to lie low. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, and wielded the Xianyuan sword as if slicing through vegetables. In the blink of an eye, the corpses of several great Luo immortals lay scattered on the ground, their dantians utterly obliterated. The tempestuous spiritual energy within the great Luo immortal erupted, no longer supported by its dantian, rampaging throughout the courtyard. Zhong Qing's complexion shifted dramatically. After just a few days, this individual had become so formidable. With a single sword strike, he had annihilated several great Luo immortals, executing his actions with an efficiency that was both swift and decisive. These were the core combatants of the Zhong Home Manor. Stop! In a moment of urgency, Zhong Qing hurled an object towards Lu Ran's head. Lu Ran glanced back and recognized it as the Heavenly King Seal, a treasure of the Zhong Home Manor that Zhong Qing had previously utilized in the wilderness. With a chuckle, Lu Ran sensed the escalating pressure and aura of the Heavenly King Seal and raised his sword to meet it. With a swift motion, the Heavenly King Seal was cleaved in two, falling to the ground with a thud, its prior might and the essence of the celestial treasure dissipating into nothingness. Lu Ran's eyes sparkled. He had merely wished to test the power of the Xianyuan sword and was astonished by its effectiveness. Without any deliberate effort to channel spiritual energy, a casual strike had shattered the celestial artifact with remarkable ease. Zhong Qing's face turned ashen. This was the first time the heavenly king seal of the Xianxia manor had been so effortlessly severed in half. With the destruction of the celestial treasure, she suffered some degree of backlash. Yet against all odds, she pursued Lu Ran relentlessly. They arrived at the side hall, where Lu Ran rushed inside and surveyed the surroundings. The furnishings were complete, not differing greatly from other rooms within the Xianxia manor, yet there was no sign of Zhong Yinshan. Zhong Qing, following closely, cast a puzzled glance around. My father is not here. She furrowed her brow. With Zhong Yinshan absent, the highest combat power within the manor was the great Luo immortals. Yet several had been swiftly vanquished by Lu Ran in mere moments. Since my father is not here, you may return another day. Zhong Qing called out to Lu Ran. Lu Ran cast a fleeting glance at Zhong Qing, his eyes gleaming with a hint of brilliance as he scanned the vicinity. Indeed, he detected something amiss in the corner. This was a nondescript section of the side hall, where a window should have been, only to be sealed off, rendering the area rather dim. A restriction, Lu Ran murmured. With his mastery of formations and the celestial spirit eye, he quickly discerned the truth. However, Zhong Qing was oblivious to it. Before she could voice her thoughts, Lu Ran had already begun to manipulate the restriction. Though it was a barrier, it was merely an ordinary one, intended to conceal the entrance to a hidden passage. After just a few breaths, a series of clicks echoed as the restriction dissolved, revealing a dark, descending staircase concealed beneath the floorboards. Simultaneously, a foul odor assailed their senses, mingled with a scent reminiscent of blood, causing Lu Ran's brow to furrow. Zhong Qing stood astounded, rendered speechless. She grew up within the confines of the Xianxia manor, where the side hall had stood for at least 6 millennia, yet she had never fathomed the existence of a hidden chamber within it. At that moment, Lu Ran suddenly turned to Zhong Qing and inquired, "Are you not curious about what your father is doing here? Shall we venture down and discover it together?" Lu Ran had surmised that the women previously brought back by Zhong Yinshan, who were purportedly to be accepted as disciples, had likely met with a grim fate here. Without awaiting Zhong Qing's response, he descended the steps alongside Lin Bei'er, swiftly disappearing into the darkness of the passageway. The passage was quite lengthy, slanting downward for over 100 meters. As they progressed further, the noxious odor intensified. Soon, they emerged from the passage into a vast, open space. Contrary to Lu Ran's expectations of a modest cellar or secret chamber, they found that the entire expanse beneath the Xianxia manor had been hollowed out. The immense area was adorned with peculiar luminous crystals, casting a dim light. Nonetheless, even in the absence of illumination, the ethereal realm was sufficiently visible. Yet, even the well-traveled Lu Ran could not help but fall silent at the sight before him. Surrounding the hall were ominous black chains forged from an unknown metal, each linking to the necks of numerous women. They were scantily clad, their faces gaunt, and their bodies emaciated. Some had deteriorated to the state of mere skeletons. Others had succumbed to death, their remains decaying, left bound and unattended. The repulsive stench emanating from this scene was unimaginable. In the center of the hall, Zhong Yinshan's eyes glowed crimson as he engaged in unspeakable acts, laboring with a fervor that was both grotesque and unnatural. A scarlet aura, tinged with dark energy, swirled about him. Suddenly sensing an intrusion, Zhong Yinshan abruptly halted, his senses returning. Raising his gaze, fury flooded his features as he bellowed, "Outrageous! Who allowed you to enter here?" Before he could finish his tirade, Zhong Qing's horrified voice rang out from behind. "Father, what are you doing?" She stood frozen, unable to comprehend the horrific tableau before her. This hidden chamber beneath the side hall was akin to a hell on earth. It dawned upon her that the women her father had brought back over the years under the guise of accepting disciples had not been sent away to Xiaozhou. Instead, regardless of their consent, they were brought here. Zhong Qing's complexion drained of color, her body trembling uncontrollably as she surveyed the ghastly state of the women, each a testament to countless tortures endured. The nature of Zhong Yinshan's actions was far from ordinary. It resembled some form of malevolent sorcery. A wave of nausea washed over her as she grasped the enormity of the horrors accumulated over the years. In a corner lay a heap of bones, remnants that Zhong Yinshan had neglected to dispose of, as if they were mere trophies, a sight that sent shivers down her spine. "King Ea, how did you come down here?" Zhong Yinshan's expression twisted into one of rage and dismay. Hastily donning a garment to conceal his disheveled appearance, he cast his gaze downward. The once thriving figure beneath him lay still, its eyes filled with despair as it fixated on Lu Ran and Zhong Qing. the lifeless gray orbs devoid of any spark. Clang! Lu Ran's Xianyuan sword struck the ground, interrupting the tumultuous emotions of Zhong Yunshan and Zhong Qing. He spoke, "You old rascal. I never imagined you to be such a pervert. In that case, I shall rid the world of your menace." A deed of virtue accomplished. Having uttered this, he intended to waste no time. In a flash, he propelled himself forward, startling Zhong Yunshan with his swiftness. Chapter 63. Startling the snake in the grass. A mere great Luo, seeking death. Zhong Yunshan bellowed, his fury palpable. He was not merely enraged that Lu Ran dared to return and challenge him, but even more so that Lu Ran had brought his daughter, Zhong Qing, into the fray. However, Zhong Yunshan refrained from employing his divine manifestation in this confined space. Doing so would annihilate the numerous seedlings he had yet to cultivate. To him, slaying a great Luo immortal required no divine manifestation. A slight smile graced Lu Ran's lips as the domain of immortals quietly unfurled, contracting to a 2-meter radius around him. Within this limited space, the power of the immortal domain was at its zenith. Lu Ran intended to seize this opportunity to gauge the might of the immortal domain. Zhong Yunshan's movements became markedly more decisive. As Lu Ran approached, a broadsword materialized in his hand, cleaving towards Lu Ran's head. Initially intending to evade, Lu Ran, in a moment of instinct, extended a hand. He sought to test the effects of the unblemished heavenly Dao's repression within the 2-meter range. Clang! The sword halted mere inches from Lu Ran's head, arrested by his outstretched hand, gripping the blade's body. Zhong Yunshan stood dumbfounded. In this battle, he had refrained from unleashing his full strength, fearing the collapse of their surroundings. Yet, even under such constraints, how could a great Luo immortal possibly catch the strike of an immortal monarch with a single hand? How? Suddenly, Zhong Yunshan's brow furrowed. Disbelief etched across his face as he regarded Lu Ran. He sensed it, the power of the immortal domain. Buzz! In that instant, Zhong Yunshan prepared to unleash his own immortal domain, though he could not fathom how Lu Ran had advanced to the realm of a mortal monarch. Nonetheless, his instincts urged caution in the face of such extraordinary circumstances. Yet it was too late. Zhong Yunshan had already entered Lu Ran's 2-meter sphere. Whoosh! Just as Zhong Yunshan intended to activate his immortal domain for a counter, he realized that his vision began to tilt. Attempting to twist his neck to restore his sight yielded no response. Thud! Only when his head tumbled to the ground, gazing at his own headless body beside him, did Zhong Yunshan comprehend that his head had been severed. With no hesitation, Lu Ran severed Zhong Yunshan's head and, in the next moment, plunged the Xianyuan sword into his dantian, utterly shattering Zhong Yunshan's last flicker of life. Lu Ran exhaled slowly and turned to ascend staircase. With Zhong Yunshan dead, he was determined to set up the 9 curves yellow river formation. Suddenly, Zhong Qing's footsteps shifted to block Lu Ran's path. Lin Bauer furrowed her brow and looked up at Lu Ran. He spoke indifferently, "Step aside." Truth be told, he held a certain respect for Zhong Qing. A person of foolish loyalty was still worthy of admiration. Yet, Lu Ran had no intention of engaging with someone so simplistic, easily swayed by manipulation. "My father may be despicable, but you have slain him, and I shall seek vengeance." Zhong Qing's gaze was fixed intently on Lu Ran, her complex emotions veiling an ocean of hatred. No matter Zhong Yunshan's depravity, Zhong Qing would never disavow him as her father. And now, before her, Lu Ran had murdered him. "Get lost. If you don't move, I will kill you." Lu Ran snapped impatiently. "I will not yield, if you dare try me." With a swift motion, he unleashed a strike. The sword's unique ability to slay immortals proved most effective against golden immortals. Zhong Qing, too close to react, was caught off guard by the approaching sword chi, meeting her end in an instant. Withdrawing the Xianyuan sword, Lu Ran paid no heed to Zhong Qing's lifeless body as he stepped around her, taking Lin Bauer with him towards the ascent. However, upon reaching the staircase, the faint murmurs of the women in the chamber reached his ears. His brow furrowed. These women, once celestial beings, had been reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. Their foundational cultivation shattered, their meridians utterly drained. Fresh vitality among them was nearly non-existent. Zhong Qing had mentioned earlier that there had been many recent occurrences, and Zhong Yunshan had not returned with anyone for a long while. Tang Yingruo was the last. It seemed the remaining women sensed Lu Ran's movement. Those who could still muster strength crawled feebly on the ground, clumsily bowing towards him, their yellowed, lifeless eyes fixed upon him. In that moment, Lu Ran understood. Their gestures were not pleas for aid, but cries for release. The old pervert, Zhong Yunshan, had seemingly sealed their spiritual powers, rendering even death a luxury beyond their reach. Alas, my dear ones, may you find peace, Lu Ran sighed. With a firm stamp of his foot, the chamber erupted in an instant. The tumultuous surge of spiritual energy detonated like a nuclear explosion, sweeping through the ground and annihilating the wretched souls below, while simultaneously collapsing the chamber's ceiling, burying them beneath the rubble. Lu Ran and Lin Baoer transcended through the earth, transforming into a fleeting streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. On that very day, news erupted throughout the imperial palace. The lord of the state, one of the four marquis, had been slain. The remaining three, trembling with fear, convened urgently at the palace. Your Majesty, this matter cannot be overlooked. It must be the work of the Martial God Alliance. Their audacity has grown bolder, daring to infiltrate the imperial city and assassinate our esteemed duke of the nation. Fu Jinglong and Liao Wenshan spoke urgently. The murder of Zhong Yunshan within the great Dacian imperial city instilled fear in both men. In contrast, Du Xiaoxing, though his face bore a mask of sorrow, felt a twinge of doubt within. Did the Martial God Alliance not declare their intentions to strike in 10 days? Why then? Would they execute Zhong Yunshan at this critical juncture? Although Du Xiaoxing and Zhong Yunshan had different contacts, both had indeed turned their allegiance to the Martial God Alliance. This was indisputable. It seemed illogical for the Alliance to eliminate Zhong Yunshan. He was perplexed. Investigations were already underway. But given that the assailant was an immortal sovereign who had fled without engaging, locating them seemed nearly impossible. The Empress's expression remained indifferent as she spoke. A hint of concern lingered on her exquisite face. She too felt agitated. We must remain vigilant against the Martial God Alliance. I sense something amiss with them in recent times. Liao Wenshan remarked gravely. I will make arrangements. If the three of you are apprehensive, you may stay within the imperial palace, the Empress stated without elaboration. Subsequently, the defensive array of the Dacian imperial city was activated, with internal and external military patrols tripled. A perimeter of sentry camps was established within 1,000 miles of the imperial city under tight surveillance. Yet, the investigation into the Duke's demise yielded no leads. Whoever could slay the Duke must be at least an immortal sovereign, potentially one of higher rank. The following day, in the depths of the secluded forest behind the Martial God Alliance's main hall at Julong Mountain, Lu Junyan, clad in black silk, appeared youthful yet bore an astute gaze, confronting a captivating woman. The Duke of a Nation, Zhong Yunshan, is dead, and Chun Dashan, who was sent to assist him, has vanished. This is not the doing of our Martial God Alliance, Lu Junyan stated. Are you suggesting that another force is intervening? If that is the case, should we reconsider our plans to seize Dacian? The woman cast a seductive glance at Lu Junyan, then swayed her delicate figure beside him, exhaling softly. Lu Junyan, however, brusquely pushed her away, responding coldly. The plan remains unchanged. With the support of the Huangquan Palace from the Northern Realm, along with your Dihuang demon clan, victory is assured. The woman gazed at Lu Junyan with a hint of melancholy before bursting into a tinkling laugh. With a flick of her wrist, a petite black jade pagoda appeared at her fingertips, its dark luminescence swirling like flowing water. Indeed, within the 10,000 demon tower, I have prepared an army of 1,000,000 demons, no less formidable than those foul Taoists from Huangquan Palace, which will undoubtedly aid you in conquering Dacian. Qin Dashan's conjecture was not mistaken. Lu Junyan indeed had external support. Moreover, it was not limited to the Huangquan Palace of the Northern Realm, but also included the Dihuang demon clan bordering Xiazhou. In this battle, the Huangquan Palace from the Northern Realm, the Dihuang demon clan, and the Martial God Alliance would unite, combining their strengths to lay siege to Dacian. Outside the imperial city, beside a quaint village, Lu Ran firmly planted a flag of formation into the ground, establishing the main structure of the array. Before long, the flag flickered slightly and then vanished from sight. The intricate 9 curves yellow river formation indeed proved to be complex, yet with ample time, it would be nearly completed by tomorrow. Lu Ran contemplated silently. He then glanced around and casually chose to sign in, muttering to himself, "There is nothing particularly special today." According to the system's usual pattern, it should just be an ordinary sign-in. However, in the next moment, a chime sounded. "Congratulations, host. You have achieved a critical hit in this sign-in. Congratulations, host. You have received a cultivation reward of 10. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a prehistoric treasure, the demonic refining pot. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an immortal technique, 8-armed heavenly Pangu. Chapter 64. The Cat Demon of Dihuang. What? A critical hit? Lu Ran felt somewhat bewildered. Did this imply that my assumptions were incorrect? He mused. He had thought he had grasped the rules of the sign-in system. During the day spent setting up the 9 curves yellow river formation, his sign-ins had yielded no critical hits, just the usual rewards of 2 useless pills and cultivation points. Yet today, Lu Ran surveyed his surroundings and then turned to Lin Bauer, who was also watching him. Their eyes met, a silent exchange of surprise. There was nothing significant scheduled for today. Why then the critical hit? Lu Ran murmured, beginning to examine the sign-in rewards, for critical hits were undeniably auspicious. The demonic refining pot felt light in his grasp, seemingly crafted from metal inlaid with large blocks of azure jade. The jade bore no chilling sensation. Instead, it felt warm and gentle to the touch. Its overall appearance resembled not a pot, but more like a treasure gourd. Demonic refining pot. Also known as the Jiuli pot, it creates a realm within, capable of refining all demons of the world. The description was succinct, and the name straightforward, clearly indicating its purpose of dealing with demonkind. The item was indeed valuable. However, Lu Ran lamented, it's a splendid item. Yet there are no demons around for me to practice on. What is that? Lin Bao suddenly inquired. Lu Ran looked at her and noticed a hint of trepidation in her gaze as she regarded the demonic refining pot. A magical artifact. Do you recognize it? Lu Ran asked curiously. I don't recognize it, but it makes me feel somewhat uneasy, Lin Bauer replied casually. Oh, Lu Ran was taken aback, but he quickly pieced together the implications. When Lin Bauer had been in a frenzied state before, her appearance had somewhat resembled that of a half-demon. Perhaps this artifact affected her in some way as well. If that were the case, could the demonic refining pot harm the people of the Li clan who, before the age of 18, were virtually immortal? With this thought, Lu Ran lifted the demonic refining pot above Lin Bauer's head and activated the incantation. Of course, he had no intention of attempting to harm her. He merely wished to ascertain the artifact's capabilities, as he was well aware that it had already acknowledged him as its master. Collecting demons and refining them into pure demonic energy allows for the cultivation of other creatures, or the transformation of this energy for personal use. However, the process of refining requires Lu Ran's intervention. The demon refining pot possesses an additional capability to refine myriad demons for one's own use, effectively enabling the summoning of pets. Lin Bauer looked up at the pot, her gaze shifting to Lu Ran with a mixture of confusion. Lu Ran, feeling awkward, hastily moved the pot aside. He had attempted to activate the incantation, but to no avail. The pot proved ineffective against members of the Li tribe, only causing them mild discomfort, nothing more. Subsequently, Lu Ran stored away the pot, contemplating a future excursion to Dihuang, where the demon tribe thrived, envisioning the pot wreaking havoc and collecting demons to convert into spiritual energy, a significant boon. Next, he received the second reward, a celestial technique often granted during sign-in bonuses. 8-armed heavenly pavilion, also known as the heavenly pavilion spell, communicates with the divine entities of the 9 heavens, summoning the 8-armed great pavilion to assist in battle. The battle power of the 8-armed great pavilion is equivalent to that of a celestial sovereign and can enhance with the host's cultivation level. Marvelous! Lu Ran had signed in for 100,000 years, and the summoning category was undoubtedly at the forefront of his valuable discoveries. Unlike other summons and mystical techniques, summoned entities could engage in combat autonomously, providing an entirely additional layer of combat prowess without hindering Lu Ran's own efforts. Moreover, summoning the 8-armed heavenly pavilion, with its celestial, sovereign-level strength, meant having a powerful ally in battle, truly extraordinary. With this, achieving dual objectives would be nearly guaranteed. Lu Ran nodded with satisfaction. The main battleground between the Martial God Alliance and the Qian dynasty was located in the imperial city of Qian. Prior to the battle, Lu Ran would set up the 9 curves yellow river formation to suppress the myriad immortals. Both the Martial God Alliance and Qian had their respective armies, and Lu Ran's 9 curves yellow river formation could also exert control, even if the area was limited. He had the assistance of 1,000,000 Een soldiers summoned by the Een soldier talisman. The 9 transformations returning to 1 could summon 9 war gods, wreaking havoc within 100 miles. The 8-armed heavenly pavilion could summon the 8-armed great pavilion, its individual combat strength rivaling that of the war god. Viewed in this light, the odds of defeat seemed non-existent. What Lu Ran did not anticipate was that the Martial God Alliance had enlisted the aid of external forces from the Dihuang demon tribe. However, this was of little concern, for Lu Ran possessed the demon refining pot. Unbeknownst to him, the pot would play a significant role. Meanwhile, at Julong Mountain, within the main hall of the Martial God Alliance, the leader Lu Junyan found himself restless these days, unable to calm his mind for cultivation. After years of conflict with the Qian, he was finally presented with an opportunity to prevail, which stirred great excitement even within his celestial sovereign heart. At that moment, Lu Junyan suddenly sensed something, sharply turning his head. At the entrance of the hall, a graceful demoness entered, step by step. Lanzi, what brings you here? Lu Junyan questioned with displeasure. Fear not, for the great Qian is already within our grasp, and no errors shall occur. The rear mountains are rather dull. I shall take the liberty of introducing a few esteemed elders to you. The woman spoke with a gentle smile. She was none other than Lanji, a member of the Dihuang demon clan, who had colluded with Lu Junyan. Elders? What do you mean? Lu Junyan's brow furrowed. In the next moment, tendrils of azure smoke emerged behind Lanji, gradually coalescing into physical forms. In the blink of an eye, 3 enchanting women appeared behind her. Lu Junyan's pupils constricted in shock. Demon Empress. A wave of astonishment surged within him. While Lanji had allied with him, she was merely a demon king. What he coveted was the demon army, and Lanji herself held little significance. The true battleground in the impending fierce conflict with the Great Qian would be the strategic contest among the Immortal Lords. However, the 3 women standing behind Lanji were all demon empresses, equivalent to Immortal Lords. These 3 are esteemed elders of my cat demon clan, my 3 aunts. With their support in this battle, I truly cannot fathom the possibility of defeat, Lanji declared. Though the 3 aunts were elderly cat demons, they appeared remarkably beautiful. Yet, Lu Junyan had no inclination to admire their beauty. Instead, he frowned slightly and remarked, while the assistance of 3 demon empresses indeed increases our odds of victory. Your cat demon clan seems overly eager. I fear there may be ulterior motives at play. In response, the 3 aunts remained silent, while Lanji cheerfully replied, do not overthink it. In the remote lands of Dihuang, our cat demon clan has gradually fallen to the disadvantage in our long-standing conflicts with the Fox clan. Now, with this opportunity to establish a presence in Xianxia, mutual benefit is surely preferable. No? At last, Lu Junyan comprehended why the cat demon clan was so keen to extend their assistance. They intended to relocate the entire clan. Your grievances with the Fox clan are of no concern to me, but since you have offered your help, there shall naturally be a place for you in the eastern realm of the Tsang domain. However, you must understand that I, Lu Junyan, shall ultimately govern the eastern territory. Should you attempt to overshadow my authority, you should be aware of the consequences. The demon clan is not permitted to leave Dihuang, he asserted. We are well aware of this. You need not worry. The cat demon clan values integrity above all. Lanji responded with a smile. Lu Junyan scoffed inwardly. He had heard of the enmity between the cat demon clan and the Fox clan. The Fox clan excelled in enchantment, while the cat clan was notorious for their deceit, more cunning than even the foxes. Chapter 65. The Realm of the Immortal Emperor. On the 5th day, at the Blue Sect's Purple Mansion, after several days of strategic preparations and adjustments, the Blue Sect had begun to stabilize. As news spread, many disciples of the Blue Sect arrived in droves. Concurrently, disciples from the Great Luo Sword Sect, the Red Leaf Tower, and the fallen heavenly demons supported the vast disciple system of the Blue Sect. In the conference hall, the disciples of the Blue Sect have gathered here. Indeed, these individuals are all apprentices of Lu Ran. The disciples from the Deluo Sword Sect and the Hong Yi Tower merely constitute the ordinary disciples of the Blue Sect's Purple Mansion and do not yet qualify as true members of the Blue Sect. Xiao Ying and several others took their seats around the discussion hall. The main seat remained unoccupied, reserved for Lu Ran. Beside it sat Shundashan. After returning Tang Ingruo, Shundashan briefly outlined the current situation. It seems that the Martial God Alliance and the Deqian are on the brink of a complete rupture, and it is highly probable that the Qian dynasty will not withstand this impending storm, Xiao Ying pondered. That is indeed the case. The Martial God Alliance has made thorough preparations this time, Shundashan replied. What about our master? Is he still in Deqian? Xiao Ying continued to inquire. Yes. According to our master's perspective, when 2 tigers fight, one must inevitably be injured. He intends to seize an opportunity for the Blue Sect to enter while the other is vulnerable. If we could secure a foothold in the eastern territories of the Tsang domain, the foundation of the Blue Sect would be solidified, Chen Dashan explained. However, he is not entirely certain of the specific course of action. But according to your words, Brother Chun, the Martial God Alliance is well prepared. And even if they subdue the Qian dynasty, they would not suffer significant losses. The current scale of the Blue Sect is insufficient to contend with the Martial God Alliance, is it not? Xiaoying expressed his concerns. I share your sentiment. Yet our master seems to have his own ideas and methods. From my understanding, he would not take risks without sufficient confidence, Chen Dashan replied. That is indeed true. Xiao Ying and the others nodded in agreement. By the way, I forgot to mention when I encountered our master, he had already ascended to the rank of Immortal Monarch. His Dharma form is that of the war god Xianxia, and his domain as an immortal is exceptionally formidable. No immortal monarch of the same realm can defeat him, Chen Dashan stated. At this revelation, everyone was left in stunned silence. Although they, as his disciples, had long since ascended, their master Lu Ran had lingered in the lower realm for 100,000 years. Yet, after ascending merely 10 days prior, Lu Ran had already soared to the rank of Immortal Monarch. That is no trivial achievement. For others, even those of prodigious talent, it typically takes tens of thousands of years to reach such heights, but Lu Ran accomplished it in just over 10 days. Moreover, with an exceptional Dharma form and terrifying domain rules, he is nearly invincible among immortal monarchs of the same level. Should we not go assist him? Xiaoying asked. Brother, you are also an immortal monarch. Surely you could be of assistance? Upon hearing this, Chen Dashan waved his hand dismissively. Our master has instructed that no one should go. If he requires assistance, he seems to have a means to summon us. The specifics are unclear to me. However, since our master has asserted this, he must be capable of it. Let us remain here, ready to await his message. With this reassurance, everyone sighed in relief. Since their master has indicated so, he must have his own strategies. With 6 days remaining until the confrontation between the Martial God Alliance and the Dihuang, I must return to Dihuang. Xiao Ying announced. Sister, are you returning to Dihuang? What for? Yihangi asked in astonishment. Rescue reinforcements, Xiao Ying implored. I am uncertain about the reliability of Master S method. When I ascended and entered the Dihuang, I joined the Fox clan. Over the years, I have held some sway within the clan. Recently, for reasons unknown, the Cat Demon clan, adversaries of the Fox clan, has fallen completely silent. The Fox clan should be able to spare some strength to assist the Blue Sect. That is indeed a possibility, Chen Dashan replied. The reputation of the Fox clan in Dihuang is still formidable, but will we have enough time? Time is ample, Xiaoying asserted. Dihuang borders Xia Prefecture and lies close to the eastern territories of the Tsang domain. I initially emerged directly from Dihuang. 6 days is more than sufficient. By the time I return with the Fox clan, we will also be awaiting news from Master at the Blue Sect's Purple Mansion. Currently, the Blue Sect is growing ever stronger, with its disciples gradually returning. However, Xia Prefecture remains too small, especially since they are still within the Tsang domain and have yet to venture beyond its eastern territories. A significant number of Blue Sect disciples have not yet returned, and in order to assist Lu Ran, Xiao Ying's appeal to the Fox clan appears to be a timely advantage. Fei Luo Tian originally intended to return to the Nine Nether, but the distance to Xia Prefecture is considerable, leaving insufficient time. It is fortunate that he had previously led a substantial number of demon soldiers through Xia Prefecture. Curiously, in earlier years, the demon and monster races were prohibited from entering Xia Prefecture. If discovered, the rulers would arrange for their expulsion. However, in recent years, it seems that such regulations have been disregarded, as evidenced by the lack of oversight. Meanwhile, Lu Ran and Lin Bauer arrived at a town not far from the official road surrounding the Qian. The next flag position of the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation is located within this town. The streets were sparsely populated, and the Dacian government had recently intensified patrols and surveillance over the surrounding towns. As Lu Ran was preparing to place the formation flag, Lin Bauer suddenly exclaimed, "Elder brother, I wish to eat candied hawthorn." Lu Ran turned to see a vendor selling candied hawthorn at the corner ahead, heading into an alley. He is likely closing up. I see only one skewer left. Typically, that means it was picked over, leaving behind the less desirable ones. Lu Ran intended to suggest they wait for another time, but upon turning, he noticed Lin Bauer pulling out her little notebook. She flipped to a page where a specific wish was inscribed. Personally, buy a skewer of candied hawthorn. Huh? Is this considered a wish? Lu Ran's voice trailed off in surprise. You have never had candied hawthorn? Of course I have. My mother bought it for me when I was young, but she passed away shortly after. Once I was driven out of Xianxia town, I had little opportunity to buy it. Then let us go and purchase that skewer. Lu Ran nodded decisively. Thank you, elder brother. Lin Bauer immediately beamed with joy. However, just as they approached the candied hawthorn vendor, another small hand swiftly snatched the last skewer and tossed a spirit crystal to the vendor. Hey, how can there be someone else grabbing it when there's only one left? Lu Ran's eyes widened in astonishment. Pulling Lin Bauer closer, he discovered that the girl who snatched the candied hawthorn was also a child, donned in a crimson dress, petite, and of similar stature to Lin Bauer. Her large, glistening eyes flitted between Lu Ran and Lin Bauer. Accompanying her was an elderly man clad in a brocade robe. Cough. Young lady, how about selling me that candied hawthorn? I'll offer 10 times the price. Lu Ran declared generously. He initially contemplated seizing it directly, but as a dignified celestial lord, it seemed rather unbecoming to snatch a treat from a mere child. Oh no. The little girl blinked and shook her head resolutely. Lu Ran was left speechless. However, candied hawthorn was a common sight in various towns. If he couldn't procure it here, he could always try elsewhere, which was not a pressing concern. Lin Bauer, too, was not in a hurry, thinking it was no matter if someone else bought it. Unexpectedly, the little girl suddenly broke into a wide grin at Lin Bauer, exclaiming, "What a cute sisterly tribe, hee hee." Lu Ran was taken aback, glancing incredulously at the girl. How could she discern Bauer's tribal identity in a mere glance? He scrutinized the girl for a while, but soon realized she possessed no cultivation, just an ordinary person. His gaze shifted to the elderly man beside her, and his pupils constricted in astonishment. Thanks to his celestial vision, he could instantly gauge the old man's realm. He was an immortal emperor at the 8th level. Chapter 66, Night Raid on Dakian. Meanwhile, Bauer remained oblivious, curiously observing the girl, puzzled as to how she could recognize her identity. The girl took a step forward, leaning slightly, her face nearly touching Bauer's, which startled her into retreating several steps. Yi, Xia Yi, and you? The girl was unfazed by Bauer's reaction and continued to smile and inquire. Lu Ran's gaze remained subtly fixed on the old man. Should the man show any intent, he would swiftly grasp Lin Bauer and activate the earthly movement spell, though it was highly likely that such a spell would be ineffective before an immortal emperor, given that it was merely an ordinary divine ability with a limited range of 1,000 miles. Fortunately, the old man remained motionless, merely observing the girl before him with a hint of reverence in his gaze. Lin Bauer, she replied. Oh, you want this candy hawthorn? Here, take it. Xia generously extended her hand, offering the treat to Lin Bauer. The latter, feeling anxious, glanced at the girl and then at Lu Ran, ultimately shaking her head. She too found Xia a bit peculiar. Let's head somewhere else to buy it, Lu Ran suggested to Lin Bauer. It's not wise to linger here. As they turned to leave, Lu Ran's attention remained fixated on the old man behind them. After all, he was an immortal emperor at the 8th level, just 2 levels short of becoming an immortal sovereign. Is there such a remarkable figure in the summer state? As Lu Ran and Lin Bauer departed, Xia Yi pouted in displeasure, instinctively biting into a candied hawthorn. However, she soon frowned and spat it out with a soft puff, carelessly discarding the treat. She then remarked, "So that is Lu Ran. I never expected his strength to surge so rapidly. Has it only been a mere dozen days since his ascension?" The old man looked up, taken aback. The 3rd heavenly realm of the Immortal Lord? Ascending in just over 10 days. From the true Immortal Realm to the 3rd heavenly realm of the Immortal Lord. Can such swiftness be encapsulated in one word? This is truly unprecedented. Young master, having located Lu Ran, shall we return to the central state to report? The elder inquired respectfully. It's rare for us to be out. A splendid performance is unfolding. Let's observe a while longer, Xia Yi replied, shaking her head. With that, the old man and the young woman vanished without a trace. Lu Ran cautiously accompanied Lin Bauer to the focal point of the formation, suddenly realizing that the elder's presence had disappeared from his consciousness. Had they left? Lu Ran exhaled in relief. Brother, how did that Xia Yi know I am of the Li clan? Lin Bauer asked curiously. Who knows? It's best to keep a distance from such peculiar individuals, Lu Ran advised. He then retrieved a formation flag, determined its position, and planted it into the ground, connecting it to the formation's main framework before concealing it. On the 9th day, night fell. Tomorrow marks the time for the Martial God Alliance's operation. Within the Grand Qian Imperial Palace, the Empress was in a state of unrest, as the remaining 3 nobles had already been summoned. Since the death of Xianxia, I have taken charge of the defenses inside and outside the imperial city, and so far, no abnormalities have been detected, Fu Zhenglong stated. Following Xianxia's demise, Fu Zhenglong managed the internal and external matters. Nearby, Liao Wenshan and Du Xiaoxing appeared relatively relaxed, tasked with scrutinizing the officials and monitoring the slightest movements within the imperial city. Your Majesty, rest assured, although Xianxia is dead, it may not necessarily be the doing of the Martial God Alliance. Perhaps it is the vengeance of the Zone clan's enemies. The Martial God Alliance has been remarkably quiet lately, and the previous minor skirmishes have also ceased, Du Xiaoxing remarked. The Empress turned her gaze towards him, noticing a hint of evasiveness in his eyes. Liao Wenshan interjected, precisely because of this, it is abnormal. The Martial God Alliance, typically so reckless, has been unusually restrained. They're likely up to something. Your Majesty, we must not let our guard down. Before Du Xiaoxing could respond, Liao Wenshan retorted sharply, which left Du Xiaoxing feeling disgruntled. However, he chose not to voice his discontent, as the decisive battle awaited them on the morrow. The Martial God Alliance's forces would soon invade, and the Grand Xian would struggle to withstand the onslaught. With Xianxia's death, Du Xiaoxing had turned traitor, leaving only Fu Zhenglong and Liao Wenshan as the 2 immortal lords, while the remaining great Qiandaluo immortals were disregarded by the Martial God Alliance. Moreover, the alliance had external support and held the advantage of a surprise attack, compounded by Du Xiaoxing's internal sabotage of the city as protective formation. The predicament of the Grand Xian was indeed dire. The Empress spoke not a word, but instead gracefully approached the platform, her crimson phoenix robe trailing behind her. The 3 individuals exchanged glances, bowing in anticipation of her instructions. Before the platform, the Empress gazed upon the vast expanse of the Dacian dynasty under the night sky, where the imperial city shimmered with countless lights. Beneath the tranquility, a sense of unease gnawed at her. Raising her gaze to the heavens, she noted the moon obscured by thick clouds, the ominous mass threatening to collapse upon the imperial city. A gentle breeze stirred, yet the air was oppressively hot. A storm is brewing, the Empress murmured softly. Turning to the 3, she declared, enhance the patrols inside and outside the imperial city. Reinforce all outposts surrounding Dacian, and prepare the army for immediate mobilization at my command. A chill ran through the 3. Does the sovereign sense impending trouble? Inquired the Fu Zhenglong. Rest assured, I shall ensure the patrols are adequately organized. Du Xiaoxing added, I have also arranged for personnel to bolster the city's defensive array and its maintenance, ensuring ample time for preparation should any unforeseen events arise. You need not worry, Your Majesty. However, before he could finish, the Empress shook her head. You need not concern yourselves with the city's defenses. I will assign others to oversee it. What? Du Xiaoxing was taken aback. He had initially planned to coordinate an internal and external assault to disrupt the city's defensive array, yet now the Empress denied him the responsibility. What could her intentions be? At such a critical juncture, manpower was essential. If my forces withdraw, relying solely on the Empress's men may prove insufficient. Before he could voice his thoughts, he suddenly felt the Empress's piercing gaze upon him. Hastily, he amended his statement. I merely express concern. The situation is dire, and I wish to contribute, Your Majesty. Please forgive my presumption. The Empress inquired, what do you mean by a dire situation? How crucial is this moment? Du Xiaoxing dared not meet her eyes, his body trembling slightly. As a grand historian Ho mentioned earlier, I too find his reasoning compelling. The Martial God Alliance has remained dormant. They may indeed be plotting something, which is why I am concerned. Fortunately, the Empress did not linger on this topic. Instead, she commanded, proceed according to my directives. Strengthen the patrols in and around the imperial city, increase the defenses at the outposts, and take charge of the defensive array. It seemed the Empress truly sensed something amiss. Meanwhile, at Julong Mountain, the Martial God Alliance, led by Lu Junyan, had gathered a formidable force, assembling upon colossal spiritual treasures. Merging with the ominous clouds above, they advanced toward the Dacian dynasty with great momentum. The night assault on Dacian was set to commence. Chapter 67, The Peril of Greed. In the early hours, the citizens of the Dacian imperial city remained blissfully unaware in their slumber. The cultivators, deep in meditation, paid no heed to the ominous clouds above. Within the imperial palace, the Empress sat poised before the platform, her eyes fixed on the vast night sky, overlooking the luminous imperial city below. In a moment's notice, a figure, enveloped in a torrent of spiritual energy, surged towards the imperial palace. The empress cast a glance, her brow slightly furrowing. Soon, a man clad in armor, wielding a resplendent spear, thundered down onto the platform. He shouted towards the empress, "Your Majesty, a grave situation has arisen. The martial god alliance has indeed commenced their assault." The empress's eyes narrowed slightly. Reports of battle arrived, indicating that dozens of forward outposts at Yenbei Pass had almost simultaneously lost contact. Additional reports revealed that the outpost had suffered devastating losses due to the surprise attack by the Martial God Alliance. I have already instructed the deployment of personnel to intercept the direction of the outpost assault and the advancing speed of the Martial God Alliance. But I fear it may be too late. Fu Zhenglong, in a state of urgency, was drenched in sweat. "Your Majesty, I shall head to the outposts immediately to counter the Martial God Alliance." Fu Zhenglong could not contain himself. "That will not be necessary," the Empress replied coolly. However, Fu Zhenglong could not remain silent. Most of the personnel he had dispatched were under his command, while those arranged by the noble houses were tasked with guarding the city. The Martial God Alliance's late-night assault would not be a mere skirmish. The recent anomalies were indicative of this. Yet I never anticipated that they would choose this moment to strike. "They likely aim to seize control of Dihuang today," the Empress remarked. Her voice was calm. It rendered Fu Zhenglong's face ashen. This was no trivial matter. The Martial God Alliance was indeed serious. "Do not go forth to meet your demise. Gather all the subordinates you can muster and retreat to the Imperial City to fortify Dihuang," the Empress directed with composure. Simultaneously, she ordered for Liao Wenshan and Du Xiaoxing to be summoned. At present, Dihuang could muster little more than this level of military strength. Before long, Du Xiaoxing and Liao Wenshan arrived, and upon learning of the circumstances, their expressions darkened. Du Xiaoxing spoke. "The Martial God Alliance has repressed their ambitions for so long. They are finally ready to sever ties with us completely. We cannot remain idle. I propose we sally forth to meet them outside the city, lest we tarnish Dihuang's reputation." Upon hearing this, the Empress immediately frowned, her gaze fixed intently on Du Xiaoxing. "Du Xiaoxing, you are not a fool. Yet your recent behavior has been rather peculiar," she remarked sharply. "Instantly, Du Xiaoxing est contenance fed." He hastily replied, "Your Majesty, do not take offense. I am merely anxious. We cannot simply wait for the Martial God Alliance to invade. We must take some action." The Empress offered a cold smile and retorted, "With the city as protective formation intact and our forces retreating to the Imperial City, the Martial God Alliance will not breach our defenses in the short term. Yet you suggest we confront them outside the city, hastily engaging with an adequately prepared opponent. Is that not courting death?" Du Xiaoxing's expression grew grim. "I was impulsive. Given the current situation, we should indeed retreat to preserve our strength. However, remaining idle is not a solution. I could lead a team to reinforce the city as protective formation to prevent any issues." As soon as these words left his mouth, even Fu Zhenglong, with his blunt intellect, sensed something amiss. At such a critical juncture, Du Xiaoxing's eagerness to prove himself and take action was unnecessary. The Empress's subordinates were in the process of taking over the city defense formation, yet Du Xiaoxing insisted on intervening. "Du Xiaoxing, what is your true intention? Just yesterday, you sought to seize control of the city defense formation. Do you not harbor ulterior motives?" Liao Wenshan remarked with a cold sneer. "Nonsense! How dare you slander me? My loyalty to the great Qian is unwavering, and I merely wish to contribute in the face of the impending assault from the Martial God Alliance." Du Xiaoxing retorted angrily. Liao Wenshan was about to say more when the Empress raised her hand to silence him. She continued to gaze at Du Xiaoxing with an indifferent expression. After a prolonged silence, she let out a slow sigh and spoke. "Du Xiaoxing, do you recall how you became the Marquis of Zhongting?" Du Xiaoxing was momentarily taken aback, turning his gaze toward the Empress. "You possessed considerable talent. I encountered you years ago when you were being pursued and on the verge of death. It was I who saved your life. The prosperity of the great Qian today is in no small part due to your efforts. Your merits and hardships have not gone unnoticed," the Empress stated. Realizing something, Du Xiaoxing's expression flickered with conflict, yet he remained silent. "I am aware of your dealings with the Martial God Alliance, and I know they will eventually make their move. To be frank, I have no particularly effective means to counter this. I can accept defeat. It is merely unfortunate that the millennia-long foundation of the great Qian could be surrendered so easily. I refuse to see the ministers of the great Qian betray me." The Empress spoke candidly. In short, I have long been aware of your defection, Du Xiaoxing. I chose to disregard you in hopes you might redeem yourself, but alas, it seems futile. Desperately eager to access the city defense formation, Du Xiaoxing's intentions were transparent. He no longer cared for the Great Qian. Instead, he was concerned about his own contributions and the promised benefits from the Martial God Alliance if he lacked support. Liao Wenshan and Fu Zhenglong were taken aback, astonished to learn of Du Xiaoxing's betrayal, and even more so that the Empress was fully aware of it. No wonder she had suddenly decided to take full control of the city defense formation, with Fu Zhenglong overseeing the internal and external defenses. And even the oversight of the officials was entrusted to Liao Wenshan. Du Xiaoxing had been rendered powerless. One cannot blame me for pursuing wealth. It is the nature of survival. Du Xiaoxing gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he leaped backward, unfurling a folding fan that shimmered with a chilling light. In an instant, Du Xiaoxing transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the city gates. Tried to escape. Fu Zhenglong bellowed, ready to pursue him. The Empress, however, showed no reaction, merely watching in silence. Meanwhile, a shadow zipped past the Empress, swift as a phantom, startling even Fu Zhenglong with its sudden speed. The dark figure flashed through the air. As Du Xiaoxing was hastily turning his head to look back, it was already too late for him to realize the danger. The shadow swept by soundlessly. In mere moments, it returned to the Imperial Palace. An object was carelessly tossed to the ground by her, revealing a beautiful woman clad in black, with dark hair and eyes. Her expression one of indifference rather than coldness, an apparent disdain for all worldly matters. Fu Zhenglong and Liao Wenshan turned pale as they gazed upon what lay on the ground. The severed head of Du Xiaoxing. A celestial lord had perished just like that. The power of this woman in black was truly terrifying. It was rumored that the Empress was accompanied by unparalleled guardians. And now, it was evident that such claims held merit. To annihilate a celestial lord in an instant. Du Xiaoxing had not even had the chance to summon his Dharma form before his demise. Could this woman in black possess the strength of a celestial emperor? The Empress, without casting a glance at Du Xiaoxing's head, let out a weary sigh. You two may go. Retreat to Dihuang. Defend if you can. If not, then so be it. The unspoken words that followed reflected her exhaustion. Ultimately, the development of Dihuang was still insufficient. There were only a handful of capable individuals left. With the death of a member from Zongyun Mountain and Du Xiaoxing's betrayal, the pool of usable talents was dwindling. The Martial God Alliance was well prepared to advance, leaving Dihuang with no viable options. Within the city, Lu Ran and Lin Bauer rested in an inn. Sensing something amiss, Lu Ran leaned out the window to gaze at the sky. The aura of a celestial lord? It was fleeting, indicating that the battle had concluded swiftly. Could the Martial God Alliance have already arrived? Wasn't it scheduled for tomorrow? Lu Ran pondered uneasily. The Nine Curves Yellow River formation had been set up, and the Yin Soldier's talisman could be summoned at any moment. They were merely waiting for both sides to converge upon the Imperial City, ready to strike decisively. Soon, the Blue Sect and Purple Mansion would be relocated to command the eastern front of the Tsang domain. After a moment as contemplation, Lu Ran murmured, "They likely came to lead the charge. A grand spectacle is imminent." Chapter 68. The Battle of the Immortals. Contrary to Lu Ran's expectations, that night, the Martial God Alliance did not assault the Imperial City. However, reports of battle from within Dihuang continued to flood into the Imperial Palace. 70% of Dihuang's forward outposts had been obliterated. The Martial God Alliance spared no captives, ruthlessly slaying all Dihuang soldiers. The majority of the remaining troops had retreated to the Imperial City, as the Martial God Alliance was swiftly approaching. The city's protective formation was operating at full capacity, with no issues arising thus far. As dawn broke, the sun's rays began to rise, yet were soon obscured by ominous clouds. The lands of Dihuang were shrouded in darkness, with fierce winds howling. Above the Imperial Palace, the Empress appeared weary, standing before the platform and gazing silently into the distant horizon. Behind her, Fu Zhenglong and Liao Wenshan wore expressions of deep concern, knowing that the Martial God Alliance was on the verge of an assault. Meanwhile, the entire court of the Qin dynasty had gathered within the Imperial Palace. Although numerous civil officials were present, those serving in Dihuang were themselves celestial beings, albeit of lesser might than the four dukes, all being mere great Luo immortals. Outside the Imperial City, the external territories had been entirely seized by the Martial God Alliance. This time, The Martial God Alliance was thoroughly prepared and advancing with great ferocity. With the forces of the Great Qian retreating to defend the Imperial City, the Martial God Alliance advanced with little effort, swiftly cutting down all obstacles in their path. Not a single foe was spared. Their objective was to seize control of the Great Qian. The former soldiers of the realm were of no concern to them. In the distance, ominous clouds began to swirl, as if boiling with intensity. The pressure of the heavens surged wildly, and a vast, dark mass of troops approached at an astonishing speed, a formidable tide. The Empress's gaze swept across the horizon, and she spoke slowly. "They have arrived." Upon uttering these words, she lowered her gaze towards the Imperial Palace. In a grand training ground, all the elite forces that the palace could muster were gathered. Hundreds of great Luo immortals, along with thousands of true immortals, upper immortals, and golden immortals. The ordinary troops and the cultivators below the Immortal Realm had become inconsequential. Their numbers could not sway the outcome of the battle. Today marked the War of the Immortals. Fu Zinglong, Liao Wenshan. You two shall coordinate with the court officials to defend the Imperial City. Remember, do not leave the city to engage in battle, the Empress instructed. Yes, the officials responded, bowing in acknowledgement. Fu Jinglong expressed his concerns. Your Majesty, merely defending will eventually lead to our formation being breached. This approach is not sustainable. The Empress replied, we shall hold our ground. It seems she had a plan in mind, yet she chose not to elaborate. Thus, Fu Jinglong, Liao Wenshan, and the court officials, accompanied by a multitude of immortals, surged forth in a great wave. Within the great Qian Imperial City, countless souls looked skyward. Even the most naive among them could surmise the unfolding situation, and rumors began to spread. Whispers circulated that the Martial God Alliance had arrived, pressing against the Imperial City. The Duke of State was dead, and only 3 of the 4 dukes remained. Could they withstand this onslaught? Judging by the current momentum, it seemed that all the generals of the court had mobilized. If the Martial God Alliance breached the city, would not all of them face certain death? Today, it seemed, would be the end of the Great Qian. In a tavern, Lu Ren gazed up at the sky, his eyes narrowing slightly. It has begun, he remarked. Across from him, Lin Baoer, having enjoyed a full night's rest, appeared vibrant and lively. Unfazed by the impending conflict, she relished a roast chicken, a rare delicacy for breakfast. Here, big brother, she said, stuffing her mouth full and offering him a drumstick. Lu Ren accepted it casually, taking a bite. The seasoning is lacking, he commented. As he spoke, Lu Ren sensed the 9 Curves Yellow River formation. The Martial God Alliance's forces were gradually encroaching upon its boundaries. He instructed the tavern keeper to bring forth some beef jerky. Together, he and Lin Baoer watched the unfolding drama, awaiting the clash of the opposing forces. Within the Imperial Palace, the Empress did not join the others outside, but instead surveyed the empty halls before turning to walk deeper into the palace. A woman clad in black closely followed her. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a grand hall behind the sleeping quarters. Though unguarded, this was an absolute forbidden zone within the Imperial Palace. The Empress stood at the entrance of the grand hall, her delicate fingers tracing intricate patterns in the air, causing complex runes of restraint to materialize. The 2 massive doors of the hall trembled slightly before gradually swinging open. Strangely, even in broad daylight, the interior of the hall remained obscured from view. Only a wave of intense heat surged forth, enveloping her like a molten tide, seeping into her very bones. With a determined step, the Empress advanced into the hall. At that moment, a woman clad in black suddenly grasped the Empress's wrist, turning to meet her gaze. Their eyes locked in a poignant exchange. The usually impassive countenance of the black-clad woman betrayed a flicker of concern and reluctance. The Empress's expression softened as she gently patted the back of the woman's hand, saying, Ingwe, you should go too. We cannot allow the Qian to falter. With that, she freed herself from the woman's grasp and proceeded step by step into the hall, as the stone doors clanged shut, dissipating the overwhelming heat. The black-clad woman lingered for a moment, casting a final glance at the now-closed stone doors before turning away and vanishing from sight. Outside the main gate of the Qian Imperial City, a formidable army loomed, halted by the protective barrier that obstructed their advance. The sky was thick with troops, their gazes fixed menacingly upon the Qian Imperial City below. Leading the front was Lu Junyan, standing over a colossal spear adorned with dark red patterns, emanating a powerful spiritual force that buoyed those alongside him. The 5 leaders of the Martial God Alliance were at his side, though one, Chun Dashin, was conspicuously absent. Alongside them were Lan Ji, 3 ants, and formidable members of the cat demon clan. On the opposing side stood a group of Taoist priests clad in yellow and black robes, led by an unattractive middle-aged man with sharp eyes and a hooked nose, who stroked his meager mustache and remarked, "Finally, we arrived just in time, Lu Junyan. You failed to mention you had the support of the Dihuang demon clan." Lu Junyan cast a sidelong glance at him and replied coolly, "Li Yufeng, you did not inform me that you brought so few people along. Is the benefit I provided you worth merely this handful?" Li Yufeng, the head of the Yellow Spring Manor and ruler of the Northern Realm, felt a hint of embarrassment as he scratched his head. Indeed, he had brought only 4 companions, none of whom were celestial lords, merely great Luo immortals. Lu Junyan, unimpressed, noted that the Martial God Alliance had hundreds of great Luo immortals. His 4 were hardly indispensable. "You misunderstood. These individuals are not here to assist you against the Qian. They are merely my attendants," Li Yufeng clarified. "Then you came alone?" Lu Junyan retorted, his dissatisfaction palpable. Not to mention the promised rewards for the Northern Realm's Yellow Spring Manor. The previous offerings were certainly not meant to result in Li Yufeng's solitary presence for assistance. It was quite a disappointment. Li Yufeng, seemingly indifferent, appeared to be merely spectating. Such an attitude was utterly dismissive. "Do not worry, for I have brought with me the treasured possession of the underworld," Li Yufeng proclaimed, his face brimming with pride. "A treasure? What might that be?" inquired Lu Junyan. "The 6-armed celestial corpse king." Li Yufeng chuckled, revealing a small black jade figure in the palm of his hand. Instantly, Lu Junyan's eyes sparkled with interest. The underworld's dominance over the Northern Realm was firmly established upon the nurturing of the 6-armed celestial corpse king for countless years. Li Yufeng was indeed generous to present it. Chapter 69. The confidence of the Martial God Alliance in midair. Lu Junyan extended his hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy, only to be thwarted by the protective city formation. Simultaneously, the defensive array, under attack, began to reveal its original form. A semi-transparent barrier enveloped the entire Dacian imperial city, with countless bizarre runes seemingly animated, swirling upon the protective formation. The Dacian's defensive array boasted formidable strength, successfully recalling a multitude of soldiers to defend the imperial city, thereby averting a significant loss of life. Yet vast territories were relinquished without a fight. The Empress understood the necessity of sacrifice. Lu Junyan murmured, "I had anticipated considerable resistance on this journey, yet we advance effortlessly. Perhaps I have overestimated Dacian." Beside him, Lan Ji coyly remarked, "Though lacking the allure of the Fox clan, the grace of the Cat clan can ignite the deepest desires within a man's heart." Even the Taoists from the underworld were captivated, desperately swallowing their saliva. Witnessing this scene, Lan Ji laughed exuberantly, her charm overwhelming. Li Yufeng couldn't help but steal a few glances at her, only to notice her gaze sweeping in his direction. He hastily turned his attention back to the imperial city, declaring, "Dacian has dwindled to this trivial expanse. What can their defensive formation accomplish? They are but trapped fish in a barrel, unable to elude us for long. I fear this protective array may not even withstand my 6-armed celestial corpse king." As he spoke, a considerable number of Dacian's forces had already arrived, standing in formation upon the city walls, confronting the Martial God Alliance. "Where are Duke Zhongting Du Xiuxing and Duke Zhengwa Zhongyanshan?" Lu Junyan inquired with a smile, seemingly unperturbed. The Martial God Alliance's army loomed ominously. Dacian was as good as captured, with the support of the Dihuang demon clan and the 6-armed celestial corpse king from the underworld. The sight of Dacian's meager forces left Lu Junyan nearly laughing aloud, finding his meticulous plans rather amusing. It seemed that assistance was unnecessary. They could simply charge forward and secure Dacian with ease. Faced with this inquiry, Fu Zhenglong and Liao Wenshan's faces turned ashen, yet they remained silent. It was then that a commander beside Lu Junyan spoke up. "The Duke Zhongyanshan has already perished. What a pity. After all, he was a Duke of Dacian. Yet he met such an untimely end." As for Du Xiuxing, they did not mention him. It is possible that they believe Du Xiuxing is secretly undermining their efforts. Little do they know, Du Xiuxing has already met his demise, with the loss of such a formidable general as the Duke of the nation. How could the great Qian possibly withstand the might of the Martial God Alliance? Lu Junyan inquired with a mocking tone. Even a fool could discern that Lu Junyan was already aware of Zhong Yunshan's death. The eastern territories of the Zhongyu have long been under the dominion of the great Qian dynasty. Your Martial God Alliance has intruded without cause. We have not sought retribution. Yet you brazenly encroach upon us. Liao Wenshan thundered an accusation. However, Lu Junyan merely chuckled, responding, to the victor belong the spoils, and to the vanquished. The shame, has it not been thus for countless ages? The great Xian has held dominion over the eastern territories for far too long. It is time for a change of guard. After saying this, he cast a sweeping glance around and continued, in such a critical moment. Where is your empress of the great Xian? What would she be doing? Hiding, perhaps? Or has she fled? Impudent! How dare you speculate about our empress in such a manner? Fu Zhenglong rebuked loudly. If that is the case, why have we not seen her? Lu Junyan pressed. The verbal sparring between the two parties continued. Inside the tavern, Lu Ran observed the unfolding scene from the window. Thanks to the tavern's vantage point, he could see both factions clearly. Lu Ran felt somewhat exasperated, remarking, they've already come to kill. Why not just engage in battle directly? What is there to fuss over? He was anticipating a war of attrition between them, yet all they seemed to engage in was idle chatter. You two esteemed immortals, having endured the rigors of cultivation. Since the Empress is absent, I, Lu Junyan, extend to you an opportunity. Open the city as protective array and pledge allegiance to the Martial God Alliance. In that case, the Great Xian shall remain the Great Xian, merely under a different banner. Together, we can manage the Martial God Alliance and dominate the Eastern Realm. How delightful would that be? Lu Junyan proclaimed. So that was his aim. He was indifferent to the rabble, but the four noble lords, each a celestial monarch, were invaluable assets. If he could entice two celestial monarchs to join the Martial God Alliance with just a few words, it would bolster their standing significantly, even against the Dihuang demon clan, thereby strengthening their negotiations with the other realms of Sanyu. Do you think we would ever consider aligning ourselves with your Martial God Alliance? Dream on. Fu Zhenglong retorted vehemently. Yet, Liao Wenshan's expression was peculiar, his gaze flickering as he regarded Lu Junyan, seemingly in contemplation. Having attained the rank of celestial monarch, Liao Wenshan, despite his rigid demeanor, possessed a modicum of intelligence. At this moment, the Great Xian was in decline, and the Martial God Alliance was at their doorstep. Furthermore, the protective array would not withstand for long. The Empress was nowhere to be found, perhaps preparing some hidden card. Yet could that card possibly counter the current threat posed by the Martial God Alliance? He could see clearly that Li Yufeng from the Northern Realm as Huangquan Mansion was right beside Lu Junyan. As for the Great Xian, the only celestial monarchs capable of battle were himself and Fu Zhenglong. The protective array would soon falter, and once the city fell, the fate that awaited him and Fu Zhenglong was all too predictable. Today marks a certain demise. The sole opportunity for survival lies in betraying the Martial God Alliance. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether the Empress has truly prepared her trump card. If, as Luo Junyan suggests, she is indeed hidden away or fled, the situation would be quite awkward. With the Empress having abandoned them, it would be utterly irrational for him and Fu Zhenglong to risk their lives here. Contemplating this, Liao Wenshan felt increasingly tempted. However, noticing Fu Zhenglong's indignation and surrounded by so many loyal subordinates of the Qian, Liao Wenshan hesitated to openly surrender. It seemed Luo Junyan saw right through him. Fu Zhenglong was straightforward and foolishly loyal, making him difficult to sway. Yet, Liao Wenshan presented a promising opportunity. If he could successfully secure Liao Wenshan, the Qian would be left with only Fu Zhenglong, a pitiful prospect indeed. Thus, Luo Junyan continued. You can all discern that the Martial God Alliance has made ample preparations this time. He gestured towards Li Yufeng beside him, proclaiming, you should be acquainted with this individual. The Lord of the Huangquan Mansion, Li Yufeng. Li Yufeng flashed a grin, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly. After years of chaotic strife in the Eastern Realm, the Martial God Alliance and the Qian have been at odds. It is high time for unification. We in the Northern Realm believe it is most fitting for the Martial God Alliance to establish a stronghold in the Eastern Realm. With that, he spread his hands, ostentatiously displaying a jade figure. This is the six-armed celestial corpse king from my Huangquan Mansion, more than sufficient to deal with you two. And we scarcely regard any other insignificant foes. The Qian is destined for defeat today. This is your final opportunity. I hope you cherish it. Upon hearing this, Liao Wenshan felt a jolt of trepidation. Huangquan Mansion had even produced the six-armed celestial corpse king. What chance did the Qian still hold? The moment the city's protective formation is breached will be the moment of the Qian's annihilation. Lu Ran watched with keen interest, stretching his neck to discern the jade figure in Li Yufeng's hand. Curiously, he mused setting aside the suppression effect of a 9 curves yellow river formation. I wonder which is stronger, the 6-armed celestial corpse king or my 8-armed great Tianpeng. Just as he pondered this, Luo Zhenyan continued his introductions. To the right are the formidable beings of the Dihuang cat demon clan, 3 demon emperors present. He referred, of course, to the 3 ants behind Lanji. Despite their alluring appearances, mature as ripe peaches, they were indeed bona fide demon emperors. This time, even Fu Jinglong's countenance grew exceedingly grim. With 3 demon emperors, the 6-armed celestial corpse king from Huangquan Mansion, and the 5 celestial lords of the Martial God Alliance. Not to mention Luo Zhenyan himself being a celestial lord. How could a Qin possibly withstand such an onslaught? At that moment, it seemed Lanji, feeling slighted by Luo Zhenyan's omission of her, raised her hand to reveal a delicate, ancient pagoda. Within my myriad demons tower, there lies an army of 1,000,000 demon clans. The day the city falls will be the day of a grand feast for the myriad demons. You too must consider your escape route wisely. Upon hearing this, even Fu Zhenglong fell into silence. Liao Wenshan's gaze towards Lu Zhenyan softened with newfound friendliness. Yet, amidst the tension, one individual was notably exhilarated, and that was Lu Ran, who was engrossed in the performance at the tavern. 3 demon emperors. Is there truly a 1,000,000-strong demon army within that small tower? Lu Ran murmured excitedly, flipping his wrist to reveal the demon refining pot in his hand. This artifact will prove invaluable. 1,000,000 demons, a tremendous boon. Chapter 70. The Great Scholar's Dharma Appearance. Fu Jinglong addressed Liao Wenshan, his tone firm. I have articulated my position clearly, and the circumstances are evident to you both. How shall you decide? The demonstration had been laid bare. It was now time for these two to make their choice. Should they turn against their current allegiance, the Martial God Alliance would gain 2 additional immortal lords, leaving the Great Xian with nothing but the Empress as its sole commander. In fact, the Empress had yet to make an appearance. If she remained absent, and should these 2 defect, the Great Xian would be rendered a mere shell. Once the city's protective array is breached, the Great Xian would be easily within reach. Without further ado, I, Fu Zhenglong, pledge myself to the Great Xian, he proclaimed with fervor. Lu Zhenyan furrowed his brow. Despite the gravity of the moment, one remained obstinately unyielding. Conversely, it was a usually upright Liao Wenshan, known for his unwavering integrity in overseeing the officials of the Great Xian, who spoke solemnly. I am willing to submit to the Martial God Alliance. In an instant, Fu Zhenglong turned to Liao Wenshan, exclaiming, Liao Wenshan, you treacherous rogue, have you lost your senses? Liao Wenshan faced Fu Zhenglong, responding, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. Du Xiaoxing was not mistaken. I have diligently cultivated for thousands of years for the sake of the Great Xian. I shall not perish here. Yet, as soon as he uttered those words, Liao Wenshan was suddenly reminded of Du Xiaoxing's fate, causing his heart to tighten. He abruptly glanced around, as if the 6th sense of an immortal lord sensed something amiss. With resolve, Liao Wenshan raised his hand, and a brush-shaped artifact appeared before him. Then, with a resounding hum, a towering Confucian Dharma appearance manifested behind him. The great scholar's Dharma appearance. Indeed, a remarkable sight. Lu Zhenyan nodded in satisfaction. Although Liao Wenshan lacked the combat prowess of the Duke of the Nation, the ability to manipulate the vast energies of heaven and earth through the great scholar's Dharma was exceedingly rare. However, in that moment, Liao Wenshan's face was etched with terror. After summoning the artifact and the Dharma appearance, he resolutely headed towards the Imperial Palace. The core of the city's protective array lay within the palace. The Empress's forces were maintaining the protective array. Liao Wenshan merely needed to clear the area to disrupt it from the core, though he had resolved to switch sides. The protective array still stood. The Martial God Alliance outside the city could not enter, nor could he escape from within. Yet the mysterious woman beside the Empress remained within the city. If he did not promptly breach the protective array to seek refuge with the Martial God Alliance, he would surely be doomed once she acted. He did not consider himself significantly stronger than Du Xiaoxing. But just as he made his move, a shadowy figure appeared from the Imperial Palace, intercepting him midway. In the void, the expression of the moonlit fairy was one of indifference as she observed Liao Wenshan. Devoid of any manifestation of divine presence or erratic fluctuations of spiritual energy, she stood there as if an ordinary person suspended in the ether. In the face of Liao Wenshan's grand scholar's aura, she resembled an ant attempting to shake a tree, akin to a mere mortal confronting a towering mountain. Yet, Liao Wenshan's body trembled violently, his movements abruptly ceasing. Simultaneously, he bellowed, "Luo Junyan, break the formation. Quickly, shatter the array." His voice quivered with trepidation. Luo Junyan cast a puzzled glance at the woman clad in black. It struck him as peculiar. Among the vast intelligence amassed over the years regarding the Great Xian, there seemed to be no mention of this enigmatic figure. However, given the palpable fear she instilled in Liao Wenshan, she was undoubtedly no ordinary foe. With Commander Chindashan having vanished, and after much effort in rallying a celestial lord, he could not afford to squander this opportunity. Thus, Luo Junyan pondered, "Break the formation." These simple 4 words unleashed a flurry of action. The 3 ants of the Cat Demon clan, alongside various commanders, soared into the air, revealing their divine manifestations. They stood like celestial beings outside the city's protective array. Likewise, the 3 ants of the Cat Demon lineage displayed their formidable bloodline, with colossal cat demons entwined in dark demonic energy materializing behind them. In the next moment, they collectively unleashed a relentless barrage upon the city's protective array. Various divine abilities, intermingled with spiritual and demonic forces, were hurled with reckless abandon. While the city's protective array appeared impregnable, it quaked precariously under the onslaught of this formidable assembly. Luo Junyan's focus remained fixed on the woman in black. Before her, Liao Wenshan dared not move. Cautiously hovering in the air, his grand scholar aura raised in defense. The vast and righteous energy of heaven and earth converged into a flowing river, enveloping him in a complete shield. To attack the woman in black, it was a mere jest. Liao Wenshan had no interest in such folly. He only wished to survive. Confronted by a woman capable of dispatching Du Xiaoxing in an instant, his resolve had long since shattered. As a fellow celestial lord, he understood Du Xiaoxing's prowess all too well. To annihilate him without a hint of resistance, he was certain that he stood no chance against this woman in black. Within the tavern, Lu Ran and Lin Bei'er were perched at the window, craning their necks to witness the unfolding drama. "Who is that sister? She seems incredibly powerful." Lin Bei'er inquired with curiosity. "I don't know, but she doesn't appear to be of the human race," Lu Ran murmured. Possessing the heavenly spirit eye, he could discern Liao Wenshan's realm at a glance, identifying him as a celestial lord of the second heaven, akin to Zhong Yanshan. Yet, he could not penetrate the essence of this woman in black. It was not that her realm was too elevated. Rather, there was a peculiar obstruction, akin to a shroud of mist, rendering his heavenly spirit eye ineffective. Although he had possessed this ability for only a short time, it had never faltered. The sole instance of failure had occurred with Lin Bei'er. He could not see through the Li clan, and now this woman exuded the same enigmatic aura. However, this woman was evidently not a member of the Li ethnic group. In fact, she bore no trace of humanity at all. In the air, as the martial god alliance began to breach the formation, Liao Wenshan let out a sigh of relief and shouted, "I hold no grievances against you. My defection from the martial god alliance was a matter of necessity. There is no need for you to make things difficult for me. With the formation about to be shattered, your concern should lie with the martial god alliance." Yet, as before, the woman remained silent. She glanced at the members of the martial god alliance who were dismantling the formation and then turned her gaze to Liao Wenshan. With her hands slightly outstretched, 2 glimmers of cold light appeared in her grasp. Were those daggers? 2 jet-black daggers shimmered ominously in her hands, radiating a chilling aura. Still, she did not reveal her true form. Liao Wenshan felt a shiver run through him. It was likely that Du Xiaoxing's head had been severed by such a weapon. As the woman brandished her daggers, she transformed into a swirling mass of darkness, hurtling toward Liao Wenshan with lightning speed. "Hey!" Liao Wenshan roared to bolster his courage. Simultaneously, the avatar of the great scholar detached from his body, lunging forward to shield Liao Wenshan. With hands outstretched, enveloped in a radiant, compressed essence of the heavens and earth. Infused with the torrents of spiritual energy, they sought to crush the woman's form with tremendous force, akin to swatting a mosquito. The woman sensed the impending threat but did not alter her trajectory, allowing herself to be struck mercilessly by the 2 palms. Liao Wenshan's heart soared with joy. She was hit. Yet, before the expression of elation could fully grace his face, it abruptly froze. Between the palms of the great scholar's avatar, the woman extended her arms. Her daggers pressed outward, wedged firmly between the palms. No matter how forcefully the avatar exerted itself, it could not advance an inch. Liao Wenshan's complexion drastically changed. This was utterly futile. It was crucial to note that this woman had yet to unveil her true form. Yet, she effortlessly withstood Liao Wenshan's assault. Instinctively, Liao Wenshan began to retreat. The woman, with her arms braced against the avatar's palms, quivered slightly. In an instant, she slipped through like an eel. The palms of the great scholar's avatar clasped together, but it was already too late. Regaining his composure, Liao Wenshan decisively transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the martial god alliance, shouting, "Breach the formation, breach the formation." Chapter 71. The Six-Armed Celestial Corpse King. If the formation was not dismantled soon, he would truly meet his end. Meanwhile, the great scholar's avatar was left behind to entangle the dark-clad woman, buying time. The idea was splendid, but reality plunged Liao Wenshan into despair. The woman, keenly observing Liao Wenshan's movements, traced a bizarre arc through the air. All the attacks from the great scholar's avatar, along with the essence of the heavens and earth, were deftly evaded by her, leaving not a trace of dust upon her. In a moment of haste, Liao Wenshan glanced back, realizing that the Dharma manifestation had failed to restrain his opponent, and the woman was closing in on him with alarming speed. Fear gripped him, almost causing him to lose control. Just then, a loud crack echoed as a massive fissure suddenly appeared in the city's protective array. Following that, with a thunderous roar, the entire defensive formation shattered into oblivion, dissipating into nothingness. The great Xianxia defensive array, under the relentless bombardment of so many formidable figures, proved to be utterly inadequate. Fu Zhenglong's face turned ashen as he beheld the imminent threat posed by the army of the Martial God Alliance, his heart sinking into despair. He could hardly muster the energy to concern himself with Liao Wenshan's fate. Instead, he drew forth his spear, and a divine general's Dharma manifestation materialized behind him, leading his subordinates in a determined effort to defend the imperial city. Upon witnessing the collapse of the protective array, Liao Wenshan shouted in exhilaration, "The Martial God Alliance protects me." With that proclamation, his speed seemed to surge even further. Lu Junyan had intended to take some action, but upon glancing up, he found that the Dark Spectre was already upon Liao Wenshan. With rage in his eyes, Liao Wenshan unleashed his spiritual power recklessly, fortifying his defenses, believing that if he could endure these few seconds, the protection of the Martial God Alliance would ensure his survival. Alas, it was futile. The protective aura was as fragile as paper, easily severed by the dagger. With a swift thrust, one dagger plunged directly into Liao Wenshan's dantian, accompanied by a strange energy that shattered the spiritual power within. The other dagger followed suit, swiftly severing Liao Wenshan's head. Despite being an immortal and a celestial lord, Liao Wenshan, even when attacked at his dantian and decapitated, would typically possess the means to reconstruct his corporeal form. Yet, under the assault of this dark-clad woman, it appeared that all his methods were rendered ineffective. The Confucian Dharma manifestation froze in the air before dissipating silently. Liao Wenshan's head fell to the ground, and the torrent of spiritual energy within his dantian erupted violently. It stirred the garments of the dark-clad woman, making them flutter. The pair of daggers turned slightly as she cast her gaze upon Lu Junyan, who was taken aback. Who was this dark-clad woman? Her strength was terrifying. She had effortlessly crushed Liao Wenshan. The thought of confronting her sent chills down Lu Junyan's spine. With a decisive motion, the dark-clad woman targeted Lu Junyan, disregarding the presence of others, transforming into a shadow and advancing toward him. "Li Yufeng, take action!" Lu Junyan shouted, simultaneously hurling several protective spiritual treasures without hesitation. He even summoned the crimson spear beneath him, grasping it tightly in his hand. His eyes remained fixed on the approaching dark specter. In that critical moment, a small object was tossed into the air, obstructing the dark-clad woman's path. It was the black jade figurine. The woman sensed something amiss, her movements abruptly halting. In the next moment, a colossal figure, a six-armed celestial corpse king, descended from the heavens like an iron tower, dwarfing even the manifestations of the law. The instant it appeared, it unleashed a formidable punch, devoid of any fluctuations of spiritual energy. Yet, the impact sent the cloaked woman hurtling backwards like a mere fly, crashing heavily onto the ground and sliding a considerable distance. Along its path, rows of imperial city structures succumbed to the devastating force collapsing in ruins. Li Yufeng erupted into hearty laughter, his hand forming a seal as he proclaimed loudly, with sheer strength, one can shatter myriad laws. It is truly rare for a talent like you to exist in Dihuang, yet tell me, can you withstand the trial of my Yellow Springs manor? Inside the tavern, Lu Ran and Lin Baoer watched in exhilaration, particularly thrilled when they witnessed the six-armed celestial corpse king send the cloaked woman flying, demolishing a series of buildings. The two exchanged wide-eyed glances, relieved that the destruction did not extend to their row of the tavern. Indeed, it could have been worse, Lu Ran remarked. Absolutely. Lin Baoer concoulit. They then turned their gaze toward the cloaked woman, but her figure was obscured by the wreckage. Is she dead? Lin Baoer inquired. Not all. And she remains unscathed, Lu Ran pondered. His spiritual sense could envelop the area, allowing him to detect her presence. While he still could not perceive her fully, he sensed her aura was stable. This reminded him of the time he had sent Lin Baoer flying to test the characteristics of the Li clan. However, in Lu Ran's perception, the woman's essence was vastly different from that of the Li clan, confirming she could not belong to them. Baoer, aside from the Li clan, what other races possess immortality? Lu Ran asked with curiosity. Yet, Lin Baoer merely shook her head in confusion, her knowledge not much greater than that of the newly ascended Lu Ran. Both were equally uninformed, and they continued to watch the unfolding spectacle. Very well, they said, each taking a bite of beef as they remained engrossed in the drama. Initially, Lu Ran had surmised that Dihuang was on the verge of total defeat, with the martial god alliance poised to crush them. Yet, it now appeared that circumstances were shifting. Although Liao Wenshan had fallen and the Empress was absent, Dihuang was left with but one immortal, Fu Zhenglong. However, with the presence of this enigmatic woman who could potentially vanquish an immortal in an instant, the situation was anything but dire. Nevertheless, the outlook was grim. The six-armed celestial corpse king of the Yellow Springs Manor was no trifling opponent. Lu Ran turned to observe the towering figure, which was considerably larger than any manifestation of the law, standing like an ancient giant. Unlike the manifestations, this creature was a tangible entity, not merely an energy projection. The celestial corpse king was robust, with its 6 muscular arms, its body covered in festering sores, emanating a foul stench that assailed the senses. How truly foul it is, Lu Ran muttered. The beef before him had lost its allure. He could not sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the heavenly corpse king. Reflecting on Li Yufeng's earlier remarks regarding the concept of a single force overcoming myriad laws, Lu Ran began to comprehend. This creature is akin to a zombie. Its physical fortitude and strength had reached a truly terrifying level. The aura was imperceptible, for it possessed no spiritual energy whatsoever. It was sheer physical dominance. The black-clad woman, who could withstand even the formidable presence of Liao Wenshan, a learned sage, could be sent flying by this entity, highlighting the terrifying power of the heavenly corpse king. It was more than sufficient to contend with celestial beings. No wonder it could serve as the trump card and treasure of the Huangquan mansion in the Northern Realm. Given the situation, I wonder if my 8-armed great heavenly Pangu could hold its own, Lu Ran mused curiously. Meanwhile, Lu Junyan let out a slight sigh of relief. Gazing at the heavenly corpse king before him, he too was astonished. He had long heard of the terrifying reputation of the 6-armed heavenly corpse king from the Huangquan mansion. Now, it was evident that the rumors held true. After such a punch, it would be difficult even for him, Lu Junyan, to withstand. The several commanders beside him watched with wide eyes. Having such a creature as an ally was indeed advantageous. Even the 3 ants of the cat demon clan, along with Lan Ji, wore solemn expressions. Their strength was considerable, yet they had not anticipated that the Huangquan mansion possessed such a formidable asset. Li Yufeng was quite pleased with the reactions of the crowd and proclaimed with pride, "Rest assured, everyone, although this girl may be peculiar, under the suppression of our Huangquan mansion, she shall not pose a significant threat. As for Fu Zhenglong, feel free to deal with him at your leisure." Chapter 72. For the Great Qian. It is a pity that Liao Wenshan has perished. With the Empress absent, Great Qian now relies solely on Fu Zhenglong. Once he is eliminated, the entirety of Great Qian will be within our grasp. Eliminating Fu Zhenglong is a trivial matter. A mere celestial being, surrounded and besieged by so many celestial beings of the martial god alliance, Fu Zhenglong is virtually doomed to be swiftly defeated. Great Qian, we shall seize it. But suddenly, from the ruins, a dark figure rose once more, stepping through the void with deliberate strides. His expression remained impassive, merely casting a faint glance at the six-armed heavenly corpse king before charging forward without hesitation. Alas, his strength is commendable, yet his intellect appears somewhat lacking, Lu Ran lamented. The six-armed heavenly corpse king relies on physical prowess. Its bodily strength is unimaginable. How could one hope to confront it head-on? The previous punch had come unexpectedly and hastily. Now, with clarity restored, one should circumvent and target the celestial beings instead. How could one engage the six-armed heavenly corpse king in battle? If you do not slay the celestial beings, how might I, the opportunist, profit? If the six-armed heavenly corpse king holds him at bay, once Fu Zhenglong falls, Great Qian will be utterly lost. As for the Empress, who is yet to appear, Lu Ran speculated that she had likely fled. In this scenario, had Lu Ran been a general of Great Qian, he too would have made a hasty retreat under cover of night. Just as he was pondering this, bang! As the woman charged forward, the six-armed celestial corpse king retaliated with a single, devastating punch, sending her hurtling back once more. Such a demonstration of raw power was overwhelming. Even if the woman could withstand the impact without injury, she remained unable to approach her opponent, akin to swatting a fly. The back and forth continued, with her life spared yet reduced to being tossed about like a mere ball. How peculiar! Who exactly is this girl? How could her physical resilience be so formidable? Li Yufeng pondered, observing the scene with a furrowed brow. The appearance of the six-armed celestial corpse king had proven effective, yet despite the exchanges, he could not claim victory over his adversary, which left Li Yufeng feeling somewhat embarrassed. It felt almost like a child's play. He could neither discern nor sense any fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from her. Could it be that she possessed some divine treasure for protection? Lan Ji, watching with curiosity, remarked, "A divine treasure remaining unscathed in the grasp of my six-armed celestial corpse king? Such a notion is far-fetched." Li Yufeng retorted with a discontented frown. "Perhaps it is an ancient artifact," suggested Lu Junyan. This statement instantly illuminated the eyes of those present. An ancient artifact? They had never even laid eyes on one. If this girl truly possessed such a treasure, capturing her and seizing the artifact would undoubtedly evoke envy among all, given its unparalleled defensive capabilities. This stalemate cannot persist. We must act decisively. First, eliminate Fu Zhenglong, then we shall deal with the greater matter of Dihuang, Li Yufeng urged. As the one controlling the six-armed celestial corpse king, he too felt the toll of exertion. No matter how resilient the woman was, she showed no signs of injury. And prolonging this encounter would only deplete his spiritual energy. The adversary could not be vanquished, and he could not outlast her. We must act. Get bichur da Qian, Lu Junyan commanded, brandishing his spear. Eliminate Fu Zhenglong, and the eastern realm shall be devoid of Dihuang. Let all within the city perish. A massacre. The Martial God Alliance aims to completely seize control here and restore order. It is difficult to discern how many of the original inhabitants are mere fence-sitters and how many are staunchly loyal to Dihuang. To eliminate all is the safest course. Clean and decisive. Having spoken, Lu Junyan turned his gaze towards, yet even so, the spear remained tightly gripped in his hand, unwilling to yield. Lu Ran could not help but nod in silent approval. Such individuals are indeed rare talents, facing certain death. They could easily preserve their millennia of cultivation by simply lowering their heads and switching sides, yet he chose to forsake that option. Lu Ran pondered within himself. If he were in the dire straits faced by Fu Zhenglong, he would most likely have defected without hesitation. "Brother, can Dihuang still be preserved?" Lin Bayer asked. Though her understanding was limited, she recognized that Lu Ran's recent maneuvers were aimed at reaping the benefits after the two factions engaged in mutual slaughter. However, it now appeared that Dihuang was utterly suppressed. Not only would they not suffer mutual destruction, but the Martial God Alliance could likely seize Dihuang without losing a single soldier. It seemed hopeless. What a pity in the end. "It would still fall to me to clean up the Martial God Alliance," Lu Ran muttered, dissatisfied with the current state of affairs. As they spoke, the three demon emperors revealed their true forms. Three colossal black felines materializing in midair, agilely approaching Fu Zhenglong without touching the ground. "All soldiers, fall back." Fu Zinglong Gubelod. In this celestial battle, none of the subordinates below the immortal monarch had the qualification to participate. A mere brush from the demon emperors would spell death. The soldiers understood, and heeding Fu Zhenglong's command, they dispersed in an instant, leaving him alone. Clutching his spear, he fixed his gaze upon the three cat demons rushing towards him. With his spear thrust forward, he roared, "For the Qian." His cry resonated with a mix of unwillingness and determination. Behind him, the Divine General's avatar was the first to charge forth, standing before Fu Zhenglong to confront the three cat demons. Fu Zhenglong began to summon his divine powers. Though it was a suicidal endeavor, he resolved to leave a scar on the martial god alliance, even in death. Yet the outcome was far from favorable. Although the Divine General detached from Fu Zhenglong, it was not acting independently. It still required his control. Faced with the three cat demons, he could not fully channel the avatar's powers. The agility of the cat demons rendered nearly all of the avatar's attacks futile. The remaining two cat demons surged directly towards Fu Zhenglong. He sighed deeply, feeling that his demise was pitifully ignoble. At this critical moment, boom, a wave of heat suddenly erupted from the Imperial Palace. Everyone turned their gaze towards the palace simultaneously. Flames painted half the sky crimson. Dark red flames roiling and surging forth. The ominous clouds overhead seemed ignited, radiating outward from the palace in all directions. Before the fiery onslaught, a graceful figure descended through the air. Countless flames swirled around her, and a phoenix robe danced amidst the inferno. "The Empress has arrived," Lu Junyan remarked coolly. Yet this aura was formidable. Lu Ran also turned to look, eager to discover what means the enigmatic Empress of Dihuang possessed, having held back until this moment. But upon seeing her, Lu Ran was struck as if by lightning. He exclaimed, "Luo, Luo." Chapter 73. This is not a dream. "Brother, do you know her?" Lin Bauer asked in surprise, gazing at the woman in the phoenix robe who approached like a queen of flames. "My disciple," Lu Ran replied. At that moment, the innkeeper and several attendants burst in, eager to witness the spectacle. "Esteemed guest, shall we watch together?" The innkeeper, a rotund man with a round belly, was followed by a few attendants who hastily made their way to a vantage point on the second floor. They risked their lives for show, given the proximity to the city gate. "Suit yourself," Lu Ran casually remarked. The innkeeper then chuckled and leaned toward another window. Looking up, he observed the Empress moving at an accelerating pace, enveloped in flames. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a lotus flower beneath her feet, seemingly materialized from the fire. However, the Empress appeared somewhat peculiar at that moment. Her eyes were crimson, and her long hair had transformed into a fiery red, blending almost seamlessly with her red phoenix robe, as if she were about to merge with the flames. "Ah, this is indeed the Empress," the innkeeper exclaimed in astonishment. "You have never seen the Empress?" Lu Ran inquired. The Empress, Zhusha Luo, was notoriously enigmatic and never made public appearances. "Of course not. I thought she would be unattractive, but she is stunning," the innkeeper marveled. The attendants behind him chimed in, "Indeed, fiery and alluring, truly deserving of the title of Empress." Can this Empress withstand the onslaught of the martial god alliance? Whether she could withstand their assault was uncertain, but she certainly could not withstand my advances in bed. "Ha. Ah, young lad, you have voiced my thoughts." The innkeeper laughed. "We are all thinking the same, right?" Everyone burst into laughter, teasing one another. The innkeeper, with a lewd grin, remarked, "What a pity that the flames are too intense. We cannot discern what lies beneath the phoenix robe. Quite unfortunate." Turning to Lu Ran, he queried, "Esteemed guest, what is your evaluation?" Without even glancing at them, Lu Ran raised his hand and made a slight grasping motion. Boom! The surrounding spiritual energy was instantly compressed, binding the innkeeper and his companions. They were taken aback, attempting to speak, only to find themselves utterly immobilized. Bang! The highly compressed spiritual energy caused them to explode. Lu Ran retracted one hand as if he had performed a trivial act and continued to gaze skyward. The aura emanated from the sixth heaven of the immortal sovereign, yet it felt exceptionally potent, as though some latent explosive potential had been unleashed. Lu Ran analyzed. This was not the intensity characteristic of the sixth heaven of the immortal sovereign, but it was volatile, akin to a wild horse forcibly restrained, ready to break free at any moment. Simultaneously, Lu Ran recognized that unchecked outbursts could damage one's foundational cultivation to a considerable extent. Unless absolutely necessary, no one would unleash their potential, as the harm might be irreversible. As the Empress swiftly approached the city walls, she suddenly sensed something amiss, causing her speed to momentarily falter. With a puzzled gaze, she looked down at the imperial city, but felt nothing unusual. A shadow of melancholy crossed her face as she shook her head. However, determination soon replaced her uncertainty, and her speed surged once more as she ascended to the top of the walls. Upon witnessing the remnants of the shattered walls that the mysterious woman had cast aside, her brow furrowed slightly. At that moment, the three demon monarchs halted their advance, their colossal forms facing the Empress in a tense standoff, wary of making the first move. The aura emanating from the Empress was formidable. Fu Zhenglong, breathless and filled with a sense of survival, warned the Empress, "Your Majesty, be cautious. That is the six-armed celestial corpse king from the netherworld of the Northern Realm. And do not forget the three demon monarchs of the Dihuang tribe." Upon hearing this, the Empress cast a glance at the three demon monarchs before shifting her focus to the six-armed celestial corpse king. Yet, after a mere glance, she dismissed it. Finally, she directed her gaze towards Lu Junyan, stating, "Your alliance with the Northern Realm is beyond my concern. But the decree of the Summer Province prohibits the Dihuang tribe from encroaching upon its territories. Have you forgotten the rules?" Lu Junyan chuckled derisively. "It has been millennia since we last met, and you do not recall that tens of thousands of years ago, the Azure Emperor of the Summer Province vanished with the Imperial Edict? The rules have long since become mere echoes of the past. Your outdated mindset is no wonder you cannot defend Qian." The Empress's brow tightened. Suddenly, an inferno enveloped her, twisting and coiling, as a colossal fire lotus emerged behind her, radiating intense heat. The ground and surrounding structures seemed on the verge of melting under the scorching waves. It was well known that the Empress of Diqian wielded the calamity fire lotus, capable of incinerating all creation. Today, we shall witness its power. Lu Junyan remarked with a grin. Here, Lu Junyan displayed a modicum of cunning. He did not claim he would face her alone, but rather stated that they would all bear witness together, indicating a collective assault. He was no fool. The Empress's aura far surpassed her expected strength. Engaging her in a one-on-one battle would be folly. Then, Lu Junyan's avatar manifested, revealing a divine general wielding a spear, reminiscent of Fu Zhenglong's, but far superior in both presence and appearance. "The heavenly gang great saint murmured, 'Let us strike and subdue the Empress.'" Lu Junyan bellowed. The commanders surrounding him promptly spread out, unveiling their respective avatars. The three demon monarchs also summoned their full demonic power under Li Yufeng's command. The six-armed celestial corpse king led the charge. Even Li Yufeng summoned forth his avatar. A cursory glance revealed that aside from the six-armed celestial corpse king, there were 10 experts at the immortal sovereign level, with the addition of the six-armed celestial corpse king. It was clear why the Martial God Alliance dared to launch a night raid on Diqian. Their confidence was indeed substantial. In contrast, Diqian's side consisted solely of the Empress, Fu Zhenglong, and the mysterious woman, merely 3 individuals. As for the other celestial beings, such as the Great Luo Immortal, Golden Immortals, Upper Immortals, and True Immortals, they are mere bystanders, their fates hinging upon the victories or defeats of these immortal lords. They lack the qualifications to partake in the battles among the immortal lords. The Empress wore a grave expression. This challenge would not be easily surmounted. She understood that she was in a phase of explosive power, yet such an explosion has its limits. With 10 immortal lords, alongside a 6-armed celestial corpse king, her chances of victory seemed exceedingly slim. However, the great Qian could not simply concede without a fight. The Empress was still astonished that the Martial God Alliance had gathered such formidable strength this time. Boom, boom, boom. The 6-armed celestial corpse king advanced towards the Empress with heavy, thunderous steps. Each of its 6 arms swung vigorously, causing the earth to fracture beneath its weight. Simultaneously, the manifestations of Lu Junyan and others began to close in, encircling the Empress. Boom! The Empress, unwilling to yield, unleashed the calamity fire-red lotus once more, sending forth countless fiery suns that surged in all directions. The sudden eruption of power forced the 3 demon emperors and several manifestations of the Martial God Alliance to retreat a considerable distance. Yet, the Empress boldly approached the 6-armed celestial corpse king. Nevertheless, the Empress underestimated the 6-armed celestial corpse king. As she charged forward, flames coalesced before her into a magnificent fire lotus. Concurrently, a long sword, exhaling black demonic flames, materialized in her grasp, swiftly followed by an unparalleled torrent of sword energy that pierced forth. The 6-armed celestial corpse king neither dodged nor evaded, yet it did not dare to underestimate the attack. It abruptly halted, thrusting its 6 arms forward. Boom! The fire lotus was instantly obliterated. The sky was filled with flames that shot outwards like fiery meteors. In their wake, those unable to evade, golden immortals, true immortals, and ordinary mortals, were reduced to ash in an instant. The surrounding structures lay in shambles. Although the fire lotus had been dispersed, the torrent of sword energy directly struck the six-armed celestial corpse king's chest. The sword energy pierced through but did not dissipate. Instead, it solidified into a massive, flaming long sword embedded in the celestial corpse king's chest, the searing flames relentlessly devouring its body. Li Yufeng's eyes shone with fury. He bellowed, "To injure my celestial corpse king of the Yellow Springs, you are courting death." With a surge of control, the six-armed celestial corpse king opened its massive maw, unleashing a deafening, hoarse roar as its six arms rose in unison to grasp the flaming longsword. Miraculously, it pulled the sword from its chest. Lu Junyan and the others watched in astonishment. The Empress's eruption of power was indeed terrifying. She could breach the ultimate defenses of the six-armed celestial corpse king. "Kill her! Kill!" Li Yufeng screamed, his expression twisted with rage. The six-armed celestial corpse king would require countless years of nurturing to return to its former state after such an encounter. A few hundred, perhaps 1,000 years. As Li Yufeng's voice echoed, the massive body of the six-armed celestial corpse king trembled violently, its skin oozing a viscous substance. Soon after, it solidified, forming a robust, armor-like layer of keratin. Subsequently, she charged once more towards the Empress. The Empress's expression shifted slightly. She had not anticipated the formidable strength of the six-armed celestial corpse king. That previous strike, even a peer of the same rank would be gravely injured, if not slain. Yet, the damage inflicted upon the six-armed celestial corpse king was remarkably minimal. She raised her gaze to the lurking figures of Lu Junyan and others behind her, shaking her head in bitter resignation. It seemed that today, the great Qian truly could not withstand this onslaught. At this critical moment, a sharp sound resonated. The six-armed celestial corpse king, who had just lunged at the Empress, was suddenly repelled by an overwhelming force, retreating swiftly. Everyone was taken aback, turning their attention to the source. To their astonishment, it was a modestly designed, weathered ancient sword, suspended before the Empress. The Empress was somewhat taken aback. Even now, someone was aiding the great Qian? Lu Junyan and the others were equally perplexed, especially upon witnessing the sword repel the six-armed celestial corpse king. Furrowed brows indicated their concern. Could another expert have emerged? In the next moment, a figure ascended from within the imperial city. Lu Ran, clad in a moon-white robe, bore a serene expression, with Bauer perched behind him, her head peering curiously over his shoulder. At that instant, all present from both factions turned their eyes towards this unexpected arrival. The Empress was no exception. Upon recognizing the newcomer's appearance, she felt as though struck by lightning. The Empress, her master, questioned whether she was ensnared in a dream. It was only when Lu Ran approached and beckoned, reclaiming the Xianyuan sword, that reality dawned upon her. Confronting the Empress, Lu Ran spoke. "I understand your relentless drive for strength, yet at such a moment, it is merely a city. Why endure such hardship? Have you forgotten all that I have taught you?" With that, he affectionately ruffled her hair, reminiscent of how he had done so in her childhood, his eyes brimming with fondness. As a chill enveloped the atmosphere, the flames surrounding the Empress extinguished instantaneously, her demeanor calming. Even the furious scarlet lotus of calamity behind her gradually waned, returning to its normal state. "This is the cleansing heart incantation," the Empress murmured, recognizing the familiar aura. Unable to contain her tears of grievance any longer, they cascaded down her cheeks. "Unrestrained outbursts harm your foundation. Rest now. I shall handle this," Lu Ran gently reassured her. In that moment, the Empress shed her regal demeanor, resembling a little girl standing before Lu Ran, obediently nodding. Lu Ran, on the other hand, resembled a parent witnessing their daughter being wronged, his anger surging. He turned to face the Martial God Alliance, stating with calm authority, "To all members of the Martial God Alliance, regardless of gender, cultivation level, or even if you are not human, none shall leave today." Chapter 74. The Master Takes Action. Zhu Shaluo still felt somewhat dazed, in a state of despair. As she watched the empire she had painstakingly built on the verge of annihilation, the person she had longed for appeared right before her eyes. Everything felt as if it were a dream. She suddenly noticed Lin Bayer's presence on her back, and, filled with curiosity, leaned in closer to inquire, "Master, What is this? Before she could finish her sentence, the enigmatic woman beside her abruptly grasped Zhu Xiaoyuo's arm, shaking her head. It was evident that the mysterious woman harbored a sense of vigilance and concern in her gaze. Lu Ran was equally taken aback. This woman seemed to possess knowledge of Lin Beiyer's identity as a member of the Li ethnicity. Lin Beiyer, being of the Li ethnicity, you should refrain from making contact, Lu Ran advised. Li ethnicity, Zhu Xiaoluo exclaimed in surprise. As the Empress of the Qian, she was certainly aware of the unique nature of the Li people. However, witnessing Lu Ran's unreserved closeness with the Li girl left her even more astonished. It was the first time she had observed someone interact with a member of the Li ethnicity so freely and without consequence. Meanwhile, Lu Ran, seeing the woman restraining Zhu Xiaoluo, confirmed his suspicions. The woman in black beside Zhu Xiaoluo was not of the Li ethnicity. As the master and apprentice reunited after millennia, Zhu Xiaoluo had a multitude of thoughts to share with Lu Ran, but this was not the opportune moment. The members of the Martial God Alliance across from them remained watchful, and the six-armed celestial corpse king still stood ominously nearby. Who is this person? Li Yufeng Yinqidat. His features sharp and cautious, particularly after witnessing Zhu Xiaoluo inflict harm upon the six-armed celestial corpse king. This individual is not mentioned in the records. Perhaps, like the mysterious woman, they are a hidden expert cultivated by the Empress, Lu Junyan speculated, casting a glance at the long sword in Lu Ran's hand. That weapon had just managed to strike the six-armed celestial corpse king forcefully, and even sent it staggering back. At that moment, Lanji suddenly spoke up. I overheard that the Empress referred to someone as her master. Who is her master? Is there any information available? The cat demon clan evidently possessed keen hearing. Oh, Lu Junyan paused. The Empress's master? That is something I have not heard of. Regardless, he declared we must strike. Li Yufeng, let your six-armed celestial corpse king take the lead. Everyone, advance together and do not delay. Ever since this figure, carrying a young girl, had appeared, he felt an increasing sense of unease. Li Yufeng hesitated, reluctant to engage further. They had already injured the six-armed celestial corpse king. Continuing the battle could lead to significant losses. Yet, at this critical juncture, refraining from combat would likely allow the Martial God Alliance to seize control of the Qian, and he would lose out on the benefits. Moreover, Li Yufeng sought more than just advantages. He harbored grander ambitions. Assisting the Martial God Alliance in conquering the Qian dynasty would facilitate the unification of the northern and eastern realms, making it considerably easier to deal with the remaining two realms. He aspired to unify the four realms of the Tsang domain. With such lofty ambitions, Li Yufeng gritted his teeth and declared, all right, let's kill. With that, he activated his seal, propelling the robust form of the six-armed celestial corpse king forward, transcending the boundaries of space. Six arms clenched into fists, unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks towards the positions of Lu Ran and Zhu Xiaoluo, an indiscriminate onslaught. Lu Junyan and his companions followed closely behind, manifestations of their spiritual forms detached from their bodies, joining the fray. Master, be cautious. The strength of the six-armed celestial corpse king is exceedingly formidable, Zhu Xiaoluo exclaimed, a sense of urgency gripping her heart. In her moment of distress, she suddenly recalled that Lu Ran had only ascended a mere 10 days prior. How could he possibly contend with the six-armed celestial corpse king? She had grown accustomed to her master's overwhelming power, nearly forgetting that he was still a novice in this realm. Yet, she also overlooked the earlier moment when Lu Ran had forcefully repelled the six-armed celestial corpse king with a single sword strike. Fear not, I shall handle this, Lu Ran replied coolly, turning to face the advancing six-armed celestial corpse king head-on. With a swift motion, he brandished the Xianyuan sword, unleashing a seemingly unremarkable sword energy that arched forth like a vibrant rainbow. Crack! The first strike struck one of the six-armed celestial corpse king's arms, severing it cleanly. The massive limb crashed to the ground, collapsing a significant portion of the imperial city structures. In the next instant, the six-armed celestial corpse king recoiled as if it had stepped on a cat's tail, leaping backward in alarm. This was, of course, orchestrated by Li Yufeng, who felt a pang of distress. A mere wound was bearable, as he could refine the corpse anew, but now, an arm had been severed. It was akin to a dog losing a leg, permanently damaged and irreparable. Damn it, attack. What are you all waiting for? Li Yufeng Bayuba. However, he misjudged Lu Junyan and the others. They were not hesitating. Rather, they had halted in their tracks upon witnessing the severed arm of the six-armed celestial corpse king. Their spiritual forms froze in unison. They certainly did not believe their manifestations possessed the strength to rival that of the six-armed celestial corpse king. Lu Junyan was at a loss for words. The Dakian seemed easily conquerable. Zhong Yinshan was dead. Du Xiuxian was unaccounted for. Liao Wenshan had perished, leaving only Fu Zhenglong. It appeared to be within easy reach. Yet, suddenly, a woman clad in black emerged, her prowess terrifying. Another master of the Empress? One sword strike had severed an arm of the six-armed celestial corpse king. The Empress could injure the six-armed celestial corpse king, but her master had directly severed one of its limbs, a true inheritance of strength between master and disciple. This unexpected figure demanded careful handling. Everyone, concentrate your fire and subdue her. Do not engage directly. Lu Junyan pondered. In a direct confrontation, given the current situation, no one could withstand the enemy's onslaught. They could only pray for the opponent's defenses to be lacking and attempt to overwhelm her through coordinated attacks. Thus, under Lu Junyan's suggestion, the 10 celestial lords recalibrated their spiritual forms. They were understandably reluctant to advance in person, opting instead to control their manifestations from within the celestial realm to subdue their adversary. Although Lu Ran possessed the heavenly spirit eye, he could not discern the realms of the immortals surrounding him. Nevertheless, he paid little heed, for his own immortal domain had contracted to a mere half-meter. The strength of the unbreakable rules had reached its zenith. Coupled with the enhancement of the sacred vein jade bone, he was invincible. Besai Lu Zunian, Lanzi, who was not qualified to intervene, was merely an observer. Suddenly, she felt Lu Ran's gaze upon her, causing her heart to race. With so many celestial lords present, she was just a minor player. Surely, she could not attract the attention of such powerful beings. Little did she know, what Lu Ran coveted was the army of 1,000,000 demon clans within her myriad demon tower. The demon refining cauldron was ravenous. However, Lu Ran displayed no outward signs of his intentions. His gaze swept by and ultimately fixed upon the manifestations of the law and the 3 demon emperors. Of course, there was also the 6-armed heavenly corpse king, which posed a bit of nuisance and could not be spared. Lu Ran murmured to himself. He then performed a hand gesture, his finger slicing through the void. Strange runes were thus inscribed, arrayed before him. Li Yufeng was taken aback, exclaiming, "Talismans? This individual can craft talismans?" Lu Ran's movements were swift, yet Li Yufeng discerned no particular category of the talismans. In but a few breaths, Lu Ran's hand, which had been drawing the talisman, suddenly paused, and with a gentle touch, he tapped upon the talisman. Whoosh! The entire talisman transformed into a golden streak of light, soaring into the sky and vanishing into the clouds. With the 8-armed Great Tianpeng, I hope to assert dominance and deal with that 6-armed heavenly corpse king, Lu Ran contemplated. As for the manifestations of these celestial lords and the 3 demon emperors, the 9 war gods of Xingtian would suffice to confront them. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on Lu Ran, including Zhu Shaluo, who was astonished by the fact that Lu Ran had only ascended for a mere 10 days, yet possessed such terrifying strength. She had to unleash her potential to wound the 6-armed heavenly corpse king, while Lu Ran effortlessly severed one of its arms. Moreover, she could sense that Lu Ran's realm was that of a celestial lord, specifically the 5th layer. Everyone had witnessed the scene of Lu Ran drawing the talisman. Now, they all looked up as the golden light transformed into the talisman, shot into the clouds, and disappeared. The ominous clouds above continued to roll and churn, as if boiling with fury. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to converge incessantly. Even the clouds above, which had darkened, were accumulating a deeper hue, gradually manifesting a dark red. Though nothing had yet materialized, a terrifying pressure bore down upon them. We must act. Li Yufeng was the first to regain his composure. Throughout this endeavor, the others had yet to make any moves, while his 6-armed heavenly corpse king had been brought low. Losing both an arm and sustaining injuries, he had suffered greatly. He needed to stabilize the situation swiftly, suppress the opponents, and seize the Qian. At this moment, he seemed to have cast aside his concerns. With a mighty roar, he declared, "All together now. If you hesitate any longer, I shall withdraw." The 6-armed celestial corpse king charged forward once more. Yet after merely 3 strides, a thunderous explosion erupted in the heavens, splitting the ominous clouds as a golden radiance cascaded from the 9th heaven to the earthly realm. Accompanying this spectacle was a towering golden-armored deity. With a resounding crash, It descended to the ground, standing before the six-armed celestial corpse king. This divine figure, with its 8 arms poised in a formidable stance, glared fiercely. Its entire body enveloped in resplendent golden armor radiating iridescent hues. Its stature surpassed that of the six-armed celestial corpse king by a considerable margin, rendering the latter akin to a mere child in comparison. One can only imagine how minuscule the other manifestations appeared. Furthermore, this deity was not unarmed. Each of its 8 arms wielded a different weapon: a blade, a spear, a sword, a halberd, an axe, a poleaxe, a hook, and a fork. Liu Feng's bros wisha uncontrollable. Unable to contain himself any longer, he decisively formed a hand seal. Real. He dare not take further risks. What peculiar monstrosities emerged from the great Qian? Just the sight of this divine figure rendered his 6-armed celestial corpse king utterly insignificant. As Liu Feng gestured, the 6-armed celestial corpse king appeared to be drawn by an unseen force, showing signs of shrinking as it moved toward Liu Feng. Yet in the next moment, with a whoosh, the hook and fork wielded by the great Tianpeng ensnared the 6-armed celestial corpse king's shoulder blades. Panic-stricken, Liu Feng's eyes reddened as he desperately attempted to reclaim the 6-armed celestial corpse king. Yet it proved futile. Instinctively, he commanded the 6-armed celestial corpse king to retaliate, striving to free itself from the bindings. However, its strikes against the golden armored deity merely resounded with clangs, failing to breach its defenses. Instead, the golden armored deity, with 2 arms clutching the hook and fork, manipulated the 6-armed celestial corpse king, while the remaining 6 arms unleashed a barrage of slashes with their respective weapons. The renowned 6-armed celestial corpse king, famed for its physical prowess and ability to shatter myriad techniques, found itself in a dire predicament. Blood and flesh flew as it attempted to shield itself with its arms, only to have them severed. All onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. Was this truly the 6-armed celestial corpse king of the Huangquan prefecture? Before this golden-armored deity, it resembled a butcher's helpless pig. Lu Junyan's face darkened. He had intended to subdue the great Qian, only to provoke the master of the Empress. This master was simply too extraordinary. What manner of being was this golden-armored deity? The martial god alliance had approached with fervor, and now the situation had transformed drastically. As the 6-armed celestial corpse king was systematically dismantled, its resistance waned with each passing moment. Liu Feng was on the verge of tears. His hand, still forming the seal, trembled violently. This endeavor had resulted in the 6-armed celestial corpse king's demise, without any contribution to their cause. The prized possession of the Huangquan prefecture was lost. Lu Junyan cast a glance at the commanders beside him and at Lanji's 3 ants. With a grave tone, he proclaimed, "Now is our chance. We must act. Otherwise, when that golden-armored deity is free to strike, we shall all perish here." None among them could withstand the formidable nature of the 6-armed celestial corpse king. If targeted by the golden-armored deity, their manifestations and essence are nothing but paper-crafted illusions. Although the adversary can sever the arms of the 6-armed celestial corpse king with a single stroke, they pale in comparison to the terror of the golden-armored deity. As long as they can stealthily eliminate the opponent, there remains a glimmer of hope in this battle. The 3 ants of the Cat Demon clan solidified their resolve. The Fox clan was growing increasingly powerful. Our Cat Demon lineage shall not retreat to Dihuang again. This is our sole opportunity to strike. The 3 ants, being demon emperors, were undeterred. The golden-armored deity was indeed fearsome, yet was currently engaged in effortlessly cleaving the 6-armed celestial corpse king as if it were mere fruit. If they could concentrate their attacks on the controller, victory might still be within reach. With this thought in mind, the 3 Cat Demon ants charged forth. Behind them, Lu Junyan and his 5 commanders, along with their manifestations, surged forward. "Master, be careful," Zhu Shaluo exclaimed in shock. The enigmatic woman also stepped forward. Fu Zhenglong quickly prepared for battle. Yet, in truth, their intervention was unnecessary. Lu Ran surveyed those beside him and remarked, "Children, why join the fray? Step back." With that, a resounding hum echoed as Lu Ran's manifestation erupted forth. The war god, Xingtian, towered majestically between heaven and earth, unleashing such an overwhelming aura that it momentarily stunned the members of the martial god alliance and the 3 cat demons, slowing their movements. War god Xingtian, damn it. Lu Junyan, you never mentioned that the Qian possessed such a divine being. One of the cat demons exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Pay him no heed. He is but a single individual, and however formidable he may be, he is merely a celestial lord. Fear not. Let us advance together. Before the words could fully escape, another hum resounded. A second war god Xianxia appeared behind Lu Ran, closely aligned with the first. What? Lu Junyan and the others were utterly dumbfounded. How could another war god Xianxia materialize? Whose manifestation was this? The movements of the three cat demons halted, their frustration palpable. After fighting for so long, they had yet to find an opening. Each time they attempted to charge, the opponent would unleash a devastating counter. Upon the emergence of the golden armored deity, they had thought that no further devastating forces would appear, yet the manifestation of the war god Xianxia had materialized. It was no wonder it could sever the arms of the six-armed celestial corpse king. But that was not all. A third war god Xianxia now emerged. Observing the surroundings, there were no other figures present. Could it be possible for one individual to possess two manifestations? Lu Junyan's mind buzzed with confusion. Two manifestations, yet before he could finish, the third war god Xianxia appeared. With one behind Lu Ran and one on each side, three war gods stood together, exuding an overwhelming presence. Yet this was just the beginning. Following closely were the fourth, fifth, and sixth. In the blink of an eye, as if setting off firecrackers, 9 war gods Xianxia appeared behind Lu Ran. 9. Although Zhu Shaluo is a disciple of Lu Ran, she has long been aware of her master's myriad capabilities. However, the display of such astonishing power in the spirit realm is truly remarkable. A golden armored deity stands menacingly alongside the six-armed celestial corpse king. Before the assembled celestial lords of the martial god alliance, the 9 formidable war gods of Xianxia make their entrance. From Zhu Shaluo's perspective, gazing upward, the sight is even more breathtaking, as if she is standing beneath a host of giants, dwarfed by even a single toe of Xianxia. Gulp. Lu Junyan swallowed hard, utterly at a loss. How could they possibly fight? The 3 feline demons were relieved that they had not rushed in too hastily. Otherwise, they would have found themselves mercilessly ground into the earth by the 9 Xianxia war gods. A truly dismal fate. Who on earth are you? If you truly are the master of the Empress, we could have a proper discussion, Lu Junyan shouted. As for seizing Dihuang, he had abandoned that thought entirely. He no longer felt worthy. At this moment, his only desire was to survive. Meanwhile, he was also curious about the identity of this formidable figure. Dihuang is protected by such a terrifying deity. Why, then, has there been no trouble with the martial god alliance over the millennia? Such a deity alone would be sufficient to sweep through the martial god alliance. Lu Ran regarded Lu Junyan and the others, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke calmly. Lanzong, Lu Ran. Upon hearing this, Lu Junyan was momentarily taken aback. Lu Ran, the ancestral master of Lanzong. You are the ancestral master of Lanzong, Lu Ran. Lu Junyan exclaimed in astonishment. The name of the ancestral master of Lanzong resounds like thunder. Anyone aware of the existence of Lanzong disciples would be familiar with the name of its ancestral master, Lu Ran. Like others, Lu Junyan knew of Lu Ran, but had never considered him significant. After all, a master who had languished in the lower realms for 100,000 years, even if ascended, would merely be a minor figure. Moreover, Lu Junyan had no personal dealings with Lanzong, thus he had never paid attention. Yet now, he found himself face to face with the ancestral master of Lanzong, who had only recently ascended. Such terror, it had only been a matter of days. In the spirit realm, no matter how extraordinary one's talent, reaching the status of a celestial lord typically requires tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Yet, the ancestral master of Lanzong has achieved this in mere days. Not only has he caught up, but his transcendent abilities utterly surpass those of all celestial lords. Days, in the context of the long, arduous cultivation of thousands of years for immortals, are but a fleeting moment. Of course, Lu Junyan did not consider that the Empress of Dihuang, Zhu Shaluo, was also a disciple of Lanzong. We have acted presumptuously. It turns out the Empress of Dihuang is also a disciple of Lanzong. It was all a misunderstanding. We shall withdraw our forces, Lu Junyan declared. This was not solely due to Lu Ran's 9 Xianxia manifestations, but also because the golden armored deity had thoroughly dismantled the 6-armed celestial corpse king, leaving it in tatters. There is no misunderstanding. I have stated before that no one from the martial god alliance shall leave, Lu Ran replied coolly, his gaze subtly drifting toward Lanji. Contemplating how to compel this enchanting maiden to release the million-strong demon horde, Lu Junyan and his companions wore expressions of utmost dismay upon hearing the words. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "It is preferable to resolve enmity than to deepen it. The Martial God Alliance has already made concessions. Should you refuse our terms, then only conflict remains." After uttering these words, he seemed to sense a lack of conviction in his own voice and hastily added, "I acknowledge your strength. But can you truly protect the countless citizens of the great Qian Imperial City? We are all celestial lords here, and even if it comes to battle, we possess sufficient power to raise the city." Was this a threat? Lu Ran chuckled lightly, responding, "I do not believe you possess such capability. It is no jest." The Nine Curves Yellow River Formation envelopes the entire Imperial City, rendering immortals mortal within its confines. Merely a handful of celestial lords? Once the formation is activated, your power diminishes to naught. Lu Junyan, feeling belittled by Lu Ran's disdain, retorted, "The Martial God Alliance comprises more than just us. There are also 1,000,000 soldiers outside the city, and 1,000,000-strong demon army." "You." Lu Ran's eyes brightened as he gazed at Lu Junyan. Yes. It is precisely that 1,000,000-strong demon army I seek. Summon them forth quickly." Lu Junyan's voice faltered as he realized Lu Ran's expression had turned excited. Lu Ran squinted towards the city outskirts. Indeed, the 1,000,000 soldiers of the Martial God Alliance had yet to approach. They remained outside the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation, likely poised to seize the great Qian Imperial City. While Lu Junyan and his companions could easily slaughter the city, such widespread actions would inevitably obliterate significant structures, and he intended to occupy the city's accumulated treasures for many years to come. Rebuilding from scratch would be an arduous endeavor. Lu Ran mused that as long as 1,000,000 soldiers were present, the 1,000,000 demons would not be easily unleashed. In light of this, he flicked his wrist, revealing a black artifact at his fingertips, the Een Soldier Tiger Talisman. This sudden maneuver startled Lu Junyan and the others. The ancestor of the Blue Sect possessed other formidable means. Why shift from dialogue to displaying such tactics? As for your 1,000,000 soldiers, let that be. But if you have other means to lay waste to the city, feel free to attempt it, Lu Ran casually remarked. With a delicate motion, Lu Ran activated the Een Soldier Tiger Talisman, which immediately radiated a dark glow. He flung it forth, the ominous light darting through the air, causing Lu Junyan and his companions to instinctively brace for defense. However, the dark luminescence did not approach them. Instead, it soared past, heading straight for the 1,000,000 soldiers behind them. After all, these individuals were to be eliminated, as they were outside the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation and could not be ensnared by its power, thus taking advantage of the current calm before chaos. It was prudent to strike first. The dark light flickered and vanished into the expanse above. Lu Junyan and his companions stared wide-eyed, perplexed. Nothing occurred. The 1,000,000 soldiers, too, cast curious glances towards the Imperial City, oblivious to the unfolding events. Although they were distanced, they could see, even if they could not hear, various Dharma forms. The 6-armed Celestial Corpse King, the Golden Armored Divine Being, and the 9 War Gods, Xianxia, all were clearly visible. It was evident that the situation in the direction of the Imperial City was escalating. Just then, from where the dark light had vanished, the space began to slowly distort, akin to rolling waves of heat. Before long, a blue-black spatial rift appeared in the air, gradually widening. A jolt coursed through Lu Junyan's heart. Such a divine power could tear apart space. The rift expanded, as if a pair of demonic hands were ripping through the fabric of reality, revealing a dim, blood-red sky and a pockmarked, barren land. White phantoms could be seen wandering within. The river of the underworld, amidst the howling gale. The blue-green mist of the netherworld enveloped the spectral soldiers, who surged forth from the rift like a swarm of bees. Indeed, they flowed out. A massive, countless horde of spectral soldiers, as if summoned, rushed forth in a frenzy. Their target was none other than the 1,000,000-strong army of the Martial God Alliance. In an instant, chaos ensued within the ranks. The spectral soldiers, devoid of pain, with simple awareness, were driven solely by primal instincts to slaughter, fearless in their approach. Amidst the swirling, ghostly energy, they fought fiercely, turning the entire Martial God Alliance into a chaotic mess. Yet, Lu Junyan and his companions were unable to assist, their faces etched with extreme distress. At the same time, they gained a newfound understanding of the capabilities of the Blue Sect's Ancestor. A single talisman summoned the Golden Armored Divine Being to battle. With a mere wave, 1,000,000 spectral soldiers manifested, The 9 war gods stood majestically behind them. Lu Junyan felt on the verge of tears. What possessed them to launch an attack onto Qian? They naively believed that by uniting the Dihuang Cat Demon Clan and the Northern Realm's Yellow Spring Mansion, they could easily conquer Qian. Ridiculous. What means do you have left when the million-strong army of the Martial God Alliance has already been obliterated? Lu Ran inquired. I have no words. The Martial God Alliance has fallen. Lu Junyan's expression became somewhat dazed. In that moment, all fighting spirit evaporated. Lu Ran frowned, his gaze shifting towards Lan Ji. Was this little beauty truly oblivious? With death looming, why cling to the Million Demon Clan? But do not take pride, though my soldiers are lost. We can annihilate Deqian and bring it to ruin with ease. When the time comes, you will take over Deqian, but you will be but a mere figurehead. And Deqian will be but a name without substance. Lu Junyan continued. So, this means you are pleading for your life. In simpler terms, it is an exchange. Spare me, and I shall not touch your imperial city of Deqian. Lu Ran was somewhat speechless. You needn't remind me. I had almost forgotten that it is the blue sect that will take over here, not just myself, Lu Ran replied. Then, with a thought, he chose to shift. Above the imperial city of Deqian, vast expanses of space began to twist. Next to him, Zhu Sha Luo was taken aback. Master, what is this? Lu Ran chuckled softly and replied. The purple mansion of the blue sect. Behind them, Lu Junyan retreated, casting a glance at Lan Ji. He lowered his voice and said, The demon clan is sacking the city. Buy us some time. The 3 ants turned their gaze towards Lan Ji. Realizing that to preserve their lives, they could only rely on the demonic forces to besiege the imperial city and delay Lu Ran. Lan Ji snapped back to reality. Her palm opened as the myriad demons' tower emitted a faint glow. Chapter 77. The 9 curves of the Yellow River Formation. The space distorted like ripples, expanding evermore. It resembled a mirror erected above the Dacian imperial city. Is this our blue sect's mountain gate? Zhu Sha Luo inquired. Indeed, Lu Ran nodded. Then turned to Zhu Sha Luo, asking, Since you are stationed at the Eastern Realm, why have you not communicated with your fellow disciples? Had I known Dacian belonged to you, I would not have exerted so much effort. At his words, Zhu Sha Luo's expression dimmed slightly, and she shook her head. Lu Ran then realized, it truly is your character, unchanged for thousands of years. Years ago, Lu Ran had rescued the young Zhu Sha Luo from a sea of corpses and blood. Since then, she had ceased to trust anyone, save for Lu Ran himself. Even after her ascension, despite knowing that fellow disciples of the Blue Sect resided in the Eastern Realm, she had never engaged with them. It could be said that she had never cared for the lives of Blue Sect disciples. Her only anticipation was for Lu Ran. As for her fellow disciples, she remained indifferent. Suddenly, amidst the expanding ripples, 2 towering stone pillars emerged, supporting a massive plaque inscribed with 2 large characters. Blue Sect. This marked the entrance to the Blue Sect's Purple Mansion. Subsequently, at the foot of the mountain, the path was adorned with lush greenery. And flying creatures and beasts meandered through the mist, as if a colossal warship was slowly traversing from another realm. The members of the Martial God Alliance stood in stunned silence. What kind of sorcery is this? Is this truly the Blue Sect? They had seemingly transported the entire Blue Sect here. More and more buildings appeared, harmoniously arranged among the towering peaks, revealing bustling crowds and lively spirit beasts. The 3 Emperors' Herb Garden, 3 Purities Hall, Martial Arts Arena, Enlightenment Platform, Alchemy Hall, and Artifact Hall all materialized one after another. As the main hall of the sect gradually unveiled itself, Xiao Ying and others emerged. At the forefront was Chun Dashan, flanked by Su Yueling, Yi Hongyi, and Sun Tianyu. On the left, Xiao Ying led the Fox tribe, fully prepared. Chun Dashan had declared that today was the day the Martial God Alliance would assault Dacian, and Lu Ran would summon them if needed. Though the specifics were unclear, they were ready for battle. Dozens of colossal demon foxes lay in wait among the mountains. On the other side were the demonic soldiers selected from the fallen heavens, a group of mid-tier fighters prepared to join the fray at any moment. Behind them loomed the grand and magnificent main hall of the sect, casting shadows across the land. Luo Junyan was left speechless. At this moment, a celestial mountain floated above the Dacian imperial city. The peaks rise and fall in a staggered manner, their vast expanse nearly encompassing the entire imperial city. This is the Blue Sect. Yunyan is mel tweeted slightly. In comparison, the 9 Dragons Mountain of the Martial God Alliance pales in insignificance. The grandeur of the Dacian imperial city is utterly eclipsed. Lanji was just about to unleash the myriad demon tower when she suddenly spotted figures of the Fox clan within the blue sect's purple mansion, causing her to jump in surprise. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the foremost woman of the Fox clan and couldn't help but exclaim, Xiaoying. At this moment, the three ants also felt a chill run down their spines. The cat demon clan had been forced to flee from Dihuang and delve deep into Xia Prefecture. How could the Fox clan follow suit? Moreover, it appeared that the Fox clan had ties to the blue sect. Lanji and Xiaoying were equally taken aback. They hadn't anticipated encountering their arch-rival here, along with those three ants, who were all elders of the cat demon clan. The Fox clan behind Xiaoying cast their gazes over, their enmity palpable, almost itching to pounce upon and shred a few cat demons. Meanwhile, the others remained in shock, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events. Everyone awaited Lu Ran's summons, though none could predict how he would call upon them for assistance. Suddenly, the entire blue sect's purple mansion began to tremble. Then, it soared upwards, traversing space to arrive at this location. Below lay the Qian Imperial City. In the blink of an eye, a distance of 100,000 miles had been bridged. Subsequently, the disciples of the blue sect saw Lu Ran and bowed in unison. Disciples of the blue sect, greet the master. Their voices resounded, causing the hearts of Lu Junyin and the others to race. Good, Lu Ran nodded. Beside him, Zhusha Luo stared in astonishment, then glanced at Lu Ran. The master truly lived up to his title. Having ascended for just over 10 days, he had already reached the realm of a mortal monarch, truly formidable. Yet, as an immortal monarch himself, Lu Ran's methods were utterly unprecedented. The disciples looked around, attempting to gauge the situation. Furthermore, the 9 imposing forms of the Xingtian avatars behind Lu Ran captured their attention, exuding an aura of breathtaking magnificence. Lu Ran turned to Lu Junyin and the others, stating, Have you all seen clearly? It is the blue sect that will take over the Eastern Realm, not just myself. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the cat demons suddenly shouted, Lanji, if not now, then when? At these words, Lanji's body trembled violently. Without further hesitation, she threw the myriad demon tower. The moment the small tower left her hand, it rapidly expanded, transforming into a towering ancient edifice that hovered in midair. Subsequently, a torrent of immense demonic energy surged forth. Countless windows adorned the ancient tower, and its doors swung wide open, with demon clans continuously pouring out. Most of those emerging were from the cat demon clan, though other demon clans were mixed in as well. Not all were cat demons. Lu Ran was somewhat taken aback. The myriad demon tower of the cat demon clan, aside from their own kin, also housed some weaker and isolated demon clans that had pledged allegiance to them, Xiaoying explained. Are you acquainted with the cat demon clan? You seem to know the woman who cast the others out of the 10,000 demon tower, Lu Ran inquired. Indeed, the cat clan and the fox clan are sworn enemies, having battled in the desolate lands for countless millennia, Xiaoying replied. Ah, I see, Lu Ran sighed in relief. It is better to have them as foes than allies. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to act against them. The demons, emerging from the 10,000 demon tower, began to manifest their true forms, swiftly spreading throughout the imperial city. The streets and alleyways were nearly entirely inundated by their presence. Haha, the demon army has arrived. We shall take our leave. Lu Junyin laughed heartily, turning to depart with a sense of satisfaction. In his view, if Lu Ran did not intervene against the rampaging demons, the citizens of the imperial city would surely meet their doom. Yet, if he were to intervene, mixing the demon and human clans would require a careful approach, leaving him unable to spare the effort to contain them. Several leaders and elders of the cat clan shared the same sentiment and hastily turned to flee. After all, they were of the celestial monarch realm and could not contend with Lu Ran's golden armored deity, but they believed they could escape without hindrance. However, in the next moment, a peculiar wave suddenly swept across the entire land. Lu Junyin found himself unable to maintain his airborne form. Along with several ants of the cat demon clan and a few commanders, they were all forced to make an emergency landing. Upon touching down, they looked up to see the members of the Martial Deity Alliance, including the great Luo Immortals and Golden Immortals, in utter disarray, like dumplings falling into boiling water. They plummeted to the ground in droves. Were it not for their bodies being resilient due to their celestial nature, many would likely have perished from such a fall. The Nine Curves Yellow River Formation was activated by Lu Ran's mere thought, transforming immortals into mortals. A collective suppression ensued. Lu Ran cast a glance at the demons wreaking havoc within the Imperial City and the humans being mercilessly slaughtered by them. He then observed Lu Junyan and the others within the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation, who were now utterly subdued. With a languid tone, he remarked, "The life and death of mortals bear no consequence to me." Chapter 78. The Decimation of the Martial Deity Alliance. At this moment, the terror felt by Lu Junyan and the others was magnified infinitely. Within the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation, the commanders of the Martial Deity Alliance, alongside Lu Junyan, sensed their spiritual energy as though it had been frozen. Just moments ago, they struggled to maintain flight, and now they found themselves unable to wield even a whisper of their spiritual might. To lose one's power after being accustomed to celestial prowess felt akin to a vibrant individual suddenly having their legs severed. Yet, they questioned, what makes you so formidable? All were celestial beings. You, a golden-armored deity, could wreak havoc upon the six-armed Heaven Corpse King. As fellow celestial beings, you command 9 incarnations of Xianxia. With a mere gesture, you summon 1,000,000 ghostly soldiers. In the blink of an eye, you can shift entire sects. Is this still the essence of a celestial being? Lu Junyan gazed at the demon army, still rampaging within the city, and the seemingly indifferent Lu Ran. His heart sank. Such cruelty! Lu Junyan gritted his teeth and spoke bitterly. At this moment, he found himself utterly powerless. He had come to the Great Qian with aspirations of the Martial God Alliance rising to prominence, establishing dominion over the Eastern Realm. Moreover, he envisioned uniting with the Yellow Springs Mansion and the Cat Demon clan of Dihuang, fully subjugating the other 2 realms, to dominate the Tsang domain. Yet, just as it began, it came to a swift end, brought to a halt by the elder ancestor of the Blue Sect, Lu Ran. Is it ruthless? I do not perceive it that way, Lu Ran replied nonchalantly. After 10,000 years in the lower realms, although Lu Ran had not lost his emotions, he only cared for his disciples. As for outsiders, he held no reverence for the lives of the world's denizens. The mantra remained, whether outsiders live or die is of no concern to me. Conversely, Zhu Sha Luo gazed upon the great Qian imperial city beneath the Blue Sect's purple mansion, witnessing countless demon clans rampaging and slaughtering. Unable to contain her grievance, she pleaded, "Master." Lu Ran turned his head, instantly discerning Zhu Sha Luo's intentions. He remarked, "This great Qian is, after all, my disciples' millennia of legacy. It must not be so easily destroyed by the demon clans." Upon hearing this, Lu Junyan and the others felt a glimmer of hope, yet it quickly dimmed. Although Lu Ran intended to intervene, they were currently suppressed by his enigmatic methods, rendering them helpless. Without spiritual energy, they could not even wield their magical artifacts. Retreating was not an option. With Lu Ran's consent, Zhu Sha Luo was elated and hastily declared, "Master, I shall lead people to deal with the demon clans. It cannot be delayed. With 1,000,000 demons scattered within the imperial city, it will require substantial effort to resolve. This is not merely a large-scale suppression. It necessitates a careful selection to eliminate the demons. Otherwise, indiscriminate slaughter would leave the citizens of Great Qian within the imperial city nearly annihilated. There is no need for concern. I shall handle it," Lu Ran stated. With that, he flipped his wrist, and the demon refining pot appeared in his hand. The disciples of the Blue Sect looked on with curiosity. Lu Junyan and the others exchanged puzzled glances. A magical artifact? To rely on a single artifact to eliminate all the demons? Yet, unbeknownst to them, Lu Ran's focus extended beyond merely the 1,000,000 demons. It also included Lan Ji and the 3 Cat Demon clan ants. That was the main prize. Subsequently, Lu Ran summoned the demon refining pot. Just like the earlier myriad demon tower, the pot expanded instantly. Lu Ran had previously thought this object resembled a treasure gourd, with a relatively small mouth. Now, suspended in the sky, the once modest opening appeared more substantial, resembling a black hole facing the earth. Then, a terrifying force erupted from the pot's opening. An astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Within and around the imperial city, various demon clans, previously engaged in fierce combat, were suddenly drawn by a mysterious force. Unable to control their bodies, they soared upwards, swept en masse towards the pot as black hole-like opening. Suspended in midair, the demon clan members were thrown into disarray, each one unleashing their demonic power in an attempt to escape the overwhelming force. Yet, their efforts proved utterly futile. The demon refining pot acted like a long-necked vessel drawing in water, swiftly engulfing countless demons released from the 10,000 Demon Tower, barely allowing them a moment to wreak havoc within the Imperial City before consuming them whole. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Within the Imperial City, the demons engaged in battle were abruptly lifted off the ground. Meanwhile, the human race exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with terror, as they realized the human realm remained unresponsive. 1,000,000 demons. Infiltrating the Imperial City, they were meticulously singled out and eradicated. Lanji's expression darkened considerably. The 3 cat demon ants trembled violently. Within the 10,000 Demon Tower, aside from the foundation of their cat demon clan, there were numerous other demon factions they had courted over the years. Now, all had been drawn in. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, 1,000,000 demons had vanished without a trace. Lu Ran then turned to Lanji and her 3 cat demon ants, a slight smile gracing his lips. The pot's opening gradually shifted direction. Lanji, caught off guard, shot up into the air with a whoosh. Quick as a flash, she grasped the arm of Lu Junyan beside her. The latter was nearly lifted off the ground as well. With a loud thud, his spear drove into the earth, anchoring him firmly as he bellowed, "Bitch, let go of me. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." He struggled to break free, left without support. Lanji's desperate cries echoed as she was drawn into the demon refining pot. The fate of the 3 ants was no different. Although the 9 curves yellow river formation had not completely subdued them, it was sufficient to facilitate their entrapment within the pot. Lu Ran scanned his surroundings as the demon refining pot continually adjusted its orientation, akin to a vacuum cleaner scouring the city. After confirming that nothing had been overlooked, he nodded and retracted the pot. Whether it was merely an illusion, the pot seemed significantly heavier upon his grasp. Thus, the cat demon clan was utterly annihilated, right before the Fox clan's eyes. Initially, several elders of the Fox clan had regarded the situation with disdain, only intervening out of respect for Xiao Ying's invitation. However now, as they regarded Lu Ran, only awe filled their gazes. If Lu Ran could obliterate the cat demon clan with a single artifact, he possessed the ability to do the same to the Fox clan. Outside the city, the 1,000,000 soldiers of the Martial God Alliance had been nearly slaughtered by the spectral soldiers. Lu Ran turned his gaze to Lu Junyan, who suddenly knelt before him with a thud. "Ancestor, I am willing to join the Blue Sect, to serve you diligently," Lu Junyan proclaimed, bowing multiple times in earnest. Yet, Lu Ran shook his head and replied, not accepting. Such a character was certainly undeserving. Seeing Lu Ran's resolute demeanor, Lu Junyan gritted his teeth, his expression contorted with rage. He proclaimed, "I am the leader of the Martial God Alliance, a once great celestial sovereign. I am willing to submit to the Blue Sect, to toil like a beast. Whatever you command, I shall obey." Lu Ran, however, shook his head resolutely. "We do not accept." Simultaneously, several commanders beside Lu Junyan knelt upon the ground. Among them was the despairing Lord Li Yufeng of the Northern Realms, Yellow Springs. "What am I even doing here?" he lamented. Though he knelt, he did not plead like the others. He recalled the words of the Blue Sect's ancestor, who had declared that none of those present would leave today. Behind them stood hundreds of great Luo immortals. They had come to partake in the conquest, originally needing only to lend their presence. Yet now, they were even contemplating a collective assault on Lu Junyan, who gave them the audacity to provoke the Qian, regardless of the Martial God Alliance, or the combined forces of the Northern Realms Yellow Springs and the Cat Demon Clan. What good would it do if even the Western and Southern Realms intervened? Not only was it I, but my subordinates from the Martial God Alliance, as well as the great Luo Immortals and Golden Immortals, could all be summoned, ready to serve. Should Lu Junyan continue to plead for mercy? What other choice did they have? Escape was futile. They could not wield their spiritual power, nor could they fight. To survive, they had no recourse but to beg for clemency. But in the next moment, a strange wave swept through. Thud! Behind him, the head of a Golden Immortal fell unexpectedly, rolling to the ground. Then came a second, a third, as if set off by a chain reaction. A cacophony ensued. The kneeling immortals saw their heads tumble, littering the ground. In Lu Ran's domain of immortals, it was a guillotine. Lu Junyan's face turned ashen as the bodies of several commanders trembled violently. Yet, fear did not linger long. Under the suppression of the 9 curves Yellow River formation, the laws governing Lu Ran's domain reached their zenith, and the heads of the commanders soon followed suit. In a frantic plea, Lu Junyan shouted, "Do not kill me, Deshawn. Sheng Deshawn. You are one of my Martial God Alliance. Speak on my behalf. I am willing to do anything." Chen Deshawn merely chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Do not attempt to curry favor. I am not of the Martial God Alliance. I am a disciple of the Blue Sect, Chindashan. With that declaration, Lu Junyin's head, too, succumbed to the ground. His cries for mercy abruptly silenced. Zhu Luo stood in shock at the devastation before her. The Martial God Alliance had been utterly annihilated. Just moments ago, they had held the upper hand, and her latent potential had been insufficient to counter it, until Lu Ran had appeared. Without even shifting position, he had effortlessly obliterated the Martial God Alliance with overwhelming superiority. Lu Ran glanced at the remaining valiant soldiers of the Martial God Alliance, a remnant of their once mighty force, and with a mere thought, he unleashed his domain to execute them. He then extended his hand, as the black luminescence returned to him, transforming into the tiger talisman of the underworld. As the legion of shadowy soldiers stood at attention, they solemnly gazed in the direction of Lu Ran, before gradually dissolving into nothingness, vanishing into the ether. Lu Ran commanded, Dihuang, gather some storage bags from the members of the Martial God Alliance for the disciples of the Blue Sect. Preserve the remains of those at the Great Luo Immortal level and above. The Great Luo Dharma forms can be exchanged for currency or utilized by the disciples themselves. Xiaoying, you'll lead a team shortly. Lu Ran made brief arrangements, aware that the Martial God Alliance had come prepared, laden with valuable possessions that should not be squandered. The abundance of Great Luo Dharma forms was noteworthy. Disciples of the Blue Sect, such as Su Yu Ling and Tang Ying Ruo, had yet to reach the Great Luo Immortal level and would require these Dharma forms in due course. Selecting some of the better forms for personal use would pose no issue. Lo, with the Martial God Alliance vanquished, the eastern realm of the Tsang domain now belongs to us, does it not? Lu Ran inquired, turning his gaze to Zhu Luo. Zhu Luo nodded affirmatively, akin to a chick pecking a grain. Initially, she had intended to bestow the Daqian upon Lu Ran, but upon witnessing the Blue Sect's purple mansion, the Daqian dynasty seemed utterly inconsequential, especially since Lu Ran could effortlessly transport the Blue Sect's purple mansion. Lolo, Imastask, is there any form of assembly or gathering within the four realms of the Tsang domain? Lu Ran queried, recalling the Taoist assembly of the Xianxia sect. An assembly? Zhu Luo appeared taken aback, shaking her head. No, the four realms of the Tsang domain have no intersections among them. No matter. Since there is none, we shall proceed to eliminate our adversaries one by one, Lu Ran declared. Master, you intend to? Zhu Luo was startled. The Eastern Realm is secure, and the six-armed celestial corpse king of the Huang Quan mansion in the Northern Realm has also been vanquished. We shall claim the other two realms simultaneously, Lu Ran stated. The aim is straightforward. Blue Sect, unify the Tsang domain. Chapter 79. A reminder from Xia Yi. Beside Zhu Luo stood a striking woman clad in black. Upon noticing Lu Ran's gaze upon her, she returned his look. Their eyes met, yet Lu Ran discerned no emotional fluctuations within hers. Her name is Ingyu. We ascended together from the same cleansing pond during my ascension, Zhu Luo introduced. Upon hearing her name, Ingyu moved slightly closer to Zhu Luo. Lu Ran, astonished, remarked, is she attracted to women? Coughing, Zhu Luo nearly choked. Master, what are you saying? She is not. She merely ascended alongside me and was unable to speak at that time. I gave a name, and we're just good friends. Lu Ran nodded. Curiosity piqued as he observed Ingyu. She was evidently not of the Li clan, nor a native of the spirit realm, leaving her origins a mystery. Even the Tian Ling, I could not penetrate her, a rather curious circumstance indeed. At that moment, a throng of individuals descended from a celestial mountain of the Blue Sect's purple mansion. Master, do you remember me? I am Niu Tao. You rescued me when I was tending to the cattle. Master, it has been quite a while since we last met. I still cherish the dagger you gifted me upon my ascension. And I too am here, Master. It is I, Wang Weiwei, the one you caught peeking while I bathed. Greetings to all. It truly has been ages. Look how much we have all grown, and how well our figures have developed. Lu Ran hastily interjected with a hearty laugh. In recent days, the number of disciples from the Blue Sect in the vicinity has indeed been notable. Xiao Ying and others have arranged for the news to spread, and many disciples from the Blue Sect have come at the call. The token of invitation is, of course, the Ascension gift that Lu Ran bestowed upon them, marked with his soul imprint. It is quite impressive that Lu Ran remembers so many of his disciples. The Blue Sect is expanding rapidly, yet currently, the disciples' levels of cultivation vary greatly, and few are capable of contributing effectively in battles at the Celestial Monarch level. aside from Chundashan. At this moment, several elders of the Fox clan, noticing Lu Ran's gaze, quickly offered polite smiles. Lu Ran looked at the esteemed elders of the Fox clan, and his eyes brightened. The Fox clan possesses unparalleled beauty compared to the Cat clan. Even the elders of the Fox clan resemble ripe peaches, their allure almost palpable. Thank you for your hard work, esteemed members of the Fox clan. Lu Ran said with a warm smile. Nay, no, great one, you flatter us. Our visit has not involved much at all. It is indeed a rare fortune for Xiao Ying to have a master like you. The charming ladies of the clan replied melodiously. Hearing this, Xiao Ying beamed with pride. If the Fox clan does not mind, you are welcome to join the Blue Sect. Within the vast expanse of the Blue Sect's Purple Mansion, you may freely choose your dwelling, Lu Ran offered. The grandeur of the Blue Sect's Purple Mansion can easily accommodate the Fox clan, and their presence would undoubtedly enhance the spiritual energy of the Celestial Mountains. That would be splendid. The ladies nodded eagerly, without a trace of hesitation. It would be absurd to remain in the desolate lands of the Dihuang, rife with beasts and incessant conflict among the tribes. The blessed land of Shenzhou, rich in spirit and talent, far surpasses the barren Dihuang. Moreover, if recognized by Lu Ran within the Purple Mansion, they would gain significant boosts in cultivation and combat capabilities. Truly a paradise. Very well, Lu Ran nodded, adding the Fox clan to the list of those entering the Purple Mansion. Naturally, he also included the new disciples who had just arrived. This sensation was quite peculiar. During his time in the lower realms, Lu Ran had indeed taken on many disciples, but at most, he had never had more than 10 by his side. Thus, he had grown accustomed to the presence of just a few disciples. However, after his ascension, being surrounded by dozens of disciples felt entirely different. Soon after, everyone had clearly defined roles. The Blue Sect would temporarily take over the affairs of the Great Qian. Fu Zhenglong, having survived the tribulations, was entrusted with significant responsibilities. Zhu Shaluo would accompany Lu Ran back to the Blue Sect's Purple Mansion. The Great Qian dynasty should not be wasted. After restoring the chaos left in the wake of battle, Fu Zhenglong would manage it for the time being. Zhu Shaluo harbored no objections to this matter. The Marquis of Daqian, Zhong Yanshan, and Du Xiuxing had long succumbed to the allure of profit and turned traitor. Liao Wenshan, known for his integrity, ultimately became a pawn. Only Fu Zhenglong remained, earning some admiration from Lu Ran. Such individuals are reassuring to utilize. Shall we, Luo, pay a visit to your imperial palace? Lu Ran suggested, having arranged the tasks for everyone and finding himself at leisure. One must certainly tour the legacy of their disciples. Very well, Zhu Shaluo replied gleefully, completely shedding her empress's demeanor and appearing as docile as a kitten beside Lu Ran. Subsequently, the idle disciples followed Lu Ran toward the imperial palace. Lin Bauer was also released by Lu Ran, holding onto his side. However, before they could approach the palace, Lu Ran's pupils suddenly constricted, halting his steps. The other disciples were startled, quickly assuming a vigilant stance. Lu Ran narrowed his eyes slightly. On the apex of the imperial palace, perched at the edge of the roof, sat a girl in a dress, her delicate white legs swaying. It was the same little girl who had snatched candied hawthorn earlier, Xia Yi. Behind her stood the elder, a celestial emperor. Master, I cannot fathom the cultivation of that elder. It must surpass mine, Zhu Shaluo spoke gravely. That elder is indeed at the celestial emperor level. Lu Ran confirmed. The disciples nearby were taken aback. A celestial emperor. Apart from Zhu Shaluo and Chen Dashan, none of the other disciples had even reached the celestial lord level yet. To encounter a celestial emperor here was astonishing. Lu Ran also realized that his 9 curves Yellow River formation had no effect on them. This was hardly surprising, given the vast disparity in their realms. What are you staring at me for? I'm not here to fight. I'm just here to watch the show. It's rather entertaining. By the way, how come you have so many incarnations of Xingtian? Xia Yi inquired curiously. Lu Ran remained silent for a few seconds, not responding to her question. Instead, he asked, from which faction in the southwestern region of Itsanyu are you? Xia Yi pouted. I already said I'm not here to fight, and I certainly don't belong to any faction in the southwestern region. Lu Ran pressed on. Then which faction do you represent? Xia Yi giggled, proudly declaring, Zhongzhou, Yaoqi. Lu Ran was taken aback. It wasn't a force from Xiazhou. She had come all the way from Zhongzhou to watch a show. Xia Yi seemed to read Lu Ran's thoughts and added, I was merely passing by, and it's quite the spectacle. After a moment, Xia Yi appeared to recall something. She asked, your Yinbing tiger talisman is quite amusing. Could I play with it? No, Lu Ran replied firmly. It was a primordial ancient treasure. How could he allow her to toy with it? He then cast a wary glance at the elder. After all, this figure was a celestial emperor, if Lu Ran refused. What if the elder decided to seize it? Fortunately, the old man displayed no reaction. Humph, so stingy, Xianxia pouted in dissatisfaction. Rising to her feet, she indulged in a leisurely stretch. As she turned to leave, she glanced back and remarked, "By the way, I must remind you, if you intend to head to Xianxia, you ought to hurry. The ancient copper gate will open in 38 days, but only for the span of an hour. If you miss it, you will have to wait another 500 years. With that, Xianxia and the old man stepped forward and vanished without a trace. Lu Ran was left in a state of confusion. How did Xianxia know I was going to Xianxia? Moreover, what exactly is the ancient copper gate? Chapter 80. Iron Tortoise of Panshur Fortress. The following night, in the southern region of the Tsang domain, at Panshur Fortress. As one of the factions in the Tsang domain's 4 realms, Panshur Fortress harbored modest ambitions. Its overall strength was even inferior to that of the Huangquan Mansion. Yet, throughout the years, the other 3 realms had refrained from troubling Panshur Fortress. The reason was simple. Panshur Fortress was exceptionally formidable. Panshur Fortress specialized in defensive cultivation techniques, and its location in the Thousand Echo Valley was fortified with 18 layers of defensive arrays. It was akin to an indomitable iron tortoise. Over the years, it had remained as steadfast as a mountain. However, even so, Panshur Fortress was apprehensive. News from yesterday had already circulated, though not entirely accurate. They had gleaned the general course of events. It was now deep into the night, yet Panshur Fortress remained illuminated. The fortress lord, Rosen, convened the major elders of Panshur Fortress in the dead of night. You must have heard the news. The martial god alliance has fallen. What are your thoughts? Rosen inquired. None had anticipated that the powerful Dakian was backed by the Blue Sect, and that the Blue Sect's Ancestor had gathered a multitude of disciples to overthrow the martial god alliance, remarked the third elder. Nonsense. The Blue Sect's Ancestor has only ascended for a mere dozen days. How could he possibly summon so many disciples in such a short span? Retorted the fifth elder. Indeed, we have also received word that the Huangquan Mansion in the Northern Realm has allied with the Martial God Alliance, yet they still face defeat. Dakian has firmly established its dominance in the Eastern Realm, added the fourth elder. We ought to be wary. If the Blue Sect takes control of the Eastern Realm, they may harbor intentions towards us. It is prudent to prepare in advance, the second elder interjected after a lengthy silence. Listening to their discourse, Rosen's expression grew somber. He turned to a middle-aged man on his right. What is your opinion, first elder? The first elder, Dihuang Jinghai, chuckled upon hearing this. You are overly concerned. Although our southern realm and the eastern realm are adjacent, they have always maintained a policy of non-interference. Furthermore, even if they wish to provoke us, do they truly believe they can breach our 18 layers of protective arrays? Dihuang Jinghai's confidence was evident, and upon hearing him, Rosen felt a slight sense of relief. The likelihood of them seeking trouble with us is minimal, yet it is prudent to remain vigilant. The protective formation has been fully activated. Jinghai, you are in charge of this matter. Additionally, deploy sentinels to gather intelligence, and assign some individuals to the Eastern Realm to ascertain the situation and determine how the Martial God Alliance was defeated. Thus far, the information they have received indicates that the Martial God Alliance attempted to confront Dihuang but met with failure. The specifics and the sequence of events remain unknown to them. After the crowd dispersed, Grand Elder Dihuang Jinghai departed from the rock fortress. Qianhui Valley resembled a coiled incense stick, nestled within the deep mountains, layered with protective formations, inferior defenses, which crumbled under the assault of a group of celestial lords. The rock fortress specializes in robust defense. The protective formation is remarkably resilient, with its 18 layers of defense. Any intruder would find themselves utterly exhausted. As Dihuang Jinghai proceeded with his tasks and arrangements, the 18 layers of the protective formation were sequentially activated, culminating at the final layer. Approaching the grand hall that housed the core of the formation, Dihuang Jinghai suddenly paused, his form flickering into the hall. He squinted slightly, observing a disciple cautiously manipulating the formation's core. The sudden appearance of Dihuang Jinghai startled the disciple, and their eyes met. Grand Elder, what a coincidence. So late at night? What brings you here? The disciple greeted with a nervous smile, his eyes betraying wariness. I must inquire about your presence here. Your attire suggests you are in charge. Yet you're not a member of the formation hall. What is your purpose? Duan Jinghai coldly interrogated. Just passing through an unexpected visit, the disciple replied, his expression awkward. However, in the next moment, Duan Jinghai swiftly appeared beside him. In an instant, the disciple drew a dagger from behind his waist, silently aiming for Duan Jinghai's dantian. It was futile. Duan Jinghai reacted with lightning speed. With a swift motion, he seized the disciple's neck, an overwhelming force nearly freezing the disciple's meridians. Even the dagger, poised to strike, halted midair. A mere golden immortal dares to assassinate me? Speak. Who are you, and what is your intent here? Duan Jinghai demanded, his expression fierce. Applying slight pressure. You are but a golden immortal, beneath the realm of the celestial lords, unable to wield spiritual power. Your spiritual treasures are rendered useless. The absolute suppression of realms. The Guardian Hall, the 17th Hall Master. I am Su Cheng. The disciple gasped, struggling yet unable to break free. His neck under the thread of being crushed. A misunderstanding? Duan Jinghai scoffed, casting a glance at the formation's core. Suddenly, he paused, frowning. You have not damaged the core. Yet you have tampered with it. Such clumsy tactics. Do you truly believe you could deceive me? For some reason, his grip slackened. Su Cheng managed to extricate himself, but dared not make a move. He merely retorted, the Grand Elder has truly misunderstood. It was like this when I arrived, and I intended to rectify it. This is not my doing. Little did he expect that Duan Jinghai would simply shake his head, approaching the core of the formation. He gazed at the intricate array of patterns scattered across the ground, casting a glance at the incantations floating in the air. Suddenly, he reached down and picked up an inconspicuous black spike from the ground. He then turned to Su Cheng and remarked, this object resonates with your aura. To attempt to disrupt the protective core of the formation with it is quite audacious of you. Su Cheng's expression froze momentarily before he relaxed entirely. Enough with the pretense. I am Su Cheng, a disciple of the Blue Sect. I have heard the news, so prepare yourself. Given my master's disposition, the rock fortress will be rendered ineffective. Not just against an 18-layer protective formation, but even 100 layers would be futile. As he spoke, Su Cheng wore a triumphant grin, bursting into laughter. Aren't you afraid I might kill you? Duan Jinghai furrowed his brow. What of it? Killing a disciple of the Blue Sect? There are countless disciples left. The Blue Sect shall endure for eternity. It is a pity that after a millennium of hard training, I could not see my master once more, but it matters not. The Blue Sect will dominate the entire spirit realm. Haha. Just as he was laughing, Duan Jinghai delivered a slap to the back of Su Cheng's head, albeit without using any spiritual power. He then grumbled, stop laughing. It's no joke. If you attract others, I won't be able to carry on. Su Cheng was taken aback, scratching his head in confusion. What do you mean? Duan Jinghai shot him a glance and casually tossed the black spike back to him, saying, Disciple of the Blue Sect, I am Duan Jinghai. Had you mentioned your affiliation with the Blue Sect earlier, I might have elevated your status. And you would have to feel stifled in the guard hall. What? Su Cheng's eyes widened. Duan Jinghai then flipped his wrist, revealing a compass. This was given to me by my master when I ascended. That black spike must be similar, right? Su Cheng's mind swept over it, and suddenly clarity dawned upon him. It indeed bore his master's soul imprint. Senior brother, junior brother, both of their eyes glistened with unshed tears. Enough of the sentimentality. I came out here to take action. Rosen has assigned me to oversee the protective formation, Duan Jinghai stated. I am equally involved. Su Cheng deeply equally involved? With your meager skill in arranging formations, you would have been discovered long ago. Duan Jinghai retorted, exasperated. He then raised the compass and positioned himself in the center of the formation. Countless runes began to dance rapidly around him as Duan Jinghai's eyes sparkled with intensity, continuously making modifications. Remarkably, throughout the process, the formation remained unaffected and continued to operate smoothly. However, the authority had been subtly seized by Duan Jinghai, incorporating some deceptive tactics to confuse anyone attempting to manipulate the formation. Before long, the adjustments were complete. Duan Jinghai Institute, Su Cheng, return to the guard hall and stay put. You need not do anything, just wait for a master to arrive with the others. After Su Cheng departed, Duan Jinghai meticulously inspected the entire 18-layered formation, ensuring everything was flawless before he returned to the rock fortress. However, he did not head to his own chamber. Instead, he stealthily approached the room of Elder Gao Ming. What brings you here at such a late hour? Elder Gao Ming exclaimed, his eyes wide with discontent. Old Fifth, Master is about to lead the charge. How is your poison concoction coming along? Will it be ready in time? Dihuang Jinghai inquired directly. Needless to say, you can rest assured. This poison is a gift from Master himself. Gao Ming replied with pride. Very well then, I shall go inform Guizhu. He is the left guardian overseeing the guard camp. The right guardian is not one of us. He must be dealt with first to ensure Master's task proceeds smoothly. Dihuang Jinghai stated. By the way, there is a minor hall master in the guard hall named Su Cheng. He is our junior brother. Poor Rosen remains unaware. Though this rock fortress is solid as a rock, its insides are already riddled with vulnerabilities.